Xie Jinnan lived a life of confusion, where her truly beloved sister was a mere facade and her adopted brother harbored ulterior motives. The second branch of the Xie family was mercilessly devoured by a pack of wolves. After a tragic demise, she was reborn, her heart now steely and resolute as she navigated the treacherous waters of vengeance, seeking retribution for blood debts and vanquishing the wicked. Gradually, her predatory grandmother and uncle fell silent, while her duplicitous cousins knelt in supplication for mercy. With a swift stroke, Xie Jinnan severed ties with the past. In this new life, she safeguarded the family fortune and reclaimed the true lineage of the second branch, leading a progressively tranquil existence. Yet, her former in-laws approached again with marriage proposals. That despicable ex-husband who had once forced her to drink the bitter brew of despair? Xie Jinnan firmly barred her door, vowing never to tread the same path again. However, her ex-husband's brother came knocking, declaring, "Sister-in-law, I have come to propose." "Dear sister-in-law, as a widow without a son, how can you carry on? You must adopt a male heir to continue the lineage." Lu Huilan's eyes sparkled with avarice as she incessantly urged, "My Yingge is exceptionally clever. If you adopt him, our vast family estate will have a successor." "Sister-in-law, I only wish for your well-being." In the front hall, the mournful music mingled with faint sounds of lamentation. Xie Jinnan suddenly opened her bloodshot eyes wide. She had been reborn on the third day, following her father's death. Her father's abrupt passing left her mother in utter despair, weeping for 3 days, nearly blinded by her tears, while her aunt Lu Huilan incessantly pestered her mother to adopt her son. A widow with 2 daughters and a fortune was indeed a tempting target for lurking wolves. In her past life, her mother had adopted the younger son of the first branch, Xie Jinnan, who grew into a debauched ruffian, frequenting brothels and gambling dens by the age of 12. They spent lavishly to send him to the finest academy, only for him to be expelled after being caught peeping at the teacher's wife. Thereafter, Xie Jinnan fell into gambling, and when funds ran dry, he would drunkenly invade his mother's courtyard, eventually resorting to outright robbery. Lu Huilan, leaning against the doorframe, looked on with pride, declaring, "My son is mighty. This wealth rightfully belongs to us. Take it all." His plundering did not cease there. He drove their mother to death, leaving her soul restless. In a fit of rage, he raised a hammer, beating Xie Jinnan mercilessly, recounting years of pent-up resentment. "You never cared for me, never treated me like a true brother. Die, you worthless wretch." Having suffered a tragic end in her previous life, Xie Jinnan returned, determined to protect the family estate and cast the villains into the depths of hell. "Dear sister-in-law, do not hesitate if the second branch's lineage is extinguished. How can you face the ancestors of the Xie family? Trust your sister-in-law. Would I harm you?" Lu Huilan insisted, spitting with fervor. Her mother, Morong, sighed deeply, seemingly unable to withstand a relentless persuasion, realizing that among the 2 branches of the Xie family, the most suitable heir was indeed Xie Jinnan. Xie Jinnan's gaze sharpened, her voice rising slightly. "Aunt, even if you wish for my mother to adopt Xie Jinnan, should we not wait until after the funeral to discuss such matters? My father has just passed, and you already seek to usurp the family fortune. Your eagerness is quite unbecoming." As her words hung in the air, panic crossed Lu Huilan's face. Although the Xie family consisted of only these 2 branches, there were still numerous cousins and brothers outside, paying their respects. Who wouldn't want to share the wealth? "Child, how can you be so thoughtless? Who is being unbecoming? I am merely acting out of kindness. The second branch has no sons. If you do not adopt, who will care for your mother in her old age?" The first branch of the Xie family had never matched the second in glory. Thus Lu Huilan harbored a deep-seated hatred for them. Xie Jinnan's father had risen from humble beginnings to become a top scholar and later a high-ranking official, while her mother hailed from a prestigious family. In contrast, her uncle, in his youth, had indulged in debauchery, and after drunkenly harassing a woman who turned out to be a royal maid, he suffered a grievous injury. Unable to pursue the imperial examination due to his disability, he settled for a life with Lu Huilan. Only after her father achieved success did the first branch's fortunes begin to improve, yet the vast disparity between the 2 branches fostered deep resentment. Xie Jinnan scoffed derisively. "Aunt, there is no need for your pretense. I declare today that as long as I am here, Xie Jinnan will never enter the second branch. His talents are too exceptional. He is destined to be a future top scholar. The second branch could never afford such a burden. You should keep him for yourself." Xie Jinnan was a wayward child, more interested in frivolities than in education, barely able to recognize a handful of characters at the age of 9. Yet, Lu Huilan boasted of his brilliance, proclaiming him a future top scholar. Thus, Xie Jinnan deliberately spoke with a hint of sarcasm. Lu Huilan, initially taken aback, quickly recovered, her face contorted with rage. Had Xie Jinnan lost her mind? This girl, who usually knew her place, dared to confront her today? Jinnan, do not be disrespectful. Murong interjected, her eyes reflecting sorrow, believing her daughter had been overly agitated. Lu Huilan's voice became sharp. Exactly. How dare you speak to your elder in such a manner? Your mother has no son. Adopting a son is only natural. Before she could finish, the uncle hobbled in, glaring at Lu Huilan. She recoiled, silenced by his fierce gaze. He was a man who valued reputation above all else. It was clear that outsiders had overheard the conversation, prompting his urgent intervention. Lu Huilan was reluctantly dragged away. Xie Jinnan watched their retreating figures, her beautiful eyes brimming with unquenchable hatred. Who said the second branch had no sons? She was supposed to have a brother, but during her mother's delivery, a male child was deceitfully exchanged for a girl, leaving her mother with only 2 daughters. Therefore, Xie Jinnan's younger sister was a counterfeit. The perpetrator of this swap was none other than Lu Huilan. Years ago, Lu Huilan had given birth to 3 daughters and had grown envious when her mother gave birth to a son, so she switched the 3rd daughter with a boy. That boy was none other than Xie Sheng, the 3rd son of the first branch. Lu Huilan had triumphed in this competition of childbirth. However, Lu Huilan never anticipated that she would bear her own son, Xie Yin, whom they treated as inferior to Xie Sheng. She had stolen a child, allowing her daughter to bask in the glory that should not have belonged to her, and now sought to insert her biological son into the second branch, coveting their estate. How shameless! Mirong's face was etched with agony. As if recalling some painful memory, she sobbed softly, tears streaming down her cheeks. Xie Jinnan sighed. Deeply, her parents had shared a profound love, and her father's sudden demise left her mother despondent, wishing to follow him into the afterlife. In her previous life, her mother had cried until her eyes were injured. Yet tears were futile. The dead could not return, and the living still had duties to fulfill. She could not allow her mother to remain in such despair. Mother, come with me. In the rose courtyard. Jinnan, what is so urgent that you had to return? This was her mother's dwelling, and Xie Jinnan had pulled her mother back here. At this moment, the servants were busy in the front hall, leaving the courtyard deserted. Xie Jinnan closed the door tightly and instructed Mama Li, her mother's confidant, to guard outside, ensuring no one could enter. Daughter overheard aunt discussing secret matters, revealing that she had swapped children and that the first branch's Xie Sheng is actually your biological son. Chapter 2. The Dispute at the Morning Hall. Murong was rendered speechless, her complexion growing increasingly pale. What did you say? Xie Jinnan allowed her a moment to absorb the revelation before speaking softly. Aunt has switched the legitimate son of the second household, and now she intends for Xie Yin to seize the family estate. With our father gone, and wolves circling outside, should mother remain hidden in the house, consumed by tears? Murong felt a burning anguish within her, grasping Xie Jinnan's hand as if it were a lifeline. Jinxian, you are as clever as your father, always planning before acting. I believe you have a solution, do you not? The steadfastness in Xie Jinnan's gaze was reassuring. Just trust me, mother. What about Ying? Does she know? Xie Jinnan let out a cold laugh. Guess who Lu Huilan is whispering with? Ying refers to Xie Luiying, Xie Jinnan's younger sister, who had also been responsible for her demise in a previous life. Xie Luiying was deeply cunning, aware of her true heritage, yet she never revealed it. After their mother was driven to her death by Xie Yin, Xie Luiying nonchalantly concealed the truth and comforted him, resulting in his sudden transformation into an ambitious man. They built a prosperous path using the assets of the second household, with some becoming officials and others marrying into wealth. Tragically, their parents remained oblivious, unaware that they had been raising children for others. If Xie Yin was a wolf, then Xie Luiying was a cold, venomous snake, feasting on the flesh and blood of the second household while living a life of luxury. In her previous life, Xie Jinnan learned the truth by chance, but was met with a fatal blow from Xie Yin, while Xie Luiying stood by indifferent, saying, "Eldest sister, why are you running? Do you wish to ruin my reputation? Only the mouths of the dead are sealed. If you truly cared for me, you wouldn't struggle." She watched helplessly as her life was extinguished. That girl had been Xie Jinnan's most cherished sister since childhood. perhaps out of overwhelming resentment. Xie Jinnan was granted a chance at rebirth to alter her fate, and she would not spare her sister. Murong's eyes turned red with anger. She had known all along. Just then, Xie Luiying's voice echoed from outside. "Mother, I want Yan Gu'er as my brother. He is the best choice. You must not seek further." Xie Jinnan intercepted her at the corridor, raising her hand to deliver a slap. "You traitor! Even before Father's body is cooled. You conspire with outsiders to plot against our family's fortune." Xie Jinnan's voice brimmed with fury. Presently, Xie Luiying was still young and inexperienced, yet she possessed considerable cunning, necessitating careful handling. Xie Jinnan's eyes dimmed, concealing her hatred, replaced by disappointment in her sister's actions. Xie Luiying turned her head, shocked and humiliated. For her eldest sister had always cherished her. Why would she strike her today? Meeting the cold gaze of Murong, she felt a jolt of fear. She had been too hasty. Xie Luiying feigned a pitiful demeanor, weeping. "I only wish for the best for Mother and my eldest sister." Aunt said that with Yan Gu'er, Mother would have support. With just a few words, she shifted the blame onto Lu Huilan. Xie Jinnan remained icy. "Aunt, if you heed her every word, what purpose does your presence in the Rose Courtyard serve?" Seeing Xie Jinnan's relentless stance, Xie Luiying looked plaintively at Murong. "Mother, look at my sister. She strikes without reason." Murong's expression hardened. "If your actions were not misguided, would your sister have struck you? Adoption is no trivial matter, not something you can meddle in. Hurry and go to your father's coffin to keep vigil." Upon seeing Xie Luiying's face, Murong felt an even heavier guilt. She owed much to Xie Sheng. Murong was resolute. She would no longer favor Xie Luiying. After all, she was not foolish enough to neglect her own wrong child in favor of the offspring of two vile individuals. Nothing in this world is more important than blood ties. Murong silently vowed to make amends with Xie Sheng. Her daughter recognized her mistakes. Xie Luiying turned and left, her expression darkening instantly, cursing her mother for her favoritism since childhood. After Xie Luiying departed, Murong and Xie Jinnan exchanged glances, both sighing in relief. The morning hall was dimly lit by flickering candles, filled with the sounds of grief. "Young Master Sheng has returned," someone exclaimed. A handsome youth rushed in, kneeling on the ground, tears streaming down his face. "Second uncle." Xie Sheng fervently bowed his head 3 times, sobbing uncontrollably. "Nephew has been unfilial. Coming to send second uncle off? May he rest in peace." Murong closely observed Xie Sheng and noted the blood oozing from his forehead, causing her heart to ache. She rushed over to embrace Xie Sheng, weeping. "Child, why did you arrive so late? Speak with your second uncle." "Yesterday, someone from the capital came to the academy, and I only learned of second uncle's passing then, so I rode through the night to arrive." Xie Sheng's face bore signs of exhaustion. He had traveled tirelessly for a day and night. "Good child." Witnessing this scene, Xie Jinnan felt warmth in her eyes. Remembering Xie Sheng's fate in her previous life, she restrained her overflowing hatred. Xie Sheng had excelled in his studies at 14 and passed the imperial examination at 18, with a promising future ahead. However, he caught the eye of the crown prince and entered the prince's residence as an aide, only to meet his untimely demise within 2 years. While the world praised the crown prince for his benevolence and wisdom, none knew of his proclivities, that his aides were essentially his playthings. The crown prince publicly loved his subjects as children, yet privately derived amusement from their suffering. In her previous life, Xie Luiying had been the one to inform Xie Jinnan of this, reveling in her misfortune. If one claims that this matter has no connection to Xie Luiying, Xie Jinnan would never believe it. Lu Huilan sauntered into the morning hall and was immediately taken aback by the sight of Murong and Xie Sheng in an emotional embrace. In shock, she rushed over and shoved Xie Sheng to the ground, exclaiming, "Why have you returned?" Lu Huilan had not dispatched anyone to inform Xie Sheng of the death. Realizing her public outburst, she quickly added, "Why did you arrive so late? Did I not send someone to notify you?" Xie Sheng replied cautiously, "Mother, I did not receive." Silence. Lu Huilan interrupted, chastising him. "You return late and still have the audacity to make excuses? Quickly apologize to your second aunt. You've always been a liar, never speaking the truth. Far worse than your brother." Lu Huilan cast a knowing glance at Murong, relishing her triumph. She took pleasure in reprimanding Xie Sheng before Murong. Relishing this moment of superiority, What did it matter if she was a noblewoman? Her son was still subject to her reprimands. Her husband may have been impressive, but he was still a short-lived ghost. 30 years of fortune and 30 years of misfortune. She had finally surpassed Murong Yunxiang, and it was truly a moment of vindication. Lu Huilan regarded the black coffin and white shrouds in the morning hall, feeling an inexplicable sense of joy. Xie Sheng, having fallen to the ground in disarray, silently knelt, refusing to utter another word. Murong, who had previously felt uncomfortable witnessing Xie Sheng being scolded, could no longer remain silent, for she now understood that Xie Sheng was her son. How could she endure this indignity? Just as Murong was about to erupt, Xie Jinxian's gaze halted her, causing her to catch her breath and regain composure. Jinxian is correct. With the head of the family gone and no one to rely on, it is unwise to act hastily after so many years. Why must Aunt be so harsh? You did not send someone to inform Sheng. Is his education more important than his own uncle's funeral? Xie Jinxian directly exposed her deceit. Lu Huilan was taken aback. When had she ever considered Xie Sheng's education? You little girl, do not speak nonsense in front of so many people. I clearly sent someone to inform you. Xie Jinxian did not engage with her words. There were no servants in the household to venture far, and one could ascertain this with a simple inquiry. Fortunately, Sheng Gu'er was a good child, rushing over on horseback through the night. Otherwise, he too would have lived with regret for a lifetime. Lu Huilan's expression was decidedly grim, as numerous relatives came to pay their respects in the morning hall. The scrutinizing and disdainful gazes directed at her felt like needles piercing her back. Xie Sheng clenched his fists, feeling a pang of sorrow mixed with an unnameable stir within. From a young age, he had been particularly sensitive to the goodwill of others and understood that his cousin Jinxian was merely preserving his reputation. If Lu Huilan were of that ilk, may heaven strike her down. It must surely have been the fault of the underlings who neglected their duties and forgot to act. She caught sight of Xie Yin beside her, and her eyes lit up. By heaven's grace, if I had not kept my uncle's affairs in mind, why would I have allowed Yin Gu'er to guard the spirit day in and day out? Chapter 3. The grandmother unexpectedly appears sister-in-law. You are well aware of my character. Lu Huilan's forehead glistened with beads of sweat. Murong turned her head away, disregarding her. Xie Yin, at the tender age of 9, was struggling to keep his eyelids from drooping, swaying unsteadily as he sat. This very child would someday grow into a rogue, indulging in vice and leading the second branch to ruin. Xie Jinxian glanced at Xie Yin, a fleeting glimmer of hatred crossing her eyes. Look at how tired Yin Gu'er is. No amount of feigned affection will prompt my mother to adopt him. Aunt, perhaps it is time to set aside such thoughts. For now, we must focus on my father's funeral. Only after some time will the second branch consider the matter of adoption. In this life, I shall most certainly torment him well. Is it not resentment that the second branch lives under another's roof? Let us see how he fares once stripped of the title of the second branch's legitimate heir. Xie Jinxian paused before continuing. Moreover, a stepson must be chosen with great care, should one select a vile scoundrel. The ancestral estate may very well fall into ruin at his hands. Aunt, do you not agree? Aunt Wei, from Xie Jinxian's uncle's family, had a boy just over 6 years of age. Exactly. Adoption is no trivial matter. It requires thorough consideration among several relatives. Care must not be taken lightly. Aunt Wei's eyes darted, and she added, Sister-in-law, that is not quite right. We all heard it. Your own brother has yet to be buried, and you are already urging a grieving widow to adopt your son. What do you think your intentions are? Her words, sharp as daggers, ignited Lu Huilan's face with indignation. What intentions do I have? I merely wish to adopt for my son. Am I to adopt yours? Upon hearing this, Aunt Wei was incensed. Regardless of which child is adopted, it is entirely the decision of the second sister-in-law. It is not for you to dictate. Furthermore, the second sister-in-law is presently preoccupied with ensuring her husband is laid to rest. How could she possibly concern herself with adoption matters? Even if you are fixated on it, could you not wait a while longer to bring it up? Must you press a widow who has just lost her husband? Above us, there are divine beings, sister-in-law. One must act with conscience. Aunt Wei's remarks were harsh, effectively alienating the first branch. Yet if it could curry favor with the second branch, it would be worth it. Of course, Aunt Wei was intentionally stoking the flames, as she yearned for the two branches of the CF family to fall into discord, thereby increasing her son's chances of selection. Others present, upon hearing Aunt Wei's statements, not only refrained from offering counsel, but seemed to revel in the unfolding drama. Adding fuel to the fire, Xie Jinnan observed the expressions of those around her, recognizing that each harbored ulterior motives, eager to escalate the situation for their own gain. Yet, this was precisely the outcome she desired. Lu Huilan's intentions had been publicly exposed, resulting in a most awkward scene. The first branch was being grilled over the flames, and with her uncle's penchant for maintaining appearances, one could only speculate how he would react. Let the chaos ensue. The more tumultuous, the better. Enough of your foul tongue. It is clear you are the most concerned, and yet cast the first stone. Lu Huilan was nearly driven mad with rage. It is said that being an elder sister-in-law is no easy task. I merely wished to ease the burden on my sister-in-law, who was struggling as a widow. By suggesting she adopt a boy, at least there would be someone to care for her in her old age. How did it turn into a notion of coveting the second branch as assets? Very well, I should have kept my distance and said nothing at all. Suddenly, she sank to the ground, wailing and crying out in protest. Enough! A stern, aged voice resonated through the room, and all turned to see Xie Luiying supporting the old matriarch as she made her way forward. It turned out that Xie Luiying had delayed her arrival at the morning hall to whisper in the grandmother's ear. The old matriarch wore a white flower pinned to her chest, and her face, lined with deep wrinkles, bore the mark of illness. She had collapsed upon receiving news of her son's passing and was now forcing herself to endure. Your mother-in-law is still unwell. How could she have risen? Moreover, as the daughter-in-law went to his sister, the old matriarch huffed in annoyance. Your brother's coffin is still here. Are you all quarreling over trifles? Wishing to keep my son from finding peace in the afterlife? As her words fell, silence enveloped the room. Those who had earlier taken pleasure in the spectacle now lowered their heads, rendered mute. To argue in the morning hall was indeed indefensible. Xie discreetly signaled to Lu Huilan, who quickly caught on and lamented, Mother-in-law, I am being wronged. My intentions were purely good, yet I am treated like a villain. The old matriarch rapped her cane. Enough. What is there to cry about? You only invite mockery from others. The old matriarch surveyed the crowd, her voice solemn. I am well aware of the character of my two daughters-in-law. Their relationship has always been harmonious, and they are both dutiful. The eldest branch is straightforward and bears no ill will. Her intentions were sincere, albeit clumsy in articulation. The second branch has just lost her husband. It is only natural for her to be troubled and overly contemplative. Every family experiences moments of discord. Ultimately, we are all kin, bound together by blood. The old matriarch sought to uphold the dignity of the Xie family, while simultaneously warning those with ulterior motives that the affairs of the second branch were none of their concern. The onlookers exchanged glances, and Aunt Wei, recognizing the shift, prudently fell silent. With the family matriarch having spoken, what more could they say? Seeing this development, Lu Huilan felt a surge of triumph, as if she had released pent-up frustrations. Xie Jinnan's hands gradually clenched within her sleeves, inwardly lamenting. If only grandmother had not arrived, the reputation of the first branch would be utterly ruined. By the end of today, all in the capital would know that the first branch covets the assets of the second, scheming against a poor widow in the morning hall. Many of her father's friends in the bureaucratic world would be incensed. Such actions would surely provoke widespread resentment, and her uncle's career would be jeopardized, provoking disdain wherever he went. For a man who valued his reputation, such a fate would be more painful than death. To vindicate himself, he would undoubtedly prevent Xie Yin from joining the second branch, and would be the first to reprimand Lu Huilan. This plan was indeed a two-edged sword, simultaneously dismantling the first branch while severing Xie Yin's prospects. Alas, it was a pity that grandmother had intervened. For Xie Jinnan could no longer stir trouble and must now retreat. Xie Jinnan lifted her gaze towards Xie Luiying, who skillfully averted her eyes, lowering her head and standing obediently beside the old matriarch, as if the unfolding drama had nothing to do with her. Xie Jinnan smirked inwardly. The game was far from over. She was eager to see how this conflict would ultimately resolve itself. The old matriarch coughed a few times and spoke gently. Huilan, as the elder sister-in-law, you must empathize with Yunxiang's plight. The funeral arrangements are burdensome. Both you and your husband must shoulder these responsibilities, so as not to trouble your sister-in-law. Yunxiang, do not be overly obstinate. Your sister-in-law means no harm. In a family, there should be no underhanded dealings. Yes, I understand. Lu Huilan responded immediately. Murong hesitated momentarily before reluctantly acquiescing. Observing this, the old matriarch nodded in satisfaction. At least, before outsiders, the two branches appeared reconciled. Once the two sisters-in-law had mended their rift, what could outsiders possibly say? This was the shrewdness of the old matriarch, who quelled the rising tide with just a few words, calming the brewing storm. She then turned her gaze towards Xie Sheng, her eyes softening considerably. Sheng Gur has returned. You should request an extended leave from the academy to properly bid farewell to your second uncle and offer him your respects. The old matriarch's emotions were complex. She felt a tinge of guilt towards this eldest grandson. She was well aware of Lu Huilan's unscrupulous act of substitution. Yet the old matriarch harbored much helplessness within her heart, for her two sons were worlds apart in character. The eldest was deeply insecure. The eldest branch has been plagued by misfortune, giving birth to 3 daughters in succession, while the second branch flourishes with a son from their second child. How can the couple from the eldest branch reconcile with this situation, as their already chaotic lives seem to be spiraling out of control? Lu Huilan entertains the thought of exchanging children. The old matriarch can only turn a blind eye and even assist Lu Huilan in her scheme. After all, they are family. The second branch would not neglect their nephew, and she only wishes for harmony between the two households. Little did the old matriarch anticipate that matters would escalate to such a degree. With a heavy cough, her frail form resembled a leaf clinging to a branch in autumn. Shenger, you have grown. While you tend to your uncles and aunts, everyone is here to pay their respects to your second uncle. We are all relatives. I can no longer stand. Sister, please assist me. The old matriarch finally called upon Xie Jinnan, who, unfazed, rose to follow her. Lu Huilan and Murong Shi accompanied the old matriarch back to the inner courtyard, where they could speak freely once the door was closed. After their departure, a woman beside Wei Shi expressed her regret. Have these two families truly reconciled? How dull. Wei Shi scoffed. Not necessarily. Xie Sheng wiped away his tears with his sleeve. Kneeling to take over Xie Jinnan's duties, silently placing paper offerings into the fire pot. His gaze fell upon Xie Yin, who was soundly asleep in the corner, his eyes darkening. Chapter 4. Absolutely no adoption of the eldest branch's child. In the Shanheng Hall, the old matriarch dismissed all the servants, finally allowing both branches to sit down and converse. I had intended to wait a while before discussing the matter of adopting a child from the second branch, but it seemed someone could not contain themselves, leading to this uproar. The old matriarch sighed deeply. She shot a piercing glare at Lu Huilan. The second branch has cared for the eldest branch in numerous ways. Now that Longer has passed away, you, as the eldest sister-in-law, not only neglect to assist with the funeral arrangements, but also pressure Yunxiang to adopt your son. Truly heartless. Longer is Xie Jinnan's father, Xielong. Lu Huilan kept her head bowed, fearing to speak. She had indeed acted too hastily, yet Murong Yunxiang had always been amiable and easy to converse with. Who could have anticipated that even such a gentle person could lose their temper? The more Lu Huilan pondered, the more agitated she became, resenting the situation. After all, they would have to adopt Yenner eventually. What harm was there in agreeing now? Must she be made to feel humiliated? What had come over Murong Yunxiang? With only these two branches in the Xie family, who else could they adopt besides Yenner? There was also Xie Sheng. Lu Huilan frowned, thinking of that insufferable brat. He could forget it. Yes, the matriarch was right. It was my folly. Lu Huilan quickly admitted her fault. She could not afford to alienate Murong Shi just yet. Once the second branch acquired their fortune, she would no longer have to endure this humiliation. The old matriarch withdrew her gaze coldly, filled with helplessness. She held Lu Huilan in disdain, viewing her as low-born and narrow-minded, calculating and mercenary. Had it not been for the eldest son's disability, she would never have entered the Xie family. Yet, given the circumstances, the second branch would have no choice but to adopt a child from the eldest branch, as she would never allow outsiders to benefit. Yunxiang, you are at fault as well. Even if you are upset, you should not publicly criticize your sister-in-law. If word gets out, how can the eldest branch maintain their dignity? Similarly, the old matriarch harbored grievances against Murong Shi, who, in front of outsiders, stated her disinterest in adopting Xie Yin. Such behavior was simply outrageous. Do you think you can have anyone you wish? Neither of you is easy to deal with. What wrong have I committed? Murong Shi retorted coldly. According to the matriarch's reasoning, I should adopt Xie Yin and comply with their wishes? The old matriarch, taken aback by her strong response, noticed that Murong Shi, who typically spoke gently, was now addressing her with such sharpness. Although the old matriarch felt displeased, her demeanor softened considerably. Do not be agitated. I summoned you all here to discuss matters calmly. The old matriarch turned her attention to Xie Jinnan, her expression serious. Sister, do you recognize your mistakes? Xie Jinnan's expression shifted slightly, as she was unaware of any wrongdoing and requested her grandmother to clarify. What nonsense! You have 3 faults: disrespecting your elders, contradicting your aunt. That is 1. Overstepping your bounds and presumptuously meddling in the adoption matter. This is 2. And the 3rd. The old matriarch's brow furrowed as she pointed out. Look at how your sister's face has been marked by your blows. Such impudence. How will you ever marry? Xie Jinnan cast a cool glance at Xie Luqing, realizing that her younger sister had likely stirred the pot, leading their grandmother to speak so harshly. Xie Luqing timidly looked at the old matriarch, who stated in a low voice, "You need not glare at your sister." A hint of sarcasm curled at the corners of Xie Jinnan's mouth. If my grandmother claims I have 3 faults, then I shall address them. As for disrespecting elders, I do not acknowledge it. Elders must also conduct themselves appropriately. Just after my father's passing, my aunt is already pressing my mother to adopt Yenner. Is she so impatient to seize the second branch's fortune? What reason do I have to respect such a relative? Xie Jingnan's gaze was sharp, and Lu Huailan felt the weight of her scrutiny, stammering defensively. Who is plotting against the second branch's wealth? I do not think so deeply. Ignoring her, Xie Jinnan continued. As for the second fault, as the legitimate daughter of the second branch, I certainly have the right to speak on the matter of adopting a brother. And for the third, Xie Jinnan approached Xie Luqing, speaking softly. Sister has always cared for you the most. In a moment of desperation, I struck you. Are you truly holding a grudge against your sister? Xie Luqing instinctively shook her head. No. How could I hold a grudge against my own sister? Xie Jinnan's eyes deepened, her meaning ambiguous. Good sister. Xie Luqing forced a smile, feeling inexplicably uneasy under Xie Jinnan's penetrating gaze. Hearing Xie Jinnan argue back, the old matriarch expressed her disappointment. You were once the most sensible. How have you become so willful as you grew older? What do you mean by plotting against the second branch's wealth? You have no brothers, so it is only natural to adopt from the eldest branch. Do you wish for your father's lineage to end here? The old matriarch continued. As for your aunt, she acted too hastily and is indeed at fault. But you should not air your family's dirty laundry in front of outsiders. Would that not invite ridicule? Upon hearing this, Murong Shi's anger flared. Matriarch, sister has always been the most understanding and filial. She has just lost her father. Even if she has acted inappropriately, it stems from excessive grief. At this critical moment, must you still chastise child? The old matriarch fell silent, realizing that sister had just lost her father. With a helpless sigh, her tone softened considerably. Yet, she must still exercise caution in her words and actions. Today, we shall let it go, but in the future, you must be mindful. Upon hearing this, Xie Luqing felt irritable. Was that it? The old matriarch had been furious enough to punish Xie Jinnan with kneeling in the ancestral hall earlier. Age has made her soft-hearted, proving to be ineffective. Murong Shi clenched her handkerchief tightly, realizing that Xie Jinnan was correct. With their patriarch gone, the second branch was left with only the women, becoming outsiders. The old matriarch would inevitably begin to favor her eldest son more, and she would certainly pressure them to adopt Yenner. Xie Jinnan and Murong Shi exchanged glances, and in that moment, Xie Jinnan's eyes darkened. Receiving the signal, Murong Shi took a deep breath and stated, since we have laid everything bare today, I shall also express my stance. The second branch will absolutely not adopt a child from the eldest branch. Murong Shi's declaration was resolute, leaving the old matriarch momentarily stunned. Her expression darkening. What nonsense is this? All that needed to be said has been said. What are you stirring up now? Are we to adopt some distant relative instead? Do you think they're genuinely advocating for you? Or do they merely enjoy the spectacle? In this household, who is family, and who is an outsider? Can you not distinguish? The daughter-in-law is quite aware. If the mother-in-law does not wish for me to adopt those distant relatives, then I shall select one from my maternal nephews, for they are my closest kin, indeed family. Murong spoke coldly. What nonsense are you uttering? The old matriarch gasped in shock, angered by her second daughter-in-law's repeated disrespect today, which she deemed utterly rebellious. How could she possibly explain to the ancestors if someone from a Murong family were to be adopted? It was preposterous. Lu Huilan was taken aback. She had thought that with the matriarch presiding, even if Murong harbored resentment, she would acquiesce to the adoption of Yingu. Yet it had turned out this way. Seeing their reactions, a flicker of otherness passed through Xie Jinnan's eyes. Could they not accept it now? There was even more that would leave them astounded later on. Chapter 5. Xie Jinnan's scheme. It was all the fault of my sister-in-law's foul mouth. Sister-in-law, do not be angry. If you feel any ire, strike me twice, and I shall not utter a word. But one thing, do not disrespect the mother-in-law. She is still unwell, and if she were to be further agitated, it could lead to dire consequences. Lu Huilan's words were laced with hidden meaning, yet Murong chose not to engage. Elder sister claims to act in my best interest. Yet which child should I adopt? To be frank, I have never thought highly of Yingu. You may as well abandon this notion. Lu Huilan's brows furrowed in indignation. My Yingu is the best in the world. What gives you the right to dismiss him? The old matriarch suddenly seemed to recall something. If you do not fancy Yingu, there's still Sheng-gu. You must choose between these two children. The matriarch had finally considered Xie Sheng, for he was, in name, the son of the first wife and would eventually support the main branch. Xie Jinnan exchanged glances with Murong. This was indeed their aim, but they could not agree just yet. They must refuse. Murong shook her head. No, absolutely not. Lu Huilan blurted in response. Murong's voice remained cold. Sheng-gu was undoubtedly superior to Yingu, yet he belonged to the main branch, and, as I stated, I shall not adopt a child from the main branch. Upon hearing this, Lu Huilan felt a secret relief, but the subsequent words sent her into a furious haze. This wretched woman dared to claim that Yingu was inferior to Xie Sheng. Before the old matriarch could speak further, Murong abruptly stood. The front courtyard cannot remain empty. As the daughter-in-law, I shall take my leave first. Since I am the one adopting a son, there is no need for others to concern themselves. With that, Murong left, ignoring the calls behind her. Her words were concluded. Now it was Xie Jinnan's turn. The old matriarch's chest heaved with evident anger. Her trembling finger pointed at Lu Huilan. If it weren't for you provoking Murong, how could she adamantly refuse a child from the main branch? It would have been a matter easily resolved in due time. Such a narrow-minded individual. Lu Huilan felt flustered and at a loss. I do not know how it has come to this. This matter must be decided by the mother-in-law. Sister-in-law has always been amiable. Why has she suddenly turned hostile today? It is truly alarming. At this moment, Lu Huilan was filled with regret. Had she known, she would not have said anything. If her husband were to learn she had disrupted a favorable situation, he would surely be furious. Seeing her mother in such a state of agitation, Xie Luqing interjected, Grandmother, Aunt, do not be anxious. My mother is merely upset and speaking in anger. The more you press her, the more she will resist. It would be better to set this matter aside for now, to properly conduct my father's funeral. And after some time, when mother has calmed down, we can revisit the topic. Xie Luqing shot a glance at Xie Jinnan and continued, furthermore, it is reasonable for mother and elder sister to be upset. After all, Aunt was overly hasty, and she must apologize properly. Xie Jinnan raised an eyebrow, recognizing that Xie Luqing was far more cunning than Lu Huilan. The old matriarch's expression softened considerably, and she nodded. Indeed, Luqing speaks wisely. I was too hasty. Upon hearing she wished to adopt a nephew from her maternal family, I reacted impulsively. We should not discuss adoption any further. Lu Huilan's face brightened. Really? So she was merely upset with me. With Xie Luqing's subtle hint, she immediately softened her tone towards Xie Jinnan. Dear sister, I apologize. It was my clumsiness in speech. Please do not hold it against me. I shall make amends with your mother, for we are family. When you marry in the future, I shall assist in your dowry. Xie Jinnan turned to her, speaking coldly. Aunt must sincerely make amends. If you wish to apologize to my mother, it should be done before my father's coffin. Yes. Indeed, Lu Huilan gritted her teeth as she uttered these words. Yet Xie Jinnan suddenly shifted her tone. Never mind. Aunt has always been direct. Besides, you, as an elder, have already apologized to me. How could I possibly hold a grudge? In truth, it matters not to me which brother is adopted. However, mother is genuinely furious this time. My sister was correct, but not entirely. Mother has expressed a sincere desire to adopt a nephew from our uncle's family. My second uncle's Hungo has just turned 12 and is said to be able to recite the 4 books and 5 classics fluently. My third uncle's Jigu is only 4, but is exceptionally clever. Upon hearing this, Lu Huilan's face fell immediately, and she hurriedly exclaimed, "Your mother truly intends to adopt an outsider? That cannot be. Did she really say that?" The old matriarch inquired. Xie Jinnan affirmed, "Absolutely true." She appeared as if she had more to say, but hesitated. "Speak plainly. I have no patience for ambiguity," the old matriarch urged. Xie Jinnan glanced at Lu Huilan before stating, "Although Yengu has been at the morning hall these past days, he has often been caught napping. Mother has seen him several times and remarked that she would rather adopt a beggar than Yengu. Lu Huilan felt as if struck by lightning, her world collapsing around her. The old matriarch's expression darkened. If this were true, then Yengu truly lacked decency, showing no sorrow for his deceased uncle. Such a cold-hearted child. No wonder the second branch looked down upon him. Xie Jinnan's gaze shifted. Moreover, mother insists on adopting a child with good academic standing. The Xie family simply does not have any outstanding children, which is why she favors the nephew from her uncle's family. Everyone in the household knows that Xie Yin is notorious for his penchant for skipping classes and indulging in frivolities, a scoundrel in the eyes of the tutor. One must not speak too much. It is better to allude to matters. Xie Jinnan gracefully excused herself, calling for Xie Luqing to leave with her. Once outside the Shanhua Hall, Xie Jinnan wore an impassive expression, while Xie Luqing, feeling anxious, reached out to grasp her hand. "Elder sister." Xie Jinnan shook off her hand. "Do not call me elder sister. Have you taken to reporting? I truly do not understand why you continuously undermine our own family." Xie Luqing, do you still remember which branch you belong to? A fleeting panic crossed Xie Luqing's eyes, quickly vanishing. "Elder sister, I did not report. I merely encountered grandmother on the way, and she pressed me for answers." Xie Jinnan suddenly gripped her chin, coldly warning, "Sister, if you dare to conspire with the main branch against our own family again, it will be more than just a slap. That slap was merely a warning. Do you understand?" Xie Luqing's heart jolted, her eyes reddening. "Elder sister, I truly apologize. Why are you so enraged? I do not understand. Do you not care for me anymore?" She resorted to her usual tactic of feigning innocence and seeking pity. Inwardly, Xie Luqing clenched her teeth, resenting Xie Jinnan's sudden, fierce temperament. How could elder sister not care for you? She simply despises your lack of diligence. A peculiar glimmer crossed Xie Jinnan's eyes, and she affectionately caressed her face. Xie Luqing's breath quickened, feeling tense and uneasy under Xie Jinnan's unpredictable mood. "You are still young and do not grasp the gravity of the situation. Matters of adoption cannot be trifled with. It is for our own good that mother refuses to adopt Xie Yin. Do you comprehend?" Xie Luqing's expression flickered with uncertainty, and she tentatively asked, "What does elder sister mean by that?" Chapter 6. The temptation of Xie Luqing. Xie Jinnan glanced at her sister and continued, "Mother wishes to adopt an exceptional son, one who will excel in the imperial examinations and ascend the ranks of government. As elder sisters, we will have more confidence in our marital homes. The glory of our brother is intrinsically linked to our own. Do you not agree?" Xie Luqing paused slightly, acknowledging the reasonableness of her sister's words. Thus, Hunger is nearing his examination. Once the mourning period concludes, it will be the opportune time for us sisters to discuss marriage. If our brother succeeds in becoming a Xiao, then the title of Jiren will be within reach, paving the way for boundless prospects. We may even be able to attract suitors from more distinguished families. Xie Jinnan's tone shifted. Conversely, if the second branch adopts a fool, merely living an ordinary life would be considered fortunate. However, should they choose a debauched scoundrel who indulges in gambling and vice, he could squander the family fortune, shattering the future of the second branch. Not only would he fail to be our support, but he could also bring disgrace upon us in our marital homes. Hence, mother has resolutely opposed grandmother's wishes to adopt a child from our uncle's family. This is not merely an act of defiance against our aunt, but a well-considered decision for the future of us sisters. Having spoken, Xie Jinnan scrutinized Xie Luqing's expression, eager to discern her reaction. Xie Luqing halted, contemplating her sister's words, which bore a semblance of truth. Yet, doubts lingered in her heart. The sharpness in Xie Luqing's gaze seemed to probe into Xie Jinnan's innermost thoughts. prompting her to tentatively suggest, "Sister, if you truly believe this, why not persuade mother to adopt Shengge instead? His academic performance is commendable, and being from the first branch would eliminate any familial discord." Xie Jinnan's countenance darkened, revealing her suspicion. How could that be? Who is unaware that our uncle and aunt dote on Xie Jinnan? They are desperate to push him forward, neglecting all mention of Sheng. It is clear they do not cherish Sheng. If mother were to favor Sheng over Yin, would that not be a direct affront to our aunt? Hence, mother would rather have neither. Moreover, the two of them combined cannot compare to a son from the Earl's house. But hasn't Team Mother always favored Sheng? Xie Luing pressed, attempting to glean more from Xie Jinnan's expression. He is merely a nephew. Does not my sister also hold affection for Yin? Yet, when it concerns the future of the second branch, can we afford to disregard the bigger picture? Xie Jinnan retorted calmly. Xie Luing awkwardly tugged at her lips, the unfounded suspicion in her heart dissipating. Yin may still have potential. After all, he was her own brother, and even if it were the truth, she could not allow outsiders to belittle him. Xie Jinnan shot her a glance. As the saying goes, one can see the old by the age of 3. Yin is already 9, and each day is spent either skipping lessons or fighting. He has already been advised to withdraw by several tutors. What prospects could he possibly have? Xie Luing fell silent. She was an exceedingly self-serving individual. Should her own interests be threatened, she would turn against anyone without a moment's hesitation. Hence, in her past life, Xie Jinnan met her demise at the hands of Xie Luing, who sought to conceal her origins as the daughter of a cripple and a poor family. Now, with Yan's future at stake, one could only wonder what choices Xie Luing would make. Regardless, Xie Jinnan had elucidated the gravity of the situation. Drawing closer, she took on the elder sister's role, gently arranging Xie Luing's somewhat disheveled hair. Do you now comprehend why I was so upset? It is evident that they are plotting against us, and yet you choose to speak in favor of outsiders. How can I not be angered? Xie Jinnan's lips moved gracefully, her voice soft yet persuasive, as if weaving an enchanting spell. Sister, do you not wish to flaunt your glory in your future marital home? To speak candidly, we sisters will eventually become outsiders. The inheritance of family wealth will not concern us. However, the success of this stepbrother will directly impact our standing in our marital families. Xie Luing's expression froze, her silence lingering for a long while. Sister is gravely mistaken. She is truly Navi. The elder sister is correct. She touched her cheek, a flicker of complex emotions crossing her eyes. If the future of the second branch were at stake, it was indeed prudent to adopt an outstanding stepson. As the legitimate second daughter of the second branch, the prowess of her stepbrother would inevitably affect her own future. But what of Yin? He was her own brother. Xie Jinnan's smile did not reach her eyes. I have articulated the reasoning clearly. If you continue to be obstinate, you will truly wound both my and mother's hearts. Xie Luing was taken aback, forcing a smile. I shall not. With Xie Jinnan's words weighing heavily upon her, she could no longer defend Yin. Out of the corner of her eye, Xie Jinnan caught sight of a figure. Silly sister, think it over. Return and have someone apply a soothing balm to your face. I must first seek out mother. She cast a loving glance at Xie Luing before turning to leave. Left alone, Xie Luing stood still for a moment before hastily departing. What has transpired? Xie Jinnan's face was cold, her beautiful almond-shaped eyes brimming with indifference, as if the tender elder sister for moments before had vanished. Chuntao hurried over, whispering, I have relayed your instructions to Lord Chang. He was furious, his face dark as thunder, yet he restrained himself due to the presence of guests. Chuntao was Xie Jinnan's trusted maid, her round face resembling a pink peach. Xie Jinnan had sent her to convey a message to her uncle, Lord Xiechang. She intended to shift the blame from Mother's refusal to adopt Yin entirely onto her aunt, claiming that it was her fault for pushing matters to an extreme. Though Lord Chang lacked ambition, his temper was not to be trifled with, and thus, life for her aunt would surely be difficult. When the proposed solutions became unacceptable, the Xie family would seek a compromise, persuading mother to abandon that ludicrous decision. Adopting a child from another family was indeed a preposterous choice, while Xiesheng was the very compromise they needed. Mother was adamant in her disdain for Yin. The more she appeared to favor the children of her uncle's family, the more anxious the Xie family would become. Grandmother, Lu Huilan, Uncle Xie Luing, each had their own agendas. Lu Huilan would never allow Xiesheng to return to the second branch, but the others might not be as resolute. People are inherently selfish, when weighing benefits and drawbacks, they would discover that Xie Sheng was indeed the best option. Would Lu Huilan be able to withstand the pressure from so many? Xie Jinnan intended to compel them to beseech the second branch to adopt Xie Sheng. As for Xie Yin, a mischievous 9-year-old, he currently had no inkling of what it meant to be adopted by the second branch. At the Shanhangtang, after Xie Jinnan and Xie Luying departed, Lu Huilan paced anxiously before the old matriarch. "What shall we do, mother? We cannot allow my sister-in-law to act recklessly." The old matriarch furrowed her brows tightly, displeased. "This is a foolish mess of your own making. Now I know to be anxious. Do you realize that had I not intervened, the reputation of the first branch would have been utterly ruined today? You too would have been drowned in public scorn, and our Xie family would suffer great humiliation." Lu Huilan, finally grasping the gravity of the situation, felt a wave of panic wash over her. "I am grateful, mother, for your timely intervention. Otherwise, I too might have succumbed to their pressures." With a clenched jaw, she dropped to her knees. Chapter 7. Lu Huilan's fury against Xie Sheng, my daughter-in-law, recognizes her mistakes. "Please, mother, devise a plan. You may utilize your authority as matriarch and demand that my sister-in-law comply with your wishes. If she dares to defy you, the outside world will certainly criticize her," Lu Huilan pleaded. The old matriarch shook her head with a sigh. "The Murong family holds a higher status than ours, and your father-in-law passed away early. If the earl's household intervenes, how can an old woman like me stand in their way?" At these words, Lu Huilan's countenance darkened further. She had nearly forgotten that the Murong family was connected to the earl's house, a prestigious lineage. The Murong clan was a secondary daughter marrying down, not the child of a lesser family, who could be easily manipulated. Lu Huilan collapsed onto the ground, seething with resentment. Is having maternal family to back you up so impressive? Why must they turn their elbows outward? No, she cannot succumb just yet. She must strategize for Yin Gur. The old lady's gaze towards her was tinged with a subtle annoyance. It is no wonder Yin Xiang holds disdain for Yin Gur. Indeed, Yin Gur has proven to be quite disappointing at the tender age of 9, unable to recite even a few lines of the 3-character classic, instead indulging in reckless play. Does she not understand that spoiling a child is akin to harming them? The old lady recalled what Xie Jinnan had just said, feeling a twinge of disappointment towards Yin Gur. After all, he is her son, and how could she not feel heartbroken? Yet, Yin Gur had the audacity to doze off at the funeral hall. Had Lu Huilan properly raised her child, Yin Gur would not have behaved in such a manner. The old lady's regret deepened. How could she have allowed Lu Huilan into the family? Truly, marrying an unworthy wife ruins 3 generations. Lu Huilan felt wronged, on the verge of tears. Yin Gur is still so young. How could he sit still? Could her daughter-in-law bind him to the school? Upon hearing this, the old lady realized she was speaking to a wall and waved dismissively. "Enough, you do not comprehend, so I shall not waste my breath. Since Yin Xiang does not want Yin Gur, the only option left is to persuade her to adopt Sheng Gur. Sheng Gur is intelligent and eager to learn, showing promise. Under your name, he would call you mother, and even if he goes to the second branch, he would still show you filial piety in the future." Lu Huilan's head snapped up, exclaiming, "No, that won't do, mother-in-law. What if Sheng's origins are revealed? The consequences are unimaginable." Her voice dwindled. The old lady slammed the table, her tone leaving no room for refusal. "If you were aware of the dire consequences, how could you have been so bold in the first place? Whether it be Yin Gur or Sheng Gur, under no circumstances must a member of the Murong family enter our family tree." Lu Huilan trembled in fear, her face streaked with tears. Just as she was about to speak, the old lady, impatient, dismissed her. "Leave." Reluctantly, Lu Huilan exited the Shanhutang, her eyes blazing with resentment, her body trembling with rage. The fortune that Yin Gur cannot enjoy, does that wretched bastard deserve it? The assets of the second branch must belong to Yin Gur. She would do whatever it takes to ensure Yin Gur is placed in the second branch. The following day, after a long night, the dawn broke cold in April, the chill filling the lungs with each breath, causing shivers. Xie Sheng, in a hurry, wore only a wrinkled thin garment, but fortunately, Xie Jinnan had draped a thick padded cloak over him the night before, so he had not succumbed to the cold. Noticing the bloodshot eyes of Xie Sheng, who had not slept for 2 nights, Xie Jinnan said, "With dawn upon us, there is no need for Sheng Gur to linger here. Go have something warm to eat." Your mother has prepared a resting place for you at the water pavilion. You should take a break. The water pavilion, belonging to the second branch, was a pleasant courtyard. Thank you, cousin, but I shall return, Xie Sheng politely declined. Xie Jinnan did not press further, saying, all right, take care on your way. Xie Sheng bid farewell to Xie Jinnan, returning alone to the main house, while she watched his frail figure disappear into the distance. He resided in the Qingzhou courtyard, a small and secluded abode with only one room. His mother had told him that this house was arranged by the second branch, and the main house could not intervene, urging him to be more understanding. He had been quite understanding, having lived there for many years. Mother? Mother is well. On his way back, Xie Sheng encountered Lu Huilan. Having just finished breakfast with Xie Yin, Lu Huilan was furious upon seeing Xie Sheng, her teeth clenched in anger, with nowhere to vent her frustration. She raised her hand and slapped him, her face twisted with hatred. You ungrateful wretch, who told you to come back? Did you go to the second branch to curry favor? Crying and bowing. Who are you trying to impress? Do you think I am unaware of your intentions? You just want to overshadow your brother and have the second branch adopt you. Look in the mirror. They wouldn't even glance at you. The more she spoke, the angrier she became. She seized Xie Sheng's ear, sharply questioning, what have I told you before? Stay far away from the second branch. Are you deaf? Are your ears merely for decoration? This was in public, with servants occasionally passing by, their heads bowed and hastening their steps, unwilling to provoke her wrath. Xie Sheng merely lowered his head, allowing Lu Huilan to yank at his ear without resistance, acknowledging his wrongdoing. Lu Huilan huffed in anger. Aren't you close with the second branch? Go persuade them to adopt your brother. If the second branch rejects Yin Gur, you will regret it. After unleashing her fury, she felt somewhat relieved. As she turned to leave, she shot Xie Sheng a fierce glare before striding away. Xie Sheng stood there for an indeterminate time. Xie Jinnan rushed over, her face filled with concern, saying, Shengger, the feng shui master is about to arrive. As the only son of the family and a scholar, it is necessary for you to discuss matters with him. I must trouble you for a moment, if you will. Xie Sheng hastily turned aside, wiping his face with his sleeve. It's nothing. Xie Jinnan grasped his wrist tightly. If it's nothing, then good. Hurry. The timing of the burial and the selection of the gravesite are matters of utmost importance. Even the slightest error could impact future generations. Xie Jinnan walked briskly, and Xie Sheng had to run a few steps to keep up. As he looked at her hand gripping his, he felt her hold was strong, almost painful. Yet it brought him an inexplicable sense of comfort, as if her strength seeped into him, alleviating his loneliness and helplessness. Though her face remained calm, there was a simmering anger in Xie Jinnan's eyes. In this new life, she vowed to never be a meek and subservient person again. She would ensure that Lu Huilan would pay for slapping Xie Sheng, and it would be swift. After venting her anger on Xie Sheng, Lu Huilan felt much lighter, her steps even a bit lighter. Yet, lost in her thoughts, she stumbled and fell hard against the corner wall, exclaiming ouch. The pain made her grimace, tears streaming down her face as she felt something sticky on her hand. Looking down, she was horrified to see blood. Heaven's blood! That cursed wall, one day I shall have my revenge. Lu Huilan clutched her head, feeling as if her brain were rattling, cursing the wall. Unnoticed in the shadows, a wooden stick was quietly withdrawn, and Chun Tao chuckled, turning to leave. She had not expected the eldest daughter to have such a mischievous side, but she was quite pleased to see Lu Huilan's misfortune. When they reached a crowded area, Xie Jinnan released her grip. Xie Sheng's hand hung in the air for a moment before he lowered it, feeling warmth in his wrist. Cousin, were we supposed to meet the feng shui master? Where are we going? Xie Sheng finally realized they were not headed in the right direction. Where could they possibly be going? Chapter 8. Xie Jinnan seeks revenge for Xie Sheng. Xie Jinnan's expression remained unchanged, saying, the feng shui master will arrive shortly. You should wait for him at the water pavilion. Xie Sheng was momentarily stunned, only then comprehending that this was not about meeting any feng shui master. His cousin must have seen something. Xie Sheng's eyes suddenly grew warm, and despite thinking it was nothing, his heart swelled with emotion. He had endured many scoldings throughout his life, but being cared for in this way made him feel unexpectedly aggrieved. What a failure! He cursed himself inwardly. Inside the water pavilion, Murong had already arranged meals, hot water, clean clothes, and fresh bedding. Once everything was prepared, she eagerly awaited, unable to sit still. You all may leave now, said Mama Li, dismissing the servants. Xie Jinnan had used the feng shui master as an excuse to summon Xie Sheng. As the eldest grandson of the Xie family, his presence was necessary for discussions regarding auspicious locations, thus entirely reasonable. Since the feng shui master had yet to arrive, it was normal for him to wait at the water pavilion. Even if the main house learned of this, they could not raise objections. Furthermore, the feng shui master was sent by the Murong family, a trusted ally, and would indeed be arriving soon. Xie Jinnan led Xie Sheng into the water pavilion and shut the door, urging him to eat some hot soup to fill his stomach. There was hot water available for a wash, and after a good sleep, they could discuss matters with the feng shui master a later time. Xie Sheng gazed at the bountiful spread before him, finally feeling the emptiness in his stomach after 2 days without food. He devoured the meal ravenously, recalling that no one in Qingzhou Xian had prepared food for him, let alone hot water or bedding. The servants in the courtyard treated him with disdain. His mother showed him no affection, and the servants cast him cold glances. Each time he returned home, he was met only with damp, sour bedding that he had to dry himself. He had long yearned for a day when his mother might show him a semblance of kindness. Yet he never anticipated that the first time he would experience such treatment would be courtesy of his cousin Jinnan. As these thoughts flooded his mind, he felt a tumult of emotions. Exhausted, he took a bath and sank into the soft bedding, falling into a deep slumber as soon as his head touched the pillow. After Xie Sheng retired to his inner chamber, Murong emerged from behind the screen, her eyes reddened. She had been watching him eat the entire time. Murong was filled with words she longed to express. Hush! Xie Jinnan shook her head, guiding her mother to a side room. Before they had even settled, Murong hurriedly spoke. Jinnan, why can't we reveal the truth to Shenggu'er? If we must keep it hidden, why did you stop me from going out? And why is Shenggu'er's face so flushed? I understand your eagerness to reunite with your son, but you must remain calm, Xie Jinnan softly reassured her mother. She had concealed the matter of Xie Sheng being punished, knowing that it would only agitate Murong further. Our primary concern now is to have Shenggu'er adopted back into the second house. Everything else pales in comparison. It is of utmost importance. Your desire to recognize him is natural, yet we must exercise caution. Your behavior yesterday was commendable, but Shenggu'er is still young. We can keep secrets, but can he? What if he inadvertently reveals something? Have you considered the consequences? Gradually, Murong calmed herself, pursing her lips in contemplation. Realizing her mother was listening, Xie Jinnan elucidated the gravity of the situation. They will adamantly deny it. Even if you seek help from uncle, the Murong family can only offer limited assistance. The time has passed too long. Who can prove that Shenggu'er is indeed your flesh and blood? We lack evidence, and uncle cannot aid us. It would be exceedingly difficult to bring Shenggu'er back. Xie Luiying is unpredictable. Who knows what she might do? Thus, we cannot afford to alert the enemy. The fewer people who know, the better. Once Shenggu'er returns to the second house, there will be ample opportunities for mother and son to reunite. You need not rush. Upon hearing this, Murong furrowed her brow, finally comprehending the situation. She grasped Xie Jinnan's hand tightly, unconsciously relying on her for support. Thank goodness my child is level-headed. Yes, now is not the time for haste. We have plenty of time ahead. If you prevent me from recognizing him, then I shan't. I will wait until Shenggu'er is in the second house before I acknowledge him. Is that acceptable? Xie Jinnan nodded, gently patting Murong's hand for comfort. I understand, mother, that you do not wish for Shenggu'er to suffer in the first house. After the mourning period, he will return to the academy. We just need to endure a few more days, especially since we have each other to rely on. Murong readily agreed. Very well, I shall heed your advice. Yesterday you suggested I adopt a firmer stance, to appear disinterested in Xie Yin and to disregard Xie Sheng. I noticed that your grandmother seemed displeased. Perhaps this will compel her to allow us to adopt Shenggu'er. A cold smile crept across Xie Jinnan's lips. Indeed, for grandmother would never permit mother to adopt a child from the Murong family. Moreover, the relatives from the Xie family are watching closely. Grandmother will not allow them to benefit. If you show disinterest in Xie Yin, she will naturally push Xie Sheng towards you, compelling you to adopt him. Suddenly, Murong recalled something and asked, does your grandmother know? Xie Jinnan paused for a moment. Though the truth was harsh, her mother needed to be informed. Your grandmother must be aware. Such a significant matter as a child exchange cannot be conducted without her knowledge. Murong's pupils dilated, her eyes turning crimson as she gritted her teeth. That wretched old woman. For years, I have managed the household. ensuring that the finest incense and delicacies are sent to Shana Hall. The medicine she consumes is from prescriptions I obtained from the imperial physician through my maternal family. I have spared no expense on precious medicinal herbs, and the entire capital lauds me as a dutiful daughter-in-law. Yet she treats me with such disdain. Tears streamed down her face as she wept, cursing and lamenting. How could she bear to watch Shung Guter suffer in the first house without taking action? How could she? Murong cried until her tears ran dry, her eyes shimmering with resentment. Jinnan, we cannot allow them to have an easy time. Xie Jinnan's gaze darkened. Of course. With much yet to accomplish today, Murong decided to rest and regain her strength, while Xie Jinnan remained awake. Occupied with her tasks, she gathered a few remnants of Xie Sheng's meal and instructed Chun Tao to place them in a food box before seeking out her uncle. Many relatives had arrived to help the previous day, and her uncle needed to entertain guests, having spent the night socializing to uphold the dignity of the eldest brother. "Dear niece, what brings you here?" Xie Chong asked in surprise. Tall and imposing, he walked with a limp in his right leg, his appearance unique, with a blend of simplicity and shrewdness. His perpetually furrowed brow revealed deep-set lines of frustration and a hint of aggression. While he presented himself as honest and straightforward to the outside world, his family knew that he had a volatile temper and often quarreled with his wife. As a man with a penchant for drinking, Xie Jinnan brought not only food, but also a flask of warm wine. She greeted him respectfully and said gently, "Uncle, I know you have been tirelessly managing my father's funeral these past few days. As your niece, I cannot be of much help, but I have prepared some food for you. Please take it." Flattered by the compliment in front of others, Xie Chong felt a swell of pride. "My dear niece truly understands. Your father's matters are my own. How can I not take them to heart? Rest assured, I will treat you as my own daughter from now on." At that moment, the relatives had finished their breakfast, but Xie Chong had been too preoccupied to eat. Upon this reminder, he felt a pang of hunger. You may not know this, but Chapter 9. Lu Hulan's reckless words lead to strife. Xie Chang's eyes lit up at the sight of the food. Such a feast. And wine too. I suppose I should abstain today, as there are still matters to attend to. Despite his words, his gaze lingered on the wine. The temptation undeniable after days without a drop. Xie Jinnan assisted him in setting the table, pouring a bowl of warm wine. "You worked hard, uncle. You deserve something good. It's chilly in the morning. A warm drink will surely comfort you." A few sips one tea hurt. Initially, she had expected Lu Huilan to prepare a meal for Xie Chong, fearing they might have overprepared. However, it turned out he hadn't eaten yet, so she urged him to enjoy the food while it was still warm. The mention of Lu Huilan caused Xie Chong's expression to darken. He hadn't yet found the opportunity to confront her. "Did you have something to say, Jinnan?" Xie Jinnan's eyes flickered as she replied, "Yesterday, my mother had a disagreement with Aunt. In her anger, she spoke some harsh words, but she regretted it upon returning home, realizing she shouldn't have said such hurtful things. Considering that you are the head of the family, our CF family will rely on your leadership in the future. So I wish to ask you to convey a conciliatory message to Aunt. After all, we are family, and we must continue to coexist harmoniously." In a fit of anger, my mother openly expressed her disdain for Yin Guer in front of grandmother, which incited grandmother's ire as well. As the argument escalated, my niece instructed Chun Tao to inform you of the situation. Xie Chang's expression was far from pleasant. He merely drank in silence. Likely already aware of the event from yesterday, through Chun Tao, Xie Jinnan, perceptive as ever, promptly refilled his cup after he finished drinking. Exchanging glances with Chun Tao, Xie Jinnan continued, "After a night has passed, my mother feels that her words were too harsh. Yin Guer has been under her care since childhood, and she shouldn't have spoken so. However, her pride prevents her from apologizing, so she requested uncle to convey a softer message." Xie Chong abruptly cursed, "That foolish woman. She is far beneath your mother, babbling nonsense all day. She ought to apologize instead. Rest assured, niece, I will compel her to make amends with your mother. What does it matter about apologies? I'm more concerned that Aunt might hold a grudge," Xie Jinnan replied gently. Xie Chong scoffed, "Hold a grudge? Does she even have the face to do so?" When it came to Lu Huilan, Xie Chong held nothing but disdain. His younger brother married a refined and educated woman, while he was stuck with an illiterate, boorish wife who spent her days gossiping about others. Xie Jinnan paused before saying, "I believe uncle is the most reasonable. When my mother adopts a son, uncle will need to be present." Xie Chong sighed in relief. Despite the quarrel, It seemed that the second household was still going to adopt Yin Gur. Of course I will attend. It is indeed fortunate for Yin Gur that your mother does not reject him. Xie Jinnan's expression turned surprised as she explained, Uncle has misunderstood. It is not Yin Gur, but rather a cousin from my maternal side. Xie Chang's face fell, his chopsticks clattering to the table. What? This cannot be. How can we adopt someone from the Earl's family? They aren't even of the same surname. Our CF family's matters have nothing to do with the Murong family. But once the adoption occurs, won't they share the same surname? Xie Jinnan spoke softly. Mother mentioned this last night. Aunt and grandmother are both aware. And I assumed Uncle already knew. Is that not the case? Xie Chang's demeanor darkened. Of course, Aunt wouldn't dare tell me. Grandmother hasn't had a moment to discuss it. Is your mother truly resolved on this? He refused to give up hope. Xie Jinnan nodded gently. Today, someone from the Earl's household has already arrived. My mother will take this opportunity to mention it to a few uncles, and we will discuss which child to adopt later. Xie Chang's anger flared, and he muttered under his breath, that wretched woman. He abruptly stood up, leaving without a word. Uncle, please do not overthink this. This matter does not concern Aunt. Xie Jinnan feigned an attempt to dissuade him, but before she could finish, Xie Chang had already vanished. She watched his furious retreat, then calmly seated herself and poured herself a cup of pu'er tea. As a large wine jar was drained one cup after another, the small wine cup beside was already emptied. Chun Tao glanced at the direction Xie Chang had taken, then at Xie Jinnan, feeling quite anxious. Miss, can this truly work? Xie Jinnan gently swirled her teacup, her lips parting slightly. Yesterday, I had you inform him that Aunt had angered my mother. He's been seething with rage ever since. Now that he knows my mother wishes to adopt a child from my maternal side, how could he possibly contain himself? He will undoubtedly seek out Aunt to settle the score. Uncle has never favored Aunt, and with her having caused such a ruckus, how could he let her off the hook? Having drunk, he is likely to act impulsively. Just wait and see. There will be quite a spectacle from the main house. Is it possible it could lead to a fight? Chun Tao's eyes sparkled with excitement at the thought. Xie Jinnan recalled the scene from that morning and replied coldly. She deserves it. Aunt is a blabbermouth. In a fit of anger, she would say anything. If Uncle cannot best her with words, he will resort to violence. Xie Jinnan turned to Chun Tao. I remember you have a distant cousin working as a maid in the main house. How is your relationship with her? Are you referring to San and I? The servant has a good relationship with her. We often played together as children, Chun Tao replied. Xie Jinnan nodded slightly, taking a moment before uttering two words, very good. In the main house, at Hung Wu Yuan, Lu Huailan was sleeping soundly, snoring loudly, when she was suddenly yanked out of bed. Wretched woman, how dare you sleep? Lu Huailan opened her eyes to see Xie Chang, reeking of alcohol, glaring at her menacingly. What do you want? What drunken madness is this? She exclaimed angrily. I want to know if your sister-in-law intends to adopt her nephew from her family. Lu Huailan froze, her gaze evasive. She insists on adopting from her family, and I have tried to persuade her, but to no avail. She looks down on us. Husband, you must think of a way to ensure Yin Gur is placed in the second household. Xie Chang's eyes narrowed dangerously. Your sister-in-law has always been gentle. If she is now considering going to her family to adopt a child, it must be because you have provoked her. Are you still refusing to speak the truth? At this, Lu Huailan sat up abruptly, her tone dripping with sarcasm. Gentle? Did you not see how she cursed me yesterday, pointing her finger at my nose? Oomph. She is so kind, so perfect. Her family, her looks, why did you not marry her instead? What nonsense are you spouting? Always rambling. Xie Chang retorted. Lu Huailan felt a pang of bitterness. After all these years in the CF family, not once have I heard you praise me. You always speak so fondly of your sister-in-law. Don't think I don't know. You have always been infatuated with Murong Yin Xiang, haven't you? But she certainly does not fancy you. She threw her hands up in exasperation. Now look, your brother is dead, and the second household is lonely. As the elder uncle, don't you think you have a chance now? Just be careful you don't get bitten by a dog one night while climbing over the wall. Xie Chang's forehead throbbed with fury, his gaze icy. Seeing his expression, Lu Huailan felt a shiver run down her spine, yet she pressed on defiantly. Why are you looking at me like that? I haven't said anything wrong. Unable to contain his anger, Xie Chang seized her by the collar, delivering a couple of sharp slaps. I will not let you speak nonsense. How dare you hit me? Are you hitting me for Murong Yin Xiang? The room erupted into chaos, with furniture and porcelain flying amid the shouting and breaking sounds. Outside in the courtyard, The servants exchanged worried glances, too afraid to utter a word, for such tumultuous scenes were not new to them. Zhu Mama, who was close to Lu Huailan, anxiously patted her thigh. Though they were master and servant, they had grown up in the same village and shared a distant familial bond. Zhu Mama hurried out, racing to the Shawnee Hall. This is terrible. Someone is bound to get hurt. Chapter 10. The greed and selfishness of the elder uncle, who only seeks to benefit his own son. After the uproar in Hung Wu Yuan, Chun Tao returned with news, relaying it to Xie Jinnan. Eventually, Aunt Shunze, who served the old lady, arrived and summoned everyone to the Shawnee Hall, warning that anyone who dared to spread rumors would be dragged out and beaten to death. Chun Tao spoke until her throat was dry, needing to drink 2 cups of tea to quench her thirst. Xie Jinnan lightly tapped the table with her fingers, her tone cheerful. It is commendable that grandmother, despite her illness and advanced age, still has to bear such burdens. It is not easy. With the recent death of her younger brother, it was indeed embarrassing for the elder brother and his wife to be at odds. It is no wonder that grandmother wished to suppress this. There had been no whispers from the second household. Chun Tao gasped in surprise. Madame Lu from the main house must have a bruised face. Given her temperament, she is bound to make a scene. Xie Jinnan chuckled softly. No, not at all. In the current situation, grandmother and uncle will not allow her to cause a ruckus. The antics that work in the countryside will find no purchase here in this large household. There are plenty of ways to silence her. Xie Chong stood silently with a gloomy expression, while Lu Hualan's swollen cheeks and disheveled hair reflected her distress as she wept uncontrollably, covering her face. The elderly matriarch sighed, placing her hand on her forehead, lamenting, "How tragic that my son died while in office, and now we are still holding a funeral. The disgraceful behavior of my brothers and sisters-in-law is enough to stir discord at such a time." Alas! Hearing this, Xie Chong felt a wave of shame wash over him. Now sober from his earlier inebriation, he reflected on his impulsive actions. Had it not been for that woman's sharp tongue, he would not have lost his temper. With his thought, he cast a disdainful glance at Lu Huilan. Lu Huilan felt a deep bitterness in her heart. She had endured endless grievances in this household, and her husband never showed her any affection. A mere complaint would provoke him to violence. "Mother, you must stand up for me. My husband suddenly flew into a drunken rage. I barely spoke a word before he struck me," she sobbed. The elderly matriarch's expression hardened. Barely spoke a word? This gossipy woman, Yun Jing, has just lost her husband. Do you not realize that your words could ruin her reputation, or even cost her life? Does your husband still care for his dignity? As the eldest sister-in-law, with children of her own, she behaves with no semblance of propriety, only spewing nonsense. Lu Huilan choked on her words, murmuring, "That was just a moment of anger. It should not be taken seriously. How dare you retort? Your behavior has been disgraceful, and with your face in such a state, is truly unfit for public view. Return to Huangwu Courtyard and copy the women's rules 10 times. Once the funeral for your second brother is concluded, you may re-emerge," the matriarch decreed. Upon hearing this, Lu Huilan's face turned pale. "Mother, I am of considerable age. How can I be confined? If word of this gets out, I would be utterly humiliated. Furthermore, I can barely read, so copying the text would only yield meaningless replication, and I would not grasp its essence." The matriarch ignored her pleas and stated, "You are merely grieving excessively and have fallen ill. Your absence will not be noticed. Go." Aunt Shunze stepped forward to escort Lu Huilan out. Her face was a deep shade of purple from suppressed emotions, and she had no choice but to rise and take her leave. After Lu Huilan exited, the matriarch turned to Xie Chong, her tone softening. "Cheng'er, we are at a critical juncture for your brother's funeral. Today, his colleagues from the officialdom will come to pay their respects, all of them prominent figures. This is an excellent opportunity for networking. How can you afford a drink?" Xie Chong felt agitated. He had consumed some alcohol to ward off the morning chill, and had it not been for her reckless words, he would not have resorted to violence. "Why must I marry such a shrew?" he lamented. The matriarch continued, "I understand that you have been unhappy for many years, but both of you are no longer young, and the children have grown. She is ultimately your wife. What example does it set for the children if you strike her? If you dislike her, simply avoid her. I have my eye on a few of those concubines." He added, "In time, I could select some younger maidens to serve you." The matriarch interjected, "Let's not be sidetracked. By the way, is it true your sister-in-law intends to adopt a nephew from her family?" Xie Chong inquired. The matriarch sighed deeply, There are few in our family who are at peace. I made it clear yesterday that I do not want the children from the first house. Do either of these two daughters-in-law bring me any comfort? Xie Chang's expression darkened. It was all that wretched woman's doing. I would have been better off marrying a mute for peace. The matriarch sipped her nourishing tea, regaining her composure before adding, I perceive that Yun Jing does not hold Yin Gu'er in high regard. Don't take offense. Yin Gu'er is indeed rather playful, and you must educate him properly. In contrast, Sheng Gu'er has repeatedly topped the examinations at the academy. Xie Chang's demeanor shifted. In due time, I shall send Yin Gu'er to a school outside, ensuring he remains there for at least 10 days to a fortnight. Under the guidance of a tutor, he will surely excel. He believed Sheng's success was due to his attendance at Baichuan Academy, known for its strict management and producing many outstanding scholars. The matriarch did not beat around the bush. Stating her thoughts directly, Chang'er, why not allow Sheng Gu'er to return to the second household? We cannot truly let her adopt from her family, allowing the Earl's residents to seize our family's fortunes. How could we face our ancestors? Xie Chang frowned deeply. What? That cannot be. Besides, did not my sister-in-law say she did not want children from the first house? Yun Jing is not unreasonable. Her remarks were made in anger. I shall persuade her again in due time. Regardless, we cannot allow the Morong family to adopt. Xie Chang scratched his head in agitation. He indeed wished for Yin Gu'er to be taken in by the second household, envisioning a bright future for him. Yet, the second household did not desire Yin Gu'er. If Yin Gu'er had been exceptional, there would be no such dilemma today. This thought only deepened his disdain for Lu Huilan. It was all her fault for spoiling the child. The matriarch seemed to read his thoughts. I know what you were thinking. Both you and your wife have your own interests at heart. Yin Gu'er is your biological son, hence your desire for him to inherit the second household's assets. However, Sheng Gu'er is also legally your son. Only we few know this. It shall never be revealed. You are the nominal father of Sheng Gu'er, and should he find success, he will not lack for filial piety towards you. Sheng Gu'er will also care for Yin Gu'er, just as your brother cared for you. With your brother gone, you are now the pillar of the family. You must have foresight and not allow your foolish wife to sway you, no matter how significant other matters may seem. They pale in comparison to the rise and fall of the Xie family. Upon hearing this, Xie Chang's expression grew even more troubled, and he felt a surge of anger. Mother, do you understand what it means for Yin Gu'er to be adopted by the second household? Whoever is adopted will undoubtedly have a brilliant future. Sheng Gu'er is indeed promising. He will surely thrive, but it is Yin Gu'er's lack of ambition that makes me want to send him to the second household. Even if Yin Gu'er leads a mundane life, he should at least enjoy a better existence. He is my only son. How can I not plan for him? Please, mother, do not speak of this again. My second brother may have cared for him, but living on the charity of others is ultimately a loss of face. He too desires a life of glory. My second brother enjoys great success and can marry a beautiful wife. Yet what do I have? I have nothing. Those who enjoy success can easily bestow minor favors upon others. What is so remarkable about that? Such immense wealth is undoubtedly better enjoyed by one's own child. He longs for Xie Yin to be among the prosperous, not to be the recipient of charity. Seeing Xie Chang so stirred up, the matriarch felt a pang of guilt and swiftly changed the subject. I understand your concerns. A parent's love for their child is indeed profound, and you care for Yin Gu'er, wishing for his well-being. I too care for Yin Gu'er and wish for him to find happiness in the second household. Unfortunately, your sister-in-law does not see it that way. If she did, I would not have to bring up Sheng Gu'er as an alternative. Sheng Gu'er is a lost short. Shenger, do you understand this mother's heartfelt concerns? The matriarch felt deep sympathy for her eldest son, burdened by guilt. Had she intervened back then to prevent Xie Chang from leaving, he would not have encountered that vicious woman who would strike others without hesitation. If her eldest son had not suffered that injury, he would not have languished in obscurity for so many years, nor would he have married someone as foolish as Lu Huilan. Perhaps he could have achieved success like the second brother, passing the examinations and rising to prominence. Xie Chang's gaze darkened with understanding. He knew his mother's intentions. However, if pressured by the clan's elders, his sister-in-law could not defy the wishes of her superiors, especially as she had always been respectful, perhaps. Little did he know, the matriarch scoffed. Elders in the clan? Do you not realize they are watching too? Do you not have male cousins in those families? Xie Chang's expression turned icy. His voice laced with contempt. They can dream on. How absurd. The matriarch, exhausted, spoke gently, "Return and think this over carefully." Perhaps Yunjing's words were merely spoken in the heat of the moment. Once some time has passed and she has calmed down, everything can be resolved. After the funeral, I will find an opportunity to persuade her to adopt Yin Ger. Now, hurry to the front hall. Guests are arriving, and, as the head of the household, you must be present. Xie Chong acquiesced. "I will go ahead, mother. Please rest and join us later." He limped away, hoping that if it were merely a moment of anger, he could make amends and ease her temper. His sister-in-law was soft-hearted and easy to appease. As for Shengger, that was absolutely out of the question. If adoption were to take place, it could only be for Yin Ger. The elderly matron collapsed onto the couch, her eyes welling with tears in an instant. She was overwhelmed with a tumult of emotions, never having anticipated that matters would escalate to this extent. Now, she found herself uncertain whether the decision to exchange the children was right or wrong. "Longer, I owe you, my son. When I reach the underworld, I shall seek your forgiveness. Will that suffice?" The matron's warm tears soaked the bedding. Chapter 11. The Arrival of Prince Qing. Grateful for the life-saving favor, the funeral proceedings were intricate. During the days of mourning, friends and relatives would gradually come to pay their respects, followed by the grand burial. After the burial, an auspicious date and a favorable site would be chosen for interment. The eldest son or grandson would smash a basin to signify the commencement of the funeral rites. If there was no eldest son, then a nephew would suffice. Only after this act could the funeral officially begin. The eldest son or grandson would hold the guiding pennant, scattering paper money along the route, while lamas chanted scriptures, and family members mourned their way to the grave, witnessing the coffin being laid to rest. Well-connected families would also set up roadside offerings along the way, sending off the deceased spirit. After the burial, relatives were required to visit the gravesite every 7 days to burn paper offerings, a practice known as burning the seven, marking the conclusion of the funeral. Since Xie Long had served as a fourth-rank minister in the Ministry of Rites and had died a glorious martyr, colleagues from the officialdom would come to pay tribute, both acquaintances and strangers alike. Thus, Xie Chong and the male members of the family were preoccupied with social engagements, greeting and seeing off visitors, so busy that they hardly had a moment to drink water. "Mother, your daughter realizes her mistakes. It is the daughter who is foolish. Are you still angry?" Xie Luiying leaned against Murong, acting coy. Murong cast a complex glance at her. Ever since Jin Yin had revealed the truth, her affection for this second daughter had waned, although she had raised her with fondness. Reflecting on how her biological son had been neglected in the main household, she felt as though a dull knife was cutting into her heart. She had wronged Shengguer deeply. Furthermore, Xie Luiying had clearly known all along that she had usurped another's place, yet she pretended flawlessly. Jin Yin was right. Her scheming was indeed profound, far from the innocence she portrayed. While it was Lu Huilon's malicious actions that had caused this, Murong longed to ask Xie Luiying if, upon each encounter with Shengguer, she felt any guilt or if she reveled in her triumph. Murong silently clenched her fists. She still had a feigned cordiality with this false daughter. How could a mother hold a grudge against her child? "Do you still wish for me to adopt Yin Ge?" Murong's expression softened. Xie Luiying shook her head. "I no longer wish for that. My elder sister is right. Yin Ge is unambitious. Mother, perhaps you should choose someone from uncle's family." Murong hesitated. "You support my adopting a child from my family?" "Yes, my cousins are all remarkable, and the Earl's residence will support the second branch in the future." "Mother, do you not agree with what your daughter says?" Xie Luiying replied. Murong nodded, though she worried. "I fear that your grandmother and the main household may oppose this. We shall discuss it later. This matter will have its complications." Xie Luiying affectionately linked her arm with Murong's, assuring her that, regardless of the circumstances, she would always stand by her side. Murong's face brightened with gratitude. "You are always so sweet with your words, bringing joy to your mother." At that moment, Xie Jinnan arrived with Chun Tao. "Mother, someone from the Prince Qing's residence has come. The prince wishes to see you." Prince Qing was the current emperor's younger brother. Not long ago, a famine had struck the southern regions, leading to an influx of refugees. Their father had been dispatched to assist Prince Qing in disaster relief while calming the rebellious populace. However, enemy forces seized the opportunity to attack Prince Qing, and their father had sacrificed himself to protect him. Though Prince Qing later rallied troops to vanquish the foes, their father had already fallen to their blades. Hence, their father had saved Prince Qing's life, a favor that the prince deeply appreciated. having extended numerous kindnesses to the Xie family in the past. He not only aided Xie Yin in his official career, but also took Xie Jinnan as a daughter-in-law in gratitude. Others who sought to contest the adoption in the second branch also had reasons related to this, as everyone desired to forge ties with the royal family. After all, he was the emperor's own brother. In a previous life, Xie Jinnan had married the earl's second son, Tang Chongji, who turned out to be a veritable scoundrel. His first wife, who had died in childbirth, leaving behind a son, and he later wed Xie Jinnan as his second wife. Fearing that she might bear a child of her own, he secretly replaced her prenatal tonics with abortifacients, which harmed her health. As her condition deteriorated, Xie Jinnan accidentally uncovered the truth about the abortifacients. Before she could confront him, Tang Chongji erupted in fury, hurling insults. "You, a girl from humble household, are already climbing too high by marrying me. If it weren't for my father's command, would I ever consider you?" At that moment, Xie Jinnan realized Tang Chongji had long harbored resentment towards her family for not benefiting him. Furthermore, as a stepmother, any perceived slight against his son led him to accuse her of mistreatment, which resulted in Prince Qing harboring grievances against her as well. This time, Xie Jinnan vowed never to tread the same path again. The entourage from Prince Qing's residence was numerous, indicating the importance of their visit. After paying their respects at the morning hall, they proceeded to meet Murong. Although Prince Qing was in his middle years, his eyes still shone brightly with an extraordinary presence, exuding regal authority that deterred direct gazes. "Minister Xie has done me a great favor. Dear sister-in-law, you shall now be regarded as my own. From this day forth, the affairs of the Xie family shall be my concern. Should there be any difficulties, do not hesitate to come to the palace." Murong was moved to tears. "Thank you, Your Highness, for your concern. You are a noble person. My husband saved you, a sacrifice for the nation, and a reflection of his destiny and fortune. Moreover, Your Highness has avenged him, and as his wife, I owe you my gratitude." Murong clasped Xie Jinnan's hand, her sorrow deepening as she continued. "It is just that my husband departed so suddenly, leaving behind 2 young daughters. As a mere woman, I feel lost in this world with my 2 girls." Xie Jinnan merely wiped her tears in silence. Xie Luiying discreetly pushed forward, urging, "Mother, please do not cry." Xie Jinnan shot her a glance, realizing Xie Luiying was eager to present herself before Prince Qing. In a previous life, she had been similarly eager, and upon learning that Prince Qing intended for Xie Jinnan to marry Tang Chongji, Xie Luiying had turned green with jealousy, shattering porcelain throughout the courtyard. She had resorted to many underhanded tactics in an attempt to usurp the marriage, but for reasons unknown, Xie Luiying had suddenly ceased her actions. In retrospect, it was clear that she must have discovered Tang Chongji's true nature and thus allowed Xie Jinnan to marry him unopposed. Prince Qing was visibly moved and sighed. Minister Xie was a pillar of the nation. His loss is a great sorrow for the Xie kingdom. "Sister-in-law, your 2 daughters are yet unmarried, correct?" "Yes, Your Highness. They remain unmarried." "Jinnan, Luiying, come and pay your respects to the prince," Murong responded, mindful of her daughter's futures. "Young Lady Jinnan, greetings to Your Highness." "Young Lady Luiying, greetings to Your Highness." The 2 sisters spoke in unison. "Excellent, excellent. Minister Xie's daughters are both exceptionally beautiful. They shall undoubtedly marry well in the future," Prince Qing remarked. His words were almost a clear indication, signaling to everyone present that despite the loss of the Minister of Rights, the Xie family still had his protection. Everyone understood the implication. The Xie family's fortunes had relied heavily on Xie Long. With his demise, they had lost their mainstay. However, since Xie Long had died saving Prince Qing, the emperor had praised him highly, ensuring that nobody dared to underestimate the Xie family. Yet, relying solely on past favors was not a sustainable strategy. What was most crucial now was for the Xie family to cultivate a new generation of talented individuals to restore their glory. "By the way, dear sister-in-law, there is an important matter I wish to discuss with you," Prince Qing suddenly recalled. Chapter 12. Murong is bestowed a title, the gift of gold coveted by all. Murong, taken aback, inquired, "Your Highness, please proceed." Prince Qing then spoke slowly. "I have 3 sons, and on the day of Minister Xie's funeral, I wish for them to personally carry the coffin as a final tribute. What do you think, sister-in-law?" Murong was momentarily stunned. Having members of the royal family carry the coffin was a tremendous honor and would bring great glory to the Xie family. Nature is indeed splendid. And the prince is truly considerate, remarked the Murong family. While the group was engaged in conversation, an unexpected commotion arose outside, heralding the arrival of the imperial envoy. The sharp, high-pitched voice of a eunuch announced, "The imperial decree has arrived." Instantly, everyone knelt in a sea of bodies. The eunuch slowly unfurled the edict, proclaiming, "By the mandate of heaven, the emperor declares, Deputy Minister Xie is a loyal and diligent subject, his integrity and purity unmatched, a steadfast minister. Though he is a man of letters, his bravery exceeds that of martial generals. I have received the grievous news of his demise, which fills me with profound sorrow. Therefore, I posthumously confer upon him the title of loyal and resolute official, and grant 1,000 taels of gold to comfort his family. I have learned that the widow, Madame Murong, is gentle and virtuous, her conduct exemplary. Thus, I bestow upon her the title of Lady of Loyal and Resolute, 3rd rank, accompanied by 10 bolts of tribute silk, 10 chests of jewels, and a golden ruby. Let be known." Upon hearing the proclamation, Madame Murong knelt down, deeply grateful for the emperor's bounteous grace. Xie Chong personally escorted the eunuch out, discreetly slipping him a substantial pouch of money before bidding him farewell. Madame Murong held the edict in her hands, feeling its weight as a symbol of honor earned through sacrifice. The onlookers regarded her with increased reverence. From this moment forth, she would be known as the Lady of Loyal and Resolute, a 3rd-rank title personally conferred by the emperor and one that could not be easily offended, especially considering the connections to the prince's household. The gifts from the emperor filled the courtyard, and Aunt Xunzi stepped forward. "Come, someone," Aunt Xunzi began, but was abruptly interrupted by Xie Jinnan, exclaiming, "Come, Mama Li, hurry and summon the servants to take these to the storeroom. These are imperial gifts and must not be treated carelessly." Xie Jinnan exchanged a knowing glance with Mama Li, who promptly understood the unspoken intention. These treasures were not to be placed in the public treasury, but rather in the private vault of the second household. "Yes, I shall attend to it at once," Mama Li replied, nimbly pushing Aunt Xunzi aside, her movements careful and deliberate. Aunt Xunzi and the old matriarch exchanged glances, their expressions darkening. Xie Jinxuan's eyes subtly flickered. In her previous life, the matriarch had ordered the imperial gifts to be deposited in the public treasury, leading to a significant portion being taken by the first household. Jewels and silk were distributed among all. Even the 2 daughters of Lu Huilan had returned home to collect their share. These treasures were earned through her father's sacrifice, and she would not allow even a fraction to be claimed by the first household this time. The matriarch shot Xie Jinnan a stern look. "Sister Jinnan, do not be rude. Xunzi, you too, lend a hand," she ordered. However, Xie Jinnan pretended not to hear, stepping forward to assist her grandmother, feigning concern. "Grandmother, do not trouble yourself. You are still unwell. Allow Aunt Xunzi to attend to you, and rest assured that Mama Li will ensure the imperial gifts are properly secured." She put on a fa of filial piety, and nearby, someone praised, "Sister Jinnan is truly thoughtful, taking charge of the household at such a young age." The matriarch's expression shifted through various shades of displeasure. If she persisted, it would appear as though she rejected her granddaughter's goodwill, inviting ridicule from outsiders. Aunt Xunzi hesitated, uncertain whether to assist. Xie Jinnan maintained eye contact with the matriarch, subtly tugging at the corners of her lips, causing the matriarch to pause, her anger intensifying. This granddaughter seemed to be defying authority. What was her intent? Caught in the presence of guests, the matriarch had no choice but to relent, planning to devise a means to reclaim her share once the funeral was concluded. Noticing the matriarch's silence, Xie Jinnan unhesitatingly released her grasp. As long as she could obstruct Aunt Xunzi, Mama Li would successfully secure the imperial gifts in the private vault of the second household. Accompanying Madame Murong, Xie Jinnan casually glanced around, unexpectedly spotting a familiar figure who should not have been present, Lu Huilan, who had been under house arrest. How had she managed to come? Lu Huilan was peering over stealthily, her face heavily made up to conceal her injuries. Her teeth ground together in frustration. "Why has the emperor not bestowed upon me any title? I am still the widow of that deceased man, while all good fortune seems to favor Murong Yunxiang." The death of the second son was indeed a tragedy. Even in death, he bequeaths glory to Murong Yunxiang as a lady. Why am I not so fortunate? Lu Huilan's anger boiled over at the sight of Madame Murong's grandeur. It was more unbearable than a beating. She even wished for Xie Chong to perish, that in his final moments, he might save a nobleman, securing her a lifetime of luxury. Madam, perhaps we should return. The matriarch has ordered you to remain confined. Sneaking out is not appropriate, suggested Mama Zhu, her anxiety palpable. Today's gathering is vibrant, filled with esteemed guests. How can I remain cooped up in the courtyard? I shall simply keep my distance, ensuring that old matriarch does not see me, Lu Huilan retorted, her resentment simmering. The noble women of the capital were always attending banquets. Yet she had never received an invitation. Why should she be confined while Murong Yunxiang, a lowly woman, was free to revel? She had to make an appearance. Fortunately, she had come out. Had she not, she would have remained unaware of the imperial decree. While she had not been conferred a title, the 1,000 taels of gold and treasures granted were still satisfactory. She had never worn tribute silk before. Just look at those chests. How much could they be worth? Lu Huilan's anger transformed into joy as she focused on the treasure-laden boxes, her eyes gleaming with greed. She had long envied Murong Yunxiang's opulence, and now wealth was within her grasp. The emperor's gifts to the Xie family would certainly be shared with the first household. She envisioned wearing thick gold bracelets, flaunting her newfound fortune. Mama Zhu also craned her neck to look. Not only the treasures within, but even the chests themselves are valuable, gilded and encrusted with jewels. Let's take a look. If I find something I like, I shall claim a few items for myself, Lu Huilan urged, her impatience palpable. However, they soon sensed something amiss. Hey, where are you taking those? Lu Huilan shouted. Mama Li glanced back, surprised to see the lady of the first household. Lady Lu, she greeted. Lu Huilan scoffed. What a blind fool you are, unable to recognize your path. Are you planning to take the emperor's treasures elsewhere? Is this the way to the storeroom? Rest assured, Lady Lu, the emperor, in his compassion for the second master's loyalty, has bestowed these gifts upon the second household for their consolation. Naturally, I shall take these boxes to their storeroom, Mama Li replied calmly. Lu Huilan's demeanor shifted. That cannot be. These are the emperor's rewards for the Xie family. You dare to move them to the private storeroom? Are you attempting to hoard them for yourself? Someone, bring them back. Her voice rose in indignation. Mama Zhu, having summoned a crowd of servants, stood defiantly before them. Move! Mama Li, exasperated, shouted. How dare you? Mama Zhu, who gave you the authority to touch the emperor's gifts meant for the second household? Lu Huilan retorted coldly. I did. What of it? The emperor's treasures have no concern with you, you lowly maid. This is for the Xie family. Step aside. Move. Who dares? Xie Jinnan approached with an air of authority, casting a cold glance at Lu Huilan, her eyes icy. Lu Huilan's arrogance faltered. Why had she suddenly appeared? This girl had been opposing her at every turn. What was her intent? Aunt, why are you speaking so harshly? Are you trying to seize the imperial gifts? Xie Jinnan interrupted. Aunt, there is no need for alarm. I instructed them to take the items to the second household's storeroom. Lu Huilan was taken aback. Sister Jinnan, these are the emperor's rewards for the Xie family. How can you move them to the private storeroom? Isn't that a bit selfish? Xie Jinnan remained unfazed. Aunt, you worry too much. These belong to the second household. How can be deemed selfish? Do you wish to claim a share for yourself? However, the one who saved the prince was not the elder uncle, and the one lying in the coffin is certainly not him either. Why should such a reward be bestowed upon them without reason? Lu Huilan choked on her words. For this was a reward for the Xie family. After some hesitation, her voice lacked conviction. Xie Jinnan stepped forward, shielding her with her body, and with a piercing gaze, remarked, this is a reward for the second branch of the Xie family. As clearly stated in the imperial edict to comfort the family members, does the elder aunt dare to question the edict? If the elder aunt has time to spare, she might as well focus on Yanji's studies. Lu Huilan exclaimed, Sister Jinnan, your actions are quite unjust. Xie Jinnan ignored her and commanded, Li Mama, why haven't you taken the imperial gift away? Make sure to document everything properly. If anything is missing, I will not let it slide. Yes, miss, Li Mama replied coldly, casting a disdainful glance at Lu Huilan before turning to continue moving items to the second branch. Lu Huilan felt a surge of anxiety, but dared not speak too harshly, as she did not wish to offend the second branch, considering Yanji's future. This wretched girl, does Sister Jinnan think the old lady is oblivious to her actions? If the old lady has consented, then I have no further argument. She invoked the authority of the old lady to threaten Xie Jinnan. Yet, The current Xie Jinnan was no longer intimidated by the old matriarch. She had not said a word earlier, and it seemed she was unaware of the elder aunt's unauthorized departure. How about this? Since the elder aunt and I have a disagreement, why not ask in front of the prince and others whether this imperial gift should be placed in the public treasury or the private one? Upon hearing this, Lu Huilan's face turned pale. That is out of the question. It's absurd. If I were to contest the reward in front of everyone, Xie Chang would surely kill me. I cannot go through with it. That may not be necessary. Observing her pallor, Xie Jinnan added meaningfully, since the elder aunt has nothing further to say, I shall take my leave. It would be wise for you to return home quickly. If the old lady discovers you disobeyed her orders and ran out, she may very well become furious. With that, Xie Jinnan turned and departed without lingering. Lu Huilan trembled with rage, yet felt utterly powerless, watching the servants carrying boxes disappear from her sight. What an unashamed little wretch. Time and again she defies me, daring to disregard my authority. It must be Murong Yunxiang who instigated her. I knew all along that Murong Yunxiang's previous kindness was merely an act. She used little favors to placate me, treating me like a beggar. Now that wealth has arrived, her true colors are revealed. Disdainful my Yin Ge. She seeks to claim all the rewards for herself. Does she not fear being choked by her greed? Lu Huilan's eyes gleamed with malice. Just wait. I shall reclaim the imperial treasures, and I will ensure Yin Ge visits the second branch. When my son inherits the family fortune, I will repay her for all grievances. I shall not endure her insolence. Zhu Mama, sensing the tension, cautioned, Madam, we should return. What if Miss Jinnan complains to the old lady? Lu Huilan, gritting her teeth in frustration, stormed back to the Hengwu courtyard, brimming with fury. After settling the matter, Xie Jinnan returned to Murong's side. With the presence of Prince Qing and an additional imperial decree, families that had previously had no dealings with them arrived to pay their respects, nearly trampling the threshold of the Xie residence. Thankfully, with the assistance of Xie family members, the funeral proceeded in an orderly manner. Yet, while the trees may wish for tranquility, the winds do not cease. Everyone merely held back their tempers temporarily, for the true drama would unfold after the funeral. Chapter 13. The funeral concludes, the second branch closes its doors. Soon, the day of burial arrived. The crane carriage had vanished into the clouds, and the cuckoo's call lingered in the moonlight's chill. Farewell, uncle. Xie Sheng lamented as he held a clay basin above his head and forcefully smashed it, shattering it into countless pieces. The auspicious hour had arrived. The procession began. The wailing grew louder, each cry more heart-wrenching than the last, as everyone competed to display their sorrow. Observing Xie Sheng's grief-stricken visage, Xie Chang's expression grew complex, lost in his thoughts. Murong wept bitterly, nearly collapsing, while Xie Jinnan and Xie Luiying donned mourning attire and supported her forward. The roadside memorials were numerous, with noble households, including those of dukes and marquises, setting up tributes. Such honors were unprecedented for Xie Long, a mere fourth-rank official. All three sons of Prince Qing came to carry the coffin, none absent. Prince Qing had 3 sons, 2 legitimate and 1 illegitimate. The eldest was the heir, the second, Tang Chongji, a bastard, and the youngest, Tang Ye, notorious in the capital. Xie Jinnan's marriage to a son of the prince's household was a significant elevation in status. On that day, Xie Jinnan had seen Tang Chongji, who had recently married and was still in the throes of newlywed bliss with the Hu family. In the past, the mourning period in Daxia lasted 3 years. During such times, neither men nor women could remarry. However, due to the frequent wars that had ravaged the populace, the emperor deemed the 3-year period excessive and reduced it to 1 year. A year later, Tang Chongji became a widower when the prince's household sought a match with the Xie family. Xie Jinnan harbored a deep loathing for Tang Chongji. She would never become a daughter-in-law of the Qing prince's household, although she knew she must retain their goodwill for future needs. After several days of labor, this grand funeral finally came to an end. As soon as the funeral concluded, Murong claimed illness and shut herself away, refusing all visitors, including the old lady and the first branch, whom she turned away under the pretext of her condition. This was Xie Jinnan's strategy. They must be made anxious. A break of 1 or 2 months would test who could endure longer. This contest of public sentiment must be played slowly, and Xie Jinnan was in no rush. The flowers and grasses in the garden flourished, the weather grew warm, and the greenery thrived, presenting a delightful scene. Xie Jinnan, changed into a simple white dress, sitting in a rocking chair under the sun, with a plate of seasonal fruits on the side table. The day had warmed gradually, and her maid had just been sorting through her summer garments, breaking into a sweat. The speaker was Xie Jinnan's other close maid, Chunlu, who was tall and had a delicate face with thin eyelids. Chuntao rested her chin on one hand and remarked, "Miss, you truly possess remarkable patience. It has been so many days, and the first branch is in a frenzy, while the old lady has sent people to call several times. Yet, the rose courtyard remains shut, ignoring everyone." Chunlu shot her a look, stating, "She is the lady of the estate now. How often must I remind you? The lady is too grief-stricken to see visitors." Xie Jinnan sipped her tea and calmly replied, "Have you all remembered what I taught you? If any of you slip up and speak out of turn, there will be no mercy." Upon hearing this, Chuntao and Chunlu ceased their jesting, responding solemnly, "We remember. In this household, aside from the miss, no one is to be trusted." Chunlu nodded, assuring Miss, "You need not worry. I may be simple-minded, but no one will extract information from me." Xie Jinnan gazed at them, trusting their characters, as they had been loyal in her previous life. Her concern lay in their lack of vigilance, which could lead to them being led astray. Chunlu was meticulous and composed, while Chuntao was simpler but understood the gravity of the situation. Xie Jinnan softened her tone. "That is good." At that moment, Limama from the Rose Courtyard came to convey a message. "Miss, the lady says that cousin Xie Chang's family has arrived, and she inquires if you wish to turn them away again." Another visit. Xie Chang was her cousin, and Xie Chang's family referred to the Wei family, who had scolded Lu Huilan at the morning hall. Xie Jinnan's grandfather ranked third, with an elder sister and brother above him, and Xie Chang belonged to the lineage of her second grandfather. Wei had already visited once, but Murong had refused her under the pretense of illness. This was her second attempt. How could they allow guests to be repeatedly turned away? "Go inform my mother to open the door to welcome guests. I shall go over shortly." Xie Jinnan raised an eyebrow slightly. The line had been cast out to entice the fish, but it could not remain slack indefinitely. It was time to tighten it. "Yes," Limama replied, bowing as she left. Chuntao remarked, "Miss, if the lady receives Wei and ignores the first branch, it will surely stir up trouble, and the two branches will only become more discordant." Xie Jinnan rose gracefully, brushing off her skirt. The relationship had never been harmonious. Why should she bother to give her any face? Moreover, Lu Huilan dared not confront her mother directly. She would likely curry favor and smile instead. In the past, their mother had a good temper, indulging them to the point where they were oblivious to their own shortcomings. I, however, would not be so lenient. Even if Lu Huilan were to gather 10 times the courage, she would never dare to confront Murong directly. Nonetheless, she must have uttered a multitude of harsh words behind her back. If I did not hear them, I would pretend they did not exist. Let us proceed. The three of them strolled leisurely toward the Rose Courtyard. Upon Xie Jinnan's arrival, Wei had already been there, bringing a sizable collection of medicinal herbs for Murong, accompanied by a young boy. "It has been many days since I last saw you, dear sister. You have become even more beautiful. Look at you. Not a single girl in the capital could rival your grace." As soon as she spotted Xie Jinnan, Wei approached, her eyes sparkling with delight, and affectionately took her hand, continuously showering her with compliments. "Please convey my respects to your aunt. I have heard tales of her beauty from my mother. Who wouldn't feel envious?" Xie Jinnan replied with a smile. Hearing this, Wei grinned widely, her eyes crinkling with joy. "You sweet-tongued girl. I am no match for the youth of today." Murong chuckled lightly, shaking her head. "You remember every idle word. This girl is quite the chatterbox, sharing all our conversations with your aunt." "Oh, dear sister, it is nothing but harmless banter," Wei interjected. The light-hearted exchange warmed the atmosphere, and she seized a moment to pull the young boy closer. "Haoxing, come greet your cousin Jinnan." "Jinnan, cousin." The boy elongated his greeting. Xie Jinnan affectionately ruffled his hair. "Oh, you have grown so much. Have you begun your studies?" Wei promptly answered for him. He has indeed, reciting the 3-character classic and 1,000-character classic flawlessly. "Come, show your second mother and cousin what you can do." Xie Jinnan smiled in silence and exchanged a knowing glance with Chunlu, who quietly slipped away. After entertaining Xie Haoxing for a while, she observed Wei and Murong engaged in light conversation, her peripheral vision catching the two siblings. She mused that if they were to become a couple, it would be even better. Murong had not met anyone else, only her, and her demeanor was quite amiable. Wei thought to herself that perhaps her remarks at the morning hall had left a favorable impression on the mother-daughter duo. Furthermore, even if Murong ultimately did not choose Haoxing, the words of Prince Qing that day made it advantageous to maintain a good relationship with the second household. Bringing Haoxing to make an appearance was beneficial as well. With these thoughts, Wei's smile deepened, warmly addressing her as second sister-in-law, exuding a sense of intimacy. By the way, second sister-in-law, have you heard the latest news in the capital? Chapter 14. Lu Huilan could not remain seated. What news? Murong inquired. The family of Neo in the eastern part of the city, who married off their fifth son last year, has now taken the daughter of the Li family, a high-ranking official, as their bride. We attended the banquet together. Do you remember, second sister-in-law? Wei's eyes sparkled with excitement as she shared the gossip. Murong pondered for a moment before recalling the couple's charm and how they were rumored to be expecting a child, their relationship flourishing. Wei waved her handkerchief animatedly. Embellishing the tale? Flourishing? That Niu Wushi is a broken sleeve. He was caught in an embrace with a young servant by the Li girl, who was so shocked that she lost her child after 5 months. TSK. The Li girl, having lost her baby, was blamed by her mother-in-law for not keeping child. The Li family, not caring about face, made the scandal public and took the matter to court to seek a divorce. Murong gasped, covering her mouth with her handkerchief. Heavens! How could a broken sleeve still marry? To carry on the family line, what good is a man? Wei continued, her enthusiasm unabated. But that is not all. Have you heard about the Chiu family from the Hamlet Academy? As Wei delved deeper into the neighborhood gossip, they chatted away in the Rose Courtyard while Xie Jinnan took Xie Haoxing outside to play. As they swung on the swings in the garden, Lu Huilan stormed in with several servants, followed quietly by Chun Lu. Upon seeing the young boy by Xie Jinnan's side, Lu Huilan's already dark expression grew even darker, her eyes brimming with hatred. Xie Haoxing, frightened, hid behind Xie Jinnan. Greetings, dear aunt. What brings you to the garden today? Xie Jinnan asked, her demeanor calm. The garden was a necessary passage from the northern courtyard to the southern courtyard where the second household resided. Lu Huilan, coming from the northern courtyard, naturally had to pass through the garden. Zhu Mama nudged Lu Huilan, subtly signaling her to compose herself. Lu Huilan regained her composure just enough to force a rather unpleasant smile. I wanted to see if your mother's health has improved, dear sister. And who is this child? He seems familiar. This is the son of our third uncle, Haoxing. Haoxing, come greet your aunt. Lu Huilan's eyes widened. She recognized the boy from Wei's family, recalling the harsh words exchanged during the mourning period. How dare that Wei come a visit? Murong had been avoiding visitors. How could she see Wei? Lu Huilan felt increasingly uneasy. Xie Jinnan smiled gently. What a coincidence to run into you, aunt. Let us proceed to the Rose Courtyard together. Aunt is also there. Lu Huilan followed suit, unable to contain her curiosity. Is your mother still unwell? Why is she meeting with that Wei? Is she planning to adopt a child? Unable to resist, Lu Huilan pressed for answers. Xie Jinnan's lips parted slightly. Aunt, with so many questions, I hardly know which to answer. Lu Huilan's face turned awkward, forcing a couple of uncomfortable laughs. Xie Jinnan continued. Mother's recovering well. It would not be proper to refuse visitors. Coincidentally, Aunt came by, bringing Haoxing along. He is quite intelligent for a 6-year-old, able to recite the 3-character classic without a mistake. And mother is very fond of him. Xie Haoxing shyly smiled, while Lu Huilan's expression darkened further. What is so impressive about reciting a book? Just a bookworm. Lu Huilan quickly shifted to praise Xie Yin, her tone dripping with pride. Yin is also clever. He remembers everything after reading it once. The teacher says he is clever, but too playful. Clever children tend to be mischievous and will surely achieve great things later on, unlike some dull bookworms. With that, Lu Huilan shot a fierce glare at Xie Haoxing. The young boy, too innocent to grasp the underlying meaning, remained oblivious, while Xie Jinnan understood perfectly. She couldn't help but scoff inwardly. For the student who ranked at the bottom of the academy, the teacher could only resort to polite words, proclaiming him clever but playful. Lu Huilan had taken it all too seriously. Surely, one could not openly declare that her child was foolish. Seeing that Xie Jinnan was unresponsive, Lu Huilan awkwardly tugged at the corners of her mouth, realizing the conversation was lacking interest, and fell silent. Before long, they arrived at the Rose Courtyard, where lively discussions filled the room. Lu Huilan's heart sank further as she strode in confidently, her voice booming before she fully entered. Sister-in-law, has your health improved? I've been so worried. Your illness has troubled me endlessly. I could hardly eat or sleep. Murong's smile gradually faded as she replied softly, much better. Seeing Murong's indifferent reaction, Lu Huilan's teeth nearly ground together in frustration. If it weren't for Yan's future, she would not stoop so low as to flatter Murong. It was merely a few words exchanged. She had already moved on, yet this wretched woman bore a grudge, refusing to grant her any dignity in front of others. Wei's eyes darted, her mind sharp as a tack. She waved her handkerchief. Sister-in-law's news travels fast, but unfortunately, I must take my leave now. I cannot linger for a chat. The elders at home are concerned about my sister-in-law's health, which is why I have come to deliver some nourishing herbs. Now that the herbs have been delivered, I shall take my leave without further ado. Wei stood up, preparing to depart. With Lu Huilan present, it would be rather dull to linger. She possessed enough discernment to recognize this. Moreover, she had brought Xinggu'er to the Murong family to make a favorable impression, not to engage in quarrels with Lu Huilan. Being a lady of good breeding, how could she stoop to bickering with a countrywoman? Take care, sister. Li Manga. Please see me off, Murong said politely. Lu Huilan, with a scornful glare, rolled her eyes at Wei's departing figure. Once she was gone, Lu Huilan remarked with irritation. That woman has no good intentions. She sowed discord between us sisters-in-law last time. Sister-in-law, do not be deceived by her. Murong took a sip of her tea and replied. She came to visit me and even brought these herbs. I cannot disregard her kindness. Lu Huilan raised her voice suddenly. Her intentions are far from sincere. What worthless items did she bring to flaunt in our home? Bah! Xie Jinnan exchanged glances with Murong. Indeed, Lu Huilan could not contain her agitation. If she was this flustered over Wei's visit, how would she react when those from the Earl's residence arrived? Aunt came to deliver herbs out of goodwill, and surely, my aunt-in-law cares even more about my mother. She must have prepared better herbs. Xie Jinnan spoke calmly, though her words bore a sharp edge. Lu Huilan's expression stiffened. In her haste, she had not prepared anything. Besides, the second household had ample funds. What exquisite items could they possibly lack? Lu Huilan chuckled awkwardly. Now too fearful to retort, she shifted the topic gently. It has been some time since the funeral. Are you still angry, sister-in-law? My mother-in-law and your elder brother have scolded me. I tend to speak thoughtlessly. Upon hearing you were well, I rushed here to apologize. During this period, Xie Chong had often scolded her, insisting she must do everything to please Murong, so that Xinggu'er could inherit the family business. Lu Huilan could only endure silently, harboring greater resentment towards Murong. Once the second household's fortunes were secured, she would see how to redeem herself. Murong set down her teacup. Sister-in-law, do not mention it. We are family, and I have long forgotten. Lu Huilan was overjoyed. Really? That is splendid. I always knew my sister-in-law was not petty. Our years of friendship cannot be compared to outsiders. She paused, cautiously inquiring, so, what you said that day was merely in anger, right? Regarding the matter of adopting a child from the elder branch. You do not know how anxious I have been. I simply want a clear answer from you. Upon hearing this, Murong regarded her with a knowing smile. Sister-in-law, I am not angry, so what I said was not mere anger. It was heartfelt truth. Lu Huilan's expression instantly fell. What? You're serious? You truly intend to adopt from the Earl's residence? Indeed. Once my family heard of my favor from the Emperor and my impending title as the Lady of Loyalty and Valor, many came to convey their wishes. I have several nephews to choose from, and any one of them is a well-educated child. Murong spoke with a tone of satisfaction, almost as if to boast. She glanced at Lu Huilan. As if suddenly realizing something, she restrained her smile and said, Sister-in-law, do not fret. While I will not adopt Xinggu'er, I assure you, should anything arise, I, as your sister-in-law, will certainly assist. My son will regard Xinggu'er as a true brother, and our two families shall remain as harmonious as before. Upon hearing this, Lu Huilan's face transformed into a vivid palette of emotions. What nonsense was this Murong Yunxiang spouting? What does she mean by treating him as a true brother? Xinggu'er is the only rightful heir to the family business. Does he really need the care of an outsider? Is the Earl's residence genuinely planning to take charge of the Xie family affairs? Do you concur with this? That aligns perfectly with my family's intentions, which also reflect my own. Murong understood how to provoke Lu Huilan. Lu Huilan's face darkened considerably. Murong exchanged glances with Xie Jinnan. who spoke up, "Do not worry yet. I will also treat Yin Gur as my dear brother." The reason my mother chose a cousin was to consider the Xie family's future. The quality of the heir determines the family's destiny. Yin Gur is quite remarkable. Lu Huilan was greatly displeased. Had it not been for Xie Chang's warning, she would have scolded them outright. This wretched woman was once again attempting to belittle Yin Gur. Murong and her daughter fell silent, the atmosphere thick with tension. Seeing their reactions, Lu Huilan was furious, her face flushed with indignation. After several deep breaths, she barely managed to suppress her ire. Yin Gur is only 9 years old. There's a saying, "Do not underestimate the youth." He is clever and possesses the talents of a top scholar. Time will prove everything. Sister-in-law, you must think carefully. It will be too late to regret later. Lu Huilan's words were spat out through gritted teeth. Xie Jinqian's eyes shifted slightly, and she smiled. "And has misunderstood. My mother's intention is that a cousin of higher birth will attract support from the Earl's residence. What are you thinking?" In truth, Lu Huilan was not entirely incorrect. In a previous life, upon awakening, Xie Yin indeed topped the examinations and embarked on a political career. However, in this life, Xie Jinxian would not grant him that opportunity again. Sensing the situation becoming untenable, Murong feigned a headache. "Why does my head hurt again?" Xie Jinxian, in perfect synchrony, approached to support her. "Mother, you have been up for too long. You should rest on the couch." Seeing this, Lu Huilan wanted to say more, but was compelled to hold her tongue. After all, it would be unreasonable to argue with a sick person, even if she knew it was an act. Xie Jinxian deftly dismissed Lu Huilan with a few well-placed words. As Lu Huilan departed, her face was clouded with worry, nearly tripping over the threshold. She was a woman without a plan, likely heading to seek counsel from her uncle or grandmother. Shifting the focal point of conflict to the Earl's residence was also Xie Jinxian's strategy. After all, Shenggur remained under the Elder Branch's name. To adopt him, they needed the Elder Branch's approval. Therefore, it was imperative to avoid a confrontation with them for the time being, lest future negotiations become complicated. Now, the matter rested with the Earl's residence, which was also keen on adopting a child. It was no longer solely a matter for her mother. They would not dare to pester the Earl's residence. At this juncture, it all depended on how grandmother would respond. Xie Jinxian took a bite of a soft lotus cake, relishing its delightful aroma. There had been no news from Xie Luying, indicating she had likely heeded her words. Lu Huilan was foolish and impatient, lacking any real influence. Her uncle was selfish, hiding behind Lu Huilan and the old matriarch, allowing the women to fight on his behalf. In this household, only grandmother held the authority. Xie Jinxian wiped her hands with a handkerchief, hoping the old matriarch would not disappoint her. Murong dismissed the servants, leaving only Xie Jinxian. "Jinxian, you previously advised me to avoid meeting anyone, yet today you encountered Wei. What shall we do next? After today, mother will recover. Her status is no longer what it used to be, and I imagine she will have more people to associate with than before. There is no harm in selectively meeting them," Xie Jinxian replied. "Are you intending to use your cousin to provoke your grandmother and the Elder Branch?" Xie Jinxian nodded yes. "My uncle is one who will not give up until he sees the end. He still harbors hopes of convincing you to adopt Yin Gur. We must spur him on, allowing him to witness the Earl's people and hear discussions about adoption, so he understands that mother is serious. At that time, will uncle still be able to hide behind 2 women? Only by forcing the first branch into a dead end can the matter of adopting Shenggur be brought to fruition. Furthermore, it must be initiated by uncle himself. Without his nod, no one else's words would hold weight. Then, the second branch will feign difficulty before reluctantly agreeing. The second branch must never take the initiative to request the adoption of Shenggur, as it may arouse suspicion and place them at a disadvantage, making it even more unlikely for Shenggur to return. Therefore, the first branch must be compelled to concede first." Murong sneered coldly, disdainfully stating, how could he willingly hand over the second branch's assets? In the past, whenever there was any opportunity for gain, he would first incite Lu Huilan, while he himself would lurk in the shadows, reaping the benefits while presenting himself as noble. Xie Jinxian seemed to recall something. "Oh yes, there is one more thing. The items bestowed by His Majesty earlier, I had Mama Li collect them into our private treasury. Has grandmother sent any word regarding that?" "No, I haven't stepped out of the door these days, and she hasn't had the chance to mention the rewards to me," Murong replied. "If grandmother brings up those rewards, mother—" "Just play dumb," Xie Jinxian reminded. No need for Xie Jinnan to say it. Murong understood. You've repeated this to me twice now. I am well aware. Thankfully, you reacted quickly that day, or else the rewards would have been taken to the public treasury. At that time, that hypocritical old woman would surely feign fairness and distribute half to the first branch. Those rewards were earned through your father's life. If your grandmother wishes to spend them, that is one thing, but such funds must never be given to the first branch. Once they have entered our private treasury, there is no reason to take them out again. Xie Jinnan nodded in agreement, casually remarking, not to mention those treasures, there are also 1,000 taels of gold. Who wouldn't be tempted? Murong's gaze towards Xie Jinnan was filled with admiration and satisfaction. With my little strategist providing counsel, what do I have to fear? Let them come. No one is as wise as my dear sister. Xie Jinnan was momentarily taken aback, feeling a tinge of bitterness in her heart. What was she to be considered wise? Her wisdom was merely a lesson learned from a brush with death, a stroke of luck bestowed by the heavens upon a fool. Murong smiled mysteriously. The path for those rewards has already been planned. Do you wish to know? Chapter 16. Lu Huilan and Uncle's urgent discussion. What path? Xie Jinnan inquired. Murong sighed. Once the mourning period is over, both the Earl's residence and the Prince of Qing's household will pay attention to your marriage. That 1,000 taels of gold will be yours to use as you wish, along with all the imperial treasures. No one can underestimate my dear sister. Murong had long intended to include the imperial gifts in Xie Jinnan's dowry list, but had yet to mention it to her daughter. Xie Jinnan fell silent. Her emotions tangled together. But mother, I am already afraid of marriage. She did not wish to don a splendid wedding gown and step into a dark abyss, fearing the horror of being poisoned by her betrothed, a thought she was unwilling to entertain. Once family matters were settled, she would seek a path for her future, a way to secure her later years. It was premature to speak of marriage. What about Xie Sheng? Xie Jinnan was reluctant to bring this up. The more Xie Jinnan expressed her reluctance, the more pain Murong felt for her. Dear sister, you need not be so understanding. Both you and Shenggur are my children. I will not treat either of you unfairly. Even without the imperial gifts, our family still possesses wealth. We are not destitute. You are my firstborn. I will surely provide you with the most splendid dowry, ensuring you marry in style. Murong's words were sincere, and Xie Jinnan found it difficult to refute, merely acquiescing. Murong was a concubine of the Earl's residence. Her birth mother was a merchant's daughter, Xie Jinnan's biological maternal grandmother. Due to the low status of merchants, her grandmother had become a concubine for the Earl. While her status was low, the family was wealthy, and Murong had brought a generous dowry when she married. Thus, the second branch was not short of funds. Suddenly, Murong thought of Xie and muttered reluctantly, when that girl marries, must I also prepare a dowry for her? She is not my biological child, and I do not wish to give her anything. Xie Jinnan chuckled softly. Do not worry, mother. I will handle it. Recalling the man Xie Luiying married in her previous life, Xie Jinnan's eyes grew complex. Though the couple from the first branch constantly quarreled, Lu Huilan was ultimately a woman, and her only reliance was on her husband, Xie Chong, whom she listened to for both major and minor matters. Leaving Rose Courtyard, Lu Huilan hurried back to find Xie Chong, eager for him to devise a solution. Where is the elder brother? He is not on duty today. I saw him in the morning. Where could he have gone? Lu Huilan searched several circles, but could not find him. The young maid in the courtyard hesitated to speak. The elder brother. You want to see concubine Lu? What a shameless hussy, always dragging men into her affairs, and in broad daylight, no less. Lu Huilan gritted her teeth in anger. Go call the elder brother back and tell him I have urgent matters to discuss. If we delay any longer, the vast estate of the Xie family will be handed over to others. Half an hour later, Xie Chong finally returned leisurely, the traces of lipstick on his face still not wiped clean. Lu Huilan wore a stern expression, her eyes fierce. Oh, so you're to come back? At your age? How can you be so shameless? Xie Chong glanced at her irritably. What is it? Speak quickly. Lu Huilan retorted. Today, I went to see Murong Yunxiang. Hasn't she always claimed illness and refused to meet anyone? How did you manage to see her, and what did she say? Did you do as I instructed? Xie Chong pressed. It was that wretched woman surnamed Wei. Murong Yunxiang actually met with her. As soon as I heard, I rushed over. Do you know what your good sister-in-law said? She mentioned that the Earl's residence is considering sending a child for adoption to the second branch. And it has nothing to do with us. Upon hearing this, Xie Chang's brows furrowed tightly. Is the Earl's residence really going to interfere in our Xie family's affairs? Didn't Mother say that sister-in-law might be speaking out of anger? She also said she would try to persuade her. What anger? She is serious. And that opportunistic Earl's residence. As soon as they heard Morong Yunxiang became a county lady, they are eager to shove a boy our way to take advantage of us. Lu Huilan spat. And this is from a so-called noble family? They want to take everything without shame, bullying us just because of their higher status. They're not even surnamed Xie. What business is it of theirs? The more Lu Huilan scolded, the angrier she became. It was perfectly reasonable for the second branch to adopt from the first branch. So why was it so convoluted? It clearly belonged to Yin Gur. Why did everyone want to snatch it away? Lu Huilan ground her teeth. That Murong Yunxiang is truly no good. She actually dares to be picky. Her eyes seem to grow on top of her head. What is so great about a child from the Earl's residence? That idiot born of Wei. I think he is not even as good as my Yin Gur. Xie Chang's expression grew increasingly grim. Enough already. Stop the noise. The matter is not yet settled. So there is still room for negotiation. Besides, if you had properly raised Yin Gur, why would sister-in-law look down on him? I refuse to believe that sister-in-law, who has always been understanding and respectful of propriety, would truly seek to embarrass me as the elder brother. She would not dare to disregard my face. Though he said this, Xie Chang felt uncertain. If necessary, he would have to speak with his sister-in-law. She had always treated him with respect, so she would surely listen to his advice. Upon hearing this, Lu Huilan immediately objected. Why is it all my fault? Why must I be blamed for everything? As his father, can't you find a good tutor for Yin Gur? Look at what you found. They are all half-baked, unable to even teach him the 3-character classic. Xie Chang slammed the table. Stop shouting at me. I am currently searching for a school, a strict and closed institution where Yin Gur will surely learn well. Lu Huilan instinctively recoiled, murmuring, but it's too late, my lord. You must devise a plan. We cannot allow outsiders to seize the wealth of our family. Upon hearing this, Xie Chang abruptly lifted his head, causing Lu Huilan to shiver. Why do you look at me like that? Xie Chang's eyes were dark and penetrating. You have spoken the truth. We cannot let outsiders take what is rightfully ours. He mentally mulled over this assertion repeatedly. It was the wealth of the family, his wealth. With the second brother gone, as the eldest, the family's inheritance rightfully belonged to him, and there was no reason for outsiders to inherit it. This was merely the beginning. He would find a way to ensure Yin Gu would be adopted into their branch. How did you speak to your sister-in-law today? If you provoke her further, I will not spare you, Xie Chang coldly warned Lu Huilan. Lu Huilan protested her innocence. Oh, how could I dare to retort? I offered her smiles and soft words, almost kneeling before her. Even when she spoke ill of Yin Gu, I remained silent, which left me feeling ill. Xie Chang's expression softened slightly. Regarding wealth, he was preoccupied with the matter. Since his sister-in-law was willing to make an appearance, he would instruct her to present the imperial gifts of gold and treasures, placing them in the public treasury to be divided appropriately. Those were bestowed by His Majesty to the Xie family. How could they remain in a private vault? Lu Huilan was reluctant, saying, I cannot do that. What if it angers her further? It would be better for the old lady to address it. Morong Yunxiang must give some consideration to her mother-in-law. Then you shall speak to mother, Xie Chang ordered expressionlessly. Lu Huilan pouted. Very well, I shall go at once. After all, it was a matter of 1,000 taels of gold that she constantly thought about. Chapter 17. The old matriarch makes her move. Miao Xie's arrival is not benevolent. Crash. The sound of shattering porcelain echoed, followed by scolding from the hall of Shanha. You foolish girl. How could you be so dim-witted? Is this the time to discuss rewards? The old matriarch, angered, accidentally knocked over her teacup. Lu Huilan stood at the foot of the hall, hastily deflecting blame. It was my lord who asked me to say it. The old matriarch, uninterested in her excuses, waved her hand impatiently. Leave at once. Cease to vex me. Lu Huilan, dejected, slipped out of Shana Hall, kicking over a potted plant outside in her fury. That old hag only knows how to scold me. Foolish, foolish. Your entire family is foolish, giving birth to a lame son and another who is short-lived, far inferior to me. Lu Huilan stormed away, muttering angrily. Do not be upset, madam. The old matriarch still wishes for the second branch to adopt Yin Gu. In the end, both the family estate and the rewards would belong to you. Mama Zhu advisid. Lu Huilan halted, her eyes filled with resentment. I know that, but currently, Murong Yunxiang is unwilling to adopt Yengu. Besides, Yengu is still so young. When will he inherit the family estate? But that 1,000 taels of gold is in the second branch. His Majesty's rewards have long been issued, yet she says nothing about distributing them to the first branch. If it were in the past, I would have claimed it already. How could I endure this? The future wealth felt distant, while the immediate riches were right before her. How could she remain silent? Lu Huilan was not one to be trifled with. Taking a deep breath, she thought, "They all call me foolish and disdain me. Yet I understand everything in my heart. One must strive and seize opportunities. If you do not compete, you will not even get the leftovers." But now, we can only heed the old matriarch and the eldest. Perhaps it would be best to return and have the eldest think of a plan, suggested Mama Zhu. Lu Huilan hastened back to Hengwu courtyard. She needed to consult with the men in Shanha Hall. The old matriarch could only lament Lu Huilan's narrow-mindedness. The urgent matter at hand was to persuade the second branch not to adopt from the Earl's residence. Those rewards would not simply vanish. The old matriarch had grown weary of Lu Huilan's incessant chatter and resolved to silence her once and for all. "Do not be angry, madam. The first branch is greedy, as we all know. However, previously the county lady moved all the rewards to the private treasury of the second branch and has not mentioned them since," Ani Shunza remarked, her expression uncertain. The old matriarch maintained a calm demeanor. "I am not so blind as to overlook this. She is reluctant to present the rewards. However, this matter cannot be raised for now. We shall discuss it later." Narrowing her eyes, her tone turned authoritative. "These days, I have tolerated her sulking, hoping she would calm down. Yet she continues to be obstinate. It seems the second branch truly aims to oppose me. If they wish to adopt from the Earl's residence, they shall have to step over my corpse. I cannot manage her, but someone can. Go, send someone to Maisie Alley in the north of the city to deliver a message. Summon that old ancestor." Ani Xuanze was slightly startled. That person was not easily dealt with. The old matriarch's eyes gleamed with determination. It must be her the following day. Xie Jinnan sat at her vanity, with Murong assisting her in arranging her hair. Murong's tone carried a hint of disappointment. "A letter has arrived from the Earl's residence, but unfortunately, your second aunt's maternal grandfather is gravely ill. She returned last month to visit family and cannot come to us for the time being. Since I have just lost my husband and am still in mourning, it is inappropriate for me to return home, lest I bring misfortune. We must wait for your aunt's return." Xie Jinnan recalled that her second aunt's maternal family was not in the capital. She had gone to Fuzhou to visit family, which would take some time. Adoption matters were best discussed with her second aunt and then left to her second uncle to decide. It was not wise to bypass her second aunt. The reason for consulting her second uncle was that he and her mother were full siblings, while the eldest and third uncles were of a different mother. Her mother was not particularly close to them. "It's fine. We will wait for my second aunt to return. Fuzhou is not far. She should be back soon." Though her mother did not speak of it, Xie Jinnan understood her urgency and could only offer this reassurance. Murong picked out a hairpin from the dressing box. "This exquisite pearl and 8 treasure hairpin is a gift from His Majesty. It is delicate yet understated, fitting for my daughter. Most of the imperial jewelry is lavish, but I have managed to find a few pieces that are less ostentatious. You must wear these while in mourning. Once the mourning period is over, I will adorn you splendidly." Murong held the hairpin above Xie Jinnan's head, admiring it. "Mother, I'm not going out. Wearing such things would only be cumbersome." Xie Jinnan glanced at the jewelry box beside her, filled to the brim with dazzling ornaments. "Who says you will not go out? In a few days, we shall visit Longyin Temple to pay respects to your father. We will stay there for a few days to avoid Lu Huilan's incessant nagging." At that moment, Mama Li hurriedly entered, whispering, "Madam, that esteemed old lady has arrived and is currently seated in Shanha Hall. The first branch has already gone. The old matriarch requests you and your sisters to join for a meal." The arrival of the esteemed old lady caused a shift in Xie Jinnan's expression. As understanding dawned, her previously furrowed brows slowly relaxed. It could only mean one thing. Someone had summoned a savior. The only esteemed old lady in the house was Miao Xie, the elder sister of her grandfather. Miao Xie was known for her strong and assertive nature, fiercely competitive. In the past, the Xie family was a fallen clan. Their ancestors had betrothed her to a wealthy merchant. Yet Miao Xie looked down upon traders. Somehow, She managed to have the legitimate son of the Ming family from the north propose marriage. Although the Ming family's title was merely a scholarly position, it was vastly superior to that of a merchant. Once Miao Xie entered the Ming family, she dominated her husband, managed the household, and wielded power, quickly taking control of the entire family, leaving no one unafraid of her. She was a formidable figure, not easily dealt with. Moreover, Miao Xie held a debt of gratitude towards Murong, which was tied to a past incident. In the past, when Lady Murong strolled with Xie Jinnan in the garden, she inadvertently stepped into the mud and slipped. Fortunately, her pregnancy had reached full term, and by chance, Miao Xie was present to assist with the delivery. It was due to this life-saving grace that if Miao Xie were to offer counsel, both Lady Murong and Xie Jinnan would find it hard to disregard her feelings. Clearly, Lady Murong was aware of this, as her brows gradually knitted together, uncertain of how to respond. Moreover, it seemed that the young master Miao Chongtai had also come along. As Mama Li mysteriously added, Miao Chongtai was the grandson of Miao Xie, who had few descendants. She had only one son, who in turn had a son and a daughter. After the death of her husband and son, she devoted her life to raising these grandchildren. Miao Xie placed great hopes on Miao Chongtai, but perhaps her forceful demeanor led him to be timid and reticent, so much so that he often hesitated to speak in the presence of strangers. In previous years, when Miao Xie sought suitable matches for him, potential families deemed him inadequate due to his meek disposition. Miao Xie, with her lofty aspirations, refused to consider lower status matches, leaving Miao Chongtai, now 22, still unmarried. Xie Jinnan was privy to his secret. Although Miao Chongtai had yet to wed, he had fathered 5 illegitimate children. Despite his silence, he did not neglect his lineage. Miao Xie felt it was improper for news of his extramarital offspring to spread, hence she kept it under wraps. In her previous life, Xie Jinnan came to learn of this only later. Xie Jinnan removed her exquisite 8-treasure hairpin, deeming the occasion unsuitable for adornment. With guests already arrived, we must handle the situation with care. Mama Li, have you sent word to Xie Luiying? We shall go together. A chill gradually surfaced in her gaze. She was eager to see if this revered guest summoned by her grandmother would indeed be of any assistance. Chapter 18. The Honest and Simple Miao Chongtai. What brings him here? Yanjun, you must be charming and sweet when serving tea to your second aunt. Do not fumble. Lu Huilan repeatedly instructed Xie Yin on their way to Shanhangtang. Xie Yin sulkily pouted, expressing his disdain. I have no desire to see that wicked woman. She always scolds me upon my return. Xie Yin, stout and robust, had once been playfully teased by Xie Jinnan, who suggested he should be called Xie Zhuang. Lu Huilan clicked her tongue, her tone turning stern. Had you not dozed off at the morning hall, your father would not have scolded you. Although your second aunt may be unpleasant and disdainful of you, we must endure this moment and maintain appearances. You must win her favor. Once she adopts you into the second household, you will soar to great heights, understand? Xie Yin remained indifferent, rolling his eyes and saying nothing. Noticing his disinterest, Lu Huilan gently tugged at him. I am speaking to you. Did you hear me? You must heed your mother's words today. You said she detests me. Well, I detest her even more. I refuse to be her son. Xie Yin turned away. Hearing this, Lu Huilan grew anxious. Why must you be so stubborn? She regretted her previous habit of condemning Murong Yunxiang in front of Xie Yin. Although her words held truth, such a young child could not disguise his emotions, and every feeling was written on his face. Murong Yunxiang had always looked down upon Xie Yin, and if he did not improve his demeanor, the prospects were bleak. As they reached the entrance of Shanhangtang, both families arrived simultaneously. Lu Huilan smiled brightly. What a coincidence, sister-in-law, you have come too. Lady Murong forced a smile, bending her lips slightly. Lu Huilan pushed Xie Yin forward. Yinner, did you not just express your desire to see your aunt? Hurry and greet her. Lu Huilan urged him with meaningful glances. Xie Yin hid behind Lu Huilan, maintaining a sullen expression, as though in a sulk. Lu Huilan felt awkward. This child has thoughts, but lacks words. Xie Jinnan observed with a hint of disappointment. Xie Yin had become a headstrong youth, lacking in refinement and self-centered. No matter how well one treated him, he viewed it as his due, but the slightest perceived slight would see him turn away, offering no gratitude. As he matured, Xie Yin would learn to mask his feelings, yet at this tender age, his true self was laid bare. Previously, The second household had doted on him, but now he displayed contempt towards his mother. Such an ungrateful wretch hardly deserved entry into the second household. Xie Jinnan had no need for speculation. She knew Lu Huilan's incessant gossip had tainted Xie Yan's perception of the second household. With a gentle smile, Xie Jinnan remarked, "Yinner possesses a straightforward nature. Has he been punished by the tutor for his misbehavior? His candidness and innocence were endearing." Upon hearing Xie Jinnan's words, Xie Luiying's expression flickered momentarily, but quickly returned to normal. Lu Huilan, oblivious to the underlying meaning of Xie Jinnan's words, bluntly denied, "He has not been punished. Just the other day, the tutor praised him for his significant progress." Xie Jinnan maintained her smile, though a coldness lingered beneath. "He merely dozed off this morning and was rudely awakened by me. His mind is still foggy." Lu Huilan offered an excuse. Xie Luiying furrowed her brow, swiftly signaling Lu Huilan to remain silent. As Lady Murong and her daughters entered, Miao Xie was engaged in conversation with the elderly matriarch, while Miao Chongtai sat awkwardly to the side, hands clasped between his legs, visibly anxious. Miao Xie, with her elongated face, high cheekbones, and thin lips, bore eyes that were sharp and penetrating. Her perpetual solemnity had etched her face with deep lines, emanating an unsettling aura of authority. Upon spotting Lady Murong, she ceased her speech, her keen gaze scanning the trio from head to toe. Finally, her eyes lingered on Xie Jinnan for a moment before she smiled appropriately. "Just as I was speaking of you, my dear niece, I heard you were unwell from the funeral preparations. Are you feeling better now?" Lady Murong performed the customary greetings, addressing her mother-in-law and aunt respectfully. "I have indeed been unwell, but after some time to recuperate, I feel considerably improved." Xie Jinnan and Xie Luiying followed suit, offering their greetings. Miao Chongtai's face was marred with uneven acne. As he secretly gazed at Xie Jinnan and Xie Luiying, his gaze unsettlingly glued to them. Xie Luiying frowned slightly, deliberately positioning herself behind Xie Jinnan, using her sister as a shield against Miao Chongtai's gaze, opting for ignorance. Lu Huilan and Xie Yin entered as well, with Xie Yin displaying a more subdued demeanor, dutifully offering his greetings. Lu Huilan, having feared this aunt since her youth, was particularly respectful in her demeanor. "That will suffice. Otherwise, we, the elders, will bear the burden of worry," Miao Xie remarked, directing her attention towards the matriarch. The elderly matriarch smiled gently. "Sister, your words resonate deeply with me. As I grow older, I find joy in the well-being of our younger generation. Whenever one of them is unwell, I too spend sleepless nights in worry." Lady Murong and Xie Jinnan exchanged glances, remaining silent. Miao Xie pulled at her lips. "Today, I brought Taigu along. He seldom ventures out, yet upon hearing we were visiting the uncle's home, he insisted on coming. Such a rare occurrence. Taigu, quickly greet your two cousins." Having encountered my cousins, I must attest that the words inscribed in the books ring true, if one wishes to adorn oneself in filial piety. Both cousins are akin to celestial beings gracing the moonlit sky. Miao Chongtai exerted considerable effort to articulate his sentiments. Yet by the time he had uttered but a few phrases, his face had already flushed a deep crimson. Such expressions had evidently been rehearsed at home, practiced countless times before his arrival. Once Miao Chongtai completed his remarks, the expressions of those present shifted slightly. Was it customary to shower such extravagant praise? "Child, what nonsense are you spouting?" Miao Xie calmly interjected, smoothing over the awkwardness, noting that her son, not accustomed to socializing and lacking in eloquence, had merely intended to compliment his sisters on their beauty. Miao Chongtai nodded in agreement, affirming, "Yes, my brother is somewhat clumsy with words. He merely wishes to praise his sister's good looks." Xie Jinnan maintained a stoic expression, choosing silence. Observing the atmosphere growing somewhat frigid, the matriarch spoke up. "Taigu is a straightforward and honest child. Eldest sister, now that everyone is gathered, shall we commence the feast?" Miao Xie raised her chin slightly, declaring, "Let the feast begin." A procession of servants entered, and the table was soon adorned with a sumptuous spread. Chapter 19. Murong, besieged from all sides, found herself at a loss. The dining scene was lively, with everyone engaging warmly, occasionally sharing words that elicited laughter. Yet beneath the veneer of merriment, each individual harbored ulterior motives, with every smiling face concealing diverse thoughts. Xie Jinnan detested navigating such gatherings, yet she had no choice but to endure them with a smile. As Miao Xieshe reminisced joyfully, she recounted the time her second daughter-in-law fell while pregnant with her daughter, causing a flood of amniotic fluid to spill forth, a moment that had terrified her. I, in that moment, possessed an audacity I scarcely understood, daring to assist in her delivery. How fortunate that both mother and child emerged safe. Otherwise, we would not have our dear daughter today. I owe it all to my elder sister. The old matriarch nodded in agreement. Murong offered a gentle smile. Indeed, I am eternally grateful for my aunt's assistance during that time. Xie Luing sat quietly, seemingly detached, while internally rolling her eyes at the incessant reminiscences of the old crone, who always brought up her past experiences whenever she visited the Xie household. Meanwhile, Murong, foolishly compliant, permitted her to take liberties despite the countless sacrifices made for the Miao family over the years. If it were her, she would have long since driven the old woman away with a broom, threatening to silence her with a pair of scissors for her incessant prattling. Upon hearing Murong's words, Miao Xieshe and the matriarch exchanged knowing glances, silently acknowledging their understanding. By the way, I heard you wish to adopt a boy into the second household. Have you identified a suitable candidate? I could assist you in discerning the right choice. Miao Xieshe wasted no time in addressing the matter directly. Murong paused before responding. It is merely an intention at this stage. I have yet to select anyone. Once I have identified a few promising candidates, I shall certainly allow my aunt to scrutinize them. However, Miao Xieshe was not one to let her evade the question, pressing, I hear you have your sights set on a nephew from your maternal family? She seemed to interrogate her like a servant rather than converse with her sister-in-law, relentlessly insisting on an answer. The matriarch remained silent, her expression cold, merely awaiting Murong's response. The table fell into an anticipatory hush, all eyes converging on Murong. Lu Huilan felt a surge of excitement. It seemed their matriarch had come to her aid, ready to reprimand Murong. How splendid! Lu Huilan relished the moment. This Murong Yunxiang had previously boasted of adopting from the Earl's residence, which had incensed many. Now, even the matriarch could not tolerate her arrogance. How would she dare remain so presumptuous? Murong's smile wavered, revealing that she was aware of her aunt's knowledge. Miao Xieshe, maintaining her stance, declared, When I saved your life years ago, it was not with the intention of having you adopt from another family. Our CF family has ample offspring. You may adopt anyone you wish, but I shall not permit you to take from the Earl's residence. If you recall my kindness, heed my advice and abandon that absurd notion immediately. Choose a child from among the Xie boys, and do this as a favor to me. Murong exchanged a subtle glance with Xie Jinnan, contemplating her response. Aunt, who do you believe would be most suitable for me to adopt? She redirected the question to Miao Xieshe. Taken aback, Miao Xieshe glanced at the matriarch. Surely, your eldest brother's Yin Gur is the most appropriate choice. We have our own. Why seek outside? Look how astute Yin Gur is. Having him in your family will surely be a blessing. The matriarch, appearing nonchalant, sipped her chicken soup, as if Miao Xieshe's words bore no relevance to her. Upon hearing this, Xie Jinnan discerned that the matriarch and Miao Xieshe had likely conspired together. Indeed, Lu Huilan chimed in. Murong set down her chopsticks, speaking softly. I understand the reasoning my aunt presents. However, my desire to adopt from my maternal family is a matter of necessity. Miao Xieshe furrowed her brow, puzzled. What do you mean by that, sister-in-law? The matriarch mirrored her confusion. It was clear that Murong was acting out of stubbornness. Murong sighed lightly. My two daughters are nearing marriageable age. If the adopted brother proves to be lackluster, how can they hold their heads high in their husbands' families? Thus, I believe it essential to adopt one who is capable, wise, and of noble character. Otherwise, how can we uphold the dignity of the Xie family? Aunt, would you not agree? That reasoning is sound. Yet the Xie family also boasts exceptional children, Miao Xieshe responded. Murong sighed again, causing the matriarch's brow to furrow further, as if she bore some hidden grievance. Why do you sigh again? Speak plainly. A resolution must be reached today. The matriarch urged. Murong glanced at her, then at Xie Yin, hesitating before stating, If my mother-in-law were to agree to my selection from other Xie family members, I would not need to adopt from my maternal family. For instance, your second uncle's family has several promising candidates. I noticed a few at the last funeral. Her words were veiled, but unmistakably conveyed her disdain for Xie Yin. The matriarch's expression darkened, commanding, Xuanze, take Yin Gur away. Yin Gur, being her beloved grandson, was already pitiful enough to be scorned by the second household. She could not bear for him to hear such words. Lu Hualan's countenance soured, and she attempted to interject, but was silenced by the matriarch's piercing gaze, ultimately falling silent. Xuanze led Yin Gur away, and as they exited, Yin Gur cast a resentful glance back at Murong, his eyes glimmering with animosity, resembling a vengeful little wolf cub. Xie Jinnan observed everything, recalling how smoothly the adoption of Yin Gur had proceeded in her past life, with the adults swiftly reaching a consensus. Yin Gur had believed the second household was forcing him into adoption, harboring resentment for years. In this life, the second household was unwilling to adopt him, allowing him to remain with his parents. Yet he still held onto his grievances. Whether adopted or not, he felt pressured. If not adopted, he sensed disdain. How difficult it was to please him. Murong, seemingly oblivious to the matriarch's rising ire, turned to Miao Xiesher. Aunt, what is your opinion? I find your third cousin Xing Gur quite admirable. Are they not also your grandnephews? Miao Xiesher's expression shifted. Murong had a point. It mattered little to whom she adopted from the CF family, as they were all her grandnephews. Yet, she had previously made a pact with the matriarch to ensure Murong adopted Yin Gur. Why seek distant relatives when suitable candidates were close at hand? I reiterate, if you still recall my kindness, adopt Yin Gur. Do not complicate matters further. Provide a clear answer. Murong felt cornered. I have always respected my aunt. Why must you press me so? Xie Jinnan's eyes flickered, sensing something amiss. Why was Miao Xiesher aligning with the matriarch to exert pressure on her mother? Unless... Xie Jinnan looked up at Miao Chongtai and swiftly averted her gaze, piecing together the situation in her mind. Beneath the calm facade of Xie Jinxian, a fierce inferno of rage blazed uncontrollably. Her grandmother, in pursuit of her objectives, resorted to every possible means. Miao Xie, feeling slightly humiliated, retorted sharply. How can you accuse me of being disrespectful? When have I ever compelled you? Adopting from a main branch is a matter of natural order. Have you become so significant that you disregard my words? Despite the earnest counsel of an elder, you not only show no gratitude, but also throw a tantrum? If it weren't for my intervention back then, would you even have the audacity to argue with me now? Miao Xie spoke with a mocking tone. Her brows arched in scorn. The old lady slammed down her chopsticks, her voice icy. Yun Xiang, do you truly look down upon Yin Gur to such an extent that you no longer heed your aunt's words? Lu Huilan cast a resentful glance at Murong, her heart seething with discontent. With a loud clatter, Xie Jinxian forcefully set down her chopsticks. What an extravagant banquet of schemes this was. Was this forcing her mother to adopt Xie Yin on the spot? Chapter 20. Xie Jinxian begins to lose her composure. Murong, suddenly scolded, did not seem saddened. Instead, a flicker of confusion crossed her eyes. She exchanged a glance with Xie Jinxian, sensing something was amiss. Their grandmother had not mentioned Shengguer at all. Previously, she had been somewhat lenient, seemingly inclined to have the second branch adopt Shengguer. Yet today, she remained silent, indicating that she must have consulted with the elder uncle, who likely disapproved. Did Xie Jinxian not recognize that old coward? The one who perpetually hid behind women to scheme? He must have said something to the grandmother. The grandmother indulged the elder uncle. Thus today, she conspired with the aunt to pressure the mother into making a commitment to adopt Xie Yin without delay. Xie Jinxian's gaze turned frigid. The grandmother clearly knew that Sheng should return, yet she still chose to heed the elder uncle's words. Did she care for Sheng's well-being? Did she ever truly care for the second branch? She incessantly claimed to owe a debt to Sheng, yet her actions belied her words. What worth were empty claims? After all these years, how could the grandmother remain oblivious to how Lu Huilan treated Sheng? She continued to turn a blind eye. Even her feeble excuses could not disguise her hypocritical and cold-hearted nature. Under the table, Xie Jinxian clenched her handkerchief tightly. She had overestimated this old woman's conscience. She possessed no conscience, only a heart as foul as rotting flesh. She was determined to have Sheng adopted into the second branch. Xie Luiying, oblivious to the turmoil surrounding her, focused solely on her meal. Even upon witnessing the distress of her nominal mother, Murong, she feigned ignorance, indifferent to it all. Xie Jinxian's piercing gaze swept across the assembly, her tone calm as she spoke. I was deeply moved by Auntie's recounting of past events. One must always remember to be grateful. Were it not for Auntie, we would not reside in such a grand estate or live this opulent life, commanding servants daily and enjoying their attentive service. This fortune bestowed upon the Xie family is wholly due to Auntie's benevolence. Even our grandmother benefits from Auntie's generosity. Our entire family ought to be eternally grateful. Grandmother, one must never forget one's debts of gratitude. Wouldn't you agree? Upon hearing this, the old lady's complexion gradually darkened. Although Xie Long was a literary star of the Xie family, in this vast capital, a mere brick could topple several esteemed individuals. Without the robust support of her in-laws, Xie Long would not have attained such high office at a young age. In other words, the glory and wealth of the Xie family today relied on the favor of the Earl's household, largely thanks to Murong. The reason the old lady had lived comfortably for so many years was precisely due to the blessings of the second branch. Even this grand estate was acquired with Murong's dowry. Xie Jinnan was subtly accusing the old lady of being ungrateful, aiding outsiders and bullying her daughter-in-law. Though her critique was veiled, could the astute old lady not discern it? With a scoff, Xie Jinnan continued, since Annie frequently mentioned childbirth, it must surely pertain to some request. In every matter regarding the Miao family, my mother has always been dedicated, never shirking her duties. My father once expressed concern that my mother's enthusiasm might be excessive, risking offense. After all, these are matters concerning others. We wouldn't want to seem meddlesome, would we? My mother insisted that my father was overly cautious. How could Annie think we were meddling? You are the very embodiment of charity. Even our uncle and aunt were reasonable individuals during their lifetimes. Annie, do you believe my mother is overstepping her bounds? Xie Jinnan maintained a cheerful demeanor, while both the old lady and Miao Xie's expressions shifted dramatically. Her words dripped with sarcasm. At first glance, they seemed complimentary, yet upon closer inspection, not a single word offered genuine praise. Each phrase served as a thinly veiled insult. Miao Xie's lips curled downward, revealing her fury. This young lady, though of tender age, possessed a sharp tongue, first accusing her of repaying kindness with malice, and then of meddling in affairs that did not concern her. The Miao family bore the surname Miao, while the Xie family was Xie. They were distinct entities, yet she dared to interject in another family's matter. Was that not meddlesome? This little girl was indeed poking at her. Xie Luiying cast a sidelong glance at Xie Jinnan, her expression darkening with unspoken thoughts. Xie Jinnan stirred the black chicken soup in her bowl, seemingly unaware of the considerable reaction her words had incited. Moreover, that useless uncle aside, who did not know that the aunt was a greedy opportunist. When she bore her second daughter, she had audaciously demanded that the Earl's household host a grand celebration, a claim that became widely known. The Earl's household sent a generous gift, thereafter severing ties with the Miao family. The Miao family faced immense embarrassment, realizing they had overstepped, and from that point on, they only sought Murong's assistance, never daring to disturb the Earl's household again. How could she claim to be reasonable? Xie Jinnan spoke with abandon, her words weaving a tapestry of mockery. This young lady, so articulate at such a tender age, what would happen when she married? Would she not dominate her in-laws? Miao Xie forced a smile, her expression betraying her irritation. Xie Jinnan remained unfazed, her gaze locked on Miao Xie's eyes, asserting, "Auntie, please do not flatter me. I am but a clumsy speaker, yet I must uphold my manners. The tales of your courtship are legendary among the younger generation." Upon hearing this, Miao Xie's pupils constricted sharply. Such audacity was astounding. Women of noble families were expected to tread carefully, adhering to the rules of propriety, nurturing their families and instilling discipline in their children. A woman, already betrothed, who dared to engage in clandestine dealings and seek alternative suitors was deemed frivolous and unprincipled, deserving of society's disdain. Should such disgraceful conduct succeed, it would be one matter. If it failed, the reputation of all women in her clan would suffer. While Miao Xie had indeed married well, it would ultimately be ill-received if word got out. Thus, no one dared to mention it in her presence. Xie Jinnan was the first to breach this taboo. To Xie Jinnan, Miao Xie had delivered her into the world, and she remembered that kindness. To repay a kindness is only fitting. However, Miao Xie, with her insatiable greed, could never be satisfied, Today, it was 100 tales, tomorrow 1,000. And from matters concerning male heirs to female marriages, she merely demanded, oblivious to the difficulties involved. After all these years, did she expect the second branch to repay her kindness? Did she want Xie Jinnan to repay her with her life? If Miao Xie could exercise some restraint, Xie Jinnan would give her face and treat her well, but she dared decide with the main branch, meddling in the adoption matter and brazenly insulting her mother. Xie Jinnan would not allow it. Miao Xie had lived for so long, always in a position to scold others. She had never been rebuked by a younger generation. She could not swallow this insult. Just as Miao Xie was about to unleash a tirade, she caught sight of her grandson staring intently at Xie Jinnan, her ears flushing crimson. She swallowed her words, realizing that having a somewhat assertive daughter-in-law might not be such a bad thing for her timid son. In marriage, partners should complement each other. If her son married a strong-willed woman, he could better manage the concubines and illegitimate children in his household. With this thought, Miao Xie's expression darkened significantly. She would wait until the wedding to properly train her. The old lady's face soured. Young lady, you must adhere to decorum. Elders are speaking, and it is not your place to interject. Chapter 21. Capture 1. Scold. Another Xie Jinnan raised her cold gaze, refusing to overlook her. If we speak of propriety, my mother is the esteemed lady of loyalty and valor, bestowed by His Majesty himself. Jinnan, in her ignorance, questioned whether one ought to pay respects upon meeting the lady. Her words were laced with an icy sharpness. Just moments ago, the two elders had not even shifted in their seats, comfortably accepting the courtesies from the Morong family. The old matriarch was taken aback, waves of turmoil rising within her. Could it be that this young lady had lost her senses to regard her with such a look? Furthermore, when has a daughter-in-law ever bowed to her mother-in-law? Truly, it was an inversion of the natural order. Morong feigned reproach towards Xie Jinnan, saying, "Sister, we are all family. Why must there be so many rules? Just enjoy your soup." To defend Xie Jinnan, Morong felt compelled to utter these words, yet her heart was warmed. Those words her daughter spoke were precisely what she wished to convey. Her daughter recognized her error. Xie Jinnan verbally acknowledged her mistake, yet her expression and gaze betrayed no semblance of remorse. The old matriarch felt both anger and disappointment. This granddaughter, who once showed understanding, had transformed into this unrecognizable figure. Her gaze swept over Morong, certain that she had been the one to teach her this insolence. "Sister, Yinner is your cousin. Do you truly despise him so? To oppose your elders just to prevent your mother from adopting Yinner. Do you not remember the kindness of your great-aunt who assisted in your birth? Your uncle doted on you in your childhood, always bringing you candied hawthorn. How have you become this way? You disappoint me greatly." Xie Jinnan lightly parted her cherry lips and replied, "If grandmother feels disappointment, I too am utterly confounded. One must be discerning even when purchasing vegetables in the market. My mother chooses to adopt a son for herself. It does not impede others, so do we not have the right to choose? Since the discussion has reached this point, I shall be even more audacious, bearing this blame with dignity. Is this grand banquet not a scheme to coerce my mother into adopting Xie Yin?" The old matriarch slammed her palm on the table. "Impudent. Second daughter-in-law. Is this the good daughter you have raised?" Morong maintained a stoic expression, meeting the old matriarch's gaze with indifference. For a fleeting moment, the old matriarch felt a pang of unease, a troubling thought flickering through her mind. This daughter-in-law may no longer show her the respect she once did. The daughter-in-law was indeed apprehensive, as though merely failing to adopt Xie Yin made her a sinner within this household. How long had it been since the official had departed? Here they were, a mother and daughter, enduring such coercion. If the official were to witness this scene from beyond, what might he think? A wave of desolation washed over Morong as she grasped Xie Jinnan's warm hand, feeling a flicker of warmth within the chill of her surroundings. In this family, only Jinnan stood by her side. Xie Luiying felt neglected, as her mother only held Xie Jinnan's hand, favoring that wretched girl. Why not hold her hand? The old matriarch's face betrayed a moment of guilt, left speechless. If the second daughter-in-law were to be aware, the second daughter-in-law had always cherished Yinner and was understanding and considerate. Surely, she would comprehend her struggles. Miao Xie's gaze turned icy, feeling aged and disregarded, as if no one held her in esteem. Had she known this would come to pass, she would never have saved you. Had I not saved you? Would you two still sit here, casting me scornful looks? Murong's complexion paled. Miao Xie's actions were gradually extinguishing the fervor in her heart. She, who valued loyalty and righteousness, had respected Miao Xie for her life-saving grace, treating the affairs of the Miao family as her own. Now, being cornered by two elders she had trusted and revered, the suffering in Murong's heart was beyond articulation. The old matriarch took a sip of water to soothe her dry throat. Second daughter-in-law, do not involve Chang'e. I act solely for the future of the Xie family. For 100 years, the Xie family has flourished, yet you wish to hand it over to others. If he were alive, he would not permit such actions. And do not lead your sister astray. Lu Ying is far more sensible. Lu Ying, do speak to your mother. Do not let her act recklessly. Xie Lu Ying shifted her gaze. Speaking softly, I do not comprehend. Everything is left to grandmother and mother. Regardless of who enters the second household, I will love him as my own brother. Her words were ambiguous, ensuring she offended no one. What concern was it of hers? After all, she was the legitimate daughter of the second household, and she would rely on Murong for her dowry in the future. The old matriarch nodded in satisfaction. Lu Ying understands. Let this matter of adoption end here today. No one is permitted to stir trouble. I declare that the second household must adopt Jinnan. Next month, we will invite the clan elders to honor our ancestors and amend the family records. Miao Xie remained silent, watching the unfolding drama with a cold gaze. Murong turned to Lu Huilan, sister-in-law, are you satisfied? Lu Huilan, suppressing her elation, feigned indifference, sister-in-law. Jinnan will be dutiful to you and care for you in your old age. If he dares to show you any disrespect, I shall be the first to confront him. Xie Jinnan let out a cold laugh, finding it utterly ironic, and she had no intention of sparing her grandmother's dignity. If grandmother claims to act for the future of the Xie family, then why does she oppose my mother adopting Xing'er? It is merely an attempt to help the elder brother seize the assets of the second household. So why must it be cloaked in such grandeur? This banquet, a trap set by the elder brother, has seen him absent while he sent grandmother as his vanguard. Truly, grandmother is a fearsome force, impossible to confront. The old matriarch's composure faltered. You wretched child, do you truly believe I cannot discipline you? Xie Jinnan's words were sharp, and should her grandmother wish to impose discipline, she would accept it. However, matters must be kept distinct. If the Earl's residence and the King of Qing's household learned of her mother's coercion, it would render the Xie family a grand joke. A person of lowly birth and meager competence, even if forced into the second household. Do you think the Earl's residence and the King of Qing's household would regard him with favor? Would they even wish to support him? Lu Huilan's expression shifted dramatically. Standing abruptly, who do you say is a lowly born fool? Xie Jinnan glanced at her scornfully, retorting, sister-in-law, do not be angered. Lowly is not derogatory. In comparison to the noble born of the Earl's residence and the King of Qing's household, is Xie Yin not lowly? You must be aware of his parents' origins and family circumstances. Everyone desires a golden bowl, yet one must consider their worthiness. She intended to lay bare the unpleasant truths. Otherwise, these individuals would continue to feign ignorance. The elder brother was merely a scribe, and Lu Huilan hailed from a peasant background. Such people would not even be welcomed as servants in the Earl's residence. How could they dare aspire to stand alongside the nobility? Does Xie Yin deserve to be the legitimate son of the second household? Upon hearing this, Xie Lu Ying's expression stiffened momentarily, but quickly masked her discomfort. Lu Huilan was near the brink of madness. The old matriarch's countenance darkened. She never imagined that Murong and her daughter would reject Jinnan to such an extent. She had specifically invited Miao Xie, hoping Murong would heed her words. Yet things were not unfolding as she had envisioned. Should what Xie Jinnan claimed be true, the Earl's residence and the King of Qing's household might very well detest Jinnan, let alone offer assistance. If that were to happen, the Xie family would become the subject of ridicule. Caught in a dilemma, the old matriarch hesitated over whether sending Jinnan to the second household was the right decision. Yet if the second household rejected him, how would she explain that to Chang'e? Lu Huilan could no longer contain herself. Roaring, what has Jinnan done to you? Why do you all harbor such hatred for a child? Xie Jinnan coldly observed her unraveling. Articulating each word with precision, it is not hatred, sister-in-law. Do you still not grasp it? It is disdain. We completely look down upon him. Lu Huilan was beside herself. If you have grievances, direct them at me. I might as well die here. Please, spare Jinnan. I will throw myself to my death right now. Upon hearing her nonsensical outburst, the old matriarch understood that she was about to throw a tantrum, and such impotent rage would only serve to amuse the onlookers. She signaled to Xuanze, who promptly summoned 2 maids to escort Lu Huilan out. What do you truly desire? The old lady slammed the spoon down, exclaiming that no one heeds the words of this matron. Chapter 22. The old lady fainted with rage, while Murong refused to summon the royal physician. Sister, you tell them. The old lady now understood that it was Xie Jinnan who was in charge between the mother and daughter. Grandmother, this endless dispute is devoid of any meaning. My mother has long stated her refusal to adopt a useless heir. Why can't you comprehend this? Xie Jinnan was rapidly losing her patience. Having hinted repeatedly against the adoption of the inept Xie Yin, she desired Xie Sheng instead. How could they be so obtuse? Frustrating. Do not blame your granddaughter for her harsh words, for I must speak the truth. Just days ago, in correspondence with the Earl's residence, my grandfather advised my mother to be exceedingly careful in choosing a son to adopt. The position of heir to the second branch is of utmost significance. He bears the heavy responsibility of upholding the Xie family's reputation and is a pivotal figure in maintaining relations with the royal family. To put grandly, this concerns the future of our lineage. Should he be a man of merit, future generations might alter their fates, with sons entering officialdom and daughters potentially marrying into royalty, leading to the Xie family's enduring prosperity. Xie Jinnan cast a discreet glance at Miao Xie and then changed her tone. However, what if the heir is a useless one? Have you, grandmother and aunt, consider the consequences? The Xie family would not only fail to ascend to royal favor, but would likely decline day by day, reduced to marrying into merchant families. Miao Xie's face turned slightly pale. Forced into such marriages, was she not the very subject of that fate? The old lady, flustered, found herself overwhelmed with thoughts. She struggled to regain her composure and retorted, Enough. It is not useless, and you need not deceive me. If you wish to adopt from outside, then wait until I am gone. Upon hearing this, Murong's anger turned to laughter. She was exhausted and wished to cease this endless debate about adoption. My mother-in-law and elder brother and sister-in-law all want me to adopt Xie Yin, but for the future of the Xie family, I refuse to adopt a fool as a son. I never expected this to escalate so. The entire family is pressing me. A widow who has lost her husband, who stands by me. With her words, the expressions of those present varied. The old lady frowned in displeasure, while Miao Xie averted her gaze. Murong's countenance remained eerily calm. Thus, under their expectant gazes, she uttered words that shocked everyone. Then let us not adopt. Let us divide the family. After all, my husband is gone, and I shall lead my daughters as we see fit. All family assets will become dowries for my 2 daughters. When I grow old, I shall seek a nunnery to end my days. The prosperity of the Xie family has no bearing on me. Having spoken, Murong rose, addressing her daughters, Sister Ying, let us depart. The old lady, regaining her senses, was thoroughly alarmed. How dare you? To give away all family assets as dowries is to hand them to others. Absurd. Absurd. The old lady, dizzy with rage, trembled. Miao Xie's eyes sparkled. She calculated that this was not merely about marrying a daughter, but acquiring a fortune. This would ensure a lifetime of ease, with no need to concoct excuses for funds. Alas, she had but one grandson. How splendid it would be to marry both. Ah, do not leave. We have yet to discuss the matter at hand. This was her primary objective for coming. Murong raised an eyebrow in confusion. What marriage matter? Miao Xie's words dripped with calculation. My dear niece, if you do not wish to adopt, I shall not press you. However, without me, there would be no sister. This is an undeniable truth. Now that sister has reached marriageable age, I intend to arrange her engagement with Tai. What say you? Upon finishing, Miao Chongtai hurriedly produced a jade pendant from his pocket. Cousin, this is a family heirloom of the Miao family, meant only for daughters-in-law. If you do not mind. Miao Chongtai gazed intently at Xie Jinnan, too overwhelmed to notice as he hastily adjusted his robe to conceal a certain area. Murong could scarcely believe her ears. Overwhelmed with shock and fury, her breath quickened, and her arms trembled slightly as she turned to the old lady, her eyes blazing with fury. The old lady's vision darkened, and she fainted. The hall descended into chaos, while Murong observed with a cold demeanor, vowing never again to play the dutiful daughter-in-law. After all, a mother-in-law is still a mother-in-law, she would never regard her daughter-in-law as an equal. Murong turned to Miao Xie, who seemed to have more to say. Her tone icy. "Aunt, you have spoken of kindness countless times, and for these years I have repaid every favor. From henceforth, the Xie and Miao family shall stand in mutual debt. Bring in the guests and see them off." Miao Xie's countenance shifted drastically. "What do you mean? You ungrateful wretch. Have you forgotten my kindness? Sister owes me her life. Therefore, she ought to become my granddaughter-in-law. Her life is mine. What right do you have to deny it? Cousin, please marry my cousin. I truly like her and will treat her well for life." Miao Chongtai confessed earnestly. Murong regarded him with disdain, raising her voice. "From now on, heed my words. Inform the doorkeepers that anyone from the Miao family shall be driven out with brooms." She finally exhibited the authority of the family matriarch, and none among the servants dared to disobey. "What kindness? I shall not acknowledge it. Even if my reputation is tarnished, I care not. I will not permit Jinxian to marry such a fool." Miao Xie and Miao Chongtai were forcefully expelled, with Miao Chongtai receiving several blows. While Miao Xie was bombarded with insults as the servant scolded her. How shameless, to dare think of the eldest daughter. Once they departed, Murong's fury had yet to subside. She paced, throwing a dish in frustration. "What nonsense!" Tears streamed down Murong's face as she cried and scolded, a wretched group of parasites. Xie Jinxian calmly wiped her mother's tears, having anticipated this outcome. Thus her emotions remained steady. Miao Xie had come with Miao Chongtai for the very purpose of discussing a marriage proposal. Hadn't she? Xie Luiying raised her brows slightly, finding today rather amusing. She could not help but chuckle. It turned out, Aunt came to propose a marriage for her sister. "I thought cousin was quite decent looking, with 2 eyes and a nose. And Aunt has a favor to bestow upon sister. Why then, is mother so furious? I wonder how Aunt will weave her tale outside." Her words dripped with schadenfreude. Xie Jinxian raised an eyebrow. "Oh, so you like him? Why didn't you say so sooner? Someone, quickly, fetch Aunt back. This way, our families need not sever ties." Xie Ling's gaze momentarily blanked, then hurriedly denied. No. How could I possibly like him? Hearing you praise him so, I thought you fancied him. Do you truly not like him? Not like him, what is he? He dares to covet our family. Look at his face like a toad's back. Utterly revolting." Xie Luiying fell silent. Murong, incensed, retorted, "Since you are aware that he is beneath you, what nonsense were you spouting earlier?" Xie Luiying fell silent, no longer daring to utter any sarcastic remarks. Just then, Aunt Xuanze rushed in a flurry. After the old lady fainted, she had been assisted to a side room. Returning to the matron, "The old lady has fallen ill. We must summon physician Zhen to examine her, for he has always attended to her health." Murong's expression remained indifferent. "Then go summon him. Only you can invite the palace physician," Aunt Xuanze insisted. A long silence followed Murong's reply. Chapter 23. Xie Jinxian berates her uncle, the soft-spoken yet venomous first among them. Murong remained silent. The Earl's residence had some connections to the Zhen family, and in the past, it was her influence that allowed physicians from the palace to attend to the old lady. The fee for the physician was exorbitant, and Murong always had to cover substantial expenses, not to mention the cost of the fine medicinal herbs used. Jin Sheng was right. She needed to make the Xie family aware of the repercussions of offending her. In the past, her temperament had been too forgiving, allowing the unscrupulous to thrive on fear rather than virtue. Seeing that Murong was unresponsive, Aunt Xuanze felt anxious. "The Countess," Xie Jinsheng remarked nonchalantly. "How could the imperial physician attend to the nobility in the palace and spare time for us? When there was no imperial physician available before, we invited a certain doctor. Let's call upon him." Aunt Xuanze was unwilling to concede, but upon noticing Murong's indifferent demeanor, she realized that this family was on the brink of upheaval. Temporarily silenced, she could only respond with an understood. Murong didn't spare a glance at the old matriarch, directly leading her 2 daughters back to the southern courtyard, where they coincidentally encountered Xie Chong, who was lurking in the garden pavilion awaiting news. Upon seeing Murong, Xie Chong greeted her with a broad smile. "Sister-in-law." Murong cast him a sidelong glance, her voice frigid. "I wondered why didn't he see my elder brother at the banquet. It turns out he is here shirking his duties." "No, I just returned from outside." "Did you all dine well? Did you discuss?" Xie Chong sought an excuse. Yet before he could finish, Murong bypassed him and left. "Hey, sister-in-law." Xie Chong was utterly baffled. How could such a gentlewoman treat him with such disdain? As Murong took her leave with Xie Luing, Xie Jinnan halted, feeling the need to converse with her uncle. Uncle, are you not curious about what everyone discussed at the banquet? Likely mere trivialities. He feigned indifference, but his hesitance betrayed his true curiosity. Xie Jinnan candidly stated, "Grandmother and aunt conspired to pressure my mother into promising to adopt Yin Ge." She paused deliberately, and indeed, Xie Chang's eyes flickered with evasion. He was well aware of the underlying truths. A sarcastic smile curled on her lips. "My mother has resolved not to adopt him, and the family assets will be divided between my sister and me as dowries." Xie Chang was left agape, his anger boiling within. "What? Your mother looks down upon Yin Ge so?" Xie Jinnan regarded him silently, and Xie Chang paced in agitation. "That one do. That one do. How can this be? Uncle, do not be vexed by my straightforward words. You ought to properly educate Yin Ge. My mother indeed does not value him. Who would want to adopt a child who only knows how to skip school and engage in brawls? Think from the perspective of the second household." Xie Chang's countenance darkened further. Articulating such sentiments was indeed quite uncomfortable, yet Xie Jinnan had to insist upon it. Delaying further would not be advisable. To reclaim Shangge, this feeble man must be made to relinquish all hope. "Uncle, do you know why Aunt came today?" Xie Jinnan inquired once more. Xie Chang, unsettled, replied casually, "She merely came to take advantage. No, she is here to propose marriage for Taige, and this is at grandmother's behest. If my mother does not agree to adopt Yin Ge, grandmother intends to betroth me to the Miao family." Xie Chang frowned deeply. He held Miao Chongtai in utter disdain and would never accept him as a son-in-law. "My mother is so furious she trembles, threatening to sever ties and live separately. Thus, I implore you to pack your belongings and return to the old residence, for this estate was purchased by my mother." Xie Jinnan's cold remarks were meant to strip away Xie Chang's pride, and she knew the main house would never consent to a separation. It was a long way off. However, expressing these sentiments felt liberating. Why should one show courtesy to the shameless? Xie Chang's face flushed with embarrassment as he retorted angrily, "How dare you speak to your elder like that?" Xie Jinnan paid him no mind and turned to leave. Would he dare to strike her? Such a coward would only retreat to his own quarters to vent his frustration. Witnessing this, Xie Chang felt a mix of anger and powerlessness, and at last, he realized that his sister-in-law likely harbored disdain for him as well. Yet he had said nothing. How could she connect him to her grievances? Frustrated, he squatted down, clutching his head in despair. Just then, he spotted Xie Yin foolishly at play. "Giddy up!" Xie Yin shouted joyfully, riding a young maid, who was barely over 10 years old, on the ground. The frail girl struggled under Xie Yin's weight, and if she slowed, she would receive a slap. This sight only fueled Xie Chang's fury further. "You worthless wretch! You've brought nothing but shame upon me." He approached to deliver a kick. "Mother, please do not be angry. What are your plans now?" Xie Luing inquired, seeking insight. "You saw it. Grandmother is willing to use even Sister Jinnan's marriage as leverage to force my hand. She has aligned herself with the main house, seeking to feast on the second household's flesh and drink its blood. I truly fear she will next set her sights on you. You sisters are my greatest vulnerability. Therefore, let us postpone the adoption matter. I will spread the word that no one will be adopted, for only in this way can we lead a peaceful life." Xie Luing pondered for a moment. "So, will mother truly sever ties?" Murong was vague. "We shall take it one step at a time." She gently patted Xie Luying's shoulder. "Do not fret, my dear. You are still young. Leave these matters to me. And do not forget, your sister is here too. You need not concern yourself with these troublesome affairs. I promise you and your sister will not suffer in the least." Xie Luing paused, affectionately leaning against Murong. "Mother is the best. I was so frightened just now, but I'm grateful for you and sister being here." Murong smiled tenderly. "Very well. Go rest now. You haven't eaten well earlier. I'll have the kitchen prepare something for you." Xie Luing nodded, her smile sweet. After she returned to the Yingguang pavilion, Murong's smile vanished. She turned, issuing a few commands to relay to the kitchen, then quickened her pace back to the rose courtyard. In the Yingguang pavilion, Xie Luying's maid, Dong Zhao, busily poured tea. "Second miss, do you think the mistress will truly forego the adoption and divide the family assets between you and the eldest miss? Would that not mean we would gain a substantial fortune?" Xie Luying dismissed the thought. How could that be possible? Such absurdity has never occurred throughout history. If she truly refuses to adopt, it is merely to ensure the second household's extinction. Merely the whispers of rumor could be fatal. Not to mention that the clan would oppose it. The Earl's residents would never consent to such a thing. She is simply venting in her anger. You are wise. Second miss, I am but a dullard, Dong Zhao flattered. Xie Lu Ying's gaze deepened. Yet I truly did not expect that old crone would wish to marry Xie Jinnan off to Miao Chongtai. She is still a grandmother. How could she be so cruel? Recalling Murong's earlier concerns, Xie Lu Ying was unperturbed. The old matriarch was well aware of her status as a child of the main house, protected by her biological father. That old woman would not dare provoke her son's ire. Suddenly, Xie Lu Ying furrowed her brow. Dongzhao, Chapter 24, A Visit to Longyin Temple to Burn Incense. Fetch several buckets of hot water. I encountered something vile today, and I must cleanse myself to dispel the bad luck. Xie Lu Ying's face contorted with disgust at the mere thought of that toad-like visage. Yes, second, Mississippi Dongzhao promptly went to summon someone to prepare the water. In the rose courtyard, Xie Jinnan arrived somewhat late. By the time she did, Murong had already prepared several dishes, awaiting her arrival. Why did you take so long? You hardly ate earlier. Come sit down before you hurt your stomach, Murong urged. Xie Jinnan took her seat and picked up a piece of salt-edged shrimp. Still warm, indicating it had just been served. I just finished speaking with Uncle and went to seek out Anne outside to exchange a few words. Murong paused. She didn't mistreat you, did she? Xie Jinnan chuckled lightly. I have my housekeeper to protect me. Would she dare? In any case, Mother need not worry about her sullying your reputation in the future. Murong, both shocked and touched, asked, what did you tell her? Murong was filled with curiosity, fully aware of how difficult Miaoxia was. Just moments ago, she had been unceremoniously dismissed, and the elderly lady had been so furious she seemed ready to explode. Xie Jinnan blinked, keeping her secret. She had merely appealed to reason and emotion, coupled with gentle persuasion. In her previous life, Miaoxia had never brought Maya Chongtai to propose marriage. Hence, it was undoubtedly her grandmother who had initiated the discussion. It was her grandmother who had rashly consented to the engagement, intending to coerce the second branch of the family. In other words, Miaoxia had been manipulated, truly believing that the Xie family wished to marry their daughter to her. For many years, Miaoxia had been treated with the utmost respect and reverence by the Murong family, which had led her to be overly confident in her standing. She had certainly not anticipated that her typically agreeable niece-in-law would confront her so openly. Had she known, she would have never made the journey, nor would she have dared to speak so boldly. Upon reflection, she would be filled with regret, as this would likely be her last opportunity to enter the Xie household. Who would she turn to for assistance in the future? Additionally, with Xie Jinnan's subtle manipulation, Miaoxia would undoubtedly place the blame on the matriarch. She was not one to suffer in silence and would seek retribution after being humiliated. Thus, while Miaoxia would refrain from speaking ill of her mother, her grandmother's reputation would hang by a thread. Murong did not inquire further, simply serving her niece more dishes. Xie Jinnan adjusted her demeanor. Having witnessed her grandmother's true nature today, it was not without its merits. Murong chuckled self-deprecatingly, reflecting on how frightening it was. Looking back, the harmonious scenes of past mother-in-law and daughter-in-law interactions had merely been facades built on wealth and material gain. How foolish, when there were benefits to be had. Anyone would wear a pleasant demeanor and shower you with kind words, but once interests were jeopardized, hearts turned cold and faces soured. Xie Jinnan was indeed hungry, analyzing the situation between bites. It seemed her grandmother had exhausted all her cunning, resorting to such tactics to force her mother into submission. After all, her mother hailed from a noble lineage and held substantial wealth. Such a high-status daughter-in-law was not easily manipulated. Thus, her grandmother had allied with her aunt, leveraging favor as a means to exert pressure based on seniority. It was likely that her elder uncle had pressured her grandmother, who thought her mother's gentle temperament would yield easily, which ultimately led to a disastrous outcome. Indeed, her grandmother had set up a trap. If her mother remained obstinate, she would bring Maya Chongtai into the fray. Knowing her mother's affection for her daughter would throw her into disarray. Under immense pressure, her mother's resolve would likely shatter, and in a moment of vulnerability, she might inadvertently divulge secrets. By the time she realized her mistake, it would be too late. The matriarch had a profound understanding of human nature. She knew her mother's heart was pure and uncomplicated, which is why she orchestrated such a grand scheme, believing she could present favorable results to her elder uncle. Yet, she had miscalculated, for her mother was already aware of the truth regarding the child exchange and felt not only a lack of respect for her, but also profound disgust, and thus would not hesitate to confront her. With Xie Jinnan's sharp tongue at her side, her mother was far from isolated. Her grandmother had failed to use the marriage as leverage, and her plans had unraveled completely. Murong tightened her grip on her chopsticks, realizing that a cornered rabbit will bite. In the past, she had only thought that retreating would foster harmony, but now she had learned a valuable lesson. She turned to Xie Jinnan and declared, "Conceding will only embolden the unscrupulous." Upon hearing her mother's rare use of harsh language, Xie Jinnan couldn't help but chuckle. Indeed, her mother had changed significantly. Murong forced a smile. While the outburst was cathartic, no progress had been made. They had yet to discuss Shenggu, which posed a dilemma. If Xie Chong truly wished to partition the family, it would be as daunting as climbing to the heavens. Let us take it step by step. We must leave now. Xie Jinnan smiled enigmatically. Leave? Where to? Did mother not say she wished to stay at Longyin Temple for a few days? We should gather our belongings and depart early tomorrow. Murong's furrowed brow relaxed. Good. It was best to distance themselves from the turmoil. They would partake in vegetarian meals, and the scenery behind Longyin Temple was also quite lovely. But should we bring Xie Luiying? Dealing with her daily was quite exhausting. Ever since discovering the truth, Murong had addressed Xie Luiying by her full name, unable to draw any closer. Xie Jinnan pondered for a moment. We should bring her. We can interact as we did before. Currently, there is no conflict of interest, and she won't seek trouble. Murong sighed. Very well, let us take her along. Suddenly, Xie Jinnan recalled something. Right? Mama Li, bring me paper and pen. I need to send a letter to the Earl's residence. Mama Li swiftly brought the materials as Xie Jinnan began to write, explaining that their stay at Longyin Temple would last several days and that the storeroom held numerous treasures, necessitating vigilance against any unscrupulous individuals. She requested a few guards from the Earl's residence for added security, which would also serve to intimidate the main branch and her grandmother. In truth, her maternal grandfather had not intervened regarding her mother's adoption. Xie Jinnan had merely mentioned it to placate them. Only the main branch would covet the adoption position. How could a prominent family be so petty? However, merely borrowing a few hands would suffice, and the Earl's residence would surely comply. Mama Li took the letter, smiling. Our young lady is indeed wise, considering every detail. Soon, both the Rose Courtyard and Xie Jinnan's Ilan Cottage were bustling with preparations. Mama Li dispatched someone to convey the message to Yingguang Pavilion, where they too were gleefully organizing. Those in mourning were not expected to venture out, and Xie Luiying had been cooped up at home, eager for an opportunity to escape the familial discord. The South Courtyard was busy organizing how many servants to bring along, how many garments and belongings to pack, all while considering the customs of the Buddhist monastery, ensuring everything was done with care. The news of Murong taking her two daughters to Longyin Temple for incense offerings was deliberately spread to the main branch in Shanatang. Since the matriarch had collapsed, the second branch had observed with detached indifference, leaving without even sending a maid to inquire. This had undoubtedly pierced the old lady's heart. The entire Shanatang was thrown into disarray, while the main branch was in an uproar. What on earth was happening? Chapter 25. The pretend fainting of the heartbroken matriarch. The elder uncle finally unveils his thoughts very well. Take her pulse and send for a doctor. The matriarch lay in bed, her face ashen. She had not truly fainted, but was compelled to feign unconsciousness due to the circumstances. Has the second daughter-in-law not come yet? Does it not matter that no one has come to inquire? She was still holding on to hope. Aunt Xuanze was hesitant to speak, shaking her head. The matriarch's expression grew twisted, filled with indignation. Her chest heaved violently, rage threatening to erupt, but more than that, she felt a profound confusion and fear. How could Murong Yunxiang treat her this way? This second daughter-in-law had never spoken to her in such a tone before. She had always been the one to listen to her. Today should have been a certain victory, yet it had devolved into this chaotic scene. The matriarch's thoughts turned to Xie Jinnan, that scoundrel. Calm yourself. Do not let your anger affect your health, Aunt Xuanze advised. The matriarch snorted. Even if my health were to suffer, would anyone care? Aunt Xuanze frowned. Old madam, I see that the reactions of the county lady and the eldest daughter are quite severe. They genuinely look down upon Shanggu. If today, this incident continues to escalate, perhaps it would be best to let it go. The second branch is no longer what it used to be. If we provoke them, are we truly prepared to split the family? That would render us unable to coexist. The matriarch seemed to age a little more, I understand. But how can I allow the second branch to adopt an outsider? Did you not mention Shanggu before? Surely it is better than giving the second branch's wealth to outsiders. The matriarch's expression shifted slightly. She had not previously disregarded it, but her eldest son was unwilling. Now that the situation had become so dire, the second branch would likely find it difficult to secure Shanggu as well. The matriarch could not help but sigh repeatedly. She merely wished for the eldest branch to inherit the family business. Both Xie Yin and Xie Sheng were acceptable, as they were both under the name of the eldest branch. It was Xie Chang's desire for his biological son to benefit that prompted her to devise this plan. At that moment, Xie Chang and Lu Huilan arrived, both in a flurry, akin to ants on a hot pan. Lu Huilan bore a handprint on her face, the origin of which was unknown. Mother, those scoundrels dare to call Yin Gur useless. Looking down upon him, Mother, you must stand up for Yin Gur. Lu Huilan's hoarse cries echoed within the room before she even crossed the threshold. Aunt Xuanze, perceptive as ever, discreetly withdrew, ushering away all the servants. The old matriarch furrowed her brow tightly. Silence. Lu Huilan's wails abruptly ceased, her face a mask of indignation. The old matriarch seethed internally. My child, at my advanced age, being berated by my granddaughter, is all the doing of that second branch. Your aunt has also been driven out. She fainted without even a glance in my direction, and has refused to summon the physician. She is infuriating me. It is not that they look down on Yin Gur. Rather, they harbor contempt, even to the extent of committing such treachery to keep Yin Gur at bay. It speaks volumes of their disdain. There is naught I can do. If you have any means, persuade the second branch yourself. Xie Chang's expression darkened, tinged with reproach. Earlier, I encountered my sister-in-law and elder sister. My sister-in-law turned her face away, and my elder sister insisted I pack my things and return to the old residence. I am utterly humiliated. What exactly did you say to provoke them so? Upon hearing this, the old matriarch's anger intensified. That wretched girl should have been married off long ago. You intend to betroth her to the Miao family? That Miao Chongtai is truly lacking. Perhaps my sister-in-law is furious precisely because of this. Xie Chang had always held a favorable view of Murong Shi. Surely, his sister-in-law was merely too irate, not intentionally treating him poorly. Regarding the Miao family, the old matriarch's mood soured further. Do not mention it. I initially intended to frighten her a bit. Once she promised to adopt Yin Gur, I would have intervened to refuse the Miao family's proposal. Who would have thought Murong Yunxiang has undergone such a drastic change in character? No longer the easily manageable person she once was. In truth, the old matriarch opened her mouth to speak, but paused. Even if Yin Gur were forcibly placed in the second branch, it would only breed further animosity, without Murong Yunxiang paving the way. Neither the Earl's residence nor the Prince Qing's residence would deign to acknowledge Yin Gur. It must be of his own volition. Xie Jinnan's words were harsh but held a grain of truth. However, had she accepted her elder sister's words at that time, Yin Gur would have had even less hope. She spoke of dividing the family, of splitting the inheritance between her two daughters. Though she may have said it in anger, it was evident that even without the adoption, she had no intention of accepting Yin Gur, demonstrating her resolute heart. With the situation escalating as it was, sending Yin Gur to the second branch might not be a prudent choice, especially considering he could not be forced in at all. Chang'er, think carefully. The old matriarch could only articulate her thoughts thus clearly. Lu Huilan let out a cry. That heartless Murong Yunxiang, what does she truly want? Does she wish to drive me to my grave? They humiliate my son so. We might as well take the poison together. Lu Huilan gritted her teeth, her eyes flashing with murderous intent. She loathed Murong Shi and Xie Jinnan with equal fervor. Xie Chang glared. If you wish to perish, then do so. If Murong Shi dies, the Earl's residence will reclaim all the dowry. Do you realize how much that amounts to? Lu Huilan gasped. She had seen the nearly mountain-like dowry during the wedding of the second branch. Then what do you propose we do? Lu Huilan turned her face away. Xie Chang's furrowed brow could have crushed a fly. He remained silent, deep in thought, seeking a remedy. The old matriarch pressed her lips tightly together, feeling increasingly anxious. Her worries extended beyond the adoption issue to whether Miraculous would ever honor her again. With her second son gone, she, as a mother-in-law, had lost all authority. Would Miraculous still listen to her in the future? The old matriarch was uncertain. If Miraculous rejected Yen-gur, what if she also rejected Shang-gur? What would they do then? The family could not be divided. Once divided, they would possess nothing. She recalled her mother mentioning Shang-gur last time. Would her sister-in-law still want him now? Xie Jinnan finally realized he seemed to have no other choices. The old matriarch shook her head. Asking me such a question leaves me equally uncertain. However, you may write to bring Shang-gur back. He performed admirably at the funeral. The second branch will give him some face. Perhaps he can mediate and ease the tensions between the two branches. Xie Jinnan acknowledged. Very well, I shall proceed as such. Let him return. Upon hearing this, Lu Huilan was incensed. How do we end up back at Shang-gur after all this? Yet, she dared not voice her objections again, for the slap mark on her face served as a harsh reminder. They would forsake the good in favor of the bad. Xie Jinnan dismissed her, addressing the old matriarch. Mother, I have selected the academy. It is Jianhua Academy in the northern part of the city. The day after tomorrow, I shall take Yen-gur to enroll. Once he has mastered his studies, my sister-in-law will surely change her mind. He abruptly shifted his tone, however. Jianhua Academy requires a full year's tuition fee up front, along with various miscellaneous expenses and living costs, totaling 120 taels. Mother, please provide me with some silver. The old matriarch nodded. Very well, you may draw from the public account. Knock, knock, knock. Outside, Shunza was rapping on the door. Old matriarch, young master. I have something to report. There is movement from the second branch. What is it? Come in and speak. Reporting to the old matriarch. The south courtyard is packing their belongings, stating they will head to Longyin Temple for incense tomorrow morning. The county lady is taking her 2 daughters to stay in the mountains for a few days. The old matriarch's expression darkened. Let them go. Had I known, I would have married back someone of equal standing. Then we would not have so many troubles. This high-born daughter-in-law, relying on her family's influence, was indeed a considerable headache. Chapter 26, Danger. Xie Yan's Revenge. It was early morning, and the light of dawn, akin to scattered gold, gradually spread forth, a beam illuminating Xie Jinnan's window, where a graceful woman was preparing herself at the mirror. Xie Jinnan was not aiming for extravagant attire. She merely sought to tidy her appearance, applying a light touch of makeup to show respect for the sacred Buddhist site, so as not to breach etiquette. The previous night, the eldest branch had been in turmoil until midnight. Yen-gur had protested vehemently against attending Jianhua Academy, enduring quite the beating, with rumors of the ruler's rod breaking in the process. The lady of the eldest branch had intervened, shielding him, and had received her share of blows as well. Chun Tao skillfully arranged Xie Jinnan's hair. Xie Jinnan spoke softly. Jianhua Academy is quite reputable in the capital. My uncle chose it with care. It is a pity Yen-gur cannot enter. For any decent academy, entry comes with prerequisites. It is not solely about family background or wealth, but also the student's own caliber is scrutinized. The threshold lies in the entrance examination. Her uncle was only aware that Jianhua Academy was commendable, but was unaware of the examination requirement. In her past life, Xie Yan had also attended Jianhua Academy. He failed the entrance exam, but had already been adopted by the second branch. The principal, out of respect for the Murong family's old noble lineage, had allowed him to enroll under duress. Yet, Xie Yan did not study diligently there. Instead, he frequently caused trouble, learning far more vile habits than academic knowledge. Eventually, he committed a grave misdeed and was expelled, with Muraculous subsequently attempting to place him in 2 more academies, until no institution would accept him. That wretched salted fish is destined to remain stuck at the bottom of the pot forever. At this moment, Chun Lu entered, bringing with her the refreshing morning air. Miss, the Earl's residence has sent someone. The county lady is inquiring if you are ready. Ready, I shall depart shortly. Xie Jinnan casually picked up an ordinary jade hairpin, inserting it into her hair, foregoing any ear ornaments. Adorning herself with an excess of gold and silver jewelry was inappropriate for a sacred Buddhist site. A single jade hairpin sufficed. 2 maids and 8 guard from the Earl's residence had arrived. One maid was surnamed Huang, the other Hong. Both trusted confidants of Xie Jinnan's maternal grandmother. Xie Jinnan left a maid and 4 guards at the Rose courtyard to intimidate the ruffians of the Xie family, while the remaining escorts accompanied her to Longyin Temple, providing an additional layer of security. "I want to share a carriage with Mother and my elder sister," Xie Luiying exclaimed. "Elder sister, do you find my gown familiar?" She playfully twirled, tugging at the hem of her dress. Xie Jinnan's gaze swept over, recognizing the ethereal white satin gown crafted last spring, which she herself possessed in a starlight blue. Yet, each year, the Murong family provided them with new garments. Why then was she wearing an old one? A glance at Xie Luiying's expression swiftly unveiled her true intent. Is this newly made? Xie Jinnan was not inclined to indulge her. Xie Luiying's face momentarily stiffened. This was made last spring. Has elder sister forgotten? It feels a bit snug on me. She had to pick up her own thread of conversation. "Oh," Xie Jinnan replied, recalling her sister's numerous outfits. "I truly cannot keep track. How many secrets do you 2 sisters have to share? Hurry and board the carriage. You can converse on the way." Murong was assisted by Mama Li into the carriage. She had heard everything but remained silent. Had this been the past, upon seeing her daughter donning last year's attire, she would have immediately selected new fabric for a gown. Xie Luiying possessed a peculiar disposition, desiring things without directly stating them, preferring to hint and elicit concern from others. She relished in the care she received, accepting it with satisfaction. Initially, Xie Jinnan found it perplexing why her own kin would engage in such subtle games. However, she gradually understood that Xie Luiying felt insecure, aware that she was not a child of the second household, thus yearning for affection and employing various means to prove her worthiness of favoritism. Her jealousy ran deep. She could not allow any aspect of her life to fall short of Xie Jinnan's, lest it be perceived as favoritism from the Murong family, which would undoubtedly lead to turmoil. Xie Luiying even sought to monopolize more of Murong's affection, desiring 7 parts of maternal love while allowing Xie Jinnan only 3, believing this to be equitable. Yet, their mother treated them equally, leaving Xie Luiying dissatisfied. Though she refrained from verbalizing her grievances, she harbored resentment towards Murong's impartiality. Previously, both Xie Jinnan and Murong indulged her, but now they were unwilling to play along. As the carriage ambled forward, Murong leaned against the soft cushion for a brief rest, while Xie Jinnan lifted a corner of the curtain, curiously observing the bustling pedestrians outside. Since her rebirth, she had yet to venture out. The aroma of steamed buns wafted through the air, accompanied by the cries of vendors. Surely it was the morning market? Such vibrant liveliness was delightful. Xie Luiying, having boarded the carriage, was preoccupied and could no longer contain herself. "Mother, did His Majesty not bestow 10 bolts of tribute satin? I wish to have a few outfits made." Xie Jinnan continued to gaze out the window, a subtle smile gracing her lips. So it was the satin that had captured her interest. Why not express her desires directly instead of resorting to insinuations? Murong, her eyes still closed, replied, sistering, "During this year of mourning, we cannot wear garments of overly bright colors. The tribute satin is in vivid reds and greens. Even if made, we cannot wear them. Let's save them for next year when they may no longer fit." Xie Luiying felt displeased yet found no grounds for rebuttal, falling into a sullen silence. Just as Xie Jinnan was about to lower the curtain, the horse suddenly emitted a pained neigh, and the carriage lurched violently, accelerating unexpectedly. "The horse is startled," came a shout from the crowd. Xie Jinnan was jolted, her body unsteady as she instinctively grasped the edge of the window. In the midst of the carriage's frantic pace, her eyes caught a fleeting glimpse of a familiar figure. That shadow vanished in an instant, but Xie Jinnan recognized it nonetheless. It was Xie Yan. The carriage swayed violently, and the 3 passengers struggled to find stability, clinging tightly to one another. "Stop! Stop! Stop!" the coachman cried, desperately tugging at the reins as if they were his own lifeline. With the assistance of the guards from the Earl's residence, the frightened horse was eventually calmed, preventing a disastrous overturn. At the moment the carriage steadied, Xie Jinnan flung open the door and leapt out. "Aunt Huang, quickly apprehend him," she commanded. Her tranquil visage masked a brewing fury. Aunt Huang summoned 2 guards and dashed after the direction indicated by Xie Jinnan. At that moment, Murong emerged from the carriage, her demeanor fraught with shock. "Sister, are you unharmed?" "I am fine." "Mother, did you sustain any injuries?" "I am well, thankfully cushioned by the soft pillow." "How could the horse have been startled?" Murong reflected, a wave of dread washing over her. Regaining her composure, she asked, "Sistering, are you unscathed?" The coachman, trembling with fear, knelt before them, repeatedly begging for mercy. "Madam, spare my life." It seemed something suddenly struck the horse, causing it to panic. "Thank goodness you are unharmed. Otherwise, I would have no life to repay for my negligence." "It is not your fault. Someone has deliberately set this in motion," Xie Jinnan replied, striding towards the now calm horse. "Do not approach," Morong interjected hastily. "It is fine," Xie Jinnan reassured, examining the brown horse, which bore a small wound on its neck, blood trickling down its coat onto the cobblestones. Upon closer inspection, a sharp piece of metal was embedded in the wound. No wonder the horse had gone berserk. "Look," Xie Jinnan's expression darkened. Such a venomous heart at such a tender age. They sought to drive the horse mad and cast us to our doom. A chill ran through Morong's heart. Who would wish us harm? Xie Luiying's countenance paled as she began to piece together the implications of Xie Jinnan's words. Her gaze shifted to the individual being restrained by the guards, and she realized he had arrived. Chapter 27. Is Xie Jinnan intent on drowning Xie Yin? Seeing him there, Morong felt an icy dread wash over her. "Let me go." Xie Yin struggled against the guard's grip, his youthful form writhing like a young bull. His face flushed with rage as he glared at Morong, hurling curses. "Wretched woman, old witch, it is you who has brought me to this fate. Why do you not perish?" Xie Yan's glare was filled with malevolence, as if he could consume her alive. Aunt Huang produced a slingshot, her own fury boiling over. This little rascal shot the horse with a metal projectile wrapped in a slingshot. He has a few more scraps of metal in his pocket. They had caught him red-handed. Thanks to the eldest young lady's keen eyes, we would have lost him. Morong's heart sank further. "A thankless wretch. I have shown you kindness since childhood. My only crime was not adopting you. And this is your justification for attempting to take my life? I will kill you, you vile woman." Xie Yin continued to roar. Xie Jinnan signaled to the nearby guard, who promptly delivered a swift slap across Xie Yan's face, rendering him momentarily speechless. This was precisely why she had instructed Aunt Huang to bring guards to apprehend him. The servants of the Xie family were familiar with Xie Yin and would hesitate to offend him. The Earl's guards, however, harbored no such reservations. Xie Jinnan stepped forward, positioning herself before Xie Yin, looking down upon him. "Did you not just cry for blood? One slap for every shout. Go ahead, scream. You dare strike me? I will have my father kill you." He still could not grasp the gravity of his situation. The guard raised his hand for another slap, and Xie Yan's face swelled grotesquely, silencing him. "Ah!" he cried out in pain. The defiance that once characterized his expression faded, replaced by astonishment and shock, as dread crept into his eyes when he looked at Xie Jinnan. Xie Jinnan laughed coldly in disdain. He was but a 9-year-old bully, spoiled to the point of tyranny, accustomed to throwing his weight around with his family. He never anticipated that Xie Jinnan would command others to discipline him. She understood the roots of Xie Yan's hatred towards their mother, primarily the second household's refusal to adopt him. Despite his youth, he possessed a fragile pride, harboring seeds of resentment deep within. Additionally, just yesterday, their uncle had punished him for the second household's dismissal. Finally, there's the Jianhua Academy. Xie Yan's greatest annoyance is Confucius. He is reluctant to attend even the ordinary school, let alone the strictly governed academy. Were it not for the fact that the second branch did not want him, he would not have to endure such suffering. Thus, he placed all the blame on the Morong family. Of course, this sentiment was mingled with Lu Hualan's incessant complaints and his uncle's occasional reprimands. All these emotions accumulated over time, and he attributed it all to that wicked aunt. In his previous life, his mother succumbed to the stress caused by him, and just moments ago, trouble nearly struck again. Xie Jinnan suddenly grasped Xie Yan's chin, her voice chillingly fierce. "Do you know why your parents insisted on sending you to the second branch? Because you are a fool. They no longer wanted you. Otherwise, why would they send you to an academy far from here? They don't wish to see you, you idiot. My mother has done nothing to wrong you. If you seek revenge, go find your biological parents. If you dare to provoke me again, I shall drag you to the Bar River and drown you." Perhaps Xie Jinnan's expression was too terrifying, causing Xie Yin to tremble in fear and burst into even louder tears, his snot and tears mingling. Xie Jinnan disdainfully released her hold, turning to Huang Mama. "You must trouble yourself to bind him and send him back to the Xie family for all to see." Let them witness the upbringing of the youngest son of the Xie family. Older sister, Xie Luiying's face turned pale. She had to find a way to stop this, otherwise. If Xie Jinnan were allowed to proceed, what future would Xie Yan have? Punishing a child in such a manner was akin to driving him to despair. Xie Jinnan was a venomous woman. Xie Luiying angrily poked Xie Yan's forehead. Do you even realize the magnitude of the trouble you have caused? Thankfully, no lives were lost. Otherwise, your head would surely have been severed. You never think of the consequences before acting. You deserve to be slapped. Xie Yan could only cry. After scolding him, Xie Luiying turned to Xie Jinnan, proposing, older sister, Huang Mama is from the Earl's residence and cannot intervene. Why don't I take this little brat back? I will properly inform grandmother and the main branch of his misdeeds, and we shall see if they still dare to mention adoption. Leave this matter to me. You should accompany mother to Longyin Temple to offer incense for father. If you return, we surely won't make it to Longyin Temple today. Don't let this child delay you. It is not worth it. Her voice was gentle. Older sister, what do you think? Xie Jinnan hesitated for a moment, considering. That could work, but I worry the main branch may bully you. How can you handle it alone? Perhaps I should go instead. Xie Luiying forced a charming smile. There's still Huang Mama supporting me at home. You need not worry, older sister. Once this matter is settled, I will catch up with mother and you. Then, Xie Jinnan still hesitated. Let Huang Mama go. Mother is concerned about you. Murong said, mother need not worry. Xie Luiying felt a flicker of impatience. What is there to be concerned about? Enough with the fuss. Xie Jinnan reluctantly agreed. Very well, you go. Sister Luiying, you can finally handle matters on your own. We shall proceed first. Good. Xie Luiying finally breathed a sigh of relief. A carriage followed behind, and instead of using the Earl's guards, she called upon a few young servants to accompany her, instructing them to bind Xie Yan and lead him along. Mother, older sister, be careful on the road, Xie Luiying said as she gradually distanced herself. Once they departed, Xie Jinnan and Murong exchanged glances, both understanding without words. Murong felt a hint of happiness. It was indeed good not to go with her. Since the carriage had not traveled far, the driver returned to switch to a better horse and reharnessed the carriage. Once inside, Xie Jinnan and Murong began to converse. In a voice only they could hear, Xie Jinnan remarked, Mother, look how deep the sibling bond is. That is true kinship. I fear that with just a moment's diversion, she would have Xie Yan on the carriage. All these years, I have raised her for nothing. Sister, did you agree to this, not wanting to accompany her? Xie Jinnan gently shook her head. It is not for that reason. I just realized that we have not truly harmed him. If Xie Yan were to be paraded through the streets, wouldn't Uncle and Lu Huilong go mad? In that case, right will become wrong. We still need to adopt Shangge from the main branch. It is better to act with restraint. This incident can serve as leverage. We will always hold the upper hand. As long as we present that slingshot, Lu Huilong will have no words to counter us. And Xie Yan's hopes of entering the second branch's family tree will be dashed. Besides, who says that if he is not paraded, others will not know? Someone must have seen it earlier. It is inevitable that a few rumors will circulate. If we secretly push a little, the effect may not be poor. Just as Xie Luiying could not bear to see Xie Yan humiliated and insisted on taking on this task, it saves me for having to change my stance. After speaking, Xie Jinnan gulped down a cup of tea, feeling parched after all the talking. Murong sighed, how disheartening. I have watched Xie Yan grow up. I have treated him so well, and your father cared for him greatly while he was alive. Most children do not remember much. Those who harbor grudges usually throw mud and forget everything afterward. Yet, he wishes to kill. At just 9 years old, he is so ruthless. It is truly frightening. Amidst the lingering fear, she also felt a sense of relief. Thankfully, they had not adopted him, or the second branch would have faced calamity. Xie Jinnan linked her arm with Murong's, leaning affectionately against her. Mother, rest assured, the second branch will not face disaster. It will only improve. Murong comfortingly patted her hand. Xie Jinnan tightened her embrace, inhaling the comforting scent of her mother. Mother, there is something else I must tell you, but I'm unsure if I should. Chapter 28. Xie Luiying absolutely disagrees with bringing Xiexing back. What is it? Murong's voice was gentle. Xie Jinnan pressed her lips together. I was not merely frightening Xie Yan earlier. I genuinely had a momentary impulse to drown him, even to pull him down with me. When she mentioned the Ba River, Xie Jinnan's heart suddenly contracted violently, prompting her to regain her composure. For some reason, she felt a strange fear of the Ba River. Murong's expression shifted slightly. Do not speak nonsense. What death and such? Spit, spit, spit. Xie Jinnan rubbed her arm. The chill that had gripped her from head to toe seemed to dissipate. She forced a smile. I was just angry. Do not overthink it, mother. Meanwhile, Xie Luing had already turned into an empty alley, releasing the bindings. Second miss. But the eldest miss said. Xie Luing's gaze hardened. Eldest sister was only scaring him. After all, we are family. How can we truly parade him through the streets? Eldest sister wants me to take him back to see how uncle resolves this matter. That is the main point, understood? The young servant dared not speak further, murmuring, yes. Inside the carriage, Xie Yin and Xie Luing sat facing each other, still sniffling. Xie Luing used a handkerchief to wipe his tears. Stop crying. Look at you, so timid. How could you dare to shoot a horse with a slingshot? Xie Yin's eyes were wary. You are all in cahoots, wanting to harm me. Such a secret as adoption was known to few. As a child, Xie Yin could not possibly divulge it. Xie Luing clicked her tongue. Fool, how does your mother usually speak of me? Xie Yin hesitated. Mother says you're the only good person in the second branch, that you truly care for me. They're all fake. Xie Luing brushed the dirt off him. That is right. If I had not said that earlier, you would have been paraded through the streets by now, utterly losing face. Would you still be sitting here in the carriage? I did all this to protect you. Do you understand? Xie Yin hung his head low, resembling a defeated little lion. I did not want to harm you. I only wanted to kill that wicked woman. Xie Luing's expression shifted slightly, and she gently encouraged him. Xie Yin, these are adult conflicts that should not involve you. I do not blame you. You need not feel guilty. It is not your fault that the second branch looks down on you. Even if you're not adopted by them, you can still live well in the future. Upon hearing this, Xie Yin raised his eyes and whispered, Is that true? But because my aunt is bothersome, my father forces me to recite text daily, punishes me with a ruler, and insists on sending me to the academy. Xie Luqing nodded, of course. Don't you wish to attend the academy? No. Xie Yin replied, expressing his disdain for reciting texts. You must go. Think about it. Even at home, you would have to study, and uncle always quizzes you on your recitations. However, at the academy, you'll be free for an entire month, and uncle won't be able to bother you. Isn't that splendid? Even though there are headmasters and teachers at the academy, there are so many students that they cannot possibly manage all of them. You can play as you wish, which is certainly better than being scolded at home every day. Xie Yin's eyes gradually brightened. His cousin's reasoning made sense. Then I will go. Upon seeing his change of heart, Xie Luqing smiled slowly, having finally convinced him to attend the academy. Upon returning home, Xie Luqing instructed Dong Zhao and the others to fetch ice to soothe Xie Yin's face. She then sought out her grandmother and parents to relay the recent events. If I hadn't intervened just now, Xie Jinxian would have thrown Yin Ge into the Bar River to drown, Xie Luqing recounted. Yin Ge was hit. Where is your brother now? How is he? Lu Huilan was consumed with thoughts of Xie Yin's punishment. He is fine, just applying an ice compress, came the reply. Hearing this, Lu Huilan exhaled deeply and then erupted in anger. That little wretch. Just you wait. I won't let this go. Xie Chong, irritated by her sharp curses, retorted. Why can't you manage your son properly? He commits such foolishness and gets caught. How embarrassing. Now it's settled. Yin Ge can never go to the second house again. Enough. You're giving me a headache, the old lady sighed, pressing her forehead, feeling a throbbing pain. Yin Ge made a mistake and deserves his punishment. Chang'er, as a father, you must also maintain some decorum. If discipline is necessary, then discipline him. Otherwise, how can our family continue to live in peace? Yes, Xie Chong acknowledged. Though Lu Huilan's heart ached, Yin Ge had already been punished. Why should he face further discipline? He is just a child. Xie Luqing smiled gently. Father, mother, please calm down. Given the current situation, Yin Ge will definitely not be going to the second house. Does grandmother and father have a different plan? The old lady's expression turned serious. Sister Luqing is wise. We can only call Sheng Ge back now. We absolutely must not allow outsiders to inherit the family business. In the future, let him support Yin Ge. Xie Chong was troubled. He regarded Xie Sheng as an outsider, yet there was no other option. I have sent someone to deliver a message to him. He should be back in a few days. My only concern is that if my sister-in-law is unwilling to adopt Sheng Ge, she certainly won't agree. She has said, a lowly birth. The children of the first house are lowly. She looks down on them. Lu Huilan ground her teeth in frustration. Upon overhearing their conversation, Xie Liuqing's expression subtly shifted. What? You wish to have a second house adopt Xie Sheng? The old lady looked at Xie Luqing. After all, Xie Sheng is under your father's name. We cannot let outsiders benefit. You have enjoyed the luxuries of the second house for years. You should remember your parents' kindness and persuade Murong to accept this. Sensing Xie Liuqing's unease, she continued, this is a necessary measure. Shenggu resembles your grandfather closely. Even if he spends all his time in the second house, Murong would not recognize him as her child. You need not worry. You will remain the precious daughter of the second house, and allowing Shenggu to inherit is merely a means to secure the family business, which will ultimately still belong to your parents. Treat him as your own brother. There is no need for excessive concern. Hearing the old lady's words, Xie Chong was somewhat swayed, thinking that as long as the vast family business remained his, that was sufficient. Xie Luqing hesitated before speaking. Grandmother, that is not what I meant. I fear she will not accept Shenggu. She glanced at Lu Huilan, a glimmer of insight flashing in her dark eyes. The discord between Murong and the first house, coupled with Xie Jinxian's humiliation of her mother, indicated that it was not merely disdain for Yengu, but also a contempt for the first house. Thus, she believed the prospect for Shenggu were slim. Xie Luqing was indifferent to whether the family business was inherited by the first house. She would eventually marry into another family. The inheritance of the first house was of little consequence to her. What she desired was a capable brother, one with a strong maternal family to support him. Although Xie Jinxian was bothersome, there was some truth in her words. Xie Luqing preferred a cousin from the Earl's estate, while Xie Yan was mediocre. He was her true brother, and she did not mind, but Murong had not chosen him. In any case, it must not be Xie Sheng. Absolutely not. Did you hear what her daughter said? Xie Sheng is even less suitable. You should abandon this notion, Lu Huilan protested stubbornly. She would not help that wretched child, especially when she could not even secure her own son. Foolish women, do you think I do not want Yengu to go? It is foolishness that breeds foolishness. After all, your son is the one who is disappointing. Xie Sheng has always been favored in the second house. Having him counsel Yengu would be beneficial. Xie Chong scolded. It seems the old adage holds true. Marrying an unworthy wife ruins 3 generations. Marrying a foolish woman ruins eternity. The intellect of future generations will decline alongside her foolishness. Had he married someone from a distinguished family, like your sister-in-law, Xie Yin would have been as exceptional as Xie Sheng. Xie Chong lamented his misfortunes, feeling cursed. Lu Huilan, having been chastised, fell silent. Seeing this, Xie Luqing realized further discussion would be futile. Her father would not listen. She chose to remain silent, her brow furrowed with heavy thoughts. She could not allow Xie Sheng to return to the second house. If they reunited, what would become of her? Since her fate had changed, she would forever be a daughter of the second house, and Xie Sheng would remain in the first house. This could never change. Time would tell. Chapter 29. Encountering the princess of Qingqing at Longyin Temple? The old lady coughed heavily. Sister Luqing's perspective is not without merit. Now we must see if Sheng Gu possesses the capability. She coughed again. Is mother suffering from her old ailment again? We should call for a doctor. Xie Chong expressed concern. The old lady waved her hand dismissively. It's nothing serious. Aunt Xunza frowned. Old lady, we should still invite Dr. Zhang for a checkup and a few more prescriptions. The previous medicine is nearly finished. Then what are we waiting for? Go and fetch him. Xie Chong ordered. But, master, that is the imperial physician. It has always been the second house's lady who requests him, Aunt Xunza replied. Xie Chong felt embarrassed, blaming himself for his son's ineptitude. I have already said I am fine. There is no need for the imperial physician. Are there not enough people in this city? Must everyone consult an imperial physician? I am just an old woman on the brink of death, neglected by my second daughter-in-law, who has fallen out with me. If she will not call, can you force her to? The old lady's words dripped with resentment, even if the elder made a slight mistake. Which daughter-in-law would dare to treat her mother-in-law in such a manner? The old lady's heart felt bitter. If Longer were still here, Murong would not dare act this way. She took several heavy breaths. I won't die yet. Xie Chang's expression darkened. This was indeed the fault of his sister-in-law. Even if she was angry, she should still care for their mother's well-being. Let us not dwell on that. Lu Qing, you should go after him quickly. Whisper sweet nothings in his ear at Longyin Temple. You are of the first house. You must consider the future of the first house. The old lady instructed. Xie Luqing's gaze shifted, and she fabricated a story. I just arrived in Kueishui. They insisted I return Yengu. Kueishui is considered unclean, and women must wait until they are purified before visiting a temple. Otherwise, it would be disrespectful to the Buddha. She suddenly lost the desire to visit Longyin Temple. Xie Sheng was returning. After all, she needed to meet with him. If Murong did not want Xie Sheng, it would be best. Should he dare to be unruly, Xie Luqing would make him aware of his standing. Longyin Temple. Longyin Temple is nestled on the mountainside of Longyin Mountain, surrounded by towering trees. The majestic and splendid halls cover nearly 100 acres, adorned with red tiles and green walls, exuding an air of solemn dignity. From afar, the melodious sounds of Buddhist chants can be heard. This temple is renowned for its vibrant incense offerings, attracting throngs of worshippers, as the royal family visits several times a year to pay their respects, resulting in a continuous stream of smoke each day. In the temple's rear courtyard, there are guest lodgings specifically for visitors, primarily of noble status. Hence, the accommodations are both elegant and spacious. Xie Jinnan accompanied the Murong family to pay homage, offering incense money, before proceeding to incense the tablet of her father, finally following a portly monk to their lodging. "Isn't this the younger sister of the Murong family? I recognized you just now," a gentle female voice called out as Xie Jinnan and her mother were heading to their quarters. She turned to find it was Princess Qing, dressed in a sapphire blue robe with wide sleeves, her hair styled simply yet elegantly. She wore minimal jewelry, yet her noble demeanor seemed innate. The princess approached with a warm smile, prompting Murong to kneel in greeting and express her respect, unaware of the princess's presence, and asked for forgiveness for her oversight. Xie Jinnan was also preparing to bow when both were gently lifted by the princess. "Our lord has referred to you as sister. Thus, you are my sister-in-law, and there is no need for formalities. If it were not for your noble act of saving our lord, he may have faced dire consequences. The entire Qing residence is immensely grateful. We just paid homage to the tablet of Minister Xie. You must have seen it." Murong smiled modestly, realizing that the incense had been offered by the princess. "I sincerely thank you on behalf of my late husband." They had noticed several sticks of incense already lit when paying respects to Xie Long, and Murong was puzzled. Now she understood why. "Doesn't your sister have 2 daughters? Why did she only bring Jinxian?" During the funeral, Princess Qing had met both Xie Jinxian and Xie Luqing. Luqing was unwell and arrived later. "Ah, I see. Jinxian possesses both grace and beauty. Your upbringing is commendable." The princess's gaze lingered on Xie Jinxian for a moment, noting her simple attire and understated makeup. Yet her every movement radiated poise and elegance, a striking presence. While other young ladies might feel nervous meeting a princess, she appeared calm and smiled, exuding no awkwardness. Princess Qing's eyes sparkled with admiration. This young woman is fit for high society. Yet, Xie Jinxian felt a pang of unease, sensing herself laid bare before the princess's discerning gaze. This was her former mother-in-law, someone she knew well. To be the matriarch of such a vast royal household requires immense cunning. Princess Qing had married at 16 and had meticulously managed the affairs of the Qing residence for decades. Although she had shown a measure of kindness towards Xie Jinxian in her previous life, owing to the Xie family's life-saving grace, the princess was not one to be underestimated. In her past life, despite her disdain for the illegitimate son Tang Chongji, she had remained cordial towards Xie Jinxian. But after the scandal involving Tang Chongji and his son erupted, it was Princess Qing who intervened, expressing her disappointment in the young man's actions. Jinxian had regarded Dong Ge as her own, dedicating herself to his upbringing. Everyone in the palace was aware of her devotion. Yet, Dong Ge's ungratefulness was a mystery, for he had inherited the worst traits of his lineage. Dong Ge was indeed the child in question, and Princess Qing's words were a veiled critique of Tang Chongji. The public humiliation left Tang Chongji furious, and the farce concluded hastily. It was during this time that Xie Jinxian learned of a past incident in the royal household. Princess Qing had once aided an orphan girl, who then betrayed her trust by becoming involved with the prince, resulting in Tang Chongji's birth. Despite her anger, Princess Qing fulfilled her duties as matriarch, raising Tang Chongji as best as she could. However, his mother instigated him to publicly accuse the princess of mistreating her. The royal couple lost face, and upon returning home, Tang Chongji narrowly escaped a severe reprimand from the prince, while the princess chose to ignore him henceforth, as if he did not exist. As for the orphan girl, she was confined to a rural estate, unable to leave until death. Once Tang Chongji matured, he realized the folly of his actions, but by then, it was too late to seek the princess's favor. Thus, When Princess Qing suggested he marry Xie Jinnan as a second wife, he readily agreed, hoping to win the princess's goodwill. "Indeed, my dear, I see in Miss Xie a beauty that captivates," said the princess, as a young woman beside her, Tan Qing, smiled brightly. Tan Qing, the princess's adopted daughter, had lost her family to an enemy raid and was taken in by the prince, which endeared him to his soldiers. Since she was 6, she had served at the princess's side and had become quite cherished by her. In her previous life, Xie Jinnan had little interaction with Tan Qing, but knew her to be clever and adept in her dealings. Tan Qing had harbored feelings for the third prince, Tang Yuye, leading to a complex entanglement. Later, Tan Qing sent word to Xie Jinnan of a meeting with Xie Luqing, which resulted in Xie Jinnan's untimely demise at the hands of the siblings. In her rebirth, Xie Jinnan often pondered how her previous self could have avoided that fateful encounter. Had she chosen not to attend, she might have lived out her days in ignorance of the truth. "Your sister is too kind. Compared to her, I feel rather inadequate," Xie Jinnan replied with a forced smile. Why had Tan Qing turned against her in her past life? Xie Luqing had never arranged a meeting. Chapter 30. A warm reception from Princess Qing upon learning that Murong planned to stay at Longyin Temple for a few days. Princess Qing generously arranged for them to have a more spacious courtyard, adjacent to theirs. After settling in, Xie Jinnan and Murong visited the princess to express their gratitude. The princess hosted a small tea gathering in her courtyard, inviting them to enjoy tea and conversation. During their chat, they discovered that the princess was nearing 7 months pregnant with twins, hence her visit to Longyin Temple to pray for her eldest daughter-in-law's well-being. With the arrival of spring, the mountains were resplendent with blooming flowers, and the princess had already spent 2 days there. "Your Highness, my lady, this morning," Qing discovered several peach trees in the back mountain, and the blossoms are in full bloom. "I picked some fresh peach blossoms and made this plate of peach blossom pastries. I hope you won't mind my humble skills," Tan Qing said cheerfully, presenting a plate of delicacies. The pastries were shaped like flowers, with 5 pink petals adorned with yellow centers, exquisite and beautiful. Murong couldn't help but exclaim, "What delightful pastries! You are truly talented, Miss Tan." "Thank you, dear sister," Xie Jinnan said, taking a bite. The pastry was crisp, with a delicate and fragrant filling. "With such skill, if you open a shop in the capital, how could Fu Yuan Jai sustain its business?" Having tasted the pastries, it was only fitting to offer compliments. Fu Yuan Jai was the most renowned pastry shop in the capital, often requiring reservations. Hearing this, both Princess Qing and Tan Qing laughed. "Oh, I simply adore making these. I wonder who is fortunate enough to marry me," Princess Qing remarked. Tan Qing blushed at the princess's teasing. All right, I won't jest further. The young lady is shy," the princess said, leisurely taking a piece of the pastry. "There is still half a basket of peach blossoms in the kitchen. I shall make some more for the third prince and his wife." With a respectful curtsy, she hurriedly excused herself. Watching Tan Qing depart, Xie Jinnan's smile faded slightly. Although she could not comprehend why she had offended her in her previous life, she firmly believed that no hatred exists without reason. Whether Tan Qing acted with malice or was merely a pawn in someone else's scheme remained uncertain. Regardless of her intent, Xie Jinnan was determined to uncover the truth in due time. In the narrative, the character referred to as second sister-in-law by Tan Qing is likely the late wife of Tang Chongji from a previous life, whom Xie Jinnan has yet to meet. Just as the saying goes, speak of the devil, who accompanied by 2 maids, happens to return. Who possesses an oval face with round eyes, and she appears to harbor a certain fear of the princess consort of Qing Wang, cautiously stating, "Mother-in-law. The daughter-in-law just took a stroll to the back mountain and discovered a locust flower tree, so I had them gather some flowers. I wonder if you would enjoy them cooked?" Upon seeing her, the expression of the princess consort of Qing Wang noticeably cools. Responding coldly, "What sort of folk remedy is that? Given your frail constitution, you ought to limit your activities, lest you fall ill in this sacred place." She then adds, "This is the esteemed lady of the Xie family, and you should address her as aunt, as well as your younger sister from the Xie family." Hushir's complexion pales, and her frail figure sways as she replies, "Aunt, I hope you are well, and greetings to Sister Xie. Thank you for your concern, mother-in-law. I acknowledge my fault." The princess consort of Qing Wang merely hums in response, and Hushir bows before departing. Xie Jinnan and Murong exchange glances, daring not to speak further. They both discern the princess consort's disdain for Xie, showing no effort even to feign politeness in front of others. The princess consort observes the expressions of the mother and daughter duo and remarks, "This is the wife of the second son, who suffers from a heart ailment and cannot endure the wind. I was initially reluctant to allow her to accompany us on this arduous journey, for the road is bumpy and the mountain winds fierce, yet she insisted on following, displaying her obstinacy. Xie has heard some whispers regarding this heart ailment. I have heard that minister who has a daughter who was born under unusual circumstances, with soothsayers declaring her to be a reincarnation of a blessed star. Due to her high destiny, she is naturally frail and suffers from a heart condition. Those fortune tellers are notorious for their fabrications. They will say anything as long as the coins flow abundantly," retorts the princess consort without denying the claim. Xie Jinnan dabs her mouth with a handkerchief, pondering that Xie likely did not wish to make this trip. It was undoubtedly Tang Chongji who urged her to accompany him to curry favor with the princess consort. The princess consort sips her tea and remarks, "I find myself in pleasant conversation with my sister. Let us prepare a sumptuous vegetarian feast tonight. You and your sister shall dine with me. It would be a shame to miss the mountain delicacies during this rare visit." Xie, not wishing to appear ungrateful, smiles and replies, "Then I shall gratefully accept your hospitality alongside Jinnan." As night descends, the vegetarian feast is served. Though entirely composed of plant-based dishes, the spread remains lavish, featuring mountain mushroom soup, bamboo shoots with snow lotus, stir-fried matsutake mushrooms, chilled tender greens, vegetarian dumplings, and wild honey lotus seed porridge. The mushrooms from the mountains are exceptionally exquisite, and Xie Jinnan, who has seldom tasted such delights, finds herself astounded. Where could Xie have gone? Why has he not returned? The sky outside has turned pitch black, and the princess consort grows somewhat anxious. Tang Qingying, while eating, says, "Third brother loves to frolic. Once he enters the mountains, it is as if he has returned home. Sometimes, I suspect he might be a mountain monkey in disguise." The princess consort has 2 sons and 1 daughter. Aside from the heir and the third son, Tang Yuye, this little girl is Tang Qingying. She is kind-hearted and straightforward, a delightful sister-in-law to get along with, and in her previous life, Xie Jinnan had a good relationship with her. Laughter erupts around the table, and the princess consort playfully scolds her. "In front of your aunt and sister Xie, you dare to call your third brother a monkey? If he were to hear that, he would not let you off easily." Tang Qingying deliberately scrunches her nose and cheerfully replies, "Third brother caught a cage full of rabbits yesterday and set traps at dawn, claiming he must hunt a tiger. He is even busier than a monkey." This remark elicits even more laughter from the table, creating a warm atmosphere. Tang Qingying turns to Xie Jinnan, saying, "Sister Jinnan, have you seen that cage of rabbits? If you like, I can give you 2 little rabbits to keep as pets and amuse yourself." Xie Jinnan is momentarily taken aback. I appreciate your kind gesture, but those are third master's prey, and what of it? If he gives them to me, they become mine, and I can give them to whomever I wish. Just say whether you want them or not." Tang Qingying's eyes sparkle with anticipation. Xie Jinnan discreetly glances at the princess consort's expression and sees her still smiling, even stating, "Those little rabbits were born not long ago. Xie caught the entire nest, and this girl is quite fond of them. Her willingness to offer them to you shows her genuine affection." Only then does Xie Jinnan relent. "Then I thank you, Qingying. It will be my first time raising little rabbits." Given the harmonious atmosphere, it would be overly rude to continually reject others' goodwill. Moreover, Tang Qingying is not merely being polite. She genuinely wishes to give them as a means to forge a friendship. Tang Qingying waves her small hand. No need for formality. "I will teach you how to care for them later." The table is filled with jovial laughter, yet Xie feels like a fish out of water, akin to a spectator unable to integrate into the lively scene. At that moment, a servant outside calls out, "Third master has returned." "Oh, what has third master brought back?" At this juncture, the servant announces, reporting to the princess consort, "Third master has returned, and he has caught a wild donkey." "What? A wild donkey? Where could a wild donkey possibly come from in these mountains?" "It must belong to some nearby farmer who lost their domesticated donkey." The onlookers are astonished, and the princess consort finds herself both amused and exasperated. "My son is quite wild. Ever since he was a child, he has been either climbing trees or swimming in rivers, never able to settle down. Truly a little rascal." Murong sure sets down her chopsticks, chuckling. What a valiant and energetic young man. I cannot help but feel envious. If I had a son, I would wish for him to possess such a spirited nature. Just then, footsteps sound from outside. A young man dressed in dark robes bursts in. He has rosy lips and white teeth, remarkably handsome, with a pair of mischievous peach blossom eyes shimmering with cunning. He strides in and casually sits in the Grand Master's chair, speaking in a relaxed manner. Although I did not hunt a tiger, I unexpectedly caught a wild donkey, so it is not entirely without gain. Mother, later on, please have the donkey skin removed to make some gelatin for you, and do not keep saying your son only knows how to play around. Such nonsense. How can you speak of slaughter in a sacred place? You spend all day without a serious demeanor. Hurry and greet your Aunt Murong and Sister Xie. Though the princess consort scolds him, there is laughter in her eyes, showing no trace of genuine reproach. Only then does Tang Ye notice the guests, standing up to approach as his gaze meets Xie Jinnan's. She quickly averts her eyes and rises to bow, saying, I have the honor of meeting Third Master. In her previous life, this reckless man had always addressed her as sister-in-law, but in this life, she shall no longer take on the role of a sister-in-law. Tang Ye hesitates for a moment before adopting a serious demeanor, saying, So it is Aunt and Sister Jinnan. I apologize for my rudeness. The Xie family saved his father's life. How could he continue to act frivolously and risk causing distress? Tang Ye glances at Xie Jinnan, then at the princess consort, asking, Mother, are we certain it is sister? Have we inquired about the birth date? For some reason, I perceive it to be younger sister. Jinnan is half a year older than you, so she is indeed your elder sister, replies the princess consort. Tang Ye blinks, believing himself to be quite amicable, asking, Sister Jinnan, do you enjoy donkey meat? I could save a leg for you, what do you say? Even Xie Jinnan, who is usually composed, is momentarily taken aback by this question. Tang Qingying covers her mouth, laughing. My third brother is jesting with you. Come, let's go see that donkey. I have never seen what a wild donkey looks like. Xie Jinnan is pulled along by Tang Qingying to see the wild donkey, while Tang Ye slightly curls his lips, a smile appearing in his eyes. At this moment, Tan Qing'er approaches, brushing off the dirt from Tang Yuye's clothing while expressing concern. Look at how dirty Third Master is. You should take a good bath. Have you not eaten yet? Quickly, add another set of chopsticks. Tang Ye steps back slightly, saying, I can manage myself. I roasted a lamb in the mountains and have already eaten. Tan Qing'er's hand drops, her expression becoming somewhat awkward, but it passes quickly. The princess consort's expression tightens. You little monkey, how dare you eat meat in a Buddhist temple? Such a sin. I did not eat in the temple. I ate on the back mountain. Tang Yuye stood firm. His mother was upset, so I went to check on the two of them, lest the wild donkey get hurt. He turned and left, vanishing in the blink of an eye. This child, the princess of Qing, felt utterly helpless. Murong's eyes sparkled with envy. When would she have the same rapport with Shangguer? Xinge, Xinge. As the banquet dispersed, Xie Jinxian and her companions had long returned to their quarters, while the lights still flickered in the princess of Qing's chamber. Tan Qing'er was assisting her in untangling her hair, and the princess sighed softly. What a coincidence to encounter that mother and daughter at the temple today. They are both of good character and quite pitiable. Your father has promised to arrange a marriage for the daughter of the Xie family. If she weds well, surely Xie Shilang can rest in peace beneath the 9 springs. Tang Ye lounged at ease on the concubine chair, tossing wild fruits into his mouth absent-mindedly. At the mention of the princess's words, the image of Xie Jinxian's gentle, smiling face resurfaced in his mind. His father intends to arrange a marriage for the daughter of the Xie family? With my elder brothers already married, does my father expect me to marry her? Tan Qing'er paused, her delicate brows instinctively knitting together. Ouch! A few strands of hair were tugged painfully, prompting the princess to exclaim in discomfort. Tan Qing'er quickly regained her composure, apologizing. Your Highness, please forgive me. It is all due to my clumsiness. Before the princess could respond, Tang Yuye nonchalantly remarked, Though the eldest Miss Xie is indeed charming, I have no desire to marry just yet. I wouldn't want to delay her. Marriage brings constraints, and I prefer to remain free and unencumbered. The princess shot him a glare. What nonsense are you spouting? You are the legitimate son of the royal household. Even if the Xie family has done your father a favor, it does not warrant marrying her. Her family status is rather lowly. Your mother will find you a suitable noblewoman. As for Xie Jinxian, Your father can help her find a match elsewhere. She will certainly not be mistreated and will be wed well." At these words, Tan Qing'er bit her lip, her complexion paling further. But she dared not be careless in her ministrations. "It is not about noble status. It must be someone I like. Otherwise, I shall not marry." Tang Yuya leaped down, heading off to bathe and retire for the night. Sigh. The Princess of Qing felt a headache coming on. Tan Qing pondered for a moment before reassuring her. "Your Highness, do not be upset. The third master has his own thoughts. One day, when he finds a beloved, he will surely mature and shed his childishness." The princess, resigned, replied, "His standards are exceedingly high. No one in this entire capital can capture his attention. If there were, he would have chosen already." Tan Qing'er fell silent. In the adjacent courtyard, "Miss, I have something to report." Huang Mama's expression was unexpectedly serious. Murong was taken aback. "Speak freely, Huang Mama. The matriarch of the household has heard of your intention to adopt the son and is considering sending the third master's Chang'er to the Xie family. The concubine insisted that this matter must be brought to your attention, so you can devise a countermeasure." "What?" At this news, Murong's surprise was accompanied by a furrowed brow, instinctively glancing at Xie Jinnan. The matriarch was the legitimate wife of the earl's household, Wang Shi. Logically, Xie Jinnan should refer to her as grandmother, as her true maternal grandmother was merely a concubine. Now, the old matriarch seemed intent on contending for this adoption title, and her biological grandmother would certainly not concede easily. No wonder she sent 2 personal maids over. Xie Jinnan removed her jade hairpin, unfazed, and said, "Understood, Huang Mama. My mother and I will deliberate on this. You may retire for now." "Yes, Huang Mama Widro." Murong felt flustered. "What should we do now? We do not genuinely wish to adopt from the earl's household. That matriarch is notoriously domineering. If I refuse her, might she cause trouble for your grandmother?" Chapter 32. Xie Yin was expelled from Jianhua Academy. Mother is overthinking. An old crone would not trouble a concubine. How ridiculous would that be? It seems the old matriarch also desires to forge connections between the younger generation and the Qing royal house. Although the third uncle is a legitimate son, his title does not concern him. They would select the best from among his sons. They cannot bear to part with the legitimate son, Zhiger, so they chose the one of the least status, Chang'er. The third uncle is legitimate. Earlier, Xie Jinnan had mentioned him to clarify her mother's intention to adopt from her family, referencing her biological son Zhiger. While Chang'er is a bastard born to a courtesan, a lowly entertainer from the Qin Lu and Chuguan, Murong was displeased. Seeking favor from the royal family is one thing, but to offer me a child born of a courtesan is an outright insult. Xie Jinnan remained silent for a while, contemplating that her mother could first meet the third uncle's wife, then return to write her a note inviting her to visit. Even if the adoption matter is not discussed, casual conversation could provide insight into how composed the main wife truly is. Xie Jinnan also harbored doubts in her heart. How could that foolish uncle remain so composed? Does he not realize that Xie Yin is utterly incapable of returning to the second house? Xie Jinnan was also concerned about one thing. Why had Xie Luing not yet arrived? The journey from the capital to Longyin Temple is not far. She should have arrived by afternoon. If Xie Luing does not come, I shall send someone back tomorrow to inquire whether anything has occurred home. Very well. I shall heed your words. Sleep quickly, Murong said. In the capital, at Jianhua Academy, what? There is an exam? Isn't paying the tuition enough for enrollment? Why must there be an exam? Xie Chong brought Xie Yin to register at Jianhua Academy, only for the instructor to present an examination paper, which completely caught Xie Chong off guard. Enrollment requires an examination. Our academy assesses students based on their qualifications. We cannot accept just any student. Do you wish to enroll or not? Zhao Fusher cast a sidelong glance at the father and son, from their attire and demeanor. He could tell they were not from a prominent family, and most just moderately wealthy. Thus he paid them little heed. Moreover, why wait until this late in the year to register? He muttered under his breath. Xie Yin glanced at the examination paper and felt as though it were a foreign language, instantly disheartened. However, seeing his father's expression, he dared not voice his reluctance. Xie Chong smiled ingratiatingly, insisting on enrollment. He nudged Xie Yin quickly go. Reluctantly, Xie Yin approached to complete the paper. Before long, he returned with it in hand, presenting it to Zhao Fusher. Zhao Fusher was quite surprised. You finished so quickly? Indeed, Xie Yin nodded. Zhao Fusher began to read the paper, and the more he examined it, the more his brows furrowed tightly. With a thunderous expression, he tossed the paper onto the table, stating, "Unqualified, you may leave." Xie Chong anxiously inquired, "What is the matter, master?" He hastily picked up the paper, which required an essay on hygiene. It was not difficult. However, Xie Jinnan had written, "Hygiene requires the household servants to attend to it. If it remains unclean, then whip them several times. Servants are lowly and dare not disobey." That was all. There were 10 misspellings, and the handwriting was so crooked it was almost unbearable to look at. Xie Chong read it 3 times before he understood what Xie Jinnan was trying to convey. His face darkened, more so than a pot's bottom. As he glared at Xie Jinnan, "What sort of nonsense have you written?" Xie Jinnan turned his face away, remaining silent. Xie Chong forced a smile back on his face. "Master, please do not be upset. This child enrolled late and has a poor foundation. We have money and are willing to pay whatever it takes. I hope you will take extra care with him. If he refuses to learn, then beating him is justified. This is not a matter of money. You should return home and properly educate him. To study, one must first learn how to be a person. If you cannot even manage that, then no amount of studying will be of use." Zhao Fusha replied, his words laden with meaning. Annoyed, he added, "You two should leave. I have my own matters to attend to." With that, he attempted to depart. Hey. Xie Chong forcibly stopped him. "Master, wait. Are you familiar with the Earl's residence? Does the Lady of Loyalty and Valor know? She is my sister-in-law, and this is her nephew. I implore you to show some leniency. The Earl's residence and the lady will surely express their gratitude." Zhao Fusha hesitated slightly. If they were indeed people of significance, he would not want to offend them. "Since you are acquainted with the Count's residence, might I implore Lord Murong to pen a letter of recommendation for the Dean? Your son may yet gain admission. However, I must caution you that should he fail the entrance examination, he will only be permitted to study as a guest student, which will not qualify him as a true scholar of Jianhua Academy, and the tuition will be doubled." Xie Chong was taken aback, even with the esteemed background. Must he still resort to a letter of recommendation? Perhaps in the past this would have sufficed, but now, how could his sister-in-law possibly write to the Count's residence on behalf of Xie Yann's admission? Xie Chong found himself in a predicament. Would it suffice if I simply paid the double tuition? Master Zhao's gaze turned frosty. "Begone. Are you trying to deceive the academy? You don't even know the Lord. What pretense is this?" Guards expelled them. The father and son were unceremoniously thrown out, leaving Xie Chong feeling utterly humiliated. "Fool. I shall settle this with you later." Xie Jinnan shrank back and climbed into the carriage, resembling a quail, entirely unlike the confident demeanor he displayed beside Lu Huilan. In the whole garden, the ink, paper, and writing utensils appeared antiquated. "My son is to attend Jianhua Academy. Bringing these worn items will only subject him to ridicule from his peers." The servants nodded in agreement, hesitant to voice their opinions. Lu Huilan turned her nose up at the old possessions, declaring, "This will not do. I must visit Xuan Mahal to procure some fine writing materials for Yenner." Mother Zhu tugged at Lu Huilan's sleeve, advising, "Madam, the 4 treasures of the study are not inexpensive. The master's monthly salary is but 2 taels of silver. A single quality inkstone would consume that entirely. We have already borrowed 120 taels for tuition from that old hag at Shanhangtang. It would be unwise to ask for more. Yenner's writing materials are perfectly fine as they are. Perhaps we can make do?" Lu Huilan's eyes narrowed. "How can that be? A good steed deserves a fine saddle. Do you not understand? That old woman refuses to discuss rewards. If I had access to those treasures, I would purchase the finest purple sandalwood and jade brushes to match Yenner's worth." Lu Huilan's ire flared at the mention of rewards. "Why should I not claim what is rightfully mine? Is it not my own money? I have never encountered such shamelessness, hoarding rewards and refusing to share. Bah, utterly disgraceful." A glimmer of avarice sparked in Mother Zhu's eyes as she suggested, "Madam, since the second branch is absent, let us seize this opportunity. We need not take everything. Leaving half for her would be only fair. Taking our own belongings is reasonable. And what could Murong say upon her return?" Lu Huilan's eyes lit up indeed. "How could I not think of this? It's merely a broken lock. We could smash it, and half of that would be 500 taels of gold." 500 taels of gold. Her eyes gleamed with greed. At that moment, Xie Chong returned, scolding Xie Jinnan, and Lu Huilan hurried out to meet him. "My dear husband, Yenner has been injured. Why do you berate him so? It is imperative to show affection to the child." Upon seeing Xie Yann's small face, her heart ached, and he instinctively hid behind her. Xie Chong's anger boiled over. How else am I to show him affection? I am enduringly paying the exorbitant tuition for Jianhua Academy. Yet this foolish child cannot even pass the entrance exam. He was sent back for a multitude of spelling errors. Chapter 33. Lu Huilan's reckless intrusion into the Rose courtyard almost leads to her demise. Lu Huilan could hardly believe her ears. What? They won't allow him, and even with payment? What a wretched institution. We shall find another. I refuse to believe that I cannot spend my money. It seemed they would have to settle for a lesser academy, one that did not require an entrance exam. Xie Chong felt a headache coming on. He would have to search for a new academy. There were only a few in the capital, and if those did not suffice, he would have to venture outside the city. He turned to leave, not wishing to lay eyes on that disappointing child. Where are you going? Lu Huilan inquired. Xie Chong did not turn back, wherever I please. Lu Huilan gritted her teeth. Off to that wretched creature again. In Lady Lu's courtyard, she cooed to her master. Dear sir, I have delightful news to share. Care to guess? Leaning against Xie Chong's chest, she drew circles with her delicate fingers. Lady Lu, originally named Lu Xiaoxing, was a 17-year-old scholar's daughter, well-versed in poetry and literature. After her family fell into disarray, she sold herself into servitude, ultimately being purchased by the matriarch to attend to Xie Chong. Due to her talents, Xie Chong doted on her, and she was indeed his most cherished treasure. Xie Chong, enchanted by her charms, urged, My dear Xinga, please do not keep me in suspense. Lady Lu smiled coyly, guiding his hand to her abdomen. Guess again. Xie Chong stared incredulously at her midsection. Are you? She nodded gently, nearly 3 months along. My cycle has been irregular, and I only realized after feeling unwell. My lord, we are to have a son. I carry your child. Xie Chong was elated. At nearly 50, I still have the vigor to father a child. Who said I was past my prime? Lady Lu blushed profusely, my lord. When you first arrived, you were so troubled. What vexes you now? She inquired. Is it not regarding that fool? After much effort, I managed to find Jianhua Academy. Yet he could not pass the entrance exam. They have refused him. Lady Lu's eyelashes fluttered gently as she spoke softly. My lord, do not be upset. I find it curious. Yenner and Sheng'er are both born of the primary wife. Yet why is there such a disparity? Xie Chang's expression soured. Sheng'er takes after me, while Yenner resembles that foolish woman, a whole nest of fools. Xie Chong carefully caressed Lady Lu's belly. Our son will surely be exceptional. His mother is intelligent, and thus he will undoubtedly inherit her wits. Lady Lu sighed. Even so, he is but a bastard, forced to beg for scraps from the main wife, destined to serve Yenner in the future. How tragic that this poor child should be born of a servant. If only he were a legitimate son, it would be much better to send him to someone else, allowing him to bear the title of a legitimate heir and spare him from scorn. As she spoke, Lady Lu shed a few tears, feeling utterly wronged. Xie Chang's heart ached for her. My precious Xing'er, you are breaking my heart. I swear, I shall not let him suffer, and he will enjoy the privileges of a legitimate son. Is that not so? Alugitimatson? Wait a moment. A thought struck Xie Chong. Is it not true that my sister-in-law despises Yenner for his lack of intellect? Now that I have a son, I could offer him to her. Moreover, he is a newborn, easily nurtured. My sister-in-law is certain to adore him. My lord, Lady Lu called softly, noticing Xie Chong's rising excitement. He steadied himself, exclaiming, Xing'er, you are truly my lucky star. He had been troubled by the idea of adoption, having only considered Sheng'er in his desperation. But now the situation had changed. It was indeed a twist of fate, revealing a path forward. Just then, Mother Zhu reminded Lu Huilan, prompting her to gather a group and head towards the Rose courtyard. Before they could enter, they were blocked by 4 guards. How dare you? Our Lady has come to retrieve her belongings. Step aside at once, you blind wretches, Mother Zhu declared, brimming with confidence. Madame Hong assessed the situation with a composed demeanor, responding, We heed only the orders of the county lady. Who might you be? Lu Huilan furrowed her brow. You do not recognize me? It dawned on her that these individuals were unfamiliar faces. The Xie family was managed by the Murong family, and Lu Huilan had little connection to the 2 branches, which resided in separate courtyards far apart, leaving her unaware of the Count's household's arrival. You do not even recognize Our Lady. From whence do you come? Mother Zhu inquired. Madame Hong's expression turned icy. Ah, so you are the first wife. We are all here from the Count's residence and are not goods, as you suggest. I kindly ask you to manage your subordinates and show us some respect. She had heard of the first wife of the Xie family, a boorish woman from the countryside. Madame Zhu's expression stiffened, and just as she was about to utter a few harsh words, she was interrupted by Lu Huilan. Although she couldn't be said to be entirely devoid of intelligence, Lu Huilan awkwardly said, "After all, they are esteemed guests from the Earl's residence. How rude of us. Chao Hua, do not act recklessly. Quickly apologize to our distinguished guests." Chao Hua was the given name of Madame Zhu, her full name being Zhu Chao Hua. Even she, no matter how foolish, understood that offending someone from the Earl's residence was unwise. What business did that wretched Murong Yunxiang have to bring people from the Earl's estate here without a word? What kind of conduct was this? Reluctantly, Madame Zhu performed a bow of apology. Lu Huilan's eyes darted, and she inquired, "Might I trouble you all for a moment? I need to retrieve some belongings from inside. It's my personal property, kept by my sister-in-law, and I've come for a pressing need." Perhaps feeling a tinge of guilt, Lu Huilan quickly added, "I hope this request is not too much." Old Madame Hong did not budge, stating, "The county lady has given orders. The door shall not open until she returns. The first wife may wait for the county lady to return before entering to retrieve her things." Lu Huilan choked on her words, suddenly realizing that Murong Yunxiang had dispatched these individuals to guard the gate against her. Old Madame Hong remained silent, while several guards stood resolutely at attention. Lu Huilan, now agitated, retorted, "Though you hail from the Earl's residence, there should be a distinction between host and guest. This is the Xie family, not the Earl's estate. Am I to be stopped in my own home? What will people think if word gets out?" Seeing that they continued to disregard her, Lu Huilan's anger flared. "Step aside." Old Madame Hong stepped forward, pleading for the first wife to maintain decorum. "Though the county lady and you are sisters-in-law, I must adhere to the county lady's orders. It is absolutely out of the question for me to let you in." Sparks ignited in Lu Huilan's eyes. "What if I insist on entering? You may rely on your numbers to force your way in, but rest assured, the blades in our guards' hands are not merely for show. You are welcome to test this. It is merely a matter of a few lives, and the Earl's residence can certainly bear the consequence." The threat in old Madame Hong's words was unmistakable. With a swift motion, four guards simultaneously drew their swords, their expressions as hard as iron. Lu Huilan had never witnessed such an intimidating display, nearly screaming in terror as her face turned as pale as a sheet. The attendants behind her began to retreat. They had merely been summoned to carry goods, not to instigate trouble, and the Xie family primarily relied on the second house. The servants exchanged glances, then turned and fled in disarray. Lu Huilan's bravado dissipated as she stormed off, utterly humiliated. Old Madame Hong watched Lu Huilan's hasty departure, spitting on the ground. What a disgraceful creature. Chapter 34. Xie Jinnan's impression of her wild yet obedient younger brother. "My daughter, you must help your mother. Do you know? Murong Yunxiang has actually brought a few people from the Earl's residence to guard the gate of Rose Garden. I just attempted to enter to retrieve a few items, and those vicious hounds threatened to kill me." Lu Huilan returned defeated and immediately summoned Xie Luqing to the Hengwu courtyard to discuss the matter. Xie Luqing remained remarkably composed. "Oh, mother, did not grandmother forbid you from mentioning rewards? Why did you go charging in so impulsively? Do you know? She has brought those watchdogs from the Earl's residence." Lu Huilan's expression was exaggerated. "Yes, I know. Don't mention it. That day, I wanted a few bolts of tribute silk, and she refused to give me any. Not even to you, her own daughter? How could she be so unloving?" Lu Huilan was incensed, her teeth grinding. These highborn families are all so greedy, only thinking of themselves, devoid of any humanity. "My mother, you must remain calm. Grandmother will devise ways to gradually extract the second house's wealth and pass it into father's hands. She has been doing this for years. With her around, what is there to worry about? Father only has Yinggu as a son. Yinggu is yours, after all. Consider letting Murong Yunxiang temporarily hold on to it. It will return to you in due time." After this counsel, Lu Huilan's anger subsided somewhat. "My daughter is so wise. She understands everything." Just then, Madame Zhu rushed in, panting, "This is bad, madam." Lu Huilan's previously improved mood plummeted. "What is it now? Why shout?" Madame Zhu slapped her thigh. "That wretched Lu concubine. She's pregnant." Lu Huilan sprang to her feet. What did you say?" "The Lu concubine is indeed with child. I saw it with my own eyes. She and the master were just sunbathing in the garden, and the master mentioned that moving around is good for the baby. It's absolutely true." Lu Huilan roared in anger. "How shameless. A daughter married outside is bearing an illegitimate grandchild, and the one who should be a grandfather is doing such a disgraceful thing. Xiao Youqing's eyes darkened as she murmured, she must not be allowed to give birth. At Longyin Temple, after finishing breakfast, Xie Jinnan donned simple attire as she prepared to go dig for bamboo shoots. Chun Tao and Chun Lu each carried a small basket as the three of them headed towards the back mountain. However, they were not venturing deep into the mountains, merely strolling through the bamboo grove at the edge. The books indicated that one should dig for tender shoots just breaking the surface. Those that had grown too much were nearly bamboo, thus requiring keen eyesight. Eager to try, Xie Jinnan, though inexperienced, had read some theory in books. Having been amazed by the fresh bamboo shoots served at the vegetarian banquet, she decided to experience the fun of digging bamboo shoots for herself, considering it a rare outing to the mountains. Chun Tao chuckled. Miss, you still read such books? Digging bamboo shoots is no challenge. I did it all the time as a child. You can dig for bamboo shoots, Chun Tao. And you, Chun Lu, can you? Xie Jinnan inquired. Chun Lu nodded. I had to help my family with chores as a child, so of course, I've dug before. It's normal for a lady of your standing not to have done so. Let's teach you. With these two little tutors, Xie Jinnan learned to identify bamboo shoots. After breaking a few, she gradually became adept at the technique. Before they knew it, they had wandered deeper into the bamboo grove. Eventually, Xie Jinnan, feeling the strain in her back, declared, that's enough, we shouldn't venture further. This is tiring work just for a bite to eat. Suddenly, a soft laugh pierced the stillness of the forest. Xie Jinnan jumped. Alert! Who is there? Who's playing tricks? Chun Tao and Chun Lu also began to scan their surroundings, demanding the culprit to reveal themselves. It was then that Tang Yuye stood up, sunlight filtering through the bamboo trees, casting a dappled glow upon him, revealing a handsome young gentleman. So, sister, you have such a fondness for bamboo shoots. Had I known, I would have arranged for the monks to send you some, saving you the trouble of doing it yourself. He said this with an air of intention. Xie Jinnan glanced at the two mushrooms in his hand. Aren't you also putting in the effort, young master, foraging for mushrooms? Tang Yuye paused momentarily, then smiled. Sister, your words are amusing. No wonder Qin Yin favors you. Digging bamboo shoots is rather monotonous. Why not take some mushrooms back for a delicious soup? Would you like some? Xie Jinnan hesitated. She knew Tang Yuye was of good character. In her previous life, her relationship with this younger brother had been harmonious, but presently, Tang Yuye was still an outsider. However, mushroom soup was indeed delightful, and she had enjoyed it the previous night. Then I shall gratefully accept your kindness, third master. Xie Jinnan approached, asking, where did you find the mushrooms? Not far, Tang Yuye replied. As they walked a short distance, Xie Jinnan suddenly caught the enticing aroma of roasted meat. What did she see? A small lamb roasting over a fire, sizzling and crackling, perfectly cooked, crispy on the outside and tender within, clearly having been roasted for quite some time. Have you lost your mind? Roasting meat in the mountains will attract wild beasts. Xie Jinnan blurted out. He truly dared to do anything. Tang Yuye sliced off a piece. Would you like to try? Xie Jinnan shook her head, taking a step back. No need, thank you. Tang Yuye consumed the piece of meat himself, surrounded by numerous traps designed to capture wild beasts, so there was no need for concern. He was responding to Xie Jinnan's question. Xie Jinnan hesitated, wondering if a horde of wild animals would appear and whether he could still maintain his composure while eating. Tang Yuye then offered her a skewer of roasted mushrooms, saying, I know you refrained from eating meat at the temple. Here, have this. Xie Jinnan was taken aback. She had not anticipated that someone of Tang Yuye's age could possess such childlike innocence, akin to that of a young child. In her memory, Tang Yuye was taller, broader-shouldered, and more mature than he appeared now, his demeanor steadier and less expressive. In her previous life, people often remarked on his rebellious and flamboyant nature. Yet Xie Jinnan found him remarkably well-behaved. Every time she encountered him in the garden, he would approach, bow, and call her sister-in-law, engaging her in conversation. Strangely enough, although she did not frequent the garden often, she would run into him on 2 out of 3 occasions. Sometimes, she even wondered if he resided there. In a brief moment she was distracted. Tang Yuye had pressed the mushrooms into her hands, raising an eyebrow as he said, No one has ever tasted my roasted mushrooms. You are fortunate. Just as Xie Jinnan was about to politely decline, she caught sight of the clarity and purity in his eyes and found herself unable to refuse again. Who could have imagined that this youth would one day follow Prince Qing into battle, establishing a formidable reputation at such a young age. Perhaps it would be best to foster a good relationship, which might serve her well in the future. Xie Jinnan glanced at the slightly charred mushrooms and reluctantly took a bite. Tang Ye sat on the ground without a care for appearances, exclaiming, "I want to go to the battlefield, but my family forbids it. My father has told me stories of their battles in the wild. They are so fascinating. What is so wonderful about the deep courtyards of the capital? The outside world is vast and free." Xie Jinnan's expression dimmed slightly, realizing this might be the reason he preferred solitude in the mountains. The deep courtyard indeed had its advantages: privilege, comfort, and servants catering to every need. A life many commoners yearn for. For women, the deep courtyard represented their entire world. The confines of their small yards encapsulated their lives. And few dared to dream of the expansive world outside. Any woman who voiced such desires would be deemed deranged and subjected to ridicule. Xie Jinnan did not wish to humor him with flattery, questioning whether the deep courtyard was truly so terrible. How many in the world could be like him? A man born into nobility and favored by his family, without a care in the world? What could he possibly be dissatisfied with? Chapter 35. Xie Jinnan is overwhelmed by Tang Ye. Tang Ye's expression faltered. His words seemed overly sentimental, yet he remained unperturbed, finding it rather amusing. "I have learned my lesson," he said. Xie Jinnan, holding the mushroom, attempted to take her leave, bluntly stating, "With roasting meat during battle, not only will it attract wild beasts, but it may also draw the enemy. Such behavior is far too perilous. You should return quickly." Tang Ye is fine, clearly in good spirits, replying, "Understood. I wouldn't dare do this in the deep mountains. This area is less frequented by wild beasts. By the way, if you are leaving, just follow the path I brought you along. Other areas are laden with traps." Xie Jinnan bowed, thanking him for his warning before departing. Observing his openness, she felt a pang of regret for her earlier sharp words. The world was inherently unfair, and youthful ambition was a precious rarity. After taking a few steps, she turned back and said, "Everyone has their own realm. May you soar like an eagle, Tang Ye, and achieve great heights." Without waiting for his response, she turned to leave, this time truly departing. However, after walking a short distance, she paused once more. "Miss Xie, are you going to congratulate me again?" Xie Jinnan slowly crouched down, remaining silent. "Miss, what is the matter?" Chunlu called out. Tang Ye furrowed his brow slightly, sensing something amiss, and approached her, finding Xie Jinnan wearing a look of innocent bewilderment. "Xie Jinnan, tell me, who are you?" he asked. With her hands cradling her face, she replied, "I am but a small mushroom." Tang Ye's eyes widened in alarm. This was not good. When Xie Jinnan awoke again, she found herself back in the temple courtyard, a bearded old monk sitting at her bedside, surrounded by a circle of concerned onlookers gazing at her, as if she were a spectacle. Ouch! Xie Jinnan felt a slight pain in her abdomen, as though stung by something. The old monk held a silver needle, saying, "You're awake? Do not move. Master Kongwu, is she going to be all right?" Murong inquired anxiously. Upon seeing Xie Jinnan conscious, Princess Qing finally relaxed. Minister Xie had already perished, and it would be disastrous if something happened to his daughter. Tang Ye waved his hand, asking Xie Jinnan, "Do you recognize me?" Xie Jinnan was perplexed by his question. Hearing this, everyone else felt reassured. Xie Jinnan was indeed awake. Master Kongwu collected the silver needle, stating, "She has eaten little, and there is no significant harm. Just drink some detoxifying soup, which the kitchen has already prepared." He looked at Xie Jinnan. "Miss, can you tell us what you saw before you lost consciousness?" Xie Jinnan's mind was still foggy as she struggled to recall. I think I saw 3 donkeys. They were standing on their hind legs, and one even tried to grab me. Its hooves were very hard." Chuntao, Chunlu, and Tang Ye's expressions turned uncomfortable, particularly Tang Ye, who flexed his right arm, revealing several bruises. "Yes, it must be the toxic mushrooms. They can induce hallucinations," Master Kongwu confirmed. At that moment, a young monk entered, holding a bowl. Master Kongwu handed the bowl to Xie Jinnan, explaining, "Every year, there are visitors who accidentally consume toxic mushrooms, so we always keep antidotes on hand. Miss, drink this, you will be fine." Xie Jinnan accepted the bowl and drank it in one gulp, thanking the master. Gradually, her senses returned. She realized it was indeed poisoning, and the culprit was the mushrooms roasted by Tang Ye. It's fine now, sister. With Master Kongwu here to detoxify you, don't cry. It pains my heart to see you in distress. It's all my son's fault, Princess Qing said, her expression filled with concern. Morong, who was timid, had been frightened into tears earlier, apologizing for causing the princess worry. Tan Qing'er gently smiled, noting when Miss Xie fainted. The princess was quite anxious and hastened to summon the abbot. Xie Jinnan grasped Morong's hand, reassuring her, I'm fine now. Please don't worry, mother. Morong nodded, her face finally brightening with a smile. Xie Jinnan turned to Tang Yuye, saying, If I had known, I would have preferred to eat meat. Tang Yuye was momentarily taken aback. She still had the spirit to jest. His guilt intensified, leaving him at a loss. Clearing his throat, he spoke earnestly, Xie Jinnan, I truly owe you for this. If you ever need anything in the future, do not hesitate to ask. I will take responsibility. As soon as he finished, everyone's attention was drawn to him, including Master Kongwu. I will compensate her. Realizing they had misunderstood, Tang Yuye quickly added. Princess Qing chided. Enough with your thoughtless words. Do you regard a lady's reputation as mere trifles? If your father were to find out, he would surely reprimand you. Sister, please rest well and sleep a little longer, Princess Qing suggested. Xie Jinnan smiled and expressed her gratitude. Thank you for your concern. Your Highness, please take care. Princess Qing nodded and departed with her entourage, while Tan Qing'er glanced back at Xie Jinnan with a hint of scrutiny. Once everyone had left, only Xie Jinnan and her mother remained. Does her head still hurt? You truly frighten me, Morong said, gently tucking a loose strand of hair behind Xie Jinnan's ear. I'm fine, just a little dizzy. What happened on the mountain? How did I return? Xie Jinnan inquired. Chuntao and Chunlu exchanged a glance. Chunlu spoke lightly. It was all because Lord Tang did not roast the mushrooms properly, causing the young lady to be poisoned and faint. We were all terribly frightened and quickly carried the young lady down the mountain. That is all. You carried me down the mountain? Xie Jinnan found it hard to believe. Under Xie Jinnan's sharp gaze, Chuntao, with a stiff neck, whispered, It was Lord Tang who carried you down the mountain. At the time, the situation was urgent. Chuntao wanted to say more, but was silenced by Chunliu's glance. The expression on Lady Morong's face changed, but she said nothing. Xie Jinnan's expression remained calm. He poisoned me. So naturally, he had to carry me down the mountain. I should not have gone in the first place. By the way, has Xie Luing not arrived yet? Has anyone been sent back to inquire? She had almost forgotten the main matter. Mama Li, in a hushed voice, replied. A servant was dispatched at dawn to ride back. He just returned and said that the first branch of the family wrote to Baichuan Academy, asking Sheng urged to come back. Xie Jinnan's eyes narrowed, and in an instant she understood. A faint smile appeared on her lips. The eldest uncle and Xie Luing can no longer hold their composure. No wonder Xie Luing did not dare to come. In the past, Xie Luing stood idly by, but now she can no longer remain indifferent. Now, the entire family hopes that the second branch will adopt Sheng urge. My enemies are not just one or two. Pack up. We're going home. Xie Jinnan threw off the covers, making a move to get out of bed. Lady Morong stopped her. Jinnan, there is no rush. You can rest one more night. If we start now, it will be dark by the time we reach the capital. We can leave early tomorrow, and it will be in time. Sheng Urge is not going to fly out of the academy. He is surely on the way and has not arrived yet. Very well. Xie Jinnan lay back down. To be honest, her legs still felt unsteady. Xie Jinnan looked at Chuntao and Chunlu. You should start packing now. It will save time for tomorrow. We will leave early in the morning. Yes, Chunlu responded. Xie Jinnan's expression was inscrutable. This return would once again plunge the household into chaos. Chapitre 36, Surprise. Tang Yuye has also reincarnated. That night, the room was pitch black. Tang Yuye lay on the bed, his breath becoming increasingly heavy. Third brother, you are ultimately going to war. As your sister-in-law, there is little I can do. I can only make 2 sets of winter clothes and knee pads for you. The frontier is harsh, and the battlefield is merciless. You must take care. Congratulations on your triumphant return, third brother. I always knew you would return victorious. You have grown taller and stronger. Thank you for your concern, third brother. My husband has not mistreated me. It is my own body that is failing. It is only natural for him to take more concubines. Do not ask any further. Third brother. I must have embarrassed myself, third brother. Dong Urge is just being willful. I'm not crying. It is just the sand in my eyes. Tang Xie is dead. She was killed, and her body was sunk to the bottom of the Bai River, where the fish devoured it completely. Tang Yuya suddenly opened his eyes and sat up abruptly. He tried to speak, but his voice was dry and hoarse. Sister-in-law? His head was splitting, and he could not distinguish between dream and reality, nor did he know where he was. Tang Yuya clutched his head, as if an irresistible force was pulling him into an abyss. He fell asleep again, and this time, the dream was even clearer. Your wife has been missing for 2 months, and you did not even know. He saw himself roaring at Tang Chongji. It is better that she is dead. This is her fate. Next time, I will marry a woman from a high and noble family. I have had enough of that useless woman from a lowly family. A long sword was drawn, and in an instant, Tang Chongji's head was severed, blood spurting out, and his head rolling on the ground. This is also your fate. Second brother. Tang Yuya stood straight, his cold and heartless face filled with indifference. The Wangfei of the Qing prince fainted. The Qing prince was dumbfounded, and the crowd screamed and fled, the entire mansion in chaos. Only he remained unmoved. When he called her sister-in-law, Tang Yuya knew that they were not meant to be. He could not control his desire to see her, even if it was just to call her sister-in-law from a distance, even if he knew it was a grave transgression. Every time he got a little closer, his heart pounded like a war drum, as if it was about to leap out of his chest. He only wanted to protect her silently, never crossing the line, but she was dead. Her neck was broken, and the fish had left only her skeleton. Xie Jinnan. Tang Yuya opened his eyes abruptly, realizing that it was already dawn. It took him a moment to clear his jumbled thoughts. He had reincarnated. He had returned to many years ago. Third master, it is time to get up. The Wangfei sent me to wake you for breakfast. The attendant, Alu, pushed the door open. Tang Yuya squinted against the sunlight and looked around the unfamiliar room. Where am I? Alu was taken aback. Is third master still asleep? We are in the temple quarters. Tang Yuya, momentarily dazed, realized they were in Longyin Temple. The memories of his past and present life intertwined, and his eyes were deep and dark, like a turbulent underground river. Seeing Tang Yuya's demeanor, Alu dared not speak. He wondered, after just one night, why does third master seem like a different person? A faint, grim aura emanated from him, although he still had the face of a young man. His cold and sharp aura was overwhelming, a presence that only those in high positions could possess. If not for the identical face, Alu would have thought he was mistaken. Tang Yuya put on his outer robe and went out. Yuga, why did you not dress properly before coming out? In the courtyard, under the peach tree, the Wangfei of the Qing prince and Tan Qing'er were already seated. Seeing Tang Yuya in disarray, the Wangfei reminded him. Although his inner robe was intact, the sash of his outer robe was not tied. Tan Qing'er blushed and turned her face away, while Lady Who did not look up. Third master, please sit down. Look at the beautiful sky and clouds. Qing'er especially had breakfast set up in the courtyard. Eating under the peach tree is quite delightful. Tan Qing'er said. Tang Yuya saw Lady Who was still alive and with a flat belly. This was the spring of Kai Yuan 67, and Xie Jinnan had not yet entered the Wangfu. Ignoring the calls from behind, he went to the adjacent courtyard. The adjacent courtyard was empty, and Tang Yuya only saw 2 young monks cleaning. He grabbed one and asked, "Where are the people in this courtyard?" The young monk joined his hands, "Benevolent sir. They left for the capital early this morning." Tang Yuya's brows furrowed. Xie Jinnan has gone back. No, in his previous life, they never met the Xie family at Longyin Temple. Could she have also? At this thought, Tang Yuya's breathing quickened. Third master, why are you here? Tan Qing'er caught up and naturally began to tie his sash. Really? Why did you not dress properly before coming out? Tan Qing'er smiled gently, a tenderness that no man could resist. Tang Yuya's mind was in turmoil, and he had no interest in exchanging pleasantries with Tan Qing'er. No need. I can do it myself. He took the sash and, after tying it, left in a hurry. Tan Qing'er's hand froze in midair, her face showing some embarrassment. He had never been so cold to her before. On the night he killed Tang Chongji, the Qing prince had sought Master Kongji of Longyin Temple to exorcise the demon in Tang Yuya. Master Kongji had said many things, but Tang Yuya only remembered a few. All beings have their destiny, and each must bear their own. Everything is predetermined, and you must not interfere with the karma of others. Do not struggle. Your desire to kill is too strong. If I let you out tonight, the capital will be bathed in blood. Enough. She was destined for a life of comfort and wealth, but her fate was altered. Go, your fates are intertwined, and this is karma. Tang Yuya had never believed in such esoteric Buddhist sayings, so he did not understand. He needed to find Master Kongji for a clear explanation. His reincarnation must be related to Master Kongji. Benevolent sir, the master is in meditation and cannot see you, but he asked me to pass you a message. Karma is cyclic, and fate is intertwined. All is predetermined, like a shadow that follows. Upon concluding his words, the young monk clasped his hands in reverence and took his leave. Tang Ye pondered deeply on the concept of cause and effect as he made his way home. Minister Xie had saved his father, which was the cause. The Wang residents intended to repay this through a marriage, which was the effect. However, as a couple is considered one, this effect should first be borne by the legitimate son. Since his elder brother was already married, it was only fitting that he should wed Xie Jinnan. Thus, Master Kongji's assertion that she was destined for a life of comfort and wealth rang true. It was the Wang residence that had altered her fate. She was originally meant to marry the legitimate son, himself. In a previous life, Master Kongji had obstructed him from uncovering the truth and avenging Xie Jinnan, as her tragic demise was her own cause. If vengeance was to be sought, it should be by her own hand, thus completing her own effect, which is why she was reborn. Tang Ye glanced back at the grand and solemn Buddhist temple, his gaze deepening significantly. It was no wonder Longyin Temple was regarded as the national temple. It was indeed extraordinary. The Princess of Qing was worried about him. Upon seeing Tang Ye return, she approached him. "My child, why did you leave without eating? What will become of you if you grow weak from hunger?" Tang Ye's expression was complex as he looked at the Princess of Qing. Minister Xie had saved his father. Yet his mother was concerned with social standing and looked down upon Xie Jinnan's humble origins, suggesting he marry Tang Chongji instead. The princess's heart sank. What was troubling Yu Ye? Why did he regard her thus? Tang Yuye's demeanor returned to normal as he explained, "I must return to the capital. I can no longer stay at the temple with you. Did you not say you wish to breathe freely outside?" The Princess of Qing was perplexed. Alu then asked, "Third master, shall we take the donkey back to slaughter?" Tang Ye paused. "No, this sacred Buddhist ground forbids killing. Let go." Alu was taken aback, realizing that the third master was considerate of such matters. Was he not the most skeptical of gods and spirits? At that moment, Hushi approached cautiously, saying, "Mother, the food is warmed. Third brother, please have your meal." Tang Ye's gaze shifted to Hushi. Those with ailments should not bear children, especially during childbirth, where survival was unlikely. Everyone knew this, yet she did not. Since Tang Chongji loved his deceased wife so dearly, why not let them accompany each other and live long lives together? It would be better if that little creature was never born. Chapter 37. Xiexing finally returns due to the treacherous mountain roads. They reach the capital's gate only at noon. "I had planned for you to stay at Longyin Temple for half a month, but after only a few days of tranquility, we must return." "I am sorry, my child." Murongshi reflected with guilt as she gazed at her daughter. "What of it? Once we resolve the pressing matters, you may stay in the mountains for 3 or 5 years, Xie Jinnan replied. Murongshi thought her jesting. 3 or 5 years in the mountains. Would he not marry then? "I see that Yi is rather handsome. The prince has expressed his desire to arrange your marriage. Could it be?" Before Murongshi could finish, Xie Jinnan interrupted. "It will not happen, mother. Did you not perceive the princess's intent yesterday? Although there is this debt of gratitude, she would never allow her son to marry someone of lowly status. Moreover, she regards Tang Yi merely as a brother." Murongshi's expression shifted, laden with sarcasm. "Humph. I do not think he is worthy of my daughter. He poisons people. Whoever marries him will be doomed." She became agitated. "From now on, should any matters arise, let be the Qing Wangfu. He owes our family much." After speaking, Murongshi felt a pang of hesitation and lowered her voice. "Speak softly, lest others overhear." Xie Jinnan chuckled. "Mother, I am a bit weary from the carriage ride. Let us disembark and walk a bit, perhaps buy some pastries." "Very well." Xie Jinnan took Chun Tao and Chun Lu to purchase some candied fruits and pastries. Passing by a medical hall, she spotted a familiar figure. "Look, that is our maid. What is she doing at the medical hall?" Chun Tao leaned her head forward. The servants of the Xie family wore uniform attire, allowing Chun Tao to recognize her immediately. Chun Lu scrutinized further, realizing it was Cui, a maidservant from the main house beside Aunt Lu. "I shall go inquire," Chun Lu said. She approached alone, being a first-class maid, and Cui greeted her with great respect, even appearing somewhat obsequious. "Greetings, Miss Chun Lu. Is Aunt Lu unwell?" Chun Lu inquired. In response, "Miss Chun Lu is a pregnancy tonic. Aunt Lu instructed that it be handled with utmost care. She insisted on personally gathering and preparing the medicine, which is why I came to the medical hall. Cui replied earnestly. Chun Lu was momentarily taken aback, but then smiled. This is splendid news. A new child brings fortune. How delightful. Our Lady is calling for you. Let us return together to avoid you getting lost. Qui lucht flaster, dies. This is not appropriate. I am of lowly status. How could I share the carriage of the county lady and the young lady? I can walk quickly. It will not delay you. Chun Lu would not allow her to refuse, insisting, come now. The young lady is considerate of your hard work. You cannot decline. Inside the carriage, Cui was anxious and kept her head lowered. She was merely a maid beside a concubine in the main house, having seldom met the county lady of the second house. Yet now she found herself in her master's carriage. Xie Jinnan smiled gently. Do not be afraid. Simply answer my questions. How far along is Aunt Lu in her pregnancy? Has everyone at home been informed? Cui stammered. Miss, nearly 3 months. The master is nearly beside himself with joy, praising Aunt Lu as a lucky star. Both the old lady and the madam are aware. Xie Jinnan calculated the time. Indeed, it was around this period. In her previous life, Aunt Lu had been carrying a male child, who was born but did not survive long, named Xie Jinnan. At just over a year old, he tragically drowned while playing in the garden. Yet, Xie Jinnan understood that it was not an accident. Her uncle favored Xie Jinnan, and Xie Jinnan, consumed by jealousy, had acted ruthlessly. Cui, to whom do you belong? Qui replied nervously. I serve beside Aunt Lu. Iamers. Xie Jinnan's lips curved slightly. The contracts of all servants in the Xie household are divided. Half are with my grandmother, and half with my mother. The ones brought by my grandmother are the old servants of the Xie family. And, after moving to the new residence, my mother started acquiring new ones, of which you are one. Under Xie Jinnan's gaze, Cui quickly clarified then, I am of the second house. You are quite astute. The Xie family relies on whom? Who truly holds authority in this household? I trust you can discern this. Though you serve in the main house, you must understand who is truly your master. The second house has always been generous and treats its servants exceedingly well, especially those who are loyal and diligent. Chun Lu produced a silver ingot, handing it to Cui. This is a token from the young lady for you, to buy some treats. Cui grasped the silver ingot tightly, astonished. The young lady can command me for anything. I shall be loyal and dedicated. Xie Jinnan fixed her eyes on Cui. Return and inform Aunt Lu that there are more than 1 or 2 individuals in this household wishing to see her miscarry. If she wishes to ensure the safety of this child and see it grow up healthy, she must visit me within 3 days at the hour of the rat. She may choose not to come. Let her consider whether my uncle, that old fool, can protect her and for how long. Cui esse, face paled in shock. The young lady dared to call the master an old fool. The main house was indeed far inferior to the second house. It was like comparing heaven and earth. It was no wonder the county lady of the second house held disdain for young Master Yin. Yes, I shall definitely convey your message. Holding the hefty silver ingot, Cui was convinced that aligning herself with the second house promised a brighter future. Meanwhile, at the Xie residence, Xie Sheng had returned in a flurry, believing there was an urgent matter at home. He did not even change his clothes or eat, and upon arriving, he was summoned to his grandmother's Shana Hall. Upon entering, he found his parents present, and unexpectedly, the second house's Xie Luing was also there. The old lady, somewhat absent-minded, remarked, Ah, Shenger has returned? Please take a seat. There are matters I wish to discuss with you. Xie Sheng, puzzled, complied, for there were indeed pressing issues at home. Why did his mother wear such a troubled expression? Lu Huilan's face was grave and silent. Her worries were justified. Xie Yin could not go to the second household. Jianhua Academy dismissed him, and Xie Chong intended to send Xie Sheng to the second household. Moreover, that wretched Lu Xiaoxing was pregnant. What misfortune had befallen her? Why was everything going awry? She resolved to visit the temple, soon to light incense for blessings. Xie Chong appeared rather upbeat. My dear Sheng, the situation is as follows. A few days ago, your grandmother and mother had a disagreement with the second household, and your aunt was quite furious. Initially, I had hoped she might adopt Yan as her own, but it seems it is now unlikely. After a brief pause and a glance at the matriarch, he continued, Your aunt holds you in good regard, which is why she summoned you back, to persuade her and ease the tensions between the two households so that she might cease her quarrel with your grandmother. Father, is this still about the adoption? Xie Sheng inquired. Lu Huilan, growing impatient, snapped, always with the questions. The second household looks down on Yin, and you find joy in that, do you? Chapter 38. Using Xie Sheng to end Lu Yinyang's pregnancy. Two birds with one stone. A smirk of satisfaction crept upon Xie Luiying's lips as she feigned innocence. Aunt, please do not be upset. Even if my third brother attempts to persuade her, my mother may not heed his words. She treats both my third brother and Yin equally. Perhaps I should return and speak with her. Once she comes to her senses, she will surely not remain angry. The matriarch rubbed her temples and directly addressed Xie Sheng. Your aunt does not favor your brother and is unwilling to adopt him. Your grandmother thought it wise to send you to test the waters. If the second household is willing to adopt you, it would be a joy for all. Understanding the underlying motives, Xie Sheng realized that the issue of adoption was indeed paramount. Since his father had called him back, the conflict between the two households must have escalated significantly. The grandmother was undoubtedly at her wit's end, and the aunt was still in a huff. It was clear that Xie Yin would not benefit from this situation, leading everyone to consider him as a last resort. However, his aunt likely harbored great disdain for the first household, and as a son of the first household himself, he doubted she would be inclined to accept him. What was he, after all, that she would listen to him? How could he persuade her? A wave of unease washed over him. Xie Chang's expression shifted slightly as he whispered, Mother, considering that Xiaoxing is pregnant, let Sheng first calm his sister-in-law's anger. He turned to Xie Sheng, advising him for now, refrain from mentioning the adoption. Instead, speak kindly and soothe her. Once she has cooled down, you can subtly suggest that Lu Yinyang is with child and observe her reaction. How do you know if it is a boy or a girl? And how can you be certain that Murong Yunxiang would accept a concubine's child? Lu Huilan's sharp voice interrupted. Xie Chang, however, seemed confident. Xiaoxing is clever, and surely her child will be as well. It is far easier to adopt an infant than a grown child. What reason would my sister-in-law have to refuse? Upon hearing this, Lu Huilan rose abruptly, trembling with fury. What do you mean? Are you implying that Yin is foolish like me, and that the second household's disdain for him is my fault? Xie Chang's face darkened instantly. Mother, please, must you raise your voice in this presence? As Lu Huilan prepared to retort, Xie Luiying caught her eye and interjected, Uncle, Aunt, please cease your quarrel. It is indeed a blessing to add a member to our family. Ultimately, it depends on what my mother thinks. Arguing here serves no purpose. With that, Lu Huilan reluctantly fell silent, and Xie Chang shot her a fierce glare, choosing not to speak further. Lu Yinyang is pregnant? Xie Sheng was taken aback. Could his father still conceive? The matriarch banged her hand on the table, her expression cold. We are here to discuss Sheng's situation, not to bicker. Chang'er, I do not wish to dampen your spirits, but Huilan makes a valid point. Lu Yinyang's status is quite lowly. What lineage does the second household hail from? It is improbable they would accept a concubine's child, and we do not yet know the sex of the unborn. Given the urgency of the adoption, it would be wise to refrain from further speculation. Upon hearing this, Xie Chang's countenance darkened. He was unconvinced. After all, it was Xiaoxing who was carrying the child. He felt compelled to consult his sister-in-law. Lu Huilan straightened her back, feeling somewhat relieved. The matriarch pointed at Xie Sheng, her voice rising involuntarily. This adoption must rest upon Sheng. Xie Sheng fell silent, daunted by the enormity of this task. He feared that before he could even step through the doors of the rose garden, his aunt might cast him out. Though his aunt and cousin treated him kindly, he could not bear to sour their feelings. After a moment of internal struggle, he finally spoke. Grandmother, I have heard that my aunt wishes to adopt from the Earl's household. Perhaps with their support, it could serve the Xie family better. The matriarch furrowed her brow. What do you mean, Sheng? Do you support the second household adopting from the Earl's family? Do you not wish to go to the second household? Xie Luiying narrowed her eyes, her gaze shadowy. Did he truly not wish to join the second household? Or was this merely an act? Xie Sheng replied calmly. As this is my aunt's decision, she will surely choose someone she favors. Others cannot sway her judgment. This statement displeased Xie Chang. Do not speak nonsense. The adopted son of the second household is crucial. He is the future heir of the Xie family, and we cannot allow an outsider to inherit. The matriarch nodded in agreement. Sheng, you and Yin are the only male heirs of the Xie family, and the family's future rests upon your shoulders. Thus, the legacy must be passed on to you. Should you go to the second household, remember your parents' kindness and support your brother. You are bound by blood, Do you understand? Xie Sheng hesitated for a moment, ultimately acquiescing. Any further comments might provoke his father's ire. The matriarch then turned to Xie Luing. Dear Luing, you are a good child. Return and persuade your mother, so she does not follow in your sister's footsteps. Feigning ignorance, Xie Luing replied, I am not well versed in these matters. Traditionally, the eldest sister makes decisions, and my mother listens solely to her. I can only do my best to persuade her without causing her displeasure. She deftly shifted the blame onto Xie Jinnan. Lu Huilan retorted coldly, the second household may not necessarily want Sheng. You speak too soon, mother. Let us wait until the adoption is finalized. Although Sheng was technically under her name, she could not stand to see the Murong family united. Why should everything turn out perfectly for them? The matriarch sighed deeply, sharing her own concerns. If the second household were to reject Sheng, what then? Would Murong truly drive her to despair? Xie Luiying's eyes glinted as she smiled brightly. Third brother, do you remember our childhood? We used to argue over who was older. You insisted on being the elder brother, while I claimed to be the elder sister. We even tussled until our mother had to separate us. Xie Luiying's eyes sparkled like crescent moons, her smile revealing delicate dimples. They were born on the same day, the same night, and had bickered over that title since they were young. Upon hearing Xie Luqing recount amusing tales from her childhood, Xie Sheng felt an unexpected warmth envelop him. In their youth, he had been rather immature, ultimately refusing to call her sister for reasons he could not fathom, and now the thought of doing so felt somewhat awkward, rendering him tongue-tied. He shook his head and chuckled. Xie Luqing playfully reproached him, mentioning that since he had gone away for his studies, he had resided in the academy, returning home only a handful of times each year, which had led to their estrangement. She insisted he must accompany her for a game of chess in the coming days to see if her skills had improved since childhood. Xie Sheng readily agreed, asking where they would play. In his memory, Xie Luqing had always been innocent and charming, and he held no reservations about her. With a glint of mischief in her eyes, Xie Luqing suggested they go to the garden, where a new pavilion had been constructed by the lakeside. Chapitre 39, 11e Jonction Est, Timely Intervention. The Xie family's garden had been extravagantly crafted, featuring rockeries, ponds, pavilions, and winding paths adorned with carefully selected cobblestones. Every flower and blade of grass had been meticulously designed by artisans, with a variety of seasonal blooms and fruit trees planted throughout. Aunt Lu, resting her left hand on her waist and gently fanning herself with her right hand, remarked, My waist has thickened since I became pregnant. I must have several new garments made. At that moment, Xie Liuqing's voice chimed in, Aunt, acquiring new garments should not be a challenge. Just inform grandmother, and I am certain she will provide you with ample fabric to choose from. Upon hearing this, Aunt Lu eagerly approached, exclaiming, I thought it was someone else. It turns out to be Sister Qing and Brother Sheng. Sister Qing, do not jest. Such matters should not trouble the old matriarch. Sister Qing quickly glanced at her belly, smiling as she replied, Aunt, you have worked hard. This child is indeed grandmother's golden grandson, and the whole family is looking forward to it. Making a few garments is hardly a significant matter. Upon hearing this, Aunt Lu beamed with delight, her eyes crinkling in joy. You little girl, you know just how to make someone happy. Xie Luqing, being the legitimate daughter of the second branch, knew that Aunt Lu hoped to establish a closer relationship with her, as she desired to ensure the child within her would be adopted by the second branch. If that were to happen, Aunt Lu would truly rise in status, no longer needing to fear the scorn of the yellow-faced shrew. We're going to the pavilion to play chess. I was just saying how exceptional your chess skills are. Would you kindly come and guide me? Xie Luqing inquired. Aunt Lu, pleasantly surprised, remembered that she had indeed studied chess before the family's decline, and was impressed that Xie Luqing was aware of this. Very well, let us all go together, she replied joyfully. Xie Luqing subtly repositioned herself, placing Xie Sheng and Aunt Lu side by side. They exchanged casual remarks, while Xie Liuqing's peripheral vision caught a glimpse of a figure clad in green. She hesitated momentarily, stepping back to create space. This was a narrow lakeside path, with Aunt Lu positioned at the innermost point, leaning against the railing. Although there was a barrier, one could easily push someone over if they wished. Xie Luqing left enough room for the figure in green, who suddenly dashed forward, unnoticed by Aunt Lu and Xie Sheng. Completely unaware of the impending danger, Xie Luqing observed their retreating forms, her eyes filled with indifference. Just at that critical moment, a clear and melodious female voice rang out. Sister. Xie Yoqing's heart jolted as she turned to see Xie Jinnan and Murong standing at the intersection of a small path. When did they return? How long have they been here? A fleeting look of panic crossed Xie Yoqing's face, but she quickly masked it. As for the figure in green, upon hearing Xie Jinnan's call, he stumbled and pretended to fall, quickly rising to his feet. Xie Luqing forced a smile, her voice tinged with unease. Mother, eldest sister, when did you return? Why didn't you send someone to inform me? Xie Jinnan approached gracefully, taking Xie Yoqing's hand. What do you mean? Wasn't it agreed that you would send Yin go back, and then immediately go to Longyin Temple? We waited for you at the temple and grew worried when you did not arrive, so we hastily packed our things and came back this morning. I forgot to send word, Xie Luqing admitted, secretly relieved. They must have just arrived and noticed nothing amiss. You child, how could you forget such a thing? Murong chided lightly. Xie Luqing interlaced her arm with Murong's, playfully protesting, Oh, mother, I have not been feeling well. I will certainly accompany you next time. She discreetly signaled to the figure in green, who retreated slightly, bowing his head, becoming inconspicuous. Aunt, greetings. Cousin Jinxian, greetings, Xie Sheng said, bowing to them. Murong acknowledged him without much enthusiasm, remarking, Brother Sheng has returned. Xie Sheng's lips moved, but he ultimately remained silent, sensing the palpable tension between their families. He lowered his gaze, concealing the faint disappointment in his eyes. Aunt Lu, however, was exceedingly warm, greeting the noble lady, noting how increasingly graceful and splendid she had become, and complimenting how beautiful the eldest daughter had grown. Xie Jinnan quietly observed the expressions of those present, forcing a smile as she said, As soon as we arrived home, we heard the delightful news about Aunt Lu. The elder uncle has been blessed with a son in his later years. He will surely cherish this child dearly. Aunt Lu is indeed fortunate, and this child is also blessed. Aunt Lu's fortune was indeed noteworthy. Her elder uncle had many concubines, yet most either could not conceive or suffered miscarriages, leaving only 2 daughters who had been raised by Aunt Lu and rarely made public appearances, lacking presence in the household. For the servants, this child was indeed an unexpected blessing, and the master was genuinely pleased. Thus, they could only echo the eldest daughter's auspicious words. Murong glanced at her belly, cautioning, You are still in the early stages. It is best to avoid too much movement. There are many servants coming and going in this garden. Be careful not to be bumped into by someone careless. Upon hearing this, a flicker of resentment flashed in Xie Yoqing's eyes. How fortuitous it was that they returned just now. If only they had arrived a moment later, everything would have proceeded smoothly. Xie Luqing felt a deep sense of regret. What a splendid opportunity it was. When would she encounter such a favorable chance again? Aunt Lu eagerly nodded. The noble lady speaks wisely. I shall heed your advice. Xie Jinnan had naturally noticed the figure in green, pointing at him and commanding, Raise your head. Xie Luqing's heart skipped a beat. What did Xie Jinnan mean? The young servant hesitated to comply, prompting Chunlu to coldly scold. I am speaking to you. Are you pretending to be deaf and mute? You dare to disregard the eldest daughter as command? Do you need to be punished before you will lift your head? The young servant, panicking, finally raised his head, kneeling and stammering. Please spare me. I did not know who the eldest daughter was calling. Xie Jinnan recognized him. His name was Chunja. When they were children, Xie Jinnan and Xie Luqing had gone out to see the lanterns and encountered a group of beggars attacking an orphan. Xie Luqing had saved him and brought him into the household as a servant. The orphan was Chunja. Xie Jinnan coldly smiled internally, recalling that the cousins from the earl's estate had also been with them that night. Xie Luqing had feigned kindness to impress her cousins, saving Chunja only to abandon him thereafter. This Chunja was indeed an extraordinary individual. His loyalty to Xie Luqing stemmed from gratitude, even developing feelings for her. Even if Xie Luqing ordered him to take his own life, he would do so without hesitation. In her past life, Chunja had been Xie Yoqing's sharp blade, assisting her in carrying out unsavory deeds behind the scenes. Xie Jinnan had nearly forgotten about him. What was the hurry earlier? Aunt Lu scolded. If you had bumped into someone, especially a pregnant woman, how many lives would you owe in compensation? Chapter 40. Xie Jinnan. Strike first. See who is more ruthless. As the words fell, the expressions of those present varied. Lu Yinyang's face turned pale, instinctively clutching her abdomen as she took a step back. Xie Sheng frowned, recalling the earlier scene. He stood to Lu Yinyang's right, and when Jin Song's cousin shouted, the young servant fell to his right. Thus, if the servant had collided unwittingly, it would have been with him first before injuring Lu Yinyang. At this thought, Xie Sheng shuddered, disbelief flooding his eyes. He was no fool. Such a cleverly orchestrated accident could not merely be an accident. Xie Luying's pupils constricted suddenly, her previously calmed emotions in disarray again. She struggled to maintain her composure, casting a look at Chunja that bore a veiled threat. Should he utter a word he ought not, his life would be forfeit. Chunja repeatedly bowed his head, hastily expressing his regret, claiming he was eager to return to the kitchen for fear of reprimand from his master, hence his hurried steps. He promised never to walk quickly in the house again, pleading for the county lady and the eldest young lady to forgive him this once. Xiaoying's gaze darkened momentarily. Her elder sister's reprimand was indeed warranted, as it had startled her as well. A sudden fall could have dire consequences had it been upon Lu Yinyang. If such recklessness continued, he would surely lose a leg. Why is he not leaving quickly? Xie Sheng looked at Xie Luying in astonishment, unable to believe she could utter such words. Xie Luying had always been timid, flinching even at the sight of a hen being slaughtered. Yet here she was displaying a fierce side. Xie Sheng's expression was troubled, and he said nothing. Yes, yes. I remember, Chunja replied, bowing his head again before scurrying away in shame. Xie Jinsong exchanged a glance with Murong Shi, who wearily spoke. All right. Nothing serious has happened. After sitting in a carriage all morning, I am utterly exhausted. Jinsong, Lu Ying, let us return. The group bid farewell to one another, and Xie Sheng, lacking the heart to linger, promptly returned to his courtyard. His mind was in turmoil. He believed he knew every individual in the Xie family estate well, yet now felt as if each person was inscrutable. He only wished to return to the academy. Meanwhile, Xie Jinsong and the others arrived back at the southern courtyard. Mother, I have come from Kuishui. My stomach is a bit pained, and I wish to rest, she said. Xie Luying had pressing matters and did not wish to engage in idle chatter. Your mother still wishes to converse with you. Very well. Rest well. And remember to have the kitchen prepare a bowl of red sugar goji berry and tremella porridge. The one you love, Murong Shi replied. Xie Luying smiled sweetly. Understood, mother. Eldest sister, I shall take my leave first. You both should also rest well. After Xie Luying departed, Murong Shi finally felt her strength wane, almost unable to stand. Reflecting on the recent events, she felt a rush of panic, realizing how close they had come to disaster. Just a moment more. Gasping slightly, Murong Shi could not suppress her fear. Just a moment more, and Xie Sheng would have been ruined by Xie Luying. As they walked toward the southern courtyard, it was Xie Jinsong who heard a faint noise. Just as they passed, Chunja had rushed towards Xie Sheng. Thankfully, Xie Jinsong reacted swiftly, calling out to Xie Luying, causing Chunja to fall in a panic and interrupting their scheme. Xie Jinsong supported Murong Shi, suggesting, Mother, let us discuss this at home. They quickly returned to the Rose courtyard. Since the mother and daughter had returned, the people from the Earl's residence were preparing to take their leave. Granny Hong recounted Lu Huilon's visit. However, Xie Jinsong was not surprised. This was precisely the sort of thing Lu Huilon was capable of. After giving each member of the Earl's household a substantial red envelope, Mama Li escorted them away. Inside, Murong Shi's eyes turned red with rage as she trembled. How wicked her heart is! I have painstakingly raised her, cherishing her like a precious gem. She knows full well she is the cat that swapped the prince. How dare she harm my son? A chill coursed through her from head to toe. Her daughter, whom she had loved for so many years, turned out to be a venomous viper. Too terrifying. Truly too terrifying. Xie Jinsong scoffed lightly. She had always been such a person. Today, her mother had witnessed Xie Luying's methods. Not wishing for Lu Yinyang's child to be born safely, she chose to employ another's hand to commit murder, destroying Xie Sheng while also causing Lu Yinyang to miscarry. Such a malicious scheme could only have originated from Xie Luying's mind. Had they not returned in time today, the consequences would have been unimaginable. Xie Chong dotes on Lu Yinyang, and in a fit of rage he would undoubtedly punish Xie Sheng severely, with the possibility of even death. Not only did Murong Shi feel dread, but Xie Jinsong also felt a sense of relief at having narrowly escaped the calamity. Xie Luying either refrained from action or struck deadly blows. Mama Li was puzzled, wondering why the second young lady would want Lu Yinyang to miscarry. Because Yin Ger is incapacitated, if Lu Yinyang bears a son, the elder uncle would favor the concubine over the wife. leaving Lu Huilan and her son with little status. Xie Yin was already unremarkable and would be easily forgotten by the elder uncle. Xie Jinnan explained, in their past life, they had refrained from acting against Lu Yinyang because at that time, Xie Yin had been adopted by the second household, and they had looked down upon Lu Yinyang. However, the circumstances had changed. Xie Yin was now despised by the second household, and Xie Sheng was not her biological son. Should another boy appear, he would undoubtedly seize the meager resources belonging to the main house. Lu Huilan understood that a man would love the woman he favored more and therefore cherish the children she bore. Xie Chang would undoubtedly favor Lu Yinyang's child more. How could she allow what rightfully belonged to Xie Yin to be taken away by another? Thus, it was imperative to kill. Xie Luying and Lu Huilan were in collusion, certainly not wanting another younger brother. Hence it was their conspiracy. Murong was at a loss. Jinsong, what do you think we should do next? Can Sheng'er return my side? Xie Jinsong's gaze turned cold. Naturally, we must strike first, using their own methods against them. She now clearly realized that as long as Xie Luying was an obstacle, Xie Sheng would find it difficult to return to the second household. Her schemes were too many and too treacherous. No matter how vigilant one was, there would always be a lapse in defense. Thus, Xie Jinsong knew she must act decisively. Murong's pupils tightened. To kill Xie Luying? No, it won't be that easy. Xie Jinsong narrowed her eyes slightly. Does she not enjoy creating accidents? Let us also fabricate an unexpected event, perhaps break her leg, and see how she acts then. Xie Jinsong turned to Murong, detailing her plan, and a smile gradually appeared on Murong's face. Very well, this would allow us to vent some of Sheng'er's grievances. A glint of murderous intent flashed in Xie Jinsong's eyes. Right, that fellow named Chunjia. Let us eliminate him, but do it discreetly. She could not leave behind any potential threats. Momoli was taken aback, understood. At that moment, Chunlu hurried in. County lady, young lady, Aunt Xuanza has arrived, saying the old lady wishes to speak with you directly. Murong, without a second thought, replied, no, find some excuse to dismiss her. Chunlu appeared troubled. Not only Aunt Xuanza, but the elder uncle is also here, standing outside, claiming he has something to say to you. Oh, Xie Jinsong raised an eyebrow, intrigued. The elder uncle usually preferred to hide behind women, letting others fight for him, while he quietly reaped the rewards. Why'd he deign to come in person today? Xie Jinsong was quite curious about what he might say. Chunlu, please invite that old coward in. Chapter 41. Xie Cheng's confident proposal is the elder brother here to discuss the matter of the division of the family? Murong asked as Xie Cheng entered. His expression changed instantly, hastily denying, no, how could we divide the family? I have come today specifically to apologize to my sister-in-law. Murong leisurely sipped her tea, patiently awaiting his next words. Xie Cheng felt somewhat embarrassed and continued, my dear sister-in-law knows that I seldom manage household affairs. So I truly had no idea that mother could be so excessive last time. And as for that foolish woman in my family, if I have offended you in any way, I hope you can overlook it for the sake of our family ties and not remain angry. Mother, she is merely eager for her grandchildren, and I trust you can understand this to some extent. At present, her old ailment has recurred. She is aware of your displeasure and refrains from troubling you, enduring it in silence. We, as the younger generation, must also show understanding towards our elders. Wouldn't you agree? Murong remained silent, gently stirring the tea leaves with her cup lid. Xie Jinnan raised an eyebrow, finding the situation rather amusing. It seemed that grandmother wished for mother to request the physician's assistance, yet after their previous fallout. She found it difficult to lower her pride and must have complained bitterly behind the scenes, perhaps even uttering harsh words about her daughter-in-law's filial piety. Otherwise, how could uncle come here to speak of such matters? Forget about the physician. If Xie Yin is a small ingrate, then grandmother is a seasoned one, the very queen of ungratefulness in this family. Who could be more heartless than she? Mother has shown her utmost respect, yet she helps the main family in exchanging children. What audacity to think of having a physician attend to her ailments. Such a precious life she leads. She must endure it. Seeing that Murong and her daughter remained silent, Xie Cheng grew increasingly uneasy, unsure of how to proceed. According to his plan, his sister-in-law would first show generosity, and then he would smoothly mention that Aunt Lu was pregnant. Yet Murong seemed to be rather petty in this regard. It truly is a challenge to raise both women and petty men. Xie Jinnan inquired, Uncle, were you unaware that grandmother pressured my mother to adopt Brother Yin? I had no idea. Had I known, how could I allow her to do such a thing? Adopting anyone as a son is a matter for the younger generation. No outsider should impose their will, he replied. Aunt is quite muddled. She ought to consider the character of her own grandson, who is unworthy of our Xie family's daughter. You did the right thing in driving her out. She has no awareness of her own worth. Xie Chong vehemently denied this, his words flowing beautifully. Xie Jinnan's expression was quite remarkable. Despite Uncle S' seemingly honest exterior, he was quite shrewd. Did he imply that he supported my mother in adopting from the Earl's residence? She asked. You could say that, but what if the second house truly adopts from the Earl's residence? He stammered. If I say I do not support it, then I would be no different from the old matriarch. Mu Rong was silently observing his expressions. Xie Chong pondered for a moment, stating, It is ultimately your decision whom to adopt, my dear sister-in-law, and I have no right to interfere. However, if you were to ask my opinion, I would advise you to choose from within the Xie family, for the Earl's house bears the surname Mu Rong, not Xie. Xie Jinnan continued to press. Which child from the Xie family do you think would be suitable, uncle? She aimed to unmask his facade, exposing the hypocrisy of wanting to have it both ways. Xie Chong was rendered speechless, pondering which child would be appropriate. He turned to Mu Rong, seriously stating, Sister-in-law, I know Brother Yin lacks ambition and does not meet your expectations, and as for Sister Yin, you need not worry. I do not intend to persuade you to adopt Brother Yin. That unworthy child, I will send him to the academy sooner or later. Mu Rong was taken aback. He mentioned Brother Yin's shortcomings, yet everyone knew Brother Sheng was exceptional. Was he about to speak of Brother Sheng? Mu Rong instinctively tightened her grip on her cup. Brother is jesting, but what do you mean by that? Xie Jinnan instinctively glanced at her mother, having thought of this as well, eagerly awaiting Uncle S' next words. Did Uncle finally realize that Brother Sheng should be acknowledged by the second house? Seeing Mu Rong's expression soften, Xie Chong felt emboldened, concluding she simply looked down on Brother Yin. Furthermore, Aunt Lu in my courtyard is pregnant. I consulted a physician, and, based on her pregnancy signs, it appears she is expecting a boy. If sister-in-law does not mind, once the child is born, I could bring him to you to raise. You are concerned that an older child would not be easily nurtured, but a young infant can be raised with great affection. He will only recognize you as his mother when he grows up. Noticing Mu Rong's astonishment, Xie Chong quickly added, Moreover, Aunt Lu hails from a scholarly background. Her child will certainly not be inferior, and he will be better than Brother Yin. What do you think, sister-in-law? Xie Chong smiled confidently, believing he had proposed an excellent solution, resolving the issue of adoption in the second house without jeopardizing the main family's assets. Truly a win-win situation. However, Mu Rong's expression shifted from surprise to a steely glare. He had overlooked Brother Sheng entirely. The situation had nearly reached an irretrievable point, and he still refused to mention Brother Sheng. How much disdain did he harbor for Brother Sheng? Was he afraid Brother Sheng would enjoy wealth and privilege? Mu Rong felt a mix of anger and amusement, realizing that this was indeed the purpose of her brother's visit. Xie Chong nodded. So, sister-in-law, do you think this is a good plan? This way, mother will not always be exhausted, and all parties will be satisfied. Satisfied? Mu Rong nearly spat the word, her face growing cold. What does my brother take me for? And what does he think of the Earl's residence? How dare you presume that I would accept a concubine's illegitimate child? Brother, you have come here today solely to humiliate me. Haven to you? Xie Chong was completely taken aback by her intense reaction. No, think carefully. A baby is certainly preferable to a child. Though born of a concubine, once adopted, he becomes legitimate. Who would question his origins? Mu Rong scoffed. Such delusions. Xie Chong, upon hearing her dismissive tone, grew irate. He had come with the utmost sincerity, speaking kindly, yet Mu Rong was utterly unreasonable. If his second brother were still alive, would she dare speak to him this way? Xie Jinnan interjected, her tone dripping with sarcasm. Uncle, if my mother were to adopt your illegitimate son and bring him to the Earl's residence, he would stand on equal footing with the Earl's legitimate sons. At that point, it is likely my mother would be immediately cast out. If he were merely the Earl's illegitimate child, that might be acceptable. But Xie Chong's face paled, finally revealing his true emotions. When had he ever endured such humiliation? Nothing was acceptable. Let's not forget, this is the Xie family. My second brother has barely been laid to rest, and you're already scheming to hand over the family estate to outsiders. How can you face my deceased brother? He snorted coldly, If my second brother were alive, he would never allow a woman to cause such chaos. He would certainly adopt his nephew. Alas, my second brother left us too early. He could no longer maintain his facade. This was his genuine opinion. Moreover, the nephew he referred to did not include Xie Jinnan. Mu Rong's seething anger felt as if it might burst forth, and she could hardly contain her desire to unleash a torrent of curses at this shameless man, who was of the same ilk as the kind and benevolent one. Xie Jinnan pressed down on her mother, her voice cool and composed. Uncle need not invoke my father to impose pressure. My father has passed. The second house is led by my mother. If uncle disapproves of the second house's actions, I have long stated we can separate. Each house can lead its own life without interference. Moreover, this is not the Xie family home, but rather a residence established by my mother. Uncle may pack his bags and leave at any time. We shall not object. You. Chapter 42. Old Coward. Where does your confidence come from? Xie Jinnan, enraged and humiliated, immediately attempted to retort, only to be silenced by Xie Jinnan's icy glare. Uncle must clarify one thing. Both you and grandmother have no authority over the second house. Were it not for my mother's humble choice to marry into the Xie family, you would not even have the privilege to speak to her. Do not blame your niece for speaking harshly. Of your two sons, only brother Sheng shows some promise. As for brother Yin, let us not even discuss him. And now you speak of a child yet unborn, whose gender is merely speculative, and demand my mother to adopt? Is this not absurd? Xie Jinnan's gaze was sharp, exuding an undeniable authority. Xie Jinnan shuddered, his anger momentarily giving way to a flicker of fear. He found himself intimidated by his own niece. That hint of fear brought him back to reason. He rather liked this residence and had no desire to move out. Faced with such resistance, Xie Jinnan's bravado quickly waned. Deep down, he regretted not heeding his mother's advice and never should have come here. However, he found himself utterly perplexed. Was there something wrong with the infant? Why was it unacceptable? Xie Jinnan was about to soften his tone, yet he couldn't bring himself to lower his pride. He merely hinted at the matter, but why the cold animosity? As the elder of this family, was he not allowed to voice his thoughts? The moment he spoke, he felt justified once more. The current monarch governs with filial piety. As the saying goes, brothers should be amicable and respectful towards one another. Could the sister-in-law not show respect? Furthermore, as a woman, one should embody virtue and grace, adhering to the principles of womanhood. Sister, reflect on yourself. Mu Rong's eyes concealed annoyance. How dare my daughter be lectured by the eldest brother? Has he finished speaking? If so, then he should take his leave, escort him out. Being dismissed, Xie Jinnan suddenly remembered he had one final option. He blurted out, Sister-in-law, if you do not wish for urge or a bastard child, what do you think of Xinga? We are, after all, family. Must we make this so unpleasant? He was truly at his wit's end. Aside from Xie Jinnan, did he have any other sons? None. Mu Rong's pupils quivered slightly. She forced herself to maintain composure, suppressing her emotions. You wish for me to adopt Xinga? Mu Rong helplessly glanced at Xie Jinnan, her expression asking what they should do now. Xie Jinnan gently shook her head, firmly believing they must not agree outright. If they consented immediately, with Xie Luiying and grandmother's cunning, they would quickly realize that the second household was aware of the truth behind the exchange of sons, and that their intentions were directed towards Xie Jinnan from the beginning. At that point, their demeanor would surely change, and the consequences would be uncontrollable. Once they lost the initiative, the mother and daughter would be led by the nose. Thus, they must adopt Xie Jinnan first, allowing them to act freely later. Patience was essential. They needed to bide their time. Xie Jinnan reluctantly nodded, his voice dry. Yes, Xinga is diligent, studious, and filial. He will certainly honor his sister-in-law. Mu Rong's expression remained neutral as she replied. Xinga is indeed a fine child. Under Xie Chang's gaze, she shifted her tone, asking, But brother, on what grounds do you assume I can only choose from your son? To speak candidly, my maternal uncles are both willing to send a child for me to raise, and I find myself in a quandary over whom to choose, as both are my brothers. And offending either is undesirable. Your insistence on Xinga only complicates matters further. Mu Rong's tone softened significantly, yet it still conveyed a refusal. Upon hearing this, Xie Jinnan stood up in disbelief. Xinga was not to her liking. After all their deliberations over Xie Yin and Xie Jinnan, was Mu Rong now preoccupied with which of her maternal nephews to adopt? What was there left to discuss? Anxiously, Xie Chong asked, "Sister-in-law, are you genuinely considering this? Have you thought about the consequences?" Murong hesitated for a moment, contemplating that the outcome would likely be her son receiving the support of a marquise, leading to a promising future, inheriting the family business, and bringing honor to the family. Xie Chong exclaimed, "What about him? That is his family business." Clenching his hands anxiously, he felt the clammy sweat within his palms. "I absolutely do not agree." He grew frantic. "Why should you consent if it is not about adopting your son?" Murong retorted. Xie Chang's eyes widened in shock. He felt as if he were being choked by her words. If she were his wife, he would have long given her a resounding slap. He finally understood why his mother had fallen ill from anger and why Lu Huilan had been cursing in the courtyard. He had spoken of how gentle and virtuous his sister-in-law was, yet she was indeed an unreasonable shrew. The Manchu elders would also disapprove, without the clan leader's consent. The Murong family could not enter the Xie family genealogy. Sister-in-law, must you oppose the entire clan? How could you allow outsiders to inherit the Xie family's legacy? How could you justify this to our ancestors and to my late second brother? Xie Chong questioned emphatically. Murong's demeanor shifted. Her expression became uncertain as she mumbled, "Let's discuss this later. I'm feeling rather fatigued." Upon hearing this, Xie Jinnan grew anxious. "Mother, are you swayed so easily? Have you forgotten how aunt and grandmother pressured us? You cannot adopt Xinge. He belongs to the first household." Xie Chong was sweating profusely, exasperated that his daughter was so determined to oppose the first household. "Sister, do you wish to alienate not only aunt and yin, but also uncle and Xinge? I have always cared for you. You and Xinge have always had a good relationship." The moment Xie Sheng was mentioned, Xie Chong became utterly flustered, resorting to speaking of Xinge's merits. At that moment, Mama Li timely approached, saying, "Master, the lady and the young miss have returned after a long journey. Please, master, return home for now. There is no rush regarding the adoption. There will be plenty of time to discuss it later." Xie Chong had a plethora of words to express, but could only swallow them down. He had arrived with confidence, now leaving in disarray. One does not shed tears until one sees the coffin. He now truly understood that Xie Sheng was of no value, let alone his disappointing son, Xie Yin. After Xie Chong departed, Murong's mood was equally tumultuous, even teetering on the brink of tears. "Jinnan, did you hear? He finally mentioned adopting Xie Sheng." Xie Jinnan smiled and nodded. "I heard, mother. Do not worry. Bringing back my brother is only a matter of time. However, if you do not allow me to agree, what if they never mention Xinge again? Would that not be counterproductive?" Murong expressed her concern. Xie Jinnan's demeanor was composed, as if everything was under control. "Rest assured, that will not happen. Uncle was just flustered and did not realize it. Once he returns and discusses it with grandmother, he will recognize that while you said you did not want Xie Sheng, you did not outright reject him either." She paused before adding, "My earlier remarks were to remind Uncle of your hesitation. Even the slightest uncertainty will be seized upon. For Xie Sheng is the last lifeline of the first household. That miser will never willingly relinquish the family fortune to the marquise." Upon hearing Xie Jinnan's words, Murong felt somewhat reassured. "When will I be able to agree to adopt Xinge? Just wait a bit longer. Once we meet with second aunt and third aunt. As soon as the Marquisite's people arrive, it will strike Uncle like a heavy blow. At that point, he may very well be begging on his knees for you to adopt Xinge," Xie Jinnan said. Murong was amused by Xie Jinnan's words. It was indeed an exaggeration to think he would kneel and plead, but as long as Xie Sheng could return to the second household, she would be infinitely grateful. Thinking of Xie Sheng, a pang of guilt washed over her. "I was so cold toward Xinge just now. He seems so dejected. Does he think I disdain him?" Murong longed to tell Xie Sheng that she had been nearly driven mad by the desire to adopt him, even dreaming of him calling her mother, just as the princess of the celebration did with her son. Xie Jinnan appeared lost in thought and softly remarked, "There is no other way. Xie Luiying is difficult to deal with. The colder you are, the better it is for Xinge. By the way," Xie Jinnan did not forget the matter at hand. "Mother, a distinguished guest from the marquise is soon to arrive. I noticed many items in the garden are worn out. Why not take this opportunity to repair them thoroughly? How could heavy items be moved in without repairs? Without them, how could Xie Luiying's leg be broken? Would this unforeseen incident please my sister?" Xie Jinnan's gaze was chilling, and a wicked smile slowly curved her lips. Chapter 43. Aunt Lu resolutely decides to follow the second household. Hengwu Courtyard. What a coincidence. Lu Huilan paced back and forth, lamenting in frustration. Just think about it. Not only did she not go to Longyin Temple, but she also did not send anyone to notify them. They returned early, causing this plan to fail. If we miss this opportunity, when will we have such a chance to kill two birds with one stone again? Xie Luiying was equally troubled. Oh, mother, please do not blame me. I am not distressed over the matter of Xie Sheng. Have I forgotten it for a moment? Lu Huilan suddenly seized Xie Luiying's arm, her gaze venomous. Daughter, let us not speak of Xie Sheng for now. The urgent matter is that wretched woman's condition. Even if we cannot kill two birds with one stone, we must first procure some medicine to terminate the child. Is mother concerned that father wishes to adopt the child in Lu Yinyang's womb? You should be aware that the Murong family does not favor illegitimate sons. If she were to adopt one, it would be a disgrace. Xie Luiying remained indifferent. Lu Huilan, taking advantage of the moment, continued, It must be done. Your father already dotes on that vile woman. If she bears a son, what place will your brother have in this family? This house can only accommodate legitimate sons, not bastards. This is the only way to ensure Yan Ji's unique position. Is it so difficult to terminate a child? Xie Luiying smiled sweetly, yet her expression was sinister. Such a countenance on such a beautiful face was indeed unsettling. She parted her cherry lips and murmured, I am merely contemplating how to make this child's demise more valuable. At that moment, Xie Chong, looking disheveled, arrived at Hengwu courtyard, prompting Xie Luiying and Lu Huilan to hastily conclude their previous conversation. What brings you here in broad daylight? Aren't you afraid of being seen by the second house? Upon seeing Xie Luiying present, Xie Chong inquired. Xie Luiying rose to greet him. Father, do not worry. I arrived quietly, and no one saw me. Where have you been, and why do you appear so displeased? Xie Chong sat down and gulped down some water. Do not mention it. I went to Rose Courtyard and nearly got into a quarrel. At his words, Xie Luiying and Lu Huilan exchanged glances, and Lu Huilan immediately asked, What business did you have at Rose Courtyard? Xie Chong, feeling humiliated, retorted angrily, Those Murong women are exceedingly cunning. I am, after all, an elder. They are uncouth. That eldest daughter, especially, is venomous in her speech. She will surely endure daily beatings once married. Lu Huilan could not suppress her delight. Isn't it the case that Murong Yunxiang does not want a concubine-born child? Xie Chong remained silent and took another sip of water. Seeing this, Lu Huilan could not contain her triumph. I told you so. She hails from a noble family. Even if she were to adopt, it must be a legitimate son. How could she possibly want a concubine's child? She must have been scorned. Xie Chang's expression darkened. Not only illegitimate sons, but they also do not want Xie Sheng. They have driven me out and keep speaking of division. Want to divide? They must be dreaming. Not in this lifetime. So they do not want Xie Sheng? I told you they would not want him. Lu Huilan's eyes brightened, reveling in her newfound insight. You are all deliberating back and forth. I can see it clearly now. Murong Yunxiang despises you, her elder brother, for your poor prospects and does not desire the eldest son's child. Her words inadvertently revealed her bitter nature. Xie Luiying raised an eyebrow. They did not want Xie Sheng? Excellent. That allows me to set aside Xie Sheng's matter for now and focus on dealing with Lu Yinyang's pregnancy. Upon hearing this, Xie Chang's expression grew even darker. Despise me? Who is to blame for my misfortune? No noble lady would marry me. I could only take a village woman as my wife. I am from a distinguished family, with ancestors who served as officials. What is she? If Yingge had a good maternal grandfather, how could the second house look down upon him? Lu Huilan's eyes brimmed with disbelief as she sharply retorted, On what grounds do you vent your anger at me? You can only bully me. Why not confront Murong Yunxiang instead? Are you brave enough? She was both angry and aggrieved, seeing the two about to quarrel again. Xie Luiying pinched her brow and rose to take her leave. Father, mother, I shall take my leave. She left their discord behind. In Lu Yinyang's courtyard. Did she truly say that? Lu Yinyang was aghast. Cui gently nodded, lowering her voice. Mistress, I believe the eldest daughter speaks wisely. The madam is harsh, and the master is aging and ineffectual. Certainly, the second house will dominate this household in the future. Why not align ourselves with them? Lu Yinyang's expression wavered. Her master indeed lacked capability, only indulging in drink and boasting. She had once been a proud young lady from a literary family. How could she genuinely admire Xie Chong, a man old enough to be her father? Yet, being a concubine left her no choice but to adopt a submissive demeanor to please her master, ensuring her own comfort. She had considered other avenues, but found no one to rely upon, ultimately depending on this old man, Xie Jinnan. Now, however, the second house was extending an olive branch. Noticing Lu Yinyang's lack of resistance, Cui continued, I have heard from the elders in the residence that many concubines of the master have suffered miscarriages. They appeared well during pregnancy, but inexplicably lost their children. Lu Yinyang gasped, instinctively protecting her belly. She recalled the scene by the lake today, the swiftly fleeing servant, and the chilling realization dawned upon her. If not for the appearance of the Murong women, that servant might have collided with her abdomen. It was Lu Huilan. She is a ruthless, cunning woman. With so many concubines in the first house suffering miscarriages, who else could it be? Most of the first house's children are born of her. She benefits the most. Lu Yinyang clenched her teeth in silence. She would not spare Lu Huilan. Anyone who dared to harm her child would face her wrath. The eldest daughter was indeed correct. To establish a foothold in this family, one must rely on the second house's power. She contemplated whether Lu Yinyang wished for her assistance in dealing with Lu Huilan. The enemy of my enemy is my friend, she murmured in thought. I shall go tonight. Lu Yinyang resolved firmly. Seeing her agree so quickly, Cui felt elated. She would earn silver. Mistress, once the young master is born, our good relations with the second house may ensure they look after him. Future studies and apprenticeships may have pathways. Lu Yinyang pondered. Indeed, this was logical. Not long ago, Xie Jinnan had been unable to attend Jianhua Academy merely due to the lack of a recommendation letter from the Earl's residence. It was Xie Jinnan's foolishness that had angered the second house. Lu Yinyang caressed her belly, determined that once her son was born, she would ensure he remained close to the second house, securing benefits for them. Late at night, in the stillness, where one could not see their hand before their face, only the dim glow emanated from Xie Jinnan's quarters. Please take a seat, Aunt. Dressed in simple garments, Xie Jinnan's beauty was ethereal, her hair cascading like a waterfall, reminiscent of a celestial being. Lu Yinyang sat down, slightly apprehensive in Xie Jinnan's presence. Miss, I am a straightforward person, and I shall not beat around the bush. As long as you ensure my child grows safely, I am willing to align with the second house, facing any danger without hesitation. Chapter 44, Adopting Feng Ye. Upon hearing this, Xie Jinnan's lips curled into a slight smile. Aunt, you are indeed forthright. I shall be equally candid. That servant today was indeed sent by the Lu family. She will surely strike again. To terminate a pregnancy, one merely needs musk or to apply pressure to the abdomen. I will assign you a novice physician, skilled in both medicine and martial arts, who will oversee your daily needs. How's that sound? Lu Yinyang felt both reassured and slightly anxious. That sounds excellent, but what do you wish me to do? Xie Jinnan met her gaze, her eyes shimmering with intent. I want you to abandon any delusions. Do not expect the second house to adopt your son. Lu Yinyang's expression turned awkward, her guilt preventing her from meeting Xie Jinnan's eyes. Miss, you misunderstand. I have no such intentions. Are you unaware? Today, my uncle hurried to speak with my mother, proposing that she adopt the child you carry. He was promptly rebuffed and is furious about it. I do not believe this matter does not involve you. Aunt Lu nodded awkwardly, and I understood. What about the second? Xie Jinnan pondered. As for you, you rely on your pregnancy to act with utmost arrogance. Do you know the ways of calamity-bringing beauty? Just act recklessly and oppose Lu Huilan at every turn, striving to drive her to madness. It's that simple? Aunt Lu inquired. Xie Jinnan lightly affirmed. Indeed, it is that simple. I simply cannot bear to see her thrive. She added. Aunt Lu chuckled softly. Actually, I feel the same way. I just lacked the courage to act before. Now that you support me, I'm no longer afraid of her. Her tone was slightly playful. Xie Jinnan lowered her eyelids, concealing a hint of pity. She called her aunt. Though Aunt Lu was not much older than her, a girl of barely a decade bound to an aging cripple was indeed a pitiable situation. You proceed as planned for now. I will contact you should anything arise. If you perform well, the second house will not neglect you. I will ensure your son receives tenfold the respect that Xie Jinnan, the legitimate heir, does. However, if you dare to play clever tricks or harbor ill intentions towards me, I will not hesitate to obliterate both you and your son. Remember that. Xie Jinnan's tone was calm, yet her words were undeniably menacing. Aunt Lu swallowed nervously. At that moment, a chill seemed to surge from her feet to the crown of her head. Rest assured, I wouldn't dare. I am utterly dependent in this household. You are far more reliable than Xie Chong, and you can ensure our prosperity. Why would I betray you? To be honest, when you had Chui relay your words, I was quite pleased. Anyone with a sound mind would not harbor ill will towards you. To prove her loyalty, she raised 3 fingers in an oath. Xie Jinnan nodded slightly. Very well. As night fell, Aunt Lu walked slowly, watching her step. She was quite tired. Ah. Aunt Lu acknowledged. After her departure, Xie Jinnan stifled a yawn and proceeded to her inner chamber. Chun Tao assisted in loosening her garments. Miss, I am rather foolish. Why did you instruct Aunt Lu to trouble Madame Lu? Lu Huilan is overwhelmed and lacks the energy to be cruel to Shang'er, nor can she pay heed to matters of adoption. Now, they publicly claim they have no desire to adopt Xie Sheng, which diverts attention from him, ensuring his safety. Once she has clipped Xiao Youqing's wings, the matter of adopting Xie Sheng will face no resistance, catching Lu Huilan off guard when she attempts to intervene. It won't be long now. Grandmother has relented, and uncle has as well. He was the most formidable obstacle, but one by one, they have been overcome. Soon, Xie Sheng will return to the second house. Xie Jinnan began to anticipate the outcome. My lord, my attire has become loose and will constrict your son. I desire new garments. Aunt Lu cooed to Xie Chong. Very well, I will grant your wish. My lord, I also wish for new jewelry. Look how shabby my adornments are. A few days ago, I encountered the young ladies of the second house, and I felt truly envious. I have lived a hard life and have never laid eyes on a jade bracelet. Aunt Lu gently bit her lip, tears glimmering in her eyes, evoking sympathy. Xie Chong was immediately pained. In his embrace was his most cherished concubine, and he had no room for rational thought. Is it merely a jade bracelet? I shall buy it. I had over 100 taels set aside for Yinger's tuition, but since he lacks the ability to attend, I shall provide you with an additional 200 taels. Will that suffice for your garments and the jade bracelet? Aunt Lu broke into a smile, wrapping her arms around his neck playfully. My lord is the best man in the world. Without you, what would I do? I wish to bear you more children to repay your kindness. Xie Chong, in a moment of bliss, felt as if he were the son in Aunt Lu's universe. The physician Xie Jinnan promised Aunt Lu had quietly entered the estate, someone borrowed from the earl's family. The physician, named Yin Yang, was greatly trusted by Aunt Lu due to Xie Jinnan's influence. Dressed in gold and silver finery, Aunt Lu flaunted the latest fashions from the capital, frequently parading before Lu Huilan, and it was not long before they crossed paths. Upon seeing Lu Huilan, Aunt Lu cast a smug glance at her, flaunting her new jewelry. Lu Huilan's eyes nearly bulged out as she questioned, "Where did you acquire the funds for this attire?" Aunt Lu touched the large golden hairpin on her head, boasting, "Madam, it was all purchased by my lord. He said, I have endured hardship during my pregnancy and deserve only the best. Look at this bracelet. It is jade and cost 100 taels, while these green jade earrings were 50 taels, and this gold hairpin from Jinshi cost 80 taels. It is quite burdensome to wear." Lu Huilan was instantly infuriated. Having borne several children herself, Xie Chong had never referred to her experiences as arduous. Mama Zhu's eyes glinted with greed. This was a fortune in silver. You wretched servant, flaunting your pregnancy as a shield. Are you intent on exhausting the family's wealth? Lu Huilan seethed with rage, unaware of the substantial private funds Xie Chong possessed. Aunt Lu blinked innocently, feigning ignorance. My lord said this is all trivial. He intend to purchase more for me soon. Do you not have such luxuries, madam? Lu Huilan, enraged, retorted, You little harlot, you are quite bold. It seems I must show you my true capabilities. Those words drove her to the brink of madness. Lu Huilan rolled up her sleeves and charged forward, pregnancy notwithstanding. She wished nothing more than to kick her belly. Yet, Yin Yang intervened, preventing anyone from approaching Aunt Lu. Aunt Lu cowered behind Yin Yang, feigning fear. Her words even more provocative. Madam, you are quite frightening. No wonder my lord speaks of you in such a manner. Lu Huilan's eyes were bloodshot, her face contorting further. Just wait until I tear your mouth apart. The farce escalated. From a distance, Xie Jinnan observed with interest, a flicker of amusement in her eyes. Chun Tao stifled her laughter behind her hand. This Aunt Lu is truly entertaining. Madame Lu is ready to kill her, yet she only grows bolder. By the way, miss, Chun Lu spoke softly. Mama Li mentioned that the craftsmen for the garden renovations will be arriving this afternoon. She instructed Wu Si and Zhang Fu to supervise, but She hesitated. The old lady has expressed discontent, questioning the need for such costly renovations. Xie Jinnan remained calm, fanning herself as she replied. Just inform grandmother that esteemed guests from the Earl's residence are arriving soon. It would not do for our household to appear too shabby, lest we incur their ridicule. Chun Lu bit her lip, suppressing a giggle. Surely this would infuriate the old lady. It seemed the young lady was finally ready to assert herself, just a step away from decisive action. Understood, Mississippi. Just as Xie Jinnan was about to depart, her peripheral vision caught a familiar figure, Xie Sheng, seemingly heading towards the second house. Why did he wear such a hesitant and sorrowful expression? Xie Jinnan furrowed her brow slightly and hurried after him. Chapter 45. Tearful Reunion of Three. Where is Sheng Gooder headed? Xie Sheng turned, slightly taken aback. Cousin Jinxian, I'm going to... He stammered, seemingly too shy to continue. Xie Jinxian's beautiful eyes shifted, and in a moment she discerned his thoughts. Is it that grandmother and uncle have sent you to ingratiate yourself with the second house? She spoke directly. Upon hearing this, Xie Sheng flushed red, feeling utterly embarrassed. His cousin had seen through him. He deflated like a punctured balloon. Xie Jinxian gazed at him intently. Xie Sheng was a person of integrity and pride. He was unwilling to bow and scrape for the sake of benefits. Yet under uncle's pressure, he was compelled to come, leaving him in a quandary. He understood that being adopted by the second house promised immense wealth. Yet he chose to remain hidden within Qingzhou Xian, avoiding greed and contention. He remembered the kindness bestowed upon him by the second house and did not wish to disappoint them. Truly, he was her brother. Xie Jinxian now felt that all her efforts were worthwhile. Xie Jinnan gently parted her cherry lips, proclaiming, a man of virtue, as if hewn and polished, like jade refined through careful craftsmanship. You need not feel guilty. It is those avaricious souls who do not deserve your company. Xie Sheng suddenly lifted his head, his gaze infused with bewilderment and confusion, nearly doubting his own ears. He appeared considerably relieved. If only his cousin would not harbor any disdain towards him. He had never entertained the notion of being adopted by the second branch. Truly, his sincerity was palpable. Xie Jinnan pressed her lips together, swallowing her words. She wished to convey that he could indeed entertain such thoughts. No need for explanations, understand, she smiled. Xie Sheng shyly returned the smile, his ears turning crimson. He ruffled his hair, attempting to mask his awkwardness. The unexpected praise brought him a flicker of joy. Despite his academic excellence, his parents had never uttered a word of commendation. Yet today, his cousin had praised him, calling him a gentleman. Then, should I still visit my aunt? Xie Sheng inquired. Xie Jinnan paused. You may visit. My mother would not turn you away. Besides, it's prudent to make an appearance. She shifted her tone, however. Once you leave the rose courtyard, prepare yourself for sorrow and disappointment. Do not return exuberantly. Simply state that my aunt's attitude towards you is relatively favorable. But once the topic of adoption arises, her demeanor will change, and you shall refrain from mentioning it. Xie Sheng nodded, I understand. The two proceeded towards the rose courtyard. And Xie Jinnan's keen eyes soon spotted Xie Luqing approaching them. Pretending not to see her, Xie Jinnan turned to Xie Sheng, Brother Sheng. It is commendable that you wish to pay respects to my mother. The second branch does not shun you. But if you come under the pretense of seeking my mother's consent for adoption, I advise you to remain silent to preserve our past camaraderie. Xie Sheng looked at Xie Jinnan in astonishment. She had seemed perfectly fine moments ago, yet her demeanor had suddenly shifted. He dared not probe further, merely assuring her cousin, rest assured, I shall not speak of adoption. Upon noticing Xie Jinnan and Xie Sheng together, Xie Luqing brightened, catching fragments of their conversation as she approached. Eldest sister. Brother Sheng, are you heading to see mother? Xie Jinnan replied with a nod. Brother Sheng wishes to pay respects to mother. We happen to meet on the way. Where are you headed? After the previous incident, Xie Sheng felt a degree of distance from Xie Luqing, his perceptive nature sensing discomfort. He merely greeted her and fell silent. Xie Luqing's gaze flickered. I'm going nowhere. I'll accompany you too. Although the matron of the Shanha Hall had called her over, she was reluctant to comply. Eager to discern what Murong would discuss with Xie Sheng, she affectionately linked arms with Xie Jinnan, nudging Xie Sheng aside. Sister, why has mother suddenly decided to renovate the garden? It appears quite lovely as it is. Xie Jinnan smiled at her, explaining, Mother wishes for a more exquisite and luxurious garden, to impress our aunts and reassure them when sending their sons to our family. Moreover, A renovation underscores our family's importance. Xie Luqing nodded slightly. But does mother truly intend to adopt that cousin from our uncle's family? Xie Jinnan sighed. Mother finds herself in a dilemma. You know our grandmother desires to bring Chengger from the third uncle's family. Yet mother is somewhat disdainful of Chengger's background and prefers Hongguer from the second uncle's family. Xie Luqing feigned innocence. Then I still prefer cousin Hong. She quickly glanced at Xie Sheng, noting his silence as he trudged along, appearing like an outsider. A secret joy blossomed within her, prompting her to draw closer to Xie Jinnan. Xie Sheng, however, remained indifferent. It was natural for sisters to be close. Yet, he was puzzled by Xie Jinnan's sudden change in attitude, which coincided with Xie Liuqing's arrival. It seemed she wished to conceal the amicable rapport they shared from Xie Luqing. So, upon Xie Liuqing's appearance, she had delivered a veiled jab at him, presumably for Xie Liuqing's ears. But were they not sisters? What was there to hide? A faint furrow appeared on Xie Sheng's brow, leaving him bewildered. A ripple disturbed the once tranquil surface of his heart. In the rose courtyard, Murong's demeanor was placid, devoid of visible emotion, neither displaying joy nor disdain. Brother Sheng has also arrived. Have you taken a few days off? When you plan to return to the academy? Xie Sheng stood respectfully, replying, Aunt, I have taken a 7-day leave and shall return to the academy shortly. I came specifically to inquire about your well-being. Murong slightly nodded. A few days ago, your father visited and left in discord. Are you here to speak on his behalf? Or do you wish to persuade me about something? Beneath her calm exterior, her hand clenched tightly in her sleeve, nails biting into her flesh without sensation. Speaking such heart-wrenching words to Brother Sheng felt like tormenting herself. After all, he was her own son. Yet, with Xie Luqing present, she had no choice but to speak. She could not allow this critical moment to falter. Xie Sheng hurriedly denied, No, I merely came to check on you, Aunt, and I have no intention of persuading you regarding any adoption. Whom you choose to adopt is entirely your decision. It is not within my purview. Xie Jinnan lowered her eyes, remaining silent. Brother Sheng was perceptive. When Murong spoke, it felt akin to spitting out blades. Xie Luqing raised an eyebrow, a subtle smile playing at the corner of her lips, finding the situation amusing. She observed the estranged interaction between mother and son, both unable to recognize one another. Filled with suspicion, a spectacle of intrigue. Perhaps Murong Yunxiang would never realize that Xie Sheng was her son because of the adoption matter. Xie Jinnan had grown noticeably colder towards Xie Sheng. How could this wretched girl, despite her favored status, fail to recognize her own brother? And Xie Sheng, the bookish youth, was unwelcome wherever he went. Xie Luqing felt a sense of superiority, relishing in the folly of those around her, regardless of their noble lineage. They were merely pawns in her and her motheress game. How delightful. Chapter 46. Concubine Lu's abdominal pain. Xie Jinnan quietly scrutinized Xie Luqing before suddenly exclaiming, Mother, sister, I witnessed an amusing incident on my way here. What amusing incident? Murong inquired. Xie Jinnan chuckled softly. I saw Aunt and concubine Lu embroiled in a quarrel, seemingly over concubine Lu's extravagant expenditures. Aunt even resorted to physical confrontation, threatening to tear concubine Lu apart, while concubine Lu cowered behind the servants, still arguing. Aunt truly ought to consider that concubine Lu is with child. She should refrain from such violent outbursts, Xie Jinnan elaborated, as if suddenly remembering Xie Sheng's presence. She awkwardly added, Brother Sheng, I meant no offense. Xie Sheng shook his head, a bitter smile escaping his lips. However, Xie Liuqing's expression shifted. How could mother stoop to arguing with concubine Lu? If anything were to happen to concubine Lu's baby, father would surely rage. No, she must intervene. Her eyes darted, quickly concocting an excuse. Oh, mother, grandmother, just summoned me for a discussion. Should I go? Murong considered for a moment. As a grandchild, it wouldn't be proper to refuse your grandmother. Go, but do not make any promises or speak out of turn. Yes, I shall heed your counsel and proceed. Xie Luqing had anticipated Murong's response. Xie Jinnan called out, Wait, sister, I noticed the fabric of concubine Lu's garments looks splendid. I heard it's a new material from the capital. You were seeking new clothes a few days ago. Shall we visit the Qiongyi workshop together this afternoon? Mother, is that all right? Xie Jinnan inquired again, looking towards Murong. Murong let out a soft laugh, her tone laced with affection. If you wish to make new garments, do so. But remember to select fine fabrics. In due time, your aunt and cousins will be visiting, and wearing old clothes would indeed be inappropriate. We must not appear shabby. Just remember one thing. Choose elegant colors, as you are still in mourning. Xie Jinnan smiled brightly, acknowledging her mother's words. The two of them exchanged thoughts and soon reached an agreement. Xie Luing, without much contemplation, thought it unnecessary to refuse the new clothes. After all, her cousin might also come, and she naturally wanted to present herself well. All right, sister, remember to call me. I shall head to grandmother's first, Xie Luing said. Go on. Xie Jinnan's smile grew warmer. Xie Luing found an excuse to leave, and Xie Sheng also felt it was time to take his leave. Initially, he found his aunt and cousin to be endearing, but with the conflict at home growing unpleasant, he felt embarrassed to linger. He rose, saying it, I shall take my leave now. Murong, without hesitation, replied, no need to rush. She opened her mouth to inquire further. I just brought some exquisite tea cakes. Shall I prepare some delicate pastries as well? Xie Sheng, feeling somewhat awkward about staying, found himself unable to voice a polite refusal upon meeting Murong's earnest gaze. Very well. Thank you, Aunt. Mama Ali promptly took charge of the preparations, summoning Chun Tao and Chun Lu to assist, leaving only the three of them in the room. Brother Sheng, how do you fare at Baichuan Academy? Is there anything amiss with your daily sustenance? How do you get along with your classmates? Is the master strict with you? Murong had an abundance of questions for Xie Sheng, enough to fill 3 days and nights. In response, Aunt, thanks to the allowances and living expenses provided by my late uncle, I lack for nothing at the academy. I enjoy harmonious relations with my classmates. The studies are indeed rigorous, and the master is strict, but he holds great expectations for me. Xie Sheng answered Murong's inquiries earnestly, like a dutiful child. Such questions had never been posed by his mother, and only occasionally did his grandmother ask a few. Good. Murong's voice trembled slightly, and she fought back tears. Noticing her mother's imminent distress, Xie Jinnan interjected with a light-hearted tone. Women are not permitted at the academy, and I have always been curious about the life there. Brother Sheng, would you share some amusing anecdotes with us? Let us broaden our horizons. She aimed to divert the atmosphere to something more relaxed, fearing that her mother might soon embrace Xie Sheng in sorrowful tears. Xie Sheng appeared to have opened up, becoming less reserved. It's simply reading in the morning and reading in the evening. The master checks our assignments daily, with small tests every 10 days and major exams monthly. In stark contrast to the harmonious scene at the Rose Courtyard, turmoil brewed in the main residence. Xie Chong had just returned at noon when he heard the servants whispering of Lu Huilan chasing after concubine Lu. He was instantly filled with rage and hurried over. You shameless wretch! Upon arriving, Xie Chong was met with Lu Huilan's venomous words, which darkened his expression beyond recognition. Enough! His thunderous shout silenced the room. Lu Huilan's malicious expression had not yet faded when concubine Lu seized the moment, throwing herself into Xie Chang's embrace, weeping, My lord, you have finally arrived. If you had not come, I would have perished at the hands of the mistress, never to see you again. Xie Chang held her close, asking what transpired. Did she harm you? Is the child unharmed? My lord, this vile servant, emboldened by her pregnancy, disregards me. She provoked me without reason, claiming I am old and unattractive. Lu Huilan's voice was sharp and filled with fury. Xie Chang shot her a menacing glare, gritting his teeth, silence. Lu Huilan trembled, her grievances and indignation swelling within her. Concubine Lu raised her tear-streaked face, assuring my lord, I am unharmed. It was merely that the mistress could not tolerate my new clothes and jewelry, thus publicly berating me. I said they were gifts from you, and she cautiously glanced at Lu Huilan. She scolded me twice. Seeing her feigned distress, Lu Huilan's anger surged. Xie Chang's heart ached further. He had witnessed Lu Huilan's aggressive demeanor and her foul language. How could concubine Lu be so fearful of her? Such a delicate creature could hardly contend with this fierce tigress. My lord, concubine Lu sobbed, let us return to the north courtyard. Causing a scene here will only invite ridicule from the servants. Where is your dignity? Xie Chang's heart softened, realizing that despite the considerable distress concubine Lu had endured, she still thought of him first. In contrast, Lu Huilan, as the mistress, publicly berated a concubine, proving herself to be utterly disgraceful. The disparity was stark. You dare to put on airs, Lu Huilan retorted. She is merely pretending. Do not believe her. Mama Zhu, Please tell him what this wretched girl said just now. Lu Huilan pointed angrily at concubine Lu, but refrained from advancing further due to Xie Chang's presence. Mama Zhu recounted, I witnessed it myself. Concubine Lu deliberately provoked the master and uttered many unflattering words. However, before she could finish, Xie Chang interrupted, Enough. You two old hags are nearly 100 years old combined, bullying a young girl. How shameless. If you dare speak further, I will send you both back to the countryside. Mama Zhu trembled in fear and fell silent. She had accompanied Lu Huilan from the village, yet Lu Huilan was the mistress, while she was merely a servant. Xie Chang's word could easily cast her out. Just then, concubine Lu suddenly exclaimed, My lord, I am feeling unwell. Xie Chang's breath hitched. On Xiao. What is the matter? Chapter 47. She is with child. What mischief are you up to? Go fetch a doctor at once. Xie Chang scooped up concubine Lu and rushed toward the north courtyard. Mama Zhu, now pale as a sheet, recalled her previous harsh words against concubine Lu. If anything were to happen to her, would the master not blame her? What if she had a miscarriage? Lu Huilan's resentful gaze now held a hint of panic. The moment Xie Luying arrived, she noticed Lu Huilan's flustered state, a sense of foreboding washing over her. Aunt, what has happened? Upon seeing Xie Luying, Lu Huilan felt reassured. Grabbing her hand tightly, that wretched girl claims her stomach hurts. She must be pretending. The master just took her away. You must think of a way to save the mistress. Mama Zhu was drenched in cold sweat. Xie Luying's expression turned serious as she cast a stern glance at Mama Zhu, who covered her mouth and looked around, relieved that no one was paying attention. Clearing her throat, Xie Luying stated, I was on my way to pay respects to grandmother. I shall accompany aunt. On the way, Xie Luying chastised in a hushed tone. Mother, how foolish. It is merely a few pieces of jewelry. Why engage with her? Her child is of no consequence. But publicly, you must not suffer a loss. If she is ruthless enough to use the child's life against you, it would spell the end for you and father. Lu Huilan nearly ground her teeth in rage. If that wretched woman had not been so arrogant, I would not have lost my temper. Your father is an ungrateful scoundrel. He only cares for that concubine, endlessly calling her on Xiao, making me sick to my stomach. He does not care how much I have suffered, nor does he concern himself with my well-being. What mistress would endure such humiliation? It serves her right if she loses the child. Let her be arrogant. I do not believe that after bearing him children and becoming a grandmother, he would dare to divorce me for a concubine. If he dares to write me a divorce letter, I shall report him for mistreating his wife and taking a concubine. If I cannot live in peace, then neither shall he. Xie Luying's brows knitted deeply. Mother, what a ridiculous spectacle it is for someone of such age to be causing a commotion at the county office. Have you no regard for your sister's dignity? What Yen Guer's future? It would be wise to refrain from such angry outbursts. How is it that you, foolish girl, count on my every word? What do you propose we do? Lu Huilan has become quite agitated. Xie Youqing's steps abruptly halted, her dark, cold eyes fixed on Zhu Mama. Go summon grandmother, she commanded. In the courtyard of Lady Lu, Dr. Zhang, hastily summoned from the street, was already checking her pulse. The fetus is unharmed, he declared, but the mother's emotions have been quite tumultuous. A pregnant woman must avoid sadness and anger. We must proceed with caution. I shall prescribe 2 doses of calming medicine for this young lady to take, and she should rest in bed for a couple of days to observe her condition. Upon hearing this, Xie Chang let out a great sigh of relief. This child was a blessing he had long awaited, and he could not afford any mishaps. Thank goodness there's no issue. Thank you, Dr. Zhang. Quickly stepped forward. Dr. Zhang, please. Dr. Zhang exited with his medicine box. Lady Lu raised her hand weakly toward Xie Chang and smiled faintly. My lord, I told you there was nothing to worry about. How can I not worry? It is all that vile woman's doing. The sentiment of mutual disdain between the middle-aged couple was unmistakable whenever Lu Huilan's name was mentioned. Xie Chang's face contorted with disgust. Earlier, he had refrained from acting out of concern for appearances, but once Lu Huilan arrived, he vowed to avenge Xing Bao. Where is that wretched woman? She causes trouble and then hides like a turtle. Go fetch her at once. As his words echoed, the old lady outside cleared her throat deliberately. Changya, the old lady, leaning on her dragon-headed cane, entered slowly, followed by Lu Huilan, who remained silent, her face betraying her unwillingness to accept her guilt. Xie Chang's expression shifted as he questioned, Why has mother come? I heard Lu's condition had faltered. How could I not come to see? The old lady inquired with concern. Forgive me, old lady, I could not pay my respects. The doctor mentioned a slight disturbance. But thankfully the fetus is unharmed. A few doses of calming medicine will suffice. Lu Huilan answered obediently. Xie Chong nodded, relieved that all was well, otherwise. He shot Lu Huilan a glare. All is well. Thank goodness, the old lady sighed, her gaze turning cold as she addressed Lu Huilan. Huilan, did you not mention having something difficult to convey? Now is the time to speak. What could possibly frighten a concubine to the point of distress? Speak. Lu, feigning weakness, lay delicately upon the bed, awaiting Lu Huilan's response. Lu Huilan cast a furtive glance at Xie Chong, her expression hardening as she began to complain. Mother, I am truly wronged. I was simply walking along when that little harlot, upon seeing me, she began to boast of her wealth. Bracelets worth 100 taels, hairpins worth 80, adorned with jewels worth hundreds of taels. And she spoke provocatively, insulting me as an old, withered woman. How could I not be enraged? Thus, I reproached her with but a few words. I did not lay a finger on her. If she became agitated, it is not my fault. As her words fell, Lu wept, exclaiming, by heaven's truth, how can you so brazenly twist the truth before me? You were the one who initiated the confrontation. I merely responded. How can this be construed as boasting? She sobbed softly, adding, you did not strike me because your servants intervened. Without Yin Yang and Chui Chui, I would have long since perished with my child. Yin Yang and Chui Chui stood nearby, nodding in agreement. Madam speaks the truth. All present can attest to it. At that moment, Madam was kicking and striking, leaving many bruises on the servant. As she spoke, Yin Yang rolled up her sleeves, revealing the marks on her arms. You. Lu Huilan was incensed. Xie Chang's eyes simmered with fury. Unable to contain himself, he struck Lu Huilan across the face. You vile woman. Xinger lies in bed, and yet you dare to argue? If anything happens to my son, I will not spare you. Lu Huilan, in a frenzy, shrieked. You lavish hundreds of taels on that harlot for jewelry, and you have the audacity to strike me? After decades of marriage, you had not even given me a single coin. Where was your extravagance then? Why do you bicker with a pregnant woman? Xinger is young and loves to adorn herself. I merely sought to please her. The quarrel between the elderly couple escalated, nearly tearing the roof off. Lu lay beneath her quilt, stifling her laughter. The old lady closed her eyes, wishing to avoid the spectacle, and struck her cane against the floor, exclaiming, silence. Chapter 48. Does the old lady possess one final trump card? Aunt Suanza instructed the servants to pull Xie Chong away while Lu Huilan sat on the ground. Disheveled and lamenting, I cannot go on. I cannot endure this. Then die if you must. You heartless wretch. The old lady slammed her hand on the table, exclaiming, what a disgrace. Even after all these years, you two continue to bicker. Sit down and speak civilly. Though they complied, the animosity lingered, reflected in their grim expressions. The old lady sighed in exasperation. Her troubles seemed unending, and her eldest son's marriage was fraught with unrest. While Lu Huilan's pregnancy should be a joyous occasion, her extravagant spending was excessive. If you had the wealth of the second branch, I would not object. But Chang'er, you must understand our current plight. Since your brother's passing, the second branch has ceased to contribute. You must assess our situation. Previously, both branches contributed, and while it was nominal, Xie Chang's meager salary was insufficient. Relying heavily on the second branch, Xie Long dutifully contributed, whereas Murong's dowry was substantial, rendering her indifferent to monetary concerns. However, times had changed. With Xie Long's death, there were no more funds coming in. The old lady's income was limited, necessitating careful budgeting. Xie Chong felt humiliated. What is the point of this discussion? A few pieces of jewelry are not a significant expense. We still have the profits from our shops and estates. Do you think this entire family will starve? Do you think our family can survive on so little? The old lady retorted. Xie Chong hung his head, falling silent, while Lu Huilan retreated under her quilt, afraid to speak. And you, consider the consequences of your actions. Should anything happen to my grandson, you will not be spared. As the rightful wife, it is your duty to ensure that Lu Huilan delivers her child safely. The old lady reprimanded Lu Huilan once more. Lu Huilan, inwardly cursing the entire Xie family, from the grave to the living, felt unjustly treated. She believed her frugality was the reason for her disdain for Lu Huilan's extravagance. The old lady had indeed made a point Had they possessed the wealth of the second branch, she would not have raised an eyebrow. Even if Lu Huilan adorned herself in finery. Lu Huilan slightly furrowed her brow, absorbing their words. Enough of this nonsense. Since Lu Huilan is fine, let's all rejoice and depart. The old lady interjected. Chang Utter, come here. I have something to discuss with you. Xie Chang had intended to remain with Lu Huilan, but the old lady summoned him away. They did not return to their respective quarters, but instead headed to the Hengwu garden together. In the garden, Xie Luqing awaited alone. Having ordered Zhu Mama to send the servants away, she had long anticipated their arrival. Upon seeing Lu Huilan's swollen face, she understood that her parents had quarreled once more. Fortunately, they had brought the midwife from the Shanheng Tang. Otherwise, if it had been just her mother, she would have surely endured more than a mere slap. Have you paid your respects to grandmother? What of your father and mother? Is Lu Huilan's child well? Xie Luqing inquired. All is well. I told you she was merely feigning. Lu Huilan muttered to herself. Xie Luing, however, had no desire to hear their quarrel. I come from a rose courtyard, where Xie Sheng is as well. Upon hearing this, the three turned their gazes toward her. What was said? What is Morong's attitude towards Xie Sheng? Xie Chang immediately inquired. Xie Luing maintained her composure as she fabricated a lie. I observed closely, and it seemed that Murong and Xie Jinnan did not regard Xie Sheng favorably. Likely due to recent events, they have grown to dislike him. Upon hearing this, Xie Chang lost interest in the earlier commotion, vexed it's over. Furthermore, Murong's intention to renovate their residence was to accommodate the count's wife, hoping to assure them about sending their children. It appeared there was truly no other recourse. Xie Luing added, taking in the expressions of those present. The old matriarch's furrowed brow could crush a fly. She was aware of this matter as well. Lu Huilan felt a twinge of delight, suggesting, why not let go? If Morong Yunxiang refuses the eldest house as children, what can we do? At worst, we could separate and divide the family assets and rewards. That would suffice for our remaining years. She had come to this conclusion, believing that as long as there was wealth, one could still enjoy a life of luxury. And she had no intention of bestowing it upon the second house. The old matriarch scoffed. Rewards? Go ask her now if she would be willing to share half of the rewards with you. If she could, why would I at my age endure such turmoil? Lu Huilan was taken aback, realizing that those rewards were meant for the Xie family, and she truly intended to keep them for herself. Had it not been for the adoption issue, I would have relentlessly pursued it by now. Since this matter has fallen through, I shall go. Does she truly have the audacity to refuse? The rewards must certainly be reclaimed, but given the current situation, it may not be easy. You know it's not unclaimed. Have you ever succeeded in obtaining it? Sister-in-law is determined to monopolize the rewards. If she refuses to adopt Sheng and Yan, will this vast estate truly be surrendered so easily? Xie Chang inquired coldly. Lu Huilan immediately fell silent, lacking confidence, having already faced rejection before. That cannot be. No way. If she refuses to adopt, how can she take both? Why should she occupy both? She exclaimed. The old matriarch felt exasperated. Enough. This is becoming increasingly absurd. Lu Huilan, increasingly anxious, declared, I will go now. Come back. The old matriarch's voice carried an edge of anger. Lu Huilan dared not provoke her further, softening her tone. What should we do, mother? You must help us find a solution. The first house is already tight on resources. Sister-in-law is being excessively unreasonable. Chang'er and I have long discussed the matter of the rewards. That day, when sister-in-law rushed to have them delivered to the second house, I knew it would be difficult to reclaim them, which is why I pushed for the adoption. As long as she adopts from the first house, the rewards would still belong to you. Yet that unscrupulous woman seems intent on sending both the estate and the rewards to the count's residence. Hearing the old matriarch's words, Xie Chang scratched his head in frustration, realizing that sister-in-law likely neither wished to adopt from the first house nor share the rewards. Times had changed. Sister-in-law had become difficult to negotiate with, unafraid of offending the old matriarch and the first house. Earlier, she even had the count's guard stationed with swords at the door, fearing they would take the rewards. Her audacity had already reached its limit. Any further attempts to negotiate would only lead to humiliation. Thus, the only way to resolve the situation was through adoption. The old matriarch's face was tense, her features etched with a newfound severity. The situation has not yet reached its final moment. There may still be a turning point. She wishes to host the Countess' wife, allowing her to entertain. The old matriarch's eyes narrowed slightly, her grip on the cane tightening unconsciously. She still had one last trump card. If Murong wished to be disgraced and condemned by all, then let her proceed with the adoption to the Count's residence. Xie Luiying paused, her senses heightened. Does grandmother have a plan? The old matriarch, however, remained reticent. Xie Luiying, you should not frequent the first house so often. Return swiftly. Your parents' matters are not for you to worry about. Xie Luiying could only respond affirmatively, her brow furrowed, refraining from further inquiries. Just then, outside the courtyard, a flustered voice could be heard from Mama Zhu. Miss Chunlu, why are you here? Chapter 49. Xie Sheng's suspicions. Xie Luiying's expression shifted abruptly. Chunlu was Xie Jinnan's personal maid. So what brought her here? If Chunlu spotted her in Hengwu courtyard, Xie Jinnan, being astute, would undoubtedly become suspicious. She needed to hide quickly. Xie Chong shared the same concern. Xie Luiying hurriedly nodded and dashed into the inner chamber. Outside, Chunlu wore a composed smile. Good day. Mama Zhu. I have come on the eldest lady's orders to find the second lady. Our second lady mentioned she had gone to grandmother's courtyard to speak. But upon inquiring at Shanatang, I found neither the old matriarch nor the second lady present. Hearing from a little maid that the old matriarch had come to the first house, I came here to inquire about the second lady's whereabouts, as our lady is eagerly waiting for her to return. Chunlu leaned forward. Is the second lady here? Mama Zhu quickly stepped aside to shield her. Her voice slightly lacking in confidence. She isn't here. How could the second lady come to Hengwu courtyard? Miss Chunlu, you should look elsewhere. Chunlu's eyes darted. Pressing further, the old matriarch must be here, right? Please, Mama Zhu, allow me to ask the old matriarch. Our lady is quite anxious. She was sent by Xie Jinnan to intimidate Xie Luiying, daring to conspire against the second house in broad daylight, truly underestimating Xie Jinnan's intelligence. Intimidating her would be beneficial. Otherwise, she might genuinely believe she was the only clever one in this household. The old matriarch was indeed present. I shall report back. Mama Zhu warily eyed Chunlu, fearful she might intrude. Within Hengwu courtyard, the old matriarch signaled to Xuanze, who nodded and stepped outside. She opened the courtyard door, smiling lightly. Ah, it is Miss Chunlu. The second lady indeed visited Shanatang to pay her respects to the old matriarch, but she left shortly after. It's possible she has already returned to the southern courtyard. You might want to check there. Mama Zhu glanced at Xuanze, feeling relieved. It seemed the second lady had hidden herself well. Would Chunlu dare to intrude? Chunlu appeared perplexed, murmuring, how strange. I did not encounter the second lady upon my arrival. Where could she have gone? I could send a few people to search with you. She must be within this household. How could she possibly go missing? Xuanze suggested. No need. Perhaps you're right. The second lady might have returned home. Then I wish you a safe journey, Miss Chunlu. Xuanze believed the matter was resolved. However, Chunlu abruptly shifted her tone. Although the second lady is not here, the old matriarch is present, and I have something to report. May I enter? Xuanze was taken aback, maintaining a facade of kindness as she deliberately raised her voice. Of course. Miss Chunlu, please do enter. The old matriarch is inside. Inside the inner chamber, Xie Luiying and Dong Zhao hid behind the curtain, unwilling to reveal themselves. The old matriarch was curious about what Xie Jinnan had sent Chunlu to discuss. Chunlu entered with a graceful demeanor. Greeting. I pay my respects to the old matriarch and to the master and Madame Lu. The old matriarch asked, what is the matter? In response to the old matriarch, it concerns the garden renovations. Our Lady stated that since the second house wishes to renovate the garden for entertaining guests, the cost should be borne by the second house, not from the public funds, thus needing no public accounting. Lu Huilon secretly rolled her eyes, thinking it was nothing significant. This was indeed the second house's property, and they should naturally cover the expenses. Did they expect others to pay for it? It is only fitting that the second daughter-in-law bears the expenses. The old matriarch feigned concern. How long will the renovations take? When are the guests from the Count's residence arriving? She inquired. Chun Lu answered calmly, to respond to the old lady. The third madam of the Earl's residence returned to her family for a visit some days ago. Therefore, the lady has scheduled the garden to be completed in less than 10 days, coinciding with the third madam's return. It will be quite lively, with the second madam and the cousins also attending. We must invite the old lady and Madame Lu to accompany the guests. Upon hearing this, the old lady's expression softened slightly. It was evident that Murong knew to extend an invitation to her, indicating that she was not entirely resolute in severing ties. It seemed that during this period, she had reflected quite a bit. Indeed, what daughter-in-law would not show respect to her mother-in-law? She dared not completely tear apart their relationship, for the scorn of society would be unbearable. It was perfect timing for the banquet. In front of everyone, how could she dare to defy? The old lady nodded in agreement, acknowledging that the preparations must be thorough, lest they neglect their esteemed guests. Lu Huilan devised a plan. She must seek an audience with Murong to lay everything bare. That is all I wish to convey. I shall take my leave now. With that, Chun Lu cast a glance towards the inner chamber before departing. Once Chun Lu left, Xie Lu Ying emerged from the inner room, quietly exhaling a breath of relief. It appeared she must henceforth tread cautiously, visiting only under the cover of night. Should the second household discover her, it could lead to significant trouble. Sister Ying, wait until Chun Lu is far away before you leave. In the future, refrain from coming to the main house unless absolutely necessary. If Sister Nian becomes suspicious, this family will truly fall apart. The old lady was primarily concerned about Xie Jinnan's suspicion. If the matter of the child exchange were to be revealed, the consequences would be dire. Xie Chong frowned, his fear of the truth being unveiled causing him to adopt a stern tone. Who permitted you to come? From now on, the affairs of the main house have nothing to do with you. Just ensure that Murong and Sister Nian are kept in good spirits. Go back, go back. Suddenly reprimanded. Xie Lu Ying was taken aback, her countenance darkening. If the main house were harmonious, the daughter would naturally have no worries, but the constant chaos made it impossible. Xie Chang's voice rose sharply. Who else can you blame? It's your mother's fault. Why are you scolding Sister Ying? If it weren't for your favoritism towards concubines, would Lu Yi dare to act so arrogantly before me? Lu Huilan retorted. The daughter takes her leave. Xie Lu Ying did not even bother to bow, slipping away hastily. How had she ended up with such parents, constantly bickering? Thankfully, she had been transferred to the second household, where Xie Long and his wife were harmonious. Alas, Xie Long was a man of short life. Xie Lu Ying felt a deep sense of regret. How wonderful it would have been if Xie Long were still alive. His affection for her would have spared her from such troubles. Meanwhile, the light-hearted banter in the Rose courtyard began to draw to a close. Xie Sheng engaged in pleasant conversation, enjoying the warmth of the gathering. After consuming 4 cups of tea and a plate of pastries, his aunt continued to urge him to eat more. Now, however, his stomach felt uncomfortably full, prompting him to seek relief. Aunt, I must take my leave for now. I shall come again to pay my respects. Murong urged him to stay. Are you leaving so soon? Why not linger a while longer? When will you return? Xie Sheng found it difficult to articulate his thoughts, having overstayed his welcome. Xie Jinnan discreetly coughed into her handkerchief, prompting Murong to relent then. You may return for now. Yes, thank you for your hospitality, aunt and cousin Jinnan. Xie Sheng bowed as he took his leave. Murong rose, appearing reluctant to part, and cautioned him, take care on your journey. As Xie Sheng bowed once more and stood at the door, he glanced back at Murong and Xie Jinnan, his heart filled with unease. He was no dullard. He could sense the tension between them. It was not just Jinnan. Even his aunt did not wish to appear too close to him in front of Xie Lu Ying. Once she departed, however, she warmly inquired about his well-being, a stark contrast that raised his suspicions. What was truly amiss? After Xie Sheng's departure, Xie Jinnan found herself both amused and exasperated. Mother, your reaction is rather exaggerated. Can't you see that Sheng Gu'er is merely seeking a place to relieve himself? After indulging him with food and drink, you won't even let him leave. Murong chuckled awkwardly. I simply wish to spend a little more time with him. I hadn't thought it through. Her eyes suddenly welled with tears. Sister Nian, I have truly lost my mind, feeling fortunate that Lu merely exchanged children rather than abandoning mine. I'm also grateful that Sheng Gu'er has not turned awry after all these years in the main house. Look at what a fine boy he is. As soon as she spoke, tears streamed down Murong's face, blurring her vision. Xie Jinnan hurried to wipe her tears. Mother. Murong choked on her words. Sister Nian, seeing Sheng Gu'er so cautious and reserved before me, felt like a knife to my heart. At this age, a boy should be full of vigor. Yet Sheng Gu'er had grown sensitive and timid under the constraints of the main house, carefully observing the expressions of others, too afraid to speak freely. How much suffering and neglect had he endured over the years to become this way? Murong could no longer contain her tears. She had longed to cry and had finally reached her limit, overwhelmed by guilt. Xie Jinnan was also moved to tears, but fought to suppress her emotions. The situation had already unfolded. Crying would not help, nor would lamenting. The priority was to devise a plan to bring Sheng Gu'er back and ensure that those who had wronged him face justice. Do not worry, mother. Sheng Gu'er will soon return to us, Xie Jinnan reassured her. Murong nodded solemnly, embracing Xie Jinnan tightly. Just then, Chun Lu returned. Murong wiped away her tears and composed herself. What news do you bring? As expected, I saw that the main house lady bore signs of distress. It seems there was quite a scene. It should have been the second daughter who summoned the old lady to mediate. When I arrived, the second daughter was hiding in the Hengwu courtyard, Chun Lu recounted. A faint smile graced Xie Jinnan's lips as she inquired, Did you discuss the banquet? Chun Lu nodded. I did mention it, but the old lady's reaction was quite subdued. She seemed unbothered and rather composed. Composed? Murong looked puzzled at Xie Jinnan. With an air of calm certainty, Xie Jinnan replied, It's a good sign. Grandmother still has her strategies in mind. I was worried she might give up too easily. At that point, we can turn the tables and finalize the arrangements for adopting Sheng. Upon hearing this, Murong felt a wave of relief. Clearly, everything was under Jinyan's control, alleviating her concerns. Mother, wipe your tears and wash your face. Xie Luing should be arriving soon, Xie Jinnan reminded. All right, Murong responded promptly, tidying herself up. Why did you take so long? Chun Lu sought you earlier and couldn't he find you? Where exactly have you been? Xie Jinnan began her interrogation upon seeing Xie Luing. Xie Luing showed no signs of panic, seemingly prepared with her explanation. After leaving grandmother's, I went to the kitchen. I thought mother and sister would enjoy the Yulu Tuan, so I had some made. Indeed, she was carrying a food box filled with winter jujubes. Xie Jinnan smiled brightly. It seems my affection for you has not been in vain. Deliver the Yulu Tuan to mother. She has been craving it. The carriage is ready. Let us depart swiftly. Xie Luying's eyes flickered. I need to make a couple of outfits and buy a few pieces of jewelry. Very well. As you wish, Xie Jinnan replied with a knowing smile. The two linked arms, chatting amiably as they headed towards the main entrance, requiring them to traverse a path along the outer edge of the garden. As they stepped onto this path, Chun Lu had already signaled to Chun Tao, who swiftly slipped by without drawing attention. Xie Jinnan, seeking to divert Xie Luying's focus, asked, Sister, what did you discuss with grandmother earlier? Did she make things difficult for you regarding mother? Xie Luying shook her head playfully, saying, Not at all. She merely instructed me to persuade you and mother, and I feigned ignorance. When she saw my foolishness, she sent me back. Xie Jinnan chuckled. You are the most innocent child in the family. Grandmother has no hold over you. She then shifted the topic. Did you see Annie and Lu Yinyang arguing when you went over? I did. Later, Uncle arrived and scolded Annie. Lu Yinyang complained of stomach ache and even summoned a doctor. Xie Luying replied fluidly. The two sisters, adept at concealing their true thoughts, appeared to share a deep bond while harboring different intentions. Xie Jinnan feigned surprise. They called for a doctor. How serious could it be? I wonder how Lu Yinyang is faring. If anything were to happen to the child, Uncle would be furious, wouldn't he? Her words concealed a hidden trap. She's fine, Xie Luying blurted out. However, Xie Jinnan fixed her gaze on her sister's eyes. Did you not leave the Shantang and head to the kitchen? How do you know Lu Yinyang is unharmed? A flicker of panic crossed Xie Luying's eyes. She regretted her carelessness. Engaging in such a pleasant conversation with Xie Jinnan had made her lower her guard. I encountered a servant of the doctor on the way, Xie Luying explained. Which doctor? Xie Jinnan pressed on. There are only a few we frequently summon. Xie Luying's expression tightened as she frantically concocted a response. She had not been to Lu Yinyang's courtyard and thus had no knowledge of which doctor had attended to her. At that moment, a group of workers carrying a pillar passed by, drawing closer. Preoccupied with Xie Jinnan's relentless questioning, Xie Luying failed to notice one worker stealthily approaching her. I wasn't paying much attention. It was probably Dr. Li, Xie Luying replied, her palms growing clammy. As long as it's Dr. Li, everything is well. Otherwise, Uncle will be furious. Why must Annie argue with a pregnant woman? Stay still. There is something in your hair. Xie Jinnan raised her hand to brush aside a stray lock from Xie Luying's temple, forcing her to turn her head for convenience. Xie Luying let out a quiet sigh of relief. Conversing with Xie Jinnan was exhausting, as one could never predict her inquiries. That cunning woman was not easy to handle. She could not afford to be so careless in the future. At that moment, they were parallel to the workers. Suddenly, one worker stumbled, and the pillar slipped from his grasp, hurtling towards them. Xie Jinnan's expression changed dramatically. Sister, watch out. Chapter 51. Xie Luiying faints. Lu Huilan knocks on the door. She quickly pulled Xie Luiying to the side, but the pillar struck her shoulder violently before crashing down onto her shin. A loud thud resonated. Be careful, miss. Ah! A piercing scream echoed. Xie Luiying felt a sharp pain in her shoulder, followed by excruciating agony in her leg. The intense pain clouded her mind, and a swift wave of fear of death engulfed her senses. Help! She wailed, her consciousness fading amidst the pooling blood. Just before she lost awareness, she caught sight of Xie Jinnan's alarmed and worried expression, along with the chaos of the servants. Quickly find a doctor. Use Mother S letter to summon Dr. Zhen. You blind fools, if anything happens to my sister, I will have your heads. Xie Jinnan seethed with rage. The workers knelt in fear, their souls seemingly dislodged. Dong Zhao, stricken with terror, collapsed to the ground. Cry, miss, please don't die. Eldest miss, save our young lady. Xie Jinnan's tears flowed like the broken string of pearls, her hands trembling. Sister, please don't frighten me. Hurry, hurry and find a stretcher to carry her back. Quickly. Soon, a stretcher arrived, and Xie Luiying was placed upon it, her leg drenched in blood, undoubtedly fractured. She was hastily transported to the Yingguang pavilion, awaiting the physician's arrival. Xie Jinnan wept uncontrollably, following closely behind, dispatching Chunlu to inform Murong Shi, as the performance required full preparation. Watching the panicked crowd rush toward the pavilion, Xie Jinnan's eyes darkened, a barely perceptible smirk gracing her lips. Sister, do you not enjoy creating accidents? I wonder if you appreciate this one. Just then, she caught a glimpse of a figure, but upon further inspection, it vanished, leaving her with a hint of suspicion. As the crowd dispersed, only blood remained on the ground. At that moment, an unnoticed figure emerged from a corner, Xie Sheng, his face a mask of shock. Meanwhile, Lu Huilan quietly approached the door of the Rose Courtyard. She was determined to confront the situation that had long been left unresolved due to the meddling of the Shantang matron. It was time to clarify the matters of the rewards, which had been delayed far too long. Logically, Murong Shi should have taken the initiative to discuss the distribution of the rewards, yet she feigned ignorance, refusing to address the issue directly. Lu Huilan, after a prolonged absence from her sister-in-law, remarked, Sister-in-law, what brings you here today? Murong Shi's expression remained composed. Lu Huilan forced a smile. Rest assured, I'm not here to pressure you into adopting Yingge. If you do not wish to, then so be it. It is his misfortune not to enter the second branch. I have come to realize that it is not worth jeopardizing the relationship between our families over such trivial matters. After all, we have been sisters-in-law for many years. There is a bond between us, and many more years lie ahead. Would you not agree? Murong Shi hesitated, uncertain of Lu Huilan's intentions. As long as my sister-in-law can come to terms, even if I do not adopt Yingge, I will still care for him as before. She offered a polite response. A glint of shrewdness flickered in Lu Huilan's eyes as she seized the opportunity to steer the conversation. Since that is settled, there is another matter we should clarify. What matter? Murong Shi furrowed her brow, anticipating Lu Huilan's ulterior motive. It concerns the rewards. Did not His Majesty bestow upon us 1,000 taels of gold, along with treasures and tribute silk? You cannot simply keep it all to yourself. It is meant for the Xie family, and the first branch deserves their share. Lu Huilan blurted out. Sister-in-law, since you have chosen not to adopt Yingge, you cannot monopolize the rewards as well. Lu Huilan's tone turned slightly sardonic. Murong Shi paused, momentarily stunned, then laughed in anger. So you have come to demand reward from me? Lu Huilan nodded, standing her ground. Is that not the case? When you went to Longyin Temple, I intended to collect my share, but you stationed guards at the door. Their shouts nearly caused a commotion. I asked sister-in-law, is this really necessary? In truth, Lu Huilan had long wished to confront Murong Shi over this matter. If it were not for Lu Yinyang's pregnancy, she would have approached her sooner. Upon hearing this, Murong Shi's expression turned cold. She had no desire to engage in pleasantries with such a person and stated bluntly, I am astonished by your audacity, sister-in-law. Today has truly opened my eyes. My husband sacrificed his life for the country, and that is a royal reward. What does it have to do with you? I will be straightforward. I will not adopt Xie Yin, nor will I give you a single cent of the rewards. If you're dissatisfied, feel free to lodge a complaint. I would like to see which official would dare touch imperial gifts. Lu Huilan stood frozen, her fury mounting as she regained her composure. How dare you, Murong Yunxiang? You truly refuse to share? It appears you are intent on hoarding what is meant for the Xie family. Her eyes brimmed with venom, her body trembling slightly. She had endured too much and yielded far too often. The accumulation of grievances had reached its limit. The audacity of Lu Yingyang to flaunt her pregnancy and the audacity of Xie Chong to support her had pushed her to the brink. She could no longer suppress her rage. Enduring any longer, she would rather crash into a wall and die than live on in indignity. Lu Huilan was not one to suffer in silence. Murong Yunxiang, I shall ask you one last time. Will you share this reward or not? She uttered these words through clenched teeth. Murong looked at her coldly, dreaming in broad daylight. Very well. You insist on pushing matters to an extreme? In her fury, Lu Huilan's face contorted, her voice lowered to a growl as she tore off the mask of civility. You shameless, selfish wretch. I have long had enough of you. Listen, Murong Yunxiang, if you dare hoard the family fortune, I shall bring you down with me. None shall survive. You have forced my hand. She lunged at Murong, but Mama Li and two other matrons swiftly restrained her. After several struggles, they managed to pin her down, while a few other maidservants subdued Mama Zhu. You hypocrite, pretending to be dignified, I have tolerated you for far too long. Mama Li, not knowing where she found a rag, shoved it into Lu Huilan's mouth to stifle her foul language. Murong rose. What kind of world is this? Unable to rob, and now resorting to rage, coming into my courtyard to create a scene? Truly absurd. Mama Li was drenched in sweat, my lady. There is no need to stoop to the level of this common harpy. This madwoman has suddenly gone berserk. What should we do now? Murong's icy gaze remained fixed on the thrashing Lu Huilan, nearly forgetting her own business. Gradually regaining her composure, Murong ordered, bind her up and summon the eldest son to take her away. Her expression was frigid. Since we were discussing rewards, let us lay it all bare. It appears my brother and sister-in-law genuinely wish to bestow a reward. Perhaps we ought to take this to court, or if necessary, draft a petition to the palace. I am eager to see who possesses the audacity to dare seize even the emperor's gifts. Chapter 52. Xie Luiying severely injured. The Xie family gathers again upon hearing this. Lu Huilan, who had been cursing and ranting, was taken aback as a chill swept through her. Seizing the emperor's gifts, is that not a crime? It was as if a bucket of cold water had been thrown over her, and she collected herself, faintly regretting her earlier impulsiveness. She had intended to negotiate calmly, but that vile woman, Aunt Lu, had provoked her so fiercely that she arrived with a belly full of rage, unable to contain herself. Lu Huilan shook her head fervently, her earlier arrogance evaporating. Mama Zhu, having her mouth gagged, lamented internally. She had not uttered a single word, yet here she was, silenced and bound. At that moment, Chunlu rushed in, panting, "Lady, it is grave. The second young lady has had an accident. The carpenter failed to steady the beam, and it has fallen upon her leg. She has already fainted. The eldest young lady has used your name to summon Dr. Zhen. You must go and see." Although she arrived to find Lu Huilan and her maidservants subdued in an unusual scene, she still had to play her part. What? Murong's face went pale, collapsing back in her chair before leaping up again, rushing outside in haste. How could this happen? What are they doing? If anything happens to my Yingjier, I shall. Mama Li followed right after. Those holding Lu Huilan were now disinterested. The injury to the second young lady was a serious matter. Lu Huilan's face turned ashen as she tore the rag from her mouth, her voice laced with concern. What has happened to Yingjier? Mama Zhu leaned against her, desperately signaling her to be silent, her voice lowered. My lady, there is no need for you to panic. The second young lady's accident does not concern you. Lu Huilan cast a glance at Mama Zhu, her throat tightening. She opened her mouth, but her mind was in a whirl. That is her own daughter. Could she not be anxious? Thankfully, Murong had already dashed out. Lu Huilan hastily rose from the ground and rushed out as well, with Mama Zhu trailing behind. The servants left in the rose courtyard did not stop them. On the way, Mama Zhu was breathless. My lady. She was too heavy to keep pace with Lu Huilan. Gritting her teeth, Mama Zhu gathered her strength and lunged, clutching Lu Huilan's leg. My lady, you cannot go like this. In your current state, you will surely reveal yourself. You have already acted impulsively once. Must you be reckless again and invite even greater disaster? Lu Huilan's body stiffened as her rationality began to return. Indeed, she could not go. Yingjie belonged to the second house. Why should she concern herself? If Murong were to catch a hint, the consequences would be unimaginable. I shall not go myself. I will find my husband and mother-in-law, and the three of us will go together to express our concern for my niece. Surely that will suffice. Mama Zhu nodded vigorously. Yes, yes. In Guang Pavilion, Dr. Zhen and his assistant were in the inner chamber attending to Xie Luying's leg. Xie Luying had long dismissed the idle onlookers, and she and Murong exchanged glances in the outer hall, whispering to one another. Everything proceeded smoothly, precisely hitting her right leg. Dr. Zhen reported 2 fractures, and it would take 100 days for the bones to heal. Xie Luying would not be stirring up any trouble for the time being. Xie Jinsheng's lowered gaze cast a shadow over her face. Murong, too, had shed her earlier anxiety, her demeanor unusually calm. This is the retribution for her scheming against my son. Xie Jinsheng raised her eyes. Mother, the garden must continue to be repaired, and the banquet must proceed as planned. We cannot delay any further. Very well. Murong felt a stirring excitement within. Her son would soon return to her side. Without Jinsheng, she would have remained in the dark her entire life, having long since allowed Xie Yin to be adopted into the second house, letting the first house feast upon her flesh and blood. Her emotions were beyond words. She was grateful for the heaven's favor, for she had a daughter like Jinsheng. Jinsheng, you have worked hard. Murong placed her hand over Xie Jinsheng's, but as soon as she touched her, Xie Jinsheng winced, hissing. What is it? Have you also been injured? Let me see. Murong rushed to examine Xie Jinsheng's hand, her face etched with concern. This was genuine worry for her child. Unlike her earlier pretense, Xie Jinsheng only then realized that her wrist bore a bruise, which she had not felt until now. It is nothing. I must have bumped into something in my haste. It is not serious. Murong's expression grew grave. What do you mean it is nothing? Quickly, summon Dr. Zhen to examine you. It is truly nothing. Dr. Zhen is currently busy treating Xie Luying's broken bones. We cannot interrupt him. I will apply some ice and wait for him to finish. Xie Jinsheng lightly shook her hand. The bump was minor, not even breaking the skin, which was why she had been oblivious. Just as Murong was about to say something, Xie Chong and his wife, along with the old matriarch, rushed in. The 2 women immediately changed their expressions, collapsing into tears. What has happened? How could Yingjie be struck by a beam? The old matriarch frowned. Ever since the unpleasant dinner with the old lady, she had not seen Murong. She had sent people to invite her in hopes of mending their relationship. But both times Murong had declined under various pretexts. The old matriarch, as an elder, also had her pride. She would never go looking for Murong to mend relations, which left their relationship in a stalemate. Xie Luying's accident unexpectedly broke the ice, providing them a chance to meet and converse. Xie Chong and Lu Huilan did not appear overly concerned, as though they were merely going through the motions. Although Lu Huilan feigned indifference, the anxiety in her eyes betrayed her. Murong wept sorrowfully. It is those blind fools. How could they sprain an ankle while walking? One slip, and that beam fell upon Yingjie. Thankfully, it only struck her leg. Had it hit her head, she might have died on the spot. The old matriarch, furious, struck the ground with her cane. Those scoundrels! If she ends up with a limp, how will Yingjie ever find husband? I have already ordered that those carpenters be dealt with severely. It would not be unjust to execute them. Xie Jinsheng spoke up. What is to become of Yingjie now? Lu Huilan asked, her complexion unnaturally pale. Xie Jinnan wiped her swollen eyes with a cloth. Dr. Zhen assured her that there was no danger to her life. The injury on her shoulder did not affect the bone, but her leg was more severe, having suffered 2 fractures, and Dr. Zhen was currently attending to her sister's injuries. Seizing the moment, Xie Chong comforted her, urging his sister-in-law not to worry, as long as there was no threat to life. He intended to inquire about the possibility of lingering effects on Yingjie's leg. If she did not end up limping, then everything would be just fine. How can I not worry? That is my own daughter. Murong wept again. Lu Huilan also felt the urge to cry, as it was indeed her own daughter. Xie Chong exchanged glances with the old matriarch, both harboring ulterior motives. The old matriarch signaled Xie Chong to be more attentive. A complete rupture of relations was out of the question. If that were to happen, who would they rely on in the future? The old matriarch was anxious about how to mend the rift with the second branch, and this was a perfect opportunity. She needed to demonstrate to Murong and Yingjie that despite the conflicts between the 2 branches, in critical moments, family was still dependable. At that moment, the first branch, disregarding past grievances, busily assisted them, and once the incident passed, they would reflect on how kind and magnanimous the first branch was, which would only highlight the narrow-mindedness and scheming of the second branch. Would they not feel embarrassed then? Chapter 53. Sparring words, Xie Chong. Understanding the implication, instructed quickly. Summon Yingge and Shengge. Their cousin is in trouble. We need them here to help. Xie Jinnan rolled her eyes inwardly, finding their audacity shameless. Just a few days ago, they had been arguing passionately in the Rose courtyard, and now they were coming to ingratiate themselves. Their demeanor shifted so quickly. It seemed they had finally realized that being hard was ineffective, thus resorting to soft tactics. However, Xie Jinnan was impervious to both. Xie Chong cast several glances at Lu Huilan, urging her to comfort Murong, but she pretended not to see, unable to bring herself to speak. Just moments ago, she had berated Murong as a shameless wretch in the Rose courtyard, and now she was expected to console her. Was that not absurd? She felt a sense of relief that Murong was too absorbed in her tears to discuss the earlier confrontation. Otherwise, it would have led to another quarrel, and she lacked the energy for such disputes. Lu Huilan had expended too much energy with all her shouting and running around. She finally sat down in the armchair, resting her legs. While seated, she worried about Xie Luiying inside, hoping her daughter was safe. Xie Chong shot a few more looks at Lu Huilan, noticing her continued indifference, and decided to let it go for now, planning to settle scores later. The old matriarch glanced at Murong, then at Xie Jinnan, her gaunt face lifting slightly as she spoke solemnly. From this incident, one could discern fortune and misfortune. If you did not intend to host guests from the Earl's residence, you would not have considered renovating the garden. Had you not sought to renovate, your daughter would not have suffered such grievous injuries. This is an ominous sign. If you persist in your obstinacy. She cast a sidelong glance at Murong's expression, abruptly trailing off with a sigh. Never mind. I have spoken too much, and you will only grow angry. It is up to you to weigh your choices. All is in your hands. Xie Jinnan. She had said all that needed to be said. There was nothing left to express. Murong's countenance was filled with sorrow as she closed her eyes in silence. Soon, Xie Sheng and Xie Yin were summoned by the servants. The family rarely gathered in one place, and the old matriarch seized the moment to impart wisdom, saying, "Look at your two good nephews. Even if you do not wish to have them, they still concern themselves with Jie. What does it mean to be family? This is what family means. No matter how much we argue or bicker, when something occurs, it is only family that can assist and care for you. How can a family truly sever ties over trivial matters? To speak of separation is truly disheartening." Her words, delivered with grandiosity, painted her as a woman of great wisdom. Murong felt a spark of indignation. She longed to confront her, questioning how, if they were family, could they engage in such treacherous acts? How could they harbor deceit and malice in their hearts? Family? They were clearly wolves, tigers, and devils that would chew a person to bits without leaving a trace. Yet, Murong was not inclined to engage in a verbal duel. She was a grieving mother, choosing to ignore the old matriarch and allowing her to perform her monologue. "Sister-in-law, let us set aside our differences for now and unite in waiting for news of Jie. As long as she is safe, we can find peace. Would you not agree?" Though Xie Chong bore the face of an honest man, his words dripped with insincerity. Is the matter of rewards the concern at this moment? Murong's voice betrayed no emotion. Xie Chong frowned. How had the conversation turned to rewards? Lu Huilan interjected, her voice tense. Jie's leg is broken. What rewards are we discussing? Let's talk about that later. Xie Chong, unusually in agreement with Lu Huilan, replied, "Yes, we can discuss it in a few days." Murong cast a cold glance at the two, declaring, "No need to wait. Since we are all gathered today, let us clarify this matter. The imperial edict states that the rewards are for the second branch. If elder brother and sister-in-law wish to claim a share, then they must submit a formal request to the palace. As long as the emperor consents, I shall not object. But without the emperor's decree, spare yourselves the trouble of coming to my Rose courtyard in a frenzy." She shot a glance at Lu Huilan before quickly averting her gaze. Xie Chong was taken aback. What did she mean by a request to the palace? What frenzy? He looked at Lu Huilan, perplexed. Lu Huilan's eyes flickered. She had indeed heard that the edict was meant for the Xie family. The edict specifies rewards for family members. May I ask if elder sister-in-law is a member of my husband's family? Murong inquired. Lu Huilan If only she were a member of Xielong's family. Xie Chong finally realized that Lu Huilan had just returned from the Rose Courtyard after causing a scene, which explained her frantic return upon hearing of Ying Jie's predicament. Xie Chong's expression darkened. Although Lu Huilan's confrontation was inappropriate, what Murong said was equally outrageous. Just as he was about to reason with Murong, the old matriarch's sharp glance silenced him. Regaining his composure, Xie Chong understood that now was not the time for conflict with the second branch. He turned to Lu Huilan, sternly admonishing, Ying Jie is in serious trouble. And you still have the gall to discuss rewards? What are you thinking? The old matriarch's gaze toward Lu Huilan was unkind. The eldest daughter-in-law was the most headstrong and would hurl any filthy words when her temper flared. Murong had described her behavior as madness, indicating that a quarrel had indeed taken place. Despite being warned not to go, she had insisted on going. Now, having been forcefully rebuffed, how would she face them next time? Thankfully, this unfortunate incident had occurred. Otherwise, the two branches would never have had an opportunity for a proper discussion, and tensions would only escalate. I went when Ying Jie was not yet in trouble, Lu Huilan mumbled, her voice growing softer, aware of her fault. The old matriarch remained calm and collected. The safety of Ying Jie was paramount. Rewards could wait. They would discuss it once Dr. Zhan emerged. She had indeed learned to be astute. Xie Jinnan's expression darkened. See, this is how people are. When you're firm, they soften. One must possess the courage to sever ties. People are more afraid of power than of virtue. As Lu Huilan noticed the old matriarch and Xie Chong's silence, she felt a mix of relief and frustration. How cowardly. Among this entire family, she was the only woman daring enough to demand accountability, while Xie Chong was a coward. Xie Jinnan looked at Murong in confusion, unaware that Lu Huilan had stirred trouble in the Rose Courtyard that afternoon. Murong gently shook her head, signaling that it was not a significant matter. As for Xie Yan, he was hiding behind Lu Huilan. Ever since Murong and her daughter returned from Longyin Temple, Xie Yan had been avoiding her, especially Xie Jinnan, looking at her with a mixture of dread and fear, haunted by the cruel expression she had worn when she threatened to drown him. Chapter 54. Xie Jinnan's test for Xie Sheng within the hall. Each person harbored their own schemes. Xie Jinsong sensed an undeniable gaze upon her. Turning her head slightly, she locked eyes with Xie Sheng, whose expression was inquisitive, tinged with a hint of doubt. Nonchalantly, she averted her gaze and continued to play the role of a sorrowful sister. She was acutely aware of the emotions flickering in Xie Sheng's eyes. As the legitimate son of the second household, he bore a considerable burden and could not be merely an ordinary and unremarkable individual. Thus, Xie Jinsong did not completely dismiss him, treating him kindly in private and allowing Murong to express concern for him. If Xie Sheng were astute enough, he should have already discerned the subtle nuances in the second household's attitude towards him. Xie Jinsong could employ strategies to reclaim him for the second household. Yet the arduous journey ahead would not be devoid of obstacles. She could not protect him indefinitely. Instead, it was Xie Sheng who ought to be the protector of his family, as it was his duty as a man to shield his mother and elder sister. Deep down, however, Xie Jinsong harbored a worry she had never voiced to Murong. She feared that Xie Sheng, having been nurtured in the first household for so many years, might become foolishly filial and timid, lacking the courage to defy Xie Chong and Lu Huilan upon returning to the second household. To achieve great things, one must possess a resolute heart. Xie Jinsong hoped for Xie Sheng to be decisive, courageous, and even cunning, wishing that upon his return to the second household, he would no longer be passive in the face of Lu Huilan's aggression. If he failed to rise to this challenge, the future would be burdensome for Xie Jinsong. Rather than a docile lamb, she yearned for Xie Sheng to be a wolf cub, fighting alongside her to bring glory to the second household. Of course, this was merely Xie Jinsong's most optimistic vision. Even if Xie Sheng could not fulfill it, she must still reclaim him. As night fell unnoticed, the sun dipped below the horizon, and the moon ascended. The hall was illuminated with lamps. With a creaking sound, Dr. Zhan finally emerged from the room, letting out a long sigh. Xie Jinsong and Murong rushed forward, inquiring about her daughter's condition. Dr. Zhan, with bloodstains still on his hands, fatigue etched on his face, replied, "The fractures have been set, and her leg is immobilized with a splint. It is imperative that she does not move it. Otherwise, we shall have to re-break it and endure the pain anew." Fortunately, The second young lady fainted, and I administered a sedative. If not, the agony of resetting the bones is unbearable for an ordinary person. She will awaken in 2 hours, but tonight will be particularly arduous for her. The lady of the house must send someone to care for her diligently. After a few days, the pain will subside, and I shall return every 7 days. As he spoke, Dr. Jinnan handed over 2 pieces of paper. Madam, this is the prescription. Boil 3 bowls of water down to 1 and take it 3 times a day. The other contains dietary precautions. All details are listed here. Murong expressed her gratitude. Thank you, Dr. Jinnan. You must be exhausted. Please stay for a meal before you leave. Dr. Jinnan waved his hand. I must return to prepare medicine for the Empress Dowager. I cannot entrust this task to others. Murong took a heavy pouch of gold ingots from Mama Li and handed it to Dr. Jin's assistant. Your hard work deserves this token. Consider it a fine tea in appreciation, for I will undoubtedly trouble you again. Upon seeing such a substantial sum of gold, the old matriarch's eyes dimmed. The doctor's fees were exorbitant, and she thought to seize this chance to have Dr. Jinnan examine her as well. She coughed twice to draw attention, but everyone was focused on Dr. Jinnan, and no one noticed. Xie Jinnan heard, yet pretended not to. As long as she is well, she thought. Xie Chong appeared distracted. Pondering Murong's earlier words and the nature of the negotiations she had engaged in with Lu Huilan that afternoon, he felt as if he were a lone wolf cornered at the precipice, pushed to the brink. No, this could not continue. He could not stand idly by while his rightful inheritance was recklessly surrendered to ignorant women. Was he to simply resign himself to fate? Lu Huilan stepped forward, her anxiety palpable. Doctor, will there be any lasting effect from the injury on Ying? Will she walk with a limp in the future? As long as she heals properly, her walking will not be affected. However, there will be scars. With some scar cream, they may fade, Dr. Jinnan replied, stroking his beard. Lu Huilan remained apprehensive, for many families held superstitions against women with scars. She turned to Murong, speaking sweetly, sister-in-law, you must ensure Ying uses the best scar cream. We cannot allow her to be marked. Meanwhile, Xie Sheng's gaze darkened. He had never witnessed such genuine concern from his mother before. She was not one to feign emotions. Despite the near conflict between the 2 households, one would expect her to despise Xie Luiying just as she did Xie Jinnan. Yet she was so invested in Xie Luiying's well-being. Murong's eyes, however, glimmered with derision. See, it is indeed true that a mother's heart belongs to her own child. Earlier, she had been lambasting her with insults. Now, she feigned concern. Murong ignored her and personally escorted Dr. Jinnan out. Xie Chong, still in a state of turmoil, did not wish to see him off. Sheng, you go and see Dr. Jinnan out. Yes, father, Xie Sheng replied, following suit. The old matriarch coughed heavily once more. Is the old lady unwell again? Should we not ask Dr. Jinnan to examine you as well? Aunt Xuanze inquired. The old matriarch shook her head. No need. Ying is the priority. Murong quickened her pace and exited the courtyard. While the old matriarch's complexion fluctuated between green and white, her lips pressed into a thin line. Murong had only escorted Dr. Jinnan to the gate. Xie Sheng would take it from there. She returned, wiping her tears, unable to contain her frustrations. As someone who cannot even refer to me as sister-in-law, you ought to focus on your own children. Ying is the daughter of a lowly woman and does not require your concern. Lu Huilan's expression soured immediately at Murong's sarcastic remarks, which indirectly labeled her as a lowly woman. Xie Chong cast a cold glance at Murong, unwilling to utter a polite word. Having known Lu Huilan's temperament for years, he understood the tensions that could arise. If Murong had not insisted on monopolizing the rewards, Lu Huilan would not have resorted to insults. The old matriarch was already irked by Murong's neglect of her cough, and chose not to mediate. Meanwhile, Xie Jinnan's gaze was sharp, realizing that her mother had been insulted. Lu Huilan, seething, tossed her handkerchief aside and declared, that was merely banter. Ying is my niece. How could I not care? Today, I admit my fault in scolding you, but you had people bind me and stuff a filthy rag in my mouth. What did I say? Let's call it even. Since Ying's life is no longer in danger, we can all breathe easy. With everyone gathered here today, why not sit down calmly and clarify the matter of the rewards, so that I may no longer be troubled by this issue? Xie Chong and the old matriarch turned to Murong, realizing that these 2 duplicitous foxes could no longer hide their tails. Chapter 55. I do not dislike Sheng. May I inquire, Aunt, has my mother not already discussed the matter of the rewards with you? Is there anything more to say? Xie Jinnan's gaze was piercing. Lu Huilan feigned adjusting her garments, muttering softly, "That does not mean you can dictate everything." Murong's expression darkened. "I have made it clear before. Either report to the authorities or seek His Majesty's decree. Otherwise." She snorted coldly, her implication unmistakable. Xie Chang's face darkened like the bottom of a pot. Was his sister-in-law truly suggesting that they would relinquish their family business and rewards to the Earl's estate? The elderly matriarch wore a serene expression. "Let us not allow such trivial matters to disrupt the harmony of our family. We can no longer afford discord." She turned to Murong, speaking softly, "Yunxiang, I have but 2 questions for you. The Emperor has stated that the rewards are meant for family members. I ask you, do I, this old woman, count as long-rest kin? Is my life not worthy of a share of the Emperor's bounty? Of course, a mother has that right. For so many years, it has always been the second household that has cared for her. Does she not remember?" Murong responded with ease. A fleeting look of discomfort crossed the matriarch's face before she quickly regained her composure. "Let's be clear, I only inquire about how you intend to handle my share. Should I come to you in court to demand it?" Murong hesitated, glancing at Xie Jinnan, who averted her gaze momentarily, then replied with a faint smile, "Grandmother, you are advanced in years. The second household has always provided for you, and will continue to do so. Wealth can attract ill intentions. I fear someone may deceive you regarding your money. Thus, it shall remain in the hands of the second household. Should you wish to purchase anything, simply send someone to inform us." Her words suggested that she did not wish to relinquish the funds. The matriarch's eyes widened in disbelief, trembling as she said, "Jinnan, I have cherished you since childhood, and yet you treat your own grandmother so harshly?" Xie Jinnan remained unfazed. "Grandmother, you seem to have misunderstood. The ginseng and bird's nest you have been given are of the highest quality. Even the medicinal tonics you consume contain the finest deer, antler, and rayshire. I ask you, is this harsh treatment? The expensive herbs have all been procured by my mother, and Dr. Zhen has come every 10 days to check your pulse. Surely, that is not without cost." The matriarch fell silent. Although Murong had treated her well in the past, she could not agree to transferring the family's wealth to outsiders. Xie Jinnan articulated her points with calm precision, each statement resonating with truth. The second household had never flinched at spending for their grandmother, yet now she sought to settle accounts with them. So, who is truly ungrateful? As her words hung in the air, the matriarch's expression shifted through various shades of confusion. Rendered speechless, the significant expenses of her past had indeed been covered by the second household. When the matriarch fell silent, Xie Jinnan felt compelled to add, "Even if you reclaim the gold today, will that money truly benefit you? Once it reaches my uncle's hands, can you ever get it back?" Xie Jinnan's words dripped with sarcasm. "Grandmother, my father is no longer with us. The second household cannot provide for you, and my mother, as a widow, lacks the means to support you. This money is your last safeguard. You should consider who it is truly advantageous for." As her words concluded, the expressions of those present soured. The matriarch's gaze dimmed further, lost in her thoughts. "Herr Onkel abruptly stood, exclaiming, 'Dina, what do you mean by this? Do you think I would neglect your grandmother?" Xie Jinnan met his gaze, replying, "You know well from where your expenses have come. Do I need to remind you? You overstep." The face of Xie Chong burned with a mix of anger and embarrassment. At his age, relying on his mother for support was indeed shameful. At that moment, Xie Chong returned and instantly sensed the tense atmosphere, refraining from speaking. Xie Jinnan glanced at him before quickly averting her gaze, saying, "Uncle, do not be angered. My mother and I have already agreed that whether it be family assets or rewards, they shall all be reserved for the future legitimate son of the second household. The son my mother is about to adopt. Others need not concern themselves. Discussing it further is futile." Xie Chong was taken aback, his gaze lingering on Xie Jinnan's face momentarily. Xie Chong and Lu Huilan opened their mouths to protest, but Murong's expression darkened. "Jinnan is not mistaken. If my elder brother and sister-in-law wish to care for Inger, they may do so, but do not bring up matters of adoption and rewards again. I've heard enough. You cannot dictate my decisions, and I am quite fatigued. I still have to look after Inger tonight. It is best you all take your leave." The matriarch closed her eyes to rest, pausing before she opened them again. "Well then, you need not press Yunxiang about those matters. If it were something negotiable, it would have been resolved long ago." Xie Chong and Lu Huilan wore expressions of dissatisfaction, yet remained silent. The matriarch turned to Murong, asking, "I know you harbor resentment towards me regarding the last time I pressured you to adopt Yin'er. That was my fault. If you do not wish to adopt Yin'er, so be it. But what has Sheng'er done to offend you? Have you not always liked him? Why do you now refuse him? She finally voiced her inner doubts. Wanted to understand whether Murong merely disdained Xie Yin or if she wished to oppose the main branch. Xie Yin cast his gaze downward, secretly glancing at Murong, his eyes still filled with resentment. When their eyes briefly met, he was startled and quickly averted his gaze. Xie Jinqian's expression was icy as she turned away, indifferent as though nothing had transpired. Murong spoke candidly. I do not dare harbor grievances against my mother-in-law. I have never disliked Sheng'er or Yin'er. They are both my nephews, raised under my watch. How could I possibly hate them? However, inheriting the family business is no trifling matter. I have stated from the beginning that I wish to adopt a capable son. It is my mother-in-law and elder brother and sister-in-law who have persistently failed to understand, forcing me to adopt Yin'er. You have pressured me, even using my sister's marriage as leverage. I, Murong Yunxiang, am not a soft persimmon to be manipulated by you. Murong's demeanor grew notably colder. I originally had a fondness for Yin'er. Though he is somewhat mischievous, he is lively and endearing. But you all know well what he has done. Can you blame me for looking down on him? Upon hearing this, Xie Chong and Lu Huilan exchanged guilty glances. Xie Yin, who had shot a slingshot at Murong, was indeed in the wrong. He hung his head low, too ashamed to lift it. Murong hesitated, glancing at Xie Jinqian, who nodded slightly, indicating she could proceed. Murong then felt reassured enough to continue. As for Sheng, there is truly no question of offense. I have liked this child since he was young, and I still do. However, given the current discord between the two households, adopting him is not appropriate. It would be better if neither were adopted, allowing for tranquility. After speaking, Murong sighed in relief, though anxiety crept back in. Xie Jinqian's eyes darkened slightly. The time had come to let them know that the second household had indeed considered adopting Xie Sheng from the outset. However, they must not be allowed to truly lose hope. A glimmer of optimism was necessary to navigate the challenges posed by the difficult third aunt in future gatherings. Otherwise, would they truly be unable to adopt from the Count's residence? Xie Sheng's expression softened, a flicker of astonishment passing through his eyes as he looked at Murong, opening his mouth but finding his throat dry. Murong gripped her handkerchief tightly, unable to meet Xie Sheng's gaze, fearing that once their eyes met, the facade she had been maintaining would crumble. Upon hearing Murong's words, Xie Chong stood in shock. What? My dear grandson, I shall certainly have your aunt adopt you. Why did you not say so earlier? If you had expressed your willingness to adopt Sheng'er back then, could we not have simply exchanged Yin'er for Sheng'er? If you had mentioned your inclination towards Sheng'er, we would not have arrived at this impasse. Xie Chong was flustered. It turned out she had been willing to consider Xie Sheng, but the conflict between the households had dissuaded her. Yet the origin of this conflict lay in the initial push to adopt Yin'er. Why had she not spoken up sooner? Had she lost her voice? Xie Chong had forgotten that it was he who insisted on sending his own son to the second household to reap the rewards of wealth and glory. Unwilling to mention Xie Sheng at all, now he had completely reversed his stance. As long as the second household could adopt from the main branch, he would be immensely grateful, no longer daring to voice any demands. If the second household had indeed spoken up earlier, the situation would not have devolved to this. The matriarch shared these thoughts, sighing, indeed, had I known earlier, I would have allowed you to adopt Sheng'er right away. Had that been the case, our two households would still be harmonious, and we would not have reached this point. In contrast, Lu Huilan's eyes glinted with a cold, sinister light. Xie Sheng, Xie Sheng. Everything revolves around Xie Sheng. She cast a secretive glare at Xie Sheng, pondering what merits he possessed. Was it merely his ability to be a bookworm? Xie Jinnan's eyes were filled with derision as she spoke. Did anyone mention him? We have nothing to say about Sheng'er. We are not the chosen ones of the main branch. There are certainly better options. Besides, who doesn't he know that the main branch favors Yin'er? With her thoughts laid bare before Xie Sheng, Xie Cheng's countenance faltered under the weight of the revelation. In that moment, Xie Sheng's breath quickened as his cousin publicly exposed their parents' bias towards Yin'er. It dawned on him that his parents had never truly considered him, fixated solely on placing Yin'er into the second branch, while his aunt dismissed Yin'er altogether. This discord between the two branches had reached a boiling point. Now that he was summoned back, it was evident it was because Yin'er had lost all hope, despite having sensed this underlying truth for some time. The explicitness of the revelation still stung his heart. Xie Chang glanced at Xie Sheng and hypocritically explained, "It is because Yin Gu'er is young. He could be around his younger siblings to grow familiar with them. As for Sheng'er, he has been away studying for the better part of the year. We are merely considering the younger ones." He feared that Xie Sheng might harbor resentment towards him. After all, Xie Sheng was a promising young man. And what if he grew ungrateful in the future? Did he truly believe familiarity would breed affection? Xie Jinnan's tongue was the sharpest. Xie Chang awkwardly fell silent, unwilling to engage further. Madame Mourong, weary, supported her forehead, murmuring that discussing this was futile. It was too late. She had already reached an agreement with her family. Both second and third brothers wished to provide her with a child, and she was at a loss as to whom to choose. There was no way she could adopt Sheng'er now. "Let us depart. I cannot bear to be troubled by this anymore. Jie has encountered difficulties, and I am utterly exhausted." Xie Chang wished to say more, but was silenced by the old matriarch's gaze. She smiled gently. "Since Yun Xiang is weary, we shall take our leave for now and visiting Jie on another day." Unwilling to accept this, Xie Chang frowned, but ultimately succumbed to his mother's wishes and remained silent. Lu Huilan rose to depart, reminding them to take good care of Jie, promising to return the next day. As they left, Xie Sheng and Xie Yin followed suit. Once they had exited the courtyard, Madame Mourong finally felt a wave of relief wash over her. Her palms were clammy with cold sweat. "I hope I did not say anything wrong just now. I merely expressed that I do not dislike Sheng'er. They wouldn't suspect anything, would they?" She was not adept at deception and felt a twinge of guilt. Xie Jinnan shook her head gently. "No, it's fine. Sheng'er has not angered Mother. She does not dislike him, so your words were not misplaced. What should we do next?" Madame Mourong inquired again. Xie Jinnan raised an eyebrow. "What else but to care for my dear sister? Let her focus solely on recuperating. She need not be burdened with any happenings at home." She turned to Mama Li. "Mama, summon all the servants from Ingguang Pavilion. I need to have a word with them." "Understood," Mama Li replied, turning to leave. Meanwhile, the main branch was in disarray. Lu Huilan was seething with resentment. After a long day, she was both exhausted and hungry, all the while fixated on the prospect of 1,000 taels of gold. She muttered curses under her breath. Jinnan's tongue is the most silver-tongued. She clearly intends to hoard the old lady's share of gold while claiming it is for her support in old age. Bah, after all that talking, it turns out the old lady gets one share, they get one share, and we're left out of the equation? We are also the Xie family. Lu Huilan's tirade seemed unending. Xie Chang was equally agitated, but his ire stemmed from the matter of adoption. "I always said to adopt Sheng'er. You were unwilling and insisted on pushing Yin Gu'er forward. Now, neither sibling wants him, and Sheng'er could have gone to the second branch. All for naught. The vast family fortune and gold are being squandered by the Earl's family. What now?" As he spoke, he cast a few glances at Xie Sheng. Xie Chang was accustomed to being the good-natured one after the fact. Lu Huilan's face turned pale, her voice sharp. "Why is it suddenly my fault? You blame me for everything. Yin Gu'er is no better than him." She shot a fierce glare at Xie Sheng before reluctantly averting her gaze. "What good is it to discuss this now? Let us focus on securing the rewards. That is what truly matters." The old matriarch frowned. "Huilan, you have also toiled all day. Yin Gu'er has yet to eat. Take him home for a meal. You need not concern yourself with other matters. I shall find a way." Lu Huilan's eyes flickered as she seized upon the old matriarch's words. "With you saying that, I feel reassured. You could at least secure half, which would be 500 taels of gold. I see Jinnan is unwilling to offer you anything. Her words are so pretentious. Matriarch, you mustn't trust her. It's best to keep the money in hand." The old matriarch dismissed her misgivings. "Go now." The daughter-in-law took her leave, and Lu Huilan grasped Xie Yan's hand as they exited together. The night was dark and quiet, and Lu Huilan's figure quickly faded from view. After sending Lu Huilan away, the old matriarch turned to Xie Sheng. "Sheng'er, tell your grandmother. Do you wish to go to the second branch?" Returning to grandmother. "Whether I wish to or not is inconsequential, for I have no choice." Xie Sheng's reply was as impenetrable as water. The old matriarch's gaze flickered as her lips pressed into a straight line, deep in thought. Xie Chang, still confused, interjected, "Mother, you allowed that foolish woman to leave just like that? She has caused no small amount of trouble today. She is solely fixated on that meager reward. What use is there in keeping someone so short-sighted? Chang'er, no matter how much gold one possesses, it can be squandered away. If you wish for the main branch to attain true glory, Yunxiang must adopt your son. That is the path to endless wealth and prosperity. The old matriarch's resolve strengthened as she suddenly grasped Xie Sheng's hand. Good grandson, who says you have no choice? Grandmother will ensure your aunt adopts you. Chapter 57. Xie Luiying awakens in pain in the dead of night. At the hour of the rat, Xie Luiying awoke in a haze, her head pounding relentlessly. Her lips parched and cracked, her throat unable to produce a sound. She licked her lips with her tongue, finding slight relief. In the next moment, excruciating pain shot through her legs and back, bringing tears to her eyes. The agony was overwhelming. Her head felt as if it might explode, dull and dizzying. The pain in her legs was so severe it could only be described by the phrase suffering unbearable. Xie Jinnan rushed in upon hearing her stir. Sister, you are awake? Where am I? What has happened? Xie Luiying asked weakly. Xie Jinnan fed her water with a spoon, her face etched with concern. Do not move. Drink some water to soothe your throat. You were struck by a pillar, and your leg was broken. You fainted at the time. Dr. Zhen has set your bone, and thankfully, your life is not in danger. You must rest and recuperate. Do you understand? Xie Luiying's memories gradually returned. She recalled preparing to leave with Xie Jinnan when the pillar had struck her. Lacking the strength to move, she glanced at her leg, which was tightly bound with thick bandages and a wooden splint. Panic and fear filled her eyes at that moment. My leg is broken? It's nothing serious. The injury is not severe. Dr. Zhen has already said it, and he assured us that as long as you recuperate properly, you will not limp. And it won't affect your future walking, Xie Jinnan reassured her. Xie Luiying's fear deepened. Though she would not limp, her leg would surely bear a scar. How could she marry in the future? Sensing her fear, Xie Jinnan spoke softly. Do not fret, sister. Mother has promised to provide the best scar cream. She will ensure you do not bear any marks. Xie Luiying clung to this lifeline, asking, will the scar cream really work? Can it heal such a deep scar? Xie Jinnan maintained her composure. The imperial scar cream is quite precious. It will surely be effective. In truth, the scar cream merely serves to diminish the appearance of scars. Such deep wounds cannot be entirely erased by even the best ointment. Xie Jinxian sought only to soothe her emotions, offering her care in her moment of vulnerability, which would lead to the significant point she was about to make. At that moment, Chun Lu entered with a bowl of medicine, announcing, Miss, the medicine is freshly brewed. Allow me to feed the second young Mississippi. There's no need for that. I shall feed my sister. You all may leave for now, Xie Jinxian replied, taking the bowl and gently stirring the contents before ladling a spoonful to offer to Xie Luiying. It is already past midnight. Mother kept vigil over you during the first half of the night. You were restless, crying out in pain, and Mother was deeply distressed, nearly fainting from sorrow. I decided it best for her to rest in the adjoining room. At first, she was reluctant, but upon my urging that she must regain her strength to care for you during the day, she finally agreed. In her most helpless and panicked state, Xie Luiying eagerly opened her mouth, obediently drinking the medicine. Xie Jinxian's expression darkened slightly as she hesitated before saying, I heard that the family has come to see you after learning of your injury. Xie Luiying's face tensed. What do they want? She feared that her parents' excessive concern might arouse suspicion in the Murong mother and daughter. Xie Jinxian scoffed lightly. What else could they want? They are here to demand the imperial gift of gold. Even grandmother has arrived. They're seizing this opportunity to pressure Mother for an explanation. Mother is already distraught with grief and must now handle them as well. Xie Luiying's expression froze, and she instinctively asked, Not even a word of concern for me? Uncle offered not a single word. Aunt merely uttered some insincere platitude. Upon hearing that Mother was unwilling to share the gold, she immediately lashed out, calling her a vile woman. Dr. Zhen is preoccupied with setting your bones, and I feared their incessant chatter would disturb him, so I sent them away. Xie Jinxian spoke nothing but the truth, cleverly rearranging the order of events to cloud Xie Luiying's judgment. After another spoonful of bitter medicine, Xie Luiying's brow furrowed tightly, uncertain whether the pain was physical or emotional. The anguish of betrayal from her own kin was akin to the dull ache of a knife cutting flesh, non-lethal yet enduring. Once such doubts take root, the memories that resurface in the quiet hours will sting perpetually. Beneath Xie Jinxian's facade of compassion lay a cold, mocking demeanor. Physical pain would eventually heal, but the wounds of the heart would leave an indelible mark. Xie Luiying feigned indifference, forcing herself to say, "Such actions are to be expected from them." Lowering her gaze, she concealed her doubts and heartache. Did her parents truly not care for her? Or did they deliberately feign indifference to avoid losing face before the Morong family? Surely, they would return to check on her. Despite her efforts to appear unfazed, Xie Luiying found it increasingly difficult to mask her true emotions, which Xie Jinxian discerned all too well. With a deep sigh, Xie Jinxian changed the subject. "I have instructed the kitchen to prepare a light chicken and vegetable porridge. Dr. Zhan advised that you should eat something mild upon waking. Would you like some?" Observing Xie Luiying's suffering, her gaze held a hint of sardonic amusement. The pain was just beginning. "This is merely the beginning. There will be much more pain to come." Xie Luiying slowly nodded, reproaching her sister. "Sister, if only we hadn't gone out, I wouldn't have been struck by the pillar. Had it not been for Xie Jinxian's suggestion to venture outside, she would not have sustained such severe injuries. It seemed too coincidental. This wretched person was to blame." Xie Jinxian had anticipated this reaction. Xie Luiying was inherently suspicious and prone to paranoia. Tears streamed down her face as she self-reproached. "It's all my fault. If I hadn't called for you, you wouldn't have been hurt. I wish it had been me instead." Xie Luiying winced in pain, recalling the servants who had been carrying the pillar. "They must be punished," she exclaimed. The household servants received 100 lashes for their negligence, while 2 hired workers were given 50 lashes and dismissed. 100 lashes could take a life. 50 could leave one crippled, Xie Jinxian remarked. Hearing this eased some of Xie Luiying's anguish. Noticing Xie Jinxian's tears, however, only heightened her agitation. Was this truly just a mere accident? At that moment, the sound of rustling came from outside, and Murong Shi entered, her eyes swollen and red. Xie Jinxian gasped, "Mother, I thought I told you to rest. Why have you come? How could I sleep? Is Yingji awake? Hurry, bring the medicine," Murong Shi commanded. Xie Jinxian stood, saying, "I've already fed my sister her medicine. I shall fetch some porridge. You tend to her for now." Wiping her tears, Murong Shi replied, "All right." As they passed each other, their eyes met briefly. Chapter 58. Xie Jinxian schemes. Murong Shi sat by the bedside, her heart aching. "Yingjia is the strongest. Dr. Zhan said tonight would be the hardest. Once you get through it, the pain will lessen. Mother will stay by your side." Xie Luiying's face was pale from pain, and she suddenly recalled Xie Jinxian's earlier words. Momentarily lost in thought, did Murong Shi truly care for her? How did her mother's love compare to that of Murong Shi? Murong Shi's affection came with conditions. In truth, she loved not Xie Luiying, but the idea of her as a child. What if she were to discover that Xie Luiying was not her biological daughter? Would her love vanish, replaced by resentment? Thus, her affection was but a fade, a deception. And what about her real mother? She had always loved her unconditionally, even going so far as to plot a switch to provide Xie Luiying with a better life. Yet today, as she lay with a broken leg, where was her parents' love? Xie Luiying's expression was inscrutable. Surely they would come tomorrow, perhaps even secretly check on her well-being. They must. "Mother, it hurts so much," she lamented, seeking comfort in her surrogate mother, Murong Shi. Murong Shi adjusted the blankets around her and said, "Endure a little longer, child. Thanks to your sister, you are safe. That pillar was aimed at your head, and Dr. Zhan said if it had struck you there, you would have perished instantly. Your sister pulled you back just in time, and it only hit your leg." With a sigh, she added, "This is a stroke of misfortune turned fortunate. Your sister feels immense guilt, wishing she had reacted faster to prevent your injury, even neglecting her own wrist injury." Such sentiments would have been meaningless if expressed by Xie Jinxian herself. They required the validation of Murong Shi. The two women performed in unison a well-rehearsed act. Xie Jinxian's aim was not to provoke Xie Luiying's conscience. She was too heartless for that. She would never feel gratitude for the good bestowed upon her by the second household. Instead, Xie Jinxian intended to create a comparison. Her false mother and sister expressed such concern, while her biological parents remained indifferent. This would sow discord between Xie Luiying and the main family. As long as Xie Luiying ceased to assist them in their schemes, the main family would lose their significance. Xie Jinxian was aware that severing their familial bonds would not happen overnight. She was in no rush, allowing time to work in her favor. At this moment, Xie Jinxian returned with chicken porridge, gently saying, "Sister, come and have some." Murong Shi took the bowl from her. "Let me feed her. You should rest, Jinxian. I want to be able to sleep tonight. as I will watch over your sister. I will stay as well, Xie Jinnan insisted. Murong sure, feigned irritation, be obedient. Go rest. You can take my place tomorrow. After a moment's hesitation, Xie Jinnan reluctantly left. As she turned, her expression was filled with an icy indifference. In the realm of theatricality, she refrained from returning to her own courtyard, instead seeking refuge in the adjacent ear room beside the glimmering pavilion, where she nestled comfortably upon the already prepared soft bedding. This night, Xie Jinnan enjoyed an unusually tranquil slumber. Even dreaming of the day she would successfully adopt Xie Jinnan back into the second household. The following day, within the glimmering pavilion, the golden sunlight radiated warmth. As Chun Tao busied herself, perspiring profusely, the sun seemed almost oppressive, heralding the approach of summer. Xie Jinnan fanned herself in the courtyard, noting how swiftly July was approaching, indicating the onset of summer. At that moment, Dong Zhao emerged, cradling a clay pot wrapped in thick cloth, freshly removed from the stove, filled with remnants of last night's medicinal brew. Xie Jinnan cast a fleeting glance at Dong Zhao. Beside Xie Luqing stood two trusted confidants, one being Dong Zhao and the other Dong Li. Should Xie Jinnan wish to win over either of them, it was certainly within her means, yet she refrained. For even the most astute individuals could inadvertently reveal their intentions. Yesterday, she had admonished all the servants of the glimmering pavilion, including Dong Zhao and Dong Li, emphasizing that caring for Xie Luqing's injuries was paramount, and they should refrain from unnecessary movement, allowing Chun Tao and the others to attend to any needs. Xie Jinnan aimed to confine all the servants within the pavilion, thus preventing them from acting as Xie Luqing's eyes and ears and obstructing any communication with the main household. Just then, Chun Lu hurried over, whispering Mississippi. Xie Jinnan leaned in to hear Chun Lu's words, her lips slowly curving into a smile. She stood up and instructed Chun Tao, Dong Zhao, keep an eye on medicinal preparation. Sister Luqing will need a dose at noon. Yes, I understand, Dong Zhao replied, bowing. Xie Jinnan departed the glimmering pavilion with Chun Lu, while Dong Zhao, peeking curiously, followed but was halted by Mama Li. Dong Zhao, where are you off to? Mama Li inquired. Dong Zhao stammered, I was thinking of fetching a bowl of bird's nest and silver fungus poured for the young lady to nourish her health. Mama Li gently replied, you are the second young lady's personal attendant. Such trivial matters should not trouble you. As the second young lady holds you dear, your focus should be on caring for her closely, while the minor tasks can be delegated to the other servants. Understood, Mama Li. Dong Zhao acquiesced. Xie Jinnan intercepted Lu Huilan in the Dinshan corridor, preventing her from passing. Sister Jinnan, what is the meaning of this? I wish to visit Sister Luqing. Why am I being barred? Lu Huilan exclaimed upon seeing Xie Jinnan. With composure, Xie Jinnan responded, Aunt, Sister Luqing's injuries are severe and painful. Thus, our mother wishes for her to rest undisturbed for her recovery. For the sake of Sister Luqing's health, I kindly ask for your understanding. What disturbance could a mere visit cause? I have prepared a nourishing tonic for her using the finest ginseng. Please allow me to see her. Lu Huilan persisted. Indeed, Mama Zhu held a food box, likely containing the supplement Lu Huilan mentioned. Xie Jinnan's lips curled slightly. Aunt truly cared for Sister Luqing, even concocting a tonic for her at this time. Jinnan expresses her gratitude for Aunt's kindness, but Dr. Zhen has advised that Sister Luqing is not well enough to receive such nourishing treatments at present. Lu Huilan appeared ready to argue further when Mama Zhu discreetly tugged at her sleeve, whispering, Madam, do not appear overly concerned. Lu Huilan's expression soured. Very well. You take care of Sister Luqing. I shall visit her in a few days. Xie Jinnan maintained a calm tone. Thank you for your goodwill, Aunt. Once Sister's health is restored, there will be ample opportunity to meet. Please, return. Lu Huilan was momentarily speechless, vexed that this impudent girl would deny her the chance to visit Sister Luqing. She ground her teeth in frustration. Just as Xie Jinnan was about to depart, Lu Huilan called out, Sister Jinnan, with Sister Luqing injured so gravely, will your mother still host the banquet for the Countess? Naturally, that was arranged long ago. Xie Jinnan replied, and with that, she left with Chun Lu. On the spot, Lu Huilan was so incensed that her breathing quickened. I have never encountered a mother so heartless. Her own daughter is gravely injured, yet she still has the audacity to entertain guests. What a cold-hearted wretch. Mama with Dr. Jin attending to Sister Lu Qing's health. The Murong family will certainly spare no expense in providing the best medicine. Thus, you need not worry, and it would be prudent to reduce your visits to the second household. Your excessive concern for the second young lady may arouse suspicions from the Murong family. Mama Zhu advisid. I care for my niece. What concern is it of theirs? Mama Zhu remained silent as Lu Huilan stormed off. After Lu Huilan's departure, a figure emerged from behind a tree not far away. It was Xie Sheng. He approached the servant stationed at the Dianxiang corridor and requested, "Please convey a message to cousin Jin Sheng. I am departing and wish to bid her farewell." Watching the servant dash away, Xie Sheng's eyes darkened momentarily before breaking into a smile. Chapter 59. Xie Sheng's friend Ling, who Qingzhu Xie Jinsheng, did not return directly to the Glimmering Pavilion, but instead made her way to Yilan Cottage, her own courtyard. After playing her role alongside Xie Luqing for so long, she felt fatigued. Comfortably reclining on a chaise in her courtyard, she sighed. Quickly sent someone to prepare a bowl of sushan and some perilla extract. Let's enjoy them together. Chun Lu arranged a platter of fruits and pastries on the tea table, gently reminding, "Miss, it's only early summer. Consuming cold dishes could harm your stomach. It matters not. I shall simply consume something nourishing afterward." Xie Jinsheng dismissed the concern. Chun Lu was both amused and exasperated, having never encountered such a remedy before. Go on. Xie Jinsheng had a particular fondness for icy treats, often sending Chun Tao to secretly procure ice from the cellar, even in the dead of winter. As snowflakes danced outside, the warmth of the heated floor enveloped her, savoring a bowl of sweet, icy dessert. Her teeth chilled, sending a delightful shiver through her body. The experience was exhilarating. Once, when her father caught her in the act, they both indulged in their shared love for ice, plotting to keep it a secret from her strict mother, thus becoming co-conspirators in their clandestine ice adventures. Reflecting upon those memories brought a nostalgic smile to Xie Jinsheng's face. She had never imagined her father would depart so abruptly, nor anticipated the profound changes that would occur within their once harmonious household after his passing. The once kind and gentle faces transformed into ones of disdain. How fickle human nature can be. Before long, hurried footsteps echoed from outside the courtyard, surprising Xie Jinsheng. Has the sushan been completed so swiftly? A knock on the door revealed a servant's voice. Is the eldest young lady present? Chun Lu approached the door, puzzled Fusheng. Why are you not stationed at the Dianxiang corridor? What brings you here to seek the eldest young lady? Returning to Chun Lu, it is the young Master Sheng from the main household who wishes to see the eldest young lady as he is about to depart. I went to the Glimmering Pavilion earlier, and Chun Tao said the eldest young lady was not present, so I came here to find her. Xie Jinsheng furrowed her brow. Departing? Is he not returning to Baichuan Academy in a couple of days? Why the early departure? Chun Lu looked back at Xie Jinsheng for guidance, to which she replied softly, "Please invite Shengger in." Chun Lu nodded and turned to leave. Understood. I shall fetch young Master Sheng. Yes. The servant bowed and complied. When Xie Sheng arrived, the sushan and perilla extract were just being served. Xie Jinsheng waved him over. Come, sit. Can you eat ice? Xie Sheng glanced at the icy dessert and took a seat opposite her. Yes, I enjoy icy treats as well. Xie Jinsheng smiled. How fortunate. I finally have a companion. Seated across from each other, the maid set down several small bowls, filled with ingredients for the sushan, including diced fresh peaches, dried fruits, and, of course, the crucial component, ice. Chun Lu expertly assembled the components, spooning them atop the small mountain of ice, and finally drizzling a spoonful of osmanthus honey over the creation, completing the delightful dish. Care to try? Xie Jinsheng offered. Xie Sheng was not polite. He took a sip and savored the taste. It was delicate and smooth, quite delightful. Xie Jinxian took a taste and inquired, Didn't you say you would return in a few days? Why are you leaving so soon? With my heavy academic workload, it's not ideal to linger idly at home. Moreover, Xie Sheng paused for a moment and continued, My father summoned me back, intending for me to win over my stepmother. However, she has already chosen an heir, so there is no reason for me to remain at home and be an eyesore. Therefore, I shall depart shortly. Depart shortly? So suddenly? Xie Sheng gently affirmed. Indeed, a fellow classmate of mine is coming to the capital for business, and I will accompany him. I haven't informed my father. Had I done so, he certainly would not permit me to leave. Only you, cousin, are privy to this. Xie Jinxian hesitated for a moment, then set down her spoon and said, Very well, I shall see you off. Xie Sheng's eyes gleamed with delight, twinkling like stars. Thank you, cousin Jinxian. Xie Jinxian instructed Shan Lu to prepare their belongings, and after a brief tidying up, she left with Xie Sheng. She did not inform her mother. If her mother were to find out, she would insist on accompanying them, which was unnecessary, as Shengger would return eventually. Noticing that Xie Sheng carried only a small bundle, Xie Jinxian was momentarily taken aback. Sensing her gaze, Xie Sheng explained, I came in haste and brought only a change of clothes. Xie Jinxian remained silent. In contrast, her brother, Xie Yin, always brought numerous packages and attendants when he attended school. It was surprising that Xie Sheng's luggage was so meager. It was fortunate she had not told her mother. If she had seen it, it would only cause her further distress. At the entrance of the Xie residence, a handsome young man was already mounted on his horse. Upon seeing Xie Sheng emerge, his eyes brightened, and he dismounted with grace. Xie Sheng, you have arrived? He then noticed Xie Jinxian beside Xie Sheng, and his smile gradually faded, replaced by a look of curiosity and subtle wariness. And who is this? This is my cousin, here to see me off, replied Xie Sheng. Cousin, this is my classmate and friend, Xiao Zhu. Upon hearing she was a cousin, Xiao Zhu's expression softened, and he greeted warmly, Greetings, cousin. I am Xiao Zhu. Xie Jinxian discreetly appraised him from head to toe, her eyes brimming with gentle amusement. Greetings, young Master Xiao. In a previous life, Xie Jinxian had little interaction with Xie Sheng, let alone familiarity with his friends. However, she recalled a significant incident in the capital after Xie Sheng's demise, the failed assassination of the crown prince by the seventh princess of a neighboring kingdom, who nearly severed his thigh, only to be ultimately slain by the crown prince's guards. Xie Jinxian had heard of this incident through Tang Chong, who hinted that the crown prince's lineage had been irreparably damaged. The kingdom of Shaanxi, a small nation closely allied with the Daxiao Empire, had a unique culture and history. The cordial relationship between the two nations stemmed from their ancestors' shared military endeavors, resulting in familial alliances. The people could traverse between the two realms without official documents, highlighting their amicable bond. Subsequently, the king and queen of Shaanxi visited Daxia to express remorse, and the emperor, valuing the alliance, chose not to hold it against Shaanxi, allowing the matter to fade into obscurity. The princess who had died was known as Linghu Qingzhu. Xiao Zhu, Linghu Qingzhu. Typically, women possess a softer appearance, yet some exhibit more robust features, resembling a male countenance. If a female with a masculine visage disguised herself as a male, it would indeed be difficult to discern her true identity. How did Xie Jinxian perceive this? No man would regard a woman with the jealousy of a rival. Additionally, both their names featured the character Zhu, leading Xie Jinxian to draw connections and speculate. How curious that she had managed to infiltrate Baichuan Academy disguised as a boy and study among a group of men at such a young age. Xie Jinxian had no intention of exposing her secret and gently suggested, I will accompany Shengger to the city gate. Since you are his friend, you may as well join us. The coachman had brought the carriage to a halt at the Xie residence. Certainly, thank you, cousin. Xiao Zhu responded with ease. Xie Sheng was taken aback. He had anticipated that Xie Jinxian would only escort him to his doorstep, never imagining she would accompany him to the city gate. In the past, he would have felt it a bother to trouble others and would have declined immediately. However, now he opened his mouth, only to swallow the words of refusal. Xiao Zhu had already boarded the carriage. Why are you two still standing there? Xie Jinxian and Xie Sheng climbed aboard, each taking a side. Xie Jinxian's gaze lingered on Xiao Zhu's face for a moment, her expression intriguing. Xiao Zhu was indeed striking, possessing an air of grandeur. He would likely be a striking figure in women's attire, devoid of any hint of timidity or modesty. What brings you here, young sir? Your accent does not seem to be from the capital, Xie Jinxian inquired. Xiao Zhu appeared well-rehearsed in answering this question, responding smoothly, I hail from Fengsheng, here to study at Baichuan. Xie Jinxian nodded slightly. Fengsheng was near the kingdom of Shaanxi, and it was said their accents bore similarities. Have you visited Shaanxi? A flicker of unease crossed Xiao Zhu's face. I've been there for leisure, but I am not well acquainted. Noticing her feigned composure, Xie Jinxian smirked, choosing not to tease her further. She turned to Xie Sheng and asked, when did you two meet? Xiao Zhu enrolled last autumn, and the teacher arranged for her to sit beside me. We became familiar through our interactions, Xie Sheng explained. And where do you reside? Xie Jinnan's inquiry was aimed at discerning whom Xiao Zhu shared quarters with. We naturally reside in dormitories. I share mine with Wang Xiong, while Xiao Zhu, arriving later, has her own room. As a newcomer, she is unfamiliar with the surroundings, and I thought to move in with her for companionship, but she insisted otherwise. Xie Sheng answered candidly, even finding humor in the situation. In truth, he was quite different outside the confines of home, where he had a reserved demeanor. He preferred the academy, feeling it was where he truly belonged, surrounded by like-minded companions with whom he could freely converse. Xiao Zhu scoffed, rolling her eyes dramatically. Companionship? You merely find Wang Xiong's snoring unbearable and pretend to offer care. I relish my solitude. Hearing her retort, Xie Sheng merely chuckled, and Xie Jinnan joined him, both amused. She rarely witnessed such a vibrant side of Xie Sheng. This was the spirit of youth. He must feel quite constrained at home. When the time came to reveal Xie Luiying's true identity, it would be the moment to expel the entire main house, as she needed a reason to confront outsiders. By then, Xie Sheng would return home, free from the unpleasantness of the main house's true nature, able to be himself without restraint. That day would come swiftly. And what about washing up? I've heard the academy has communal baths. Is that true? Xie Jinnan inquired deliberately. How could that be? Each dormitory is equipped with a bathing tub. One simply pays the attendants to fetch hot water whenever one wishes to bathe, Xiao Zhu replied. Oh, I see. Knowing that Xiao Zhu had her own room and separate bathing facilities, Xie Jinnan felt reassured. After all, she was a woman, and there were distinctions between the sexes. Baichuan Academy was renowned throughout the Daxia Empire, attracting many noble offspring seeking education. Having paid a hefty tuition, the living conditions were assuredly adequate. Xie Jinnan then reflected that, as a princess, Xiao Zhu would surely take good care of herself. It was unlikely she would share quarters with men. Perhaps her concerns were unwarranted. As they conversed and the carriage swayed, they soon arrived at the city gate. Shengur, I can only accompany you to the city gate. The rest of the journey, I leave to you both. I have prepared some items for you. Do take care on your journey, and ensure you look after young Master Xiao. Understood? Xie Jinnan instructed, and Xie Sheng nodded, reassuring her to be cautious on her journey home. Cousin, let us be off. Next time I visit, I shall bring you delicacies from Fengsheng. Xiao Zhu exclaimed from atop her horse, waving fervently at Xie Jinnan. Xie Jinnan smiled gently, then off you go. Xie Sheng glanced back, his eyes deep as night. And upon meeting Xie Jinnan's smile, warmth began to bloom within him, accompanied by a subtle, unnoticeable joy. He nudged the horse's belly, riding alongside Xiao Zhu as they departed. You seem particularly cheerful today, Xiao Zhu remarked, scrutinizing his face. Xie Sheng, taken aback, replied, not at all. Xiao Zhu pointed at him. Really? Your smile hasn't left your lips. Do you hold a fondness for your cousin Jinnan? Xie Sheng instinctively touched the corner of his mouth, clearing his throat to mask his emotions. She is my sister. Naturally, I care for her. Xiao Zhu's curiosity piqued. She snatched a few packages from in front of Xie Sheng. Wow, how heavy. Let's see what your sister has prepared for you. Xie Sheng attempted to reclaim them, but Xiao Zhu was quicker, swiftly unwrapping one of the packages. What is this? Upon seeing the glittering gold ingots inside, Xiao Zhu gasped, quickly covering her mouth, glancing around cautiously to ensure no one was watching. It is common sense not to flaunt wealth when traveling. You must hide this quickly, she whispered, promptly tying up the package and tossing it back to Xie Sheng. Receiving the heavy gold, Xie Sheng was equally astonished. There must be at least 50 taels of gold here, worth no less than 500 taels of silver. Why did Jinnan give him such a substantial sum? Xiao Zhu raised an eyebrow. Now you can surely afford to buy more hot water for bathing. In Baichuan Academy, hot water had to be purchased, as boiling water consumed firewood. To enjoy a bath, one needed at least 8 buckets of hot water, costing 10 when each, totaling 81 for a single bath. This amount could buy 3 jin of fine noodles for an ordinary family. Not insignificant, but wealthy students hardly cared for such trivial expenses. Yet, Xie Sheng was frugal, only buying 1 bucket each time. In truth, he had money. His second uncle would annually provide him with 30 taels for stationery. He still had a considerable sum left. However, with his uncle's passing, he could no longer accept funds from the second branch. Money would eventually run out, so he had to be prudent. Moreover, 2 months prior, he received an anonymous silver note worth 200 taels, which the teacher did not know the source of. Xie Sheng assumed it was a mistake, waiting for the rightful owner to come forward. Upon reflection, perhaps it was not an error. Besides the second branch, no one in the family would give him money. It must have been his aunt. But did Gina not know? Had they not communicated beforehand? Xiao Zhu weighed the other 3 packages. These seem to be clothing, quite heavy. Looks like there are plenty of garments. It's a pity your figure is a bit larger than mine. Otherwise, I could snag a few pieces. Xie Sheng snatched them back, carefully securing them. You should eat more. Look how thin you are. Xiao Zhu playfully threatened. Being thin won't save you from my punch. Xie Sheng's smile broadened as he urged his horse to run faster, leaving Xiao Zhu behind. Are you in such a hurry to reincarnate? Wait for me, giddy up. Xiao Zhu, unwilling to be left behind, quickly caught up, and the two of them laughed and bantered as they gradually vanished at the end of the path. Meanwhile, Xie Jinnan's return journey was far from smooth. Her carriage was intercepted. Tang Yuye, clad in a dark, fitted riding outfit, mounted his steed and positioned himself in front of the Xie family's carriage. He casually urged his horse a couple of steps forward, cryptically stating, Miss Xie. It has been a while. As the carriage curtain was lifted, Xie Jinnan's familiar visage met Tang Yuye's gaze, his emotions intensifying as he narrowed his eyes slightly. Xie Jinnan, I've finally caught you out and about. Chapter 61. Candor with her. Xie Jinnan lifted the curtain, surprised to find Tang Yuye before her. Why are you here, Third Master Tang? She asked, her brows slightly furrowed. I did not expect to see you blocking my carriage. Tang Yuye smiled, drawing closer to her carriage, unabashedly absorbing her features with a gaze that was both fervent and tenderly cautious. I owe you an apology. I arranged a splendid feast at Miraculous Tower to make amends. Might you do me the honor of attending? Perhaps Tang Yuye's gaze was too revealing. Xie Jinnan felt a tinge of discomfort, averting her eyes slightly as she politely declined. Third Master, it was unintentional, and I've long forgotten it. There are matters at home. I am unable to enjoy your generous invitation. Thank you for your kindness. However, Tang Yuye would not let her leave easily, hinting, you are particularly fond of the crispy pigeon at Miraculous Tower, paired with the last batch of fresh bamboo shoots. Surely, you wouldn't refuse me? Xie Jinnan's eyes widened in surprise. How did he know of her preference for the crispy pigeon? Memories from her past life flooded back. Tang Yuye had always been considerate towards the princess of Qing, often bringing her favorite delicacies from Miraculous Tower. He would also bring treats for others in the family, such as sweet pastries from Fuyuan's High for her sister-in-law and Buddha's handcakes for Tang Qingyan. But for her, it was always the crispy pigeon. This delicacy, renowned for its honey-glazed, slow-roasted outer layer, was something she adored, yet out of fear of being mocked for her gluttony, she seldom indulged. Recalling past events, Xie Jinnan felt a sense of nostalgia. But how could Tang Yuye know of her fondness for crispy pigeon in this life? She had never spoken of it to anyone. Her eyes now clouded with suspicion. She scrutinized Tang Yuye anew. His demeanor appeared slightly altered. Though he still bore the youthful visage, the childishness had faded, replaced by a steadiness and a hint of coldness in his gaze. In her previous life, Tang Yuye had cultivated a formidable aura through years of warfare, instilling fear in those around him. His sharp gaze seemed to probe her thoughts. Xie Jinnan felt a start of surprise, realizing that he might share her experience of rebirth. Meeting his half-smiling, half-serious eyes, she momentarily panicked, revealing her unease and losing her composure. My Lady Chun Lu was at a loss, knowing that the master of the Qing Wangfu was not to be trifled with. Xie Jinnan composed herself. It is better to comply than to refuse. Seeing her acquiescence, Tang Yuye smiled faintly, understanding her acceptance. In the elegant and refined private room on the 3rd floor of Miraculous Tower, a steaming feast was laid out, with only Xie Jinnan and Tang Yuye seated together inside. While Chun Lu and Alu awaited outside, Xie Jinnan quietly observed Tang Yuye's expression, missing no detail as she endeavored to discern his true intentions. She hesitated, unsure how to begin her inquiries. Tang Yuye, anticipating her question, remained calm. Since our parting at Longyin Temple, I have dreamt of fragments from our past life and have formed some suspicions, which I can now confirm. He wished to be forthright, wanted to engage openly with Xie Jinnan. Since returning from Longyin Temple, he had sought information about the recent happenings in the Xie family, pondering whether there were any unusual events or if their chance encounter at the temple was merely serendipitous. His subordinates had reported some discord within the Xie family regarding the matter of adoption. He recalled that in their past life, the Xie family had adopted the younger son of the first branch, yet in this life they had not. Thus, he speculated that Xie Jinnan had returned 2 months earlier than he, for if she had returned sooner, she would undoubtedly have prevented Xie Long's demise, not merely intervening in the adoption issue. Upon hearing this, Xie Jinnan silently smiled, acknowledging his words. Tang Yuye had been quite explicit. It would be disingenuous for her to pretend ignorance. Xie Jinnan found herself momentarily stunned. She was not the only one to have experienced rebirth. Fate had a curious sense of humor. Yuye, I never expected our reunion to unfold in such a manner. It seemed absurd, yet she found a strange sense of familiarity in it. In a previous life, like a fleeting illusion, the maiden may simply regard it as a dream, merely needing to move forward without glancing back, as Tang Yuye stated. He paused momentarily, adding, compared to my sister-in-law, I prefer to call you maiden. It rolls off the tongue more easily. Xie Jinnan smirked, suggesting, perhaps you should call me Sister Xie since I am older than you. Let us stick with Miss Jinnan, as it feels more intimate than maiden, Tang Yuye replied, lost in his own thoughts. Call me whatever you wish, he added, indifferent to her preferences. Their conversation was light-hearted, yet Xie Jinnan found herself momentarily entranced, as if transported back to the royal estate of her past life, reliving a chance encounter with her brother-in-law. However, in this life, she would never wed into the royal family again. Since Tang Yuye had also been reborn, it was fortuitous that he could assist in dissuading King Qing and his consort, offering an alternative means of gratitude. She did not wish to become a continuation of that scoundrel, Tang Chongji. Miss Jinnan, dinner is getting cold, Tang Yuye remarked. He gazed at her, silence enveloping them for a moment before he boldly inquired, do you remember who caused your demise in your previous life? Was it Xie Yan? He sought to offer her assistance. Cough. Xie Jinnan was taken aback, her eyes widening in disbelief. How do you know I was murdered? After a brief hesitation, Tang Yuye continued, you were killed, your body discarded into the Bar River, later recovered. You did not allow the second house to adopt Xie Yan. Hence, I surmise this matter may be connected to him? Xie Jinnan fell into silence, understanding now. It was no wonder that the Ba River had evoked a sense of dread within her. She nodded, realizing he had investigated her family's affairs. Tang Yuye's eyes darkened further, unable to restrain himself. Xie Jinnan, I can help you exact revenge. What truly transpired? Who else was involved in your suffering? Tell me. Faced with Xie Jinnan's astonished gaze, he hesitated again, adding with some difficulty, considering our past ties and the fact that we are both living again, I will assist you. Xie Jinnan pressed her lips together, stating, I can manage on my own, but I may require your help in the future. I am more curious about how you were reborn. Did you also? She deftly diverted the conversation, not wishing to reveal too much. She only trusted herself in this new life and preferred to keep variables minimal, while she intended to leverage Tang Yuye's strength at the right moment. She could not allow him to learn too much, for he was an unpredictable individual. Most importantly, Tan Qing was his woman. Her own demise bore her hand. And though Xie Jinnan recognized Tang Yuye as friendly demeanor, she remained vigilant against Tan Qing. Chapter 62. Her wariness is indeed profound. Noticing her reluctance to speak, Tang Yuye's eyes momentarily reflected disappointment, quickly vanishing. It seemed she did not entirely trust him. No rush. There is ample time ahead, he thought. He feigned a small lie, stating he had perished from wounds sustained in battle upon his return. Xie Jinnan chuckled, feeling a strange sense of camaraderie in shared misfortune. Tang Yuye smiled non-committally. Since you seem to have a clear plan, I shall refrain from probing further. If you require assistance, simply ask. Just like with Xie Yan, it's straightforward to eliminate him. Why allow him to linger? Xie Jinnan hesitated. No need. Xie Yan cannot die just yet. However, I do have a request for your help, which should not be difficult for you. If Xie Yan were to die, only Xie Sheng would remain as the sole male heir, complicating matters of inheritance. That is fine, he replied. After a moment of contemplation, Xie Jinnan said, Brother Yu, I do not wish to become Tang Chongji's new wife. I understand the royal family seeks to repay a debt of gratitude, but there are many means to do so. Wouldn't you agree? While she was capable of resolving her own issues, she found it challenging to refuse the royal family's marriage proposal without causing a scene. If Tang Yuye were to handle the matter, it would be much simpler. Tang Yuye set down his teacup, casually remarking, You may not be aware, but who has lost her child? Xie Jinnan paused, quickly piecing together the implications. She regarded him intently, asking why. In her past life, Hu's pregnancy had been stable. Now, however, she had lost the child. The only variable in the Qing royal household was Tang Yuye. Who else could it be? Tang Yuye's demeanor remained calm as he stated, "I was saving her." Xie Jinnan's lips moved as she struggled to express her gratitude, finally uttering, "Thank you." If it remained alive, Tang Chongji would not take a new wife. In her previous life, Tang Chongji had been infatuated with his late wife, constantly comparing Xie Jinnan to her. Now that Hu was nearby, he must be exceedingly pleased. Xie Jinnan's thoughts drifted to a face filled with malice. In her past life, Dongir had harbored deep resentment toward her, even calling her a wretched child. Now, knowing he would never be born, a twisted sense of satisfaction flickered within her. Initially, she had regarded Dongir as her own, having raised him herself. Yet he had listened to Tang Chongji's words, longing for Hu, and had harbored a deep hatred for her. As her heart grew colder, she found it perplexing that he would blame her for Hu's demise when it was he who had caused it. Tang Yuye smiled faintly, his gaze laden with meaning, thus, "The royal family will seek alternative means of repayment. Miss Jinnan, simply wait and see." Xie Jinnan felt relieved, as he had alleviated a significant burden for her. As long as she did not marry into the royal family, everything would be manageable. After a moment of contemplation, she probed, "In my previous life, I was harmed by treacherous individuals. I wonder what became of you and Miss Qing, afterward. Did you proceed with the marriage?" Regrettably, she had missed out on their wedding festivities. Although she could not ascertain if Tan Qing had deliberately harmed her, it was prudent to remain cautious. "Dan Yue Wen, I have no relationship with Tan. How could I marry her?" Xie Jinnan was momentarily taken aback. "But I recall the princess mentioning your impending marriage. The date was already set, and Miss Qing was even embroidering her wedding gown. Could I be mistaken?" Tan Qing had approached her for advice on embroidery details. Her face radiating happiness, Xie Jinnan was certain of her memory. Tang Yuye's frown deepened. "That scenario is entirely impossible. I will never marry her in this life or the next. Perhaps my mother acted without my consent." Xie Jinnan sensed something amiss. Were Tang Yuye and Tan Qing not deeply in love? Why was he so adamant in his denial? Observing Tang Yuye's displeasure, she pressed her lips together, refraining from further comment, as it was a matter of personal privacy. The atmosphere was pleasant, befitting the renowned Manxiang Tower. Noticing Xie Jinnan engrossed in her meal, oblivious to her surroundings, Tang Yuye grew increasingly displeased. "Why have you become silent?" Xie Jinnan savored her food slowly, nearly cold by now. Eat," he said with self-deprecating humor, forcing a smile. He was relieved he directly stated his intention to marry her. She was a woman of strong opinions and seemed to regard him merely as a younger brother. Without any other thoughts, who desired to be her younger brother? Tang Yuye's eyes reflected an enigmatic emotion. Regardless of her thoughts, he was determined to win her over. Once their meal had concluded, Xie Jinnan found little left to discuss with Tang Yuye and prepared to take her leave. In this life, one must tread carefully in battle. While pursuing one's passions is vital, life is of greater importance. "Brother Yu, I wish you a lifetime of safety." She offered her warm-hearted advice, reminiscent of her earlier counsel to Xie Sheng. Tang Yuye smirked. "Miss Jinnan, you too must seek vengeance. Accompany me to ensure we both live in peace." "Do you truly require my assistance?" "It is a trivial matter." Xie Jinnan rose, expressing her gratitude for the hospitality, and turned to leave. Suddenly recalling something, she paused, adding, "Oh, about our earlier conversation, once I step outside, I shall forget everything as if I had never come here. This, of course, shall remain our secret, known only to us." Tang Yuye immediately comprehended her meaning. The matter of rebirth was too enigmatic. Once others learned of it, they would undoubtedly deem them both insane. A faint smile graced Xie Jinnan's lips as she turned to leave. In the elegant room, only Tang Yuye remained, leisurely swirling his teacup, a glint of cunning flashing in his enchanting starry eyes. Her vigilance was indeed high, even if she chose not to speak. He had his own means of uncovering the truth. Since returning from Longyin Temple, he had meticulously inquired into the recent happenings within the Xie family. Her younger sister's sudden leg injury did not seem coincidental. The discord between the two branches was evident. Yet she personally saw off the eldest branch's Xie Sheng on a long journey. Furthermore, her refusal to adopt Xie Yin and her indecision regarding the adoption matter lingered. All these signs were exceedingly peculiar. Could it be that the second miss of the Xie family was also a target of her vengeance? But were they not sisters? If she sought revenge on Xie Yin, did that also extend to Xie Luiying? Was her death somehow connected to Xie Luiying? The question of whether Xie Yin and Xie Luiying conspired in Xie Jinnan's death was crucial. If the two were indeed in collusion, the relationship between the two branches of the Xie family was shrouded in mystery. Xie Jinnan was close to Xie Sheng, while Xie Luiying was allied with Xie Yin. Despite being full siblings, they plotted against each other with outsiders, which was truly bizarre. There must be secrets that could not be revealed. Tang Yuye's intuition told him that this matter was undoubtedly linked to the adoption scheme Xie Jinnan was devising. He placed the cup down with a decisive clink and rose gracefully to depart. She was a clever person, capable of achieving her aims. Thus, he would respect her decisions, merely observing from the sidelines without intervening. In the carriage, Xie Jinnan's brow was furrowed with unresolved worries. She never anticipated that there existed another person in this world who had also been reborn like her. She believed she had everything under her control, orchestrating her plans with ease. Yet Tang Yuye's appearance instilled in her a sense of powerlessness. It was not that she feared Tang Yuye would harm her. Rather, she disliked the feeling of being unable to command the situation, as if a significant change could occur at any moment. Yet, she felt fortunate that the one who had also been reborn was Tang Yuye, and not Xie Luiying or Xie Yin. However, if Tang Yuye could be reborn, what if another individual appeared unexpectedly? Xie Jinnan felt a twinge of anxiety, closing her eyes to calm herself. What should she do? Chapter 63. She and Tan Xing'er are irreconcilable enemies. Miss, why did you not allow me to enter and serve you just now? Chunlu inquired, perplexed. The young lady was always considerate. How could she share a room with an unrelated man, especially a solitary male and female? It's nothing. He merely wished to speak with me to apologize regarding the toxic mushrooms. Xie Jinnan was somewhat distracted. It turned out that after Xie Luiying and Xie Yin strangled her, they had discarded her into the Bar River, where the wild fish would surely consume her remains. Xie Jinnan scoffed. It was indeed an effective method of body disposal. She had intended to probe and gauge the nature of Tan Xing'er in Tang Yuye's heart and her standing in his eyes. This probing unexpectedly revealed that their entangled feelings over the years were merely Tan Xing'er's unrequited affection. She was not Tang Yuye's beloved. This discovery relieved Xie Jinnan, for she and Tan Xing'er harbored a deep-seated grudge against each other. Xie Jinnan did not wish to stand in opposition to Tang Yuye, whether he was reborn or not. She had no desire for conflict. After all, if they truly loved each other, they should have long since been united. How could they remain unmarried after so many years? If a man truly loves a woman, he would be eager to take her home, not wanting to delay for even a moment. Observing Xie Jinnan lost in thought, Chunlu wisely refrained from saying more. In the Wangfu of the Prince of Qing, Tang Yuye encountered his brother, Tang Chongji, in the corridor. Why the long face? Elder brother? Tang Yuye inquired with feigned curiosity. Tang Chongji sighed, hesitating to speak before finally saying, "You are not yet married. Once you are, you will understand. I have matters to attend to. I shall seek you out for drinks in a few days." With that, he hurriedly departed. Lu approached quietly, whispering, "Third master is unaware. Second master is troubled about second madam's health. After her miscarriage, she has been unwell, and the physician has declared she can no longer bear children. Second master has sought renowned doctors, yet the answer remains the same, which explains his constant gloom." Tang Yuye narrowed his eyes, a sardonic smile curling his lips. Whether his concern was truly for his wife's health or for the loss of Hushangshu's support, only he truly knew. Tang Chongji harbored great ambitions. Yet the Princess of Qing would not assist him in his official career. The prince had merely assigned him a trivial position in the Ministry of Revenue, leaving him to fend for himself. The law prohibited royal family members from participating in the imperial examination, compelling him to seek alternative paths. If he were content to remain steady, he would be assured of a life without worries, as the Wangfu provided him with a monthly allowance. Yet, he considered himself extraordinary and wished to ascend through the ranks of civil service to prove himself, hoping to gain the admiration of the entire Wangfu. In his previous life, after years of scheming, he remained unremarkable, so let him be. Tang Yuye strode away, disinterested in his affairs. Tang Yuye sought out the Princess of Qing. He was uncertain when he had entered into an engagement with Tan Xing'er in his past life, but since Xie Jinnan had mentioned it, he could not ignore this potential risk. Regarding this adopted daughter of the family, Tang Ye held no other thoughts, regarding her simply as a young girl. Mother, where's Miss Tan? Tan Qing'er often stayed close to the Princess of Qing, yet Tang Ye had not seen her there. The Princess of Qing, idly tending to the flowers, casually remarked, "Is there something you need her for?" She has gone to the small kitchen to make pastries, intending to prepare milkskin pastries for me. You enjoy them as well, do you not? Stay and share them with us. It was nothing of great importance. She was approaching the age for marriage, and it was time to find her a suitable match. I'm not merely suggesting, I'm stating, Tang Ye replied. The Princess of Qing glanced at him, snipping a long branch with her golden scissors, and said, I have mentioned it to her, but she is unwilling. That girl is determined to remain by my side and does not wish to marry. It is not advisable to keep her here indefinitely, he stated flatly. The Princess of Qing paused her actions, her concern evident. You seem quite different these days. You are seldom home, and it feels as if you have changed into another person. Do you have something on your mind? Tang Ye lazily replied. Does my mother not know the concerns of her son? Whenever you give a nod for me to go to war, I will have no worries. Seeing him say this, the Princess of Qing felt somewhat relieved, believing nothing troubling had occurred. She set down her scissors, her tone tinged with helplessness. You are still young. How can I rest easy? Let's speak of it in a few years. She continued with this delaying tactic. How could she truly bear to send her youngest son to the battlefield? This was also the reason the Princess of Qing wished to marry him off soon. Having a wife would settle him down. Tang Ye raised an eyebrow, not surprised by the princess's words. Suddenly, as if struck by a thought, the Princess of Qing became animated. I say, you concern yourself with others' marriage matters. Why not consider your own? By the way, do you remember Princess Tongjun? You played together as children. Before the princess could finish her sentence, Tang Ye interrupted sternly. Mother, I have my own plans regarding marriage. You need not worry. Oh, are you leaving already? Do you not want to try the milkskin pastries? The Princess of Qing sighed, muttering, this child has become so peculiar, speaking with such maturity, just like his father. Whatever happened to my Yuya? Third master is growing up. It is good to be more composed, remarked Matron Hongxian nearby. Just then, Tan Qing'er happened to encounter Tang Yuya as he was about to leave. Her face brightened with surprise upon seeing him. Third master, is it you? Are you here to greet the princess? Just in time. I've just made milkskin pastries, fresh out of the pot. Would you care to try some? No need. You and mother can enjoy them, he replied. Tang Yuya's demeanor appeared somewhat aloof. He now found it rather uncomfortable to see Tan Qing'er. In his past life, he had not paid much attention to her. His feelings were limited to her constant companionship with his mother and her amicable relationship with Xie Jinnan. In his recollection, she was a gentle and demure woman, yet that was of no concern to him. He had never contemplated marrying her. He cast a complex glance at Tan Qing'er, then indifferently averted his gaze and departed from the scene. Tan Qing'er watched the figure she longed for gradually fade into the distance, the smile on her face dissipating, replaced by a hint of desolation and distraction. Miss Tan, shall we go inside? The maid Xiao-chan softly reminded. All right, Tani nervi plaid, forcing as might. She had to maintain decorum in front of the princess, unable to lose her composure. Your Highness, the milk pastry is ready. Please do have a taste, she said with a gentle smile as she approached. Princess Qing felt gratified, thinking to herself how fortunate she was to have such a thoughtful child by her side. Tan Qing'er arranged the platter neatly and then brewed a pot of hot tea, her every gesture exuding elegance and poise. Let the servants handle these chores. You never listen, Princess Qing chided. In Chapter 64, Qing'er does not wish to marry. Tan Qing'er smiled subtly. I wish to do something for your highness. We happened to encounter the third master earlier. What did he say to you? What more could he say? He spends his days aimlessly, insisting on going to battle 3 times out of 5. Princess Qing replied, her expression unchanging. She felt no need to disclose private conversations with her son, especially regarding Tan Qing'er's marriage. Princess Qing took a piece of the milk pastry and praised, your skills have always been commendable. Her eyelashes fluttered slightly as she spoke calmly. By the way, the other day, the prince mentioned your marriage. He said the Tan family is filled with loyal heroes, all perished on the battlefield. It would be quite inappropriate to betroth you to a military officer, so he intends to match you with a scholar, seeking a safe and stable future, which should suffice. Tan Qing'er was taken aback and immediately wished to refuse. Your Highness, I do not wish to marry yet. What woman can remain unmarried? How many more years can you linger? There are not as many admirable young men as you think. If you do not secure a talented suitor early, the choices will only grow worse, Princess Qing promised. Rest assured, I will find you a man of good character who will ensure your happiness in your new family. Tan Qing, frightened, immediately knelt on the ground, her beautiful eyes glistening with tears. I only wish to remain by your highness's side and serve you. I beg you, do not betroth me elsewhere. Princess Qing did not anticipate such a strong reaction from her. Child, why are you kneeling to speak? Get up, get up. Mama Hongxiao rushed to assist Tan Qing, who dabbed her eyes with a handkerchief and stood up. Princess Qing sighed softly. I am merely seeking a suitable match for you, not a vendetta. Why such reluctance to marry? I know you are sensible and filial. After marriage, you will often visit me. At that moment, Tang Qingmiao's voice arrived before she did. Mother. As soon as Tang Qingmiao entered, she saw Tan Qing'er wiping her tears and asked curiously, why is Sister Qing'er crying? Did someone bully you? No. It's nothing, Tan Qing'er replied, her eyes reddened, appearing truly pitiable. Princess Qing's voice softened. It's all my fault. I spoke of looking for a match for her, and now she's in tears. Tang Qingmiao took a big bite of the pastry, her words muffled. What is there to cry about when talking of marriage? Mother, did you say something bad about the match, making Sister Qing'er upset? Princess Qing laughed and scolded. What nonsense. You can't even keep your mouth shut while eating. Tan Qing'er hastily interjected. No, it's just that I have shallow-tiered ducts. I do not wish to marry, for I cannot bear to leave your highness. Tang Qingmiao wiped her hands with a handkerchief and innocently asked, Sister Qing'er, do you not want to marry? Or do you not want to leave the royal residence? Tan Qing'er hesitated, unsure how to respond. Isn't marrying synonymous with leaving the royal residence? Miss Tan is a person of deep emotion. She does not wish to depart. Mama Honxia chocolate. That is simple enough. Just let Sister Qing'er marry into the royal residence. Tang Qingmiao suggested, her expression one of satisfaction. She raised a finger, an idea sparking. How about marrying my third brother? He is still unmarried. Upon hearing this, Tan Qing'er was momentarily taken aback. She had not expected Tang Qingmiao to be so direct. Mingmei, you, I am truly angry. Realizing her reaction, her charming face flushed crimson, feigning annoyance. Nonsense. Princess Qing shot a stern glance at Tang Qingmiao, her expression unexpectedly serious. Sister Qing'er's reputation is not a matter for jest. You ought to carry yourself with the decorum befitting a young lady. As she spoke, Princess Qing's gaze swept over Tan Qing'er, her brows slightly furrowing. She had never considered this angle before. Clearly, she had taken Tang Qingmiao's words to heart. Mama Hongxiao's expression turned pensive. Tang Qingmiao, realizing her words were inappropriate, sheepishly stuck out her tongue. Sister Qing'er, please do not be angry. I was only joking. You know I speak before I think. Tan Qing'er cautiously glanced at Princess Qing, biting her lip in irritation. I only wish to serve by your highness's side. If you continue to jest at my expense, you shall not be permitted to partake of my pastries in the future. With that, she huffed adorably, genuinely upset. Without waiting for Tang Qingmiao's response, she stood to take her leave. Your highness, I still have needlework to complete. I must excuse myself. Princess Qing smiled gently. Go on. This girl loves to joke. Do not take it to heart. Tan Qing'er softly acknowledged and turned to leave. Tan Qingmia, Budao, thought to herself that it had only been a playful jest. Sister Qing'er was truly sensitive, and she would refrain from teasing her in the future. Princess Qing, feeling helpless, remarked, do you think everyone is like you? What were you doing just now? Tang Qingmiao straightened her expression. I accompanied my sister-in-law to visit my second sister-in-law. Since the miscarriage, my second sister-in-law has been in low spirits and has reportedly quarreled with my second brother. Princess Qing took a sip of tea, her voice laced with coldness. With her health in such a state, she still gets upset. No wonder the physician was summoned again. She is only making things harder for herself. Please instruct that Wei Ran should not visit Hushi while heavily pregnant. She need not be concerned, and Hushi may not even be pleased to see her. Wei Ran was Princess Qing's eldest daughter-in-law. Mama Hongxia nodded. Yes, your highness. Tang Qingmiao rested her chin on her hand, sighing, if my second sister-in-law had not slipped, the second household would not be shrouded in such gloom. Now that she knows she cannot conceive again, she's been nearly crying her eyes out these past few days. I just want to see her. She is truly pitiful. Once one comes to terms with things, everything seems clear. If one cannot, They remained trapped in their stubbornness, brooding day and night. Princess Qing remarked indifferently. Not just your elder sister-in-law. You should visit less as well, she added. Tang Qingmiao conversed with Princess Qing for a while before departing, while Mama Hongxia began to massage Princess Qing's shoulders. In a hushed tone, Mama Hongxia remarked, after learning that Hu Shi can no longer bear children. Chong Gur sought out renowned physicians far and wide. It is said that an old doctor mentioned that Hu Shi's miscarriage might be a blessing, which caused Chong Gur to erupt in fury, nearly throwing the man out. Princess Qing closed her eyes, her voice calm. Hu Shi's body is not suited for childbirth. The physicians have all said so. They do not take it seriously, particularly Chong Gur, who is obstinate and seeks out remedies for childbirth everywhere. Never mind. I will not concern myself with the affairs of the second household. Let them be. Just a moment ago, the Princess of Qing opened her eyes, reflecting on the tea stains on her hands. She pondered, was Yinger's nonsensical talk truly a reminder? Does Qinger genuinely not wish to marry? Or is it that the man she desires resides within this royal residence? Hongxia, the maid, paused in her actions, sensing that the princess's thoughts aligned with her own. She dared not speculate recklessly, but noted the princess's reaction to the marriage proposal was rather excessive. As for whether she had taken a liking to a certain gentleman, that was beyond her authority to assert. The Princess of Qing chuckled softly. Before me, you need not hold back your thoughts. Her emotions were intricate. Having raised Qing for many years, she found her to be gentle, courteous, and a considerate child, one she truly cherished. However, her humble origins as the daughter of a mere military officer rendered the prospect of her marrying her son somewhat unacceptable. It would be a disservice to her son. As for taking her as a concubine, the princess hesitated. Concubines were less scrutinized, yet the Tan family's daughter would still be elevating herself by becoming a concubine in the royal residence. However, given her lofty aspirations, it would be unwise to broach the subject, lest she feel insulted. Hongxia articulated the princess's concerns. The princess nodded, acknowledging the complexity of the situation. Sensitive individuals often possess strong self-esteem. Hence, she had never contemplated keeping Qing as a concubine. Would it not be preferable for her to find a scholarly family as a legitimate wife? She furrowed her brow. Yet, why had Yu suddenly broached the subject? Why would he wish to marry off Qing? Indeed, the third master was not one to meddle in trivial matters, and Hongxia shared her confusion. A thought struck the princess, causing her expression to shift, a chill creeping into her eyes. Could it be that Qing had sought favor with the third master, only to be rejected, prompting him to request her marriage? Hongxia, realizing this possibility, expressed her concerns. Your Highness, if that is the case, she may have been seeking attention from gentlemen behind our backs, revealing that she is not as demure as we believe. The princess's gaze darkened, her tone laced with disappointment. I had thought her a good child, but perhaps ambition has arisen in her heart after residing in the royal residence for so long. No wonder she is reluctant to marry. It appears she aspires to become the mistress of this household. Hongxia sighed, understanding the princess's disillusionment. Their lord had led troops in a battle for many years, with countless soldiers perishing in combat. Every household must have its share of orphans. Yet the royal residence had taken her in as a daughter. She ought to feel grateful. The families presented to her were hardly unworthy. Yet she looked down upon them all, her aspirations soaring too high. The princess rubbed her temples, attempting to alleviate her headache. If she were willing to be a concubine, I would not oppose it, for she's still a child I have cared for all these years, and there's a bond between us. Besides, it is only natural that my son, being exceptionally handsome, attracts the affections of young women. Her tone shifted, growing colder. However, should she become overly greedy, I shall have no choice but to find a suitable family to marry her off far away. No one shall hinder my son's future. Hongxia nodded in agreement, acknowledging the princess's wisdom. The princess closed her eyes, urging Hongxia to apply more pressure in her massage. Hongxia intensified her ministrations, yet she pondered aloud. However, what shall we say to the third master regarding this matter? After a brief silence, the princess resolved, I shall subtly gauge his stance when next we meet. Although he has yet to take a legitimate wife, accepting a concubine is certainly permissible. The princess's meticulous planning would indeed yield a favorable outcome. Hongxia focused on easing the princess's fatigue, recognizing the softness in her heart toward Tan Qing. Had it been anyone else, they likely would have been dismissed long ago. The princess was not a hard-hearted individual. She had watched Qing'er grow, and her obedient nature had inevitably elicited sympathy. Accepting her as a concubine was already a significant act of grace. If Qing'er understood the situation, she ought to express her gratitude for the princess's benevolence. As dusk descended, the sky blazed with fiery hues of sunset, painting the heavens in resplendent glory, illuminating the entire Xie family estate. Spring Lu, when I visited Longyin Temple. Miss Tang gifted me a little rabbit. Who is taking care of it, and where is it now? Xie Jinnan, preoccupied with numerous tasks, nearly forgot about the little wild rabbit. Is Springya in our courtyard who is tending to it? Neither I nor Spring Tao know how to care for rabbits. But Springya has experience, so we entrusted it to her. She mentioned the rabbit's urine has a strong odor, unsuitable for the young lady's courtyard. So she created a small grassy area behind the southern wall, fenced in to form a rabbit hutch. We want to check on it. And the little rabbit was frolicking inside, a delightful sight indeed. Spring Lu smiled. Both Spring Tao and Spring Lu were first-rank maids, while Springya was second-rank. One of four alongside Spring Cha, Spring Zhu, and Spring Mei. Intrigued, Xie Jinnan requested to see it. A group made their way to the rabbit hutch, where Springya had indeed provided excellent care. She had enlisted a craftsman to construct a small shelter to shield it from the elements, lined with thick grass, and had delineated a yard of grass for it to graze and sleep. The little wild rabbit's abode was quite luxurious. Upon arrival, the rabbit was darting about, its fur a lovely shade of gray-brown, occasionally leaping in delight, undeniably adorable. Upon noticing strangers, it quickly scurried into a corner, tucking its head down. Resembling a small ball of dough, its eyes like two dark grapes filled with wariness. Xie Jinnan couldn't help but smile. How utterly charming. Miss, I come to pay my respects, Springya remarked, coincidentally present to oversee the rabbit. Her basket contained an abundance of fresh grass. Upon noticing the ground littered with small black pellets, Springya hastily explained, "Forgive me, miss. I just brought back some grass and have yet to clean up the rabbit's droppings." "Not to worry. You are doing wonderfully," Xie Jinnan replied, squatting down to tease the rabbit with a blade of grass. She suddenly felt that having a small pet could indeed be quite entertaining. Meanwhile, Xie Chong, upon learning of Xie Sheng's abrupt departure, was furious, cursing loudly in the courtyard and even smashing a vase. The old matriarch expressed her disappointment, sighing repeatedly, truly disappointing. Fortunately, Xie Sheng had long since left the capital, blissfully unaware of such harsh words. In the blink of an eye, half a month had passed. Xie Ling had yet to receive any concern from her parents, and her once fervent heart gradually grew cold. "Dongzhao, have there been any updates?" She still dare not believe it, having sent Dongzhao to discreetly inquire. In a hushed tone, Dongzhao replied, "I listened to the young lady and did not dare approach Hengwu courtyard. Instead, I happened upon Mama Zhu, who serves Madame Lu in the kitchen. Mama Zhu mentioned that the eldest young lady wished for you to focus on your recovery and not allow Madame Lu to visit. She also conveyed that Madame Lu has always been worried about you." Upon hearing this, Xie Luiying's expression remained impassive, devoid of any visible emotion. Xie Jinxian was aware that such matters rarely remain concealed, having already warned Xie Luiying that her words bore subtlety, implying that Lu Huilan had no genuine intention of visiting, merely going through the motions. Thus, she had chosen to retreat gracefully, no longer seeking to check on her. In a fit of rage, Xie Luiying hurled the medicine bowl to the ground, shouting, "Get out!" Dongzhao, startled, hurriedly cleaned up the shards and retreated. Xie Luiying bit her lip fiercely. If her mother truly cared for her, she would find a way to reach her, regardless of any obstacles. After being rebuffed once, would she truly cease her visits? And what of her father? Why had he not come even once? At that moment, Xie Jinxian lifted the curtain and entered. "Sister, why are you so upset? What has transpired?" Xie Luiying quickly turned her face away. "Nothing, just feeling vexed." Xie Jinxian settled beside her, speaking softly. "What troubles you?" "Dr. Zhun has assured me that your wound is healing well and will leave no lasting effects. As long as you recover fully, both mother and I will have nothing to worry about." Upon hearing Xie Jinxian's words, Xie Luiying found herself somewhat moved. During this period, the Murong family, mother and daughter, had shown her considerable concern. Although she was aware that their interest lay solely in her identity, it nonetheless warmed her heart. Xie Luiying could not help but express her grievances. "How could grandmother not come to visit me? Has she truly forsaken her granddaughter due to the matter of adoption?" Xie Jinxian's eyelashes fluttered slightly, It seemed that the absence of the main branch's visit was still a sore point for her. Mother feared it might disturb her rest, and thus they ceased their visits. Grandmother's old ailment has recurred, confining her to bed for recuperation. Aunt is preoccupied with her rivalry against Aunt Lu, resulting in frequent quarrels. As for Uncle, he has taken Ying'er to the academy and has not returned for several days. One wonders how that endeavor is faring. Since the last incident, Aunt Lu had not settled down, her arrogance only growing more pronounced. Instead of avoiding Aunt Lu, she sought to provoke her, ensnaring Lu Huilon in her schemes, who was now racking her brain for ways to counter her. Chapter 66. Guests arrive at the Earl's mansion, a banquet. Aunt Lu's mischief was, in fact, instigated by Xie Jinnan in private. Furthermore, the news from the academy had also been conveyed to Xie Chong by Xie Jinnan's emissaries. She intended to keep the main branch preoccupied and isolate Xie Luiying. Feeling sorrowful? That is precisely the intention. They are all busy with pressing matters. We need not their insincere affections. If they do not come, then so be it. Who cares? Xie Jinnan added another jab. Upon hearing this, Xie Luiying could hardly believe her ears. She had suffered a severe injury, nearly losing her life, yet her parents acted as if nothing had happened, preoccupied with other trivial matters. What could possibly be more important than her life? Was there ever a time when they could not find Ying'er at the academy? Her mother's behavior was even more outrageous, busying herself with squabbles over concubines. Was she truly deemed inferior to that insufferable Aunt Lu? And what about grandmother, that frail old woman, who, upon hearing of the adoption, was all in a flurry, yet fell only when Xie Luiying was injured? Was it genuine illness or mere pretense? Xie Luiying felt an intense sense of frustration, her face shadowed by a cloud of gloom. Noticing her somber expression, Xie Jinnan remarked, "By the way, in a few days, second aunt and third aunt will be visiting our home, and cousins will also come. They will certainly come to see you personally, so be prepared." Xie Luiying instinctively rejected the notion. "No, I do not wish to see them. Sister, to say I need a rest, and that I cannot receive visitors due to my headache." Xie Jinnan was not surprised. Xie Luiying had always been proud, unwilling to let outsiders witness her frail state. Currently, with her leg bound in a splint and enduring the torment of bitter medicine, her complexion was pale. If she were to meet anyone, she desired to do so in a dazzling manner. "Very well, if you do not wish to see them, then it shall be as you say." Xie Jinnan acquiesced. After a few more exchanges, she rose to leave. As she exited, the corner of her eye caught sight of Dong Zhao, whose eyes were shifty and guilty as she dared not look up. Xie Jinnan had long known that Dong Zhao had snuck out. She was not a prisoner, after all. Did she truly think encountering Mama Zhu in the kitchen was mere coincidence? A faint smile crept upon Xie Jinnan's lips as she departed from Yingguang Pavilion. Once Xie Sheng was adopted into the second branch, Xie Luiying would eventually realize the truth. Such a day was not far off. At that time, she would discover that she had no one to rely on. Soon, the day of the banquet arrived. Unfortunately, a light rain began to fall, the delicate threads of rain creating a misty ambience, saturating the air. Two horse-drawn carriages came to a halt on the bluestone path before the Xie residence, presenting a grand sight. The carriages opened their doors in succession, with servants methodically holding umbrellas to assist the adorned nobles as they alighted. The esteemed guests had arrived. Truly, it was a grand reception indeed. The old matron wore a broad smile, her face lined with wrinkles. "May I wish for the health of Lady Xie? It has been quite some time since we last met." Second Aunt Yu was dressed in a pearl-white brocade gown, exuding elegance and grace, greeting everyone with a warm smile and engaging in friendly conversation. "Duchess," Aunt Yu addressed Murong-Shi, her tone imbued with respect for her rank. Murong-Shi hastily interjected, No, you flatter me, second sister. It is more familiar to call me fourth sister." Fourth sister remains as amiable as ever. Aunt Yu replied with a resigned smile. She had brought along her 3 legitimate children. Her youngest son Murong Jiaheng, affectionately known as Heng Ge, her eldest son Murong Jiahe, and her second daughter Murong Jiaying. Cousin, Xie Jinnan greeted them with a smile. "Oh, sister, you have grown even more beautiful," Murong Jiaying exclaimed upon seeing Xie Jinnan, her warmth evident as she teased her. Murong Jiahe and Murong Jiaheng joined in the banter as well. Xie Jinnan shared a harmonious relationship with these cousins. In contrast, Third Aunt Jiao was clad in resplendent emerald attire, adorned with a headdress of gold and jade, her steps measured and dignified, exuding an air of opulence that surpassed that of second aunt. Compared to Aunt Yu's genuine joy at seeing her sister-in-law, Jiao's smile was composed yet distant. Murong Yunxiang was of illegitimate birth, after all, and thus their relationship was inherently strained. Third sister, you must have had a tiring journey. Murong sure greeted her with warmth. Tiring? We are all family. It is good to visit often, Jiao replied politely. She cast a disdainful glance at the couple of Xie Jinnan, who stood behind her with 4 smiles. Jiao hailed from a noble lineage and had always looked down upon the Xie family's impoverished status. Even with Xie Long's successful career, she remained unimpressed. Only after Xie Long's passing, when the second branch received the favor of the Prince of Qing and royal commendations, did she finally regard the Xie family with some respect. Had it not been for her mother-in-law's directive, she would have been reluctant to make this visit at all. Jingshu, Chengger, come greet fourth aunt, she called. Chengger was the illegitimate son of the third branch, and besides him, Jiao also brought her legitimate daughter. Murong Jingshu. Although Jiao disdained the Xie family, she still maintained a faade of decorum, being of noble birth. Jingshu has met fourth aunt, she said, her demeanor haughty. Murong Jingshu held her head high, her gaze dismissive, as though she had come not to the Xie family, but to a rural hamlet. She merely came to partake in the festivities, priding herself on her superiority, looking down on even the Murong family's illegitimate branches, let alone the Xie family. Naturally, she held Xie Jinnan in contempt as well. After a lengthy exchange of pleasantries, they all amicably proceeded to the banquet. Despite the rain, several large pavilions had been newly constructed in the garden, complemented by long corridors to shield against the downpour. Thus, Murong still arranged the dining area in the garden, allowing them to enjoy the scenery while dining in the soft, misty rain, a unique ambience indeed. This garden of Fourth Sisters is splendidly designed, with meticulous layout and harmonious flora. It is evident much thought was put into it, Aunt Yu praised. Murong humbly responded, "Oh, second sister is being overly generous. It is merely a haphazard arrangement." At that moment, an ill-timed voice interjected, "It is merely an ordinary garden. Aunt's words are rather exaggerated. Our Earl's mansion is far superior." Murong Jingshu scoffed. A fleeting look of discomfort crossed Aunt Yu's face, but she said nothing. Jingshu, Jiao shot her a warning glance, but Murong Jingshu, undeterred, merely pouted and fell silent. Murong Jiaying, concerned for her mother, opened her mouth to speak, but was stopped by Murong Jia, who shook his head at her. Jiaying, discontented, turned her face away, suppressing her frustration. Xie Jinnan silently observed the shifting expressions of those around her. It appeared that all was not well within the Earl's mansion. With tensions between the legitimate and illegitimate branches, and the sisters-in-law hardly maintaining harmony, Jiao clearly held the upper hand in her dynamic with Aunt Yu, who was the more yielding of the two. While every family has its own troubles, Murong Jingshu's blatant disregard for decorum was particularly egregious, daring to challenge her elders in front of outsiders. It stood to reason that her behavior would only worsen within the Earl's mansion. It seemed that second uncle and second aunt were not faring well in their lives there either. "I heard that fourth sister's Nguer has been injured. Shall we go see her?" Jiao suggested nonchalantly, shifting the topic. Indeed, she has sustained an injury, and the pain from the broken bones has been severe these past few days. The physician has advised against her receiving visitors. Once Nguer has recovered, we shall certainly express our gratitude for third sister's concern. Murong politely declined. Jiao did not insist, as her words were merely a formality. With a glance, she signaled to her servants, who presented several gifts. "Sister Ing has been injured, and as her aunt, I feel deeply pained. These nourishing supplements are for her recovery, and among them, the blood deer antler is particularly beneficial for strengthening bones and muscles, which will surely aid in her healing." The precious herbs presented by Jiao left Lu Huilan astonished. She had never seen such treasures before. How could the Countess of the Earl's residence so casually bestow such gifts? The wealth of the Earl's household must be astonishing. The blood deer antler was presented whole, still stained with blood, making it a striking sight. Lu Huilan gasped, startled, and quickly covered her mouth, only to realize that all eyes were upon her. Chapter 67. The banquet commences, each with their own agenda. Xie Chang's face turned ashen for a moment, as he nudged her with his elbow, admonishing her for her naivety. Lu Huilan's face flushed crimson, forcing a laugh. Jiao's eyes flickered with a trace of disdain, almost imperceptible as she elegantly lifted her teacup to sip, exuding grace. Murong Jingshu openly scoffed, her expression revealing her contempt. What kind of destitute family was this? How could fourth Aunt marry into such a household? The old matriarch felt unsettled. The lavish feast before her seemed utterly unappealing, and she was oblivious to Lu Huilan's blunder. Today, she was determined to leverage her position, even if it meant risking her dignity, to compel Murong Yunxiang to adopt Xie Sheng. Her gaze swept over Jiao and Yu, then to Heng Ge and Cheng Ge, her heart filled with disdain. The eldest was no match for Sheng Ge, and the younger fell short of Yan Ge. The residents of the Earl's household were not particularly impressive. The second daughter-in-law was willing to consider Sheng Ge. The stakes were high. Though the herbs were valuable, Jiao regarded them with indifference, seeing them as trifles. It was inappropriate to visit without gifts, so she merely sent someone to the storeroom to gather a few items. Thank you, third sister, for your thoughtfulness towards sistering. If she knew how much you cared, she would be delighted. Mama Li, please take care to store these properly. Murong expressed her gratitude. Xie Jinnan saw through the pretense, but chose not to expose it. After all, Xie Luiying had suffered a broken leg for over half a month. If concern was genuine, it would have come much sooner. This was merely a formality. As Jiao revealed her gifts, Yu finally instructed her servants to present their offerings as well. In truth, the Earl's second household had sent someone earlier to inquire about Sister Ing, but given the current circumstances, Yu had to prepare additional gifts. Yu's offerings were intentionally less extravagant than Jiao's, meant not to overshadow her, but still retaining an air of elegance. Servants bearing yellow oil paper umbrellas entered the pavilion in an orderly fashion, presenting an array of exquisite delicacies. The dishes, steaming with aromatic heat, filled the table, while the rain outside intensified, falling in a gentle patter. Accompanied by the sound of rain, a banquet commenced, each attendee harboring their own ulterior motives. Word had it that fourth sister was seeking an adopted son, having spent many days in search of a suitable candidate. Jiao wasted no time in addressing the matter directly. As her words resonated, the atmosphere shifted, particularly for Xie Chong, who felt the weight of her commanding presence and hesitated to mention his son, knowing he would not garner her attention. He glanced at the old matriarch, reassured by her presence. She had a plan, and he believed in her capability. Last time, his oversight had led to a mishap, but this time, he would be present to ensure success. As for Xie Sheng, that disappointing child, having summoned him back with a letter, was nowhere to be found. If this endeavor failed today, that wretched boy would have no reason to live. He would see to it himself. Murong smiled. I have yet to find a suitable match. My choices have overwhelmed me. My aunt suggested Heng Ge, and I am truly touched that my second sister would allow him to come under my care. I did not expect Mother to take an interest as well. Mentioning Jing Ge, I find myself at a loss as to whom to choose. The aunt she referred to was her biological mother, while Mother denoted her stepmother, the matriarch of the Earl's household. Upon hearing this, Heng Ge shifted slightly, while Jing Ge timidly kept his head down, afraid to speak. You gently set down her chopsticks, addressing the matter. Fourth sister, before you could finish, Jiao interjected, in my opinion, Jing Ge should be adopted. He is young and can be raised well. While Heng Ge is my second sister's cherished child and should remain by her side. Surely, my second sister would find it hard to part with him? Yu's smile faltered slightly, and she refrained from directly answering Jiao's pointed remark, instead deferring the decision to Murong. Since it is fourth sister's choice, it should ultimately be up to her. We shall not interfere. Jiao dismissed her comment. Unimpressed, how could a concubine like Murong dare to disregard the matriarch's wishes? The tension in the air thickened. Murong found herself in a dilemma. She dared not express her disinterest in adopting either child. Instinctively, she glanced at Xie Jinnan, her heart racing. This was the pivotal moment. Would Jinsan's insights prove accurate? At that moment, the old matriarch cleared her throat and spoke slowly. I have something to say regarding the matter of adoption. Murong's gaze snapped to the old matriarch, who appeared more composed than Jinsan, recognizing that it was natural for the matriarch and the main household to attend the grand banquet. If the old matriarch could refuse, that would be ideal. If she truly relinquished her stance, Jinsan had her own means to adopt Xie Sheng, albeit through a convoluted route that would likely provoke conflict with the Earl's household and the matriarch. However, Such an approach would incur significant damage. Jinnan still hoped for the matriarch's support. She was not one to easily concede, and this was the last opportunity. Had Jinnan been in her position, she would take the risk too. The old matriarch surveyed the assembly, her tone unusually solemn. It has been arduous for both of you to come here. You are guests at our Xie family, and our doors are always open to the Earl's household. However, I must express my regret, for Yunxiang cannot adopt your son. As her words settled, the crowd exchanged bewildered glances, unsure of what to make of the situation. Jiao's frustration bubbled over as she slammed her chopsticks down. Fourth sister, what do you mean by this? Yu was equally perplexed, turning to Murong, fourth sister. Does the old matriarch not know your intentions regarding adopting a son from the Earl's household? Murong appeared conflicted, quietly saying, Mother, was it not agreed upon beforehand? Why must you put your daughter-in-law in such a predicament in this setting? The old matriarch's expression grew cold. Just days ago, I dreamed of your father, who relayed a message from our ancestors, insisting that you must adopt a member of the Xie family. This was his dying wish. A dying wish? Was this an ultimatum? Murong was taken aback, momentarily at a loss for words. Xie Jinnan furrowed her brow. Grandmother, what do you mean by this? My mother has long expressed her desire to adopt her nephew from the maternal side. Did you not also agree to avoid disputes over adoption to maintain harmony? At these words, the old matriarch's agitation intensified. Harmony? You wish to adopt from the Earl's household. The person has been brought here, and you still speak of harmony? I declare today that if the males of the Earl's household wish to enter, they must do so over my dead body. The old matriarch understood that her words would severely offend the Earl's household, yet she felt compelled to speak. These two ladies hailed from noble backgrounds and commanded respect, especially Jiao, who was particularly formidable. If she wavered or weakened, the future of the Xie family would be jeopardized. She had endured in silence for so long, awaiting this day, stirring up chaos at Murong's banquet, hoping it would end in discord. Households like the Earl's valued their reputation above all, once this matter escalated. Even if Murong wished to adopt from her maternal side, the Earl's household would surely refuse. The old matriarch had completely cast aside her reservations, speaking without hesitation. As someone nearing the end of her days, she had little left to lose. She was utterly unconcerned about offending the esteemed Earl's household, thinking, so what if she did? Could the Earl's estate truly take issue with her, an elderly matron? It was their own greed that led them to meddle in the affairs of the Xie family. Her only concern was whether the future heir of the Xie family would bear the surname Xie. Chapter 68. Anger. Absolute. Death? Madame Diao's expression darkened, her tone dripping with sarcasm. It appears we were the blind ones, unable to discern the good from the bad. Clearly unwelcome, yet still brazenly showing up at our door. Jingzhu, let us go. The Earl's household is not so desperate as to chase after you so eagerly. Murong Jingzhu, unable to contain her indignation, stood up abruptly and retorted loudly. Fourth aunt, it was you who said there was no one suitable for adoption. My mother and grandmother then considered Jingguer for you. Since your family did not discuss this beforehand, why summon my mother now? We did not travel all this way just to read faces. Moreover, how could you stand by and watch your maternal family be humiliated? Is this how your Xie family treats its guests? With a cold gaze fixed on the old matriarch and the couple, her voice laced with disdain, she continued, as for the doors of the Xie family, who cares for the threshold of such a dilapidated household? What right do you have to present yourselves as elders before my mother? In our Earl's household, you wouldn't even qualify to be a mere servant. Murong Jingzhu's words were sharp enough to draw a suppressed laugh from Xie Jinnan, who could scarcely contain herself. Cousin, how can you speak of my grandmother in such a manner? The old matriarch trembled with rage, her face hanging heavily, a frightening sight. Xie Chang, too, was displeased but dared not speak, shrinking back like a quail. The atmosphere at the banquet crackled with tension, the air thickening with hostility. Lu Huilan, alarmed, could hardly comprehend how a pleasant gathering had turned into such a quarrel. How audacious of her mother-in-law to argue with the lady of the Earl's household. With furtive glances, she silently popped a braised lion's head in her mouth, cheeks bulging as she chewed and swallowed. The dish was truly delightful. Madam, you hastily intervened to mediate. All right, let us speak calmly. We are all relatives. How can we let it escalate to this point? She had discerned that the fourth sister wished to adopt from the Earl's household, but her mother-in-law and sisters-in-law were unwilling. It seemed that the life of a widow in the Xie family was not easy. Though Madame Yu felt somewhat displeased, she recognized that this was not the desire of the Murong family, hence she bore no grudge against them. Indeed, we are all family, Murong Jiayong stated dryly. The Murong matriarch, feeling wronged, explained, "Third sister-in-law, I assure you, I genuinely wish to adopt from my maternal family. I went to great lengths to prepare the feast, hoping to properly entertain you and second sister-in-law while discussing the adoption." Her eyes welled with tears as she anxiously implored, "Mother-in-law, this matter was settled long ago. Why the sudden change of heart before my maternal sister-in-law, putting me in such a difficult position?" Her voice trembled, laden with both distress and grievance. This display of tears painted an image of a daughter-in-law oppressed by her mother-in-law. Even if the incident today was embarrassing, it would not lead to a rift with the Earl's household. They might scold her for being weak-willed, easily manipulated by the Xie family's harsh matriarch. Murong did not wish to offend her maternal family, but sought to adopt Xie Sheng, thus resorting to this desperate measure. Madame Diao, witnessing the scene, exhibited a flicker of impatience yet ceased to pressurize Murong further. "Fourth sister, your family matters are of no concern to me. Let's put the adoption on hold for now. Sort out your own affairs first." Pausing momentarily, her gaze swept over the old matriarch and others, her expression darkening. "But do not bring shame upon our Earl's household." Murong shook her head vehemently. "No, how can we let this slide? Second sister-in-law, third sister-in-law, I admit my arrangements were lacking today. I will certainly make amends to both of you in the future." The old matriarch, her emotions in turmoil, exclaimed, "Are you still not awake? I will lay it all bare. How can you be such a disloyal and unfilial daughter-in-law, willing to hand the Xie family's legacy over to outsiders? You are aiding outsiders and plotting against the Xie family's wealth. How can you face my deceased son or the ancestors of the Xie family?" Grandmother, Xie Jinnan, overwhelmed, found herself at a loss for words. Madame Jiao waved her sleeve dismissively, refusing to spare her a glance. Engaging with such a person was beneath her dignity. "Fourth sister, your own family affairs are in disarray. Let us not discuss apologies or whatnot. We cannot partake in the Xie family's affairs any longer. Second sister-in-law, shall we return?" Madame Yu, equally troubled, softly suggested, "Fourth sister, please negotiate with the old matriarch before proceeding. We must avoid giving outsiders the impression that the Earl's household is exerting its influence. Adoption should be a mutual agreement. Given the current atmosphere, we truly cannot stay any longer." Murong Jingzhu scoffed. "What pitiful estate would even catch the eye of our Earl's household? What value do you place on your meager possessions? It's laughable to think anyone would covet them. Old matriarch, do not blame me for speaking harshly. The Xie family's wealth is a trifle in our eyes. Were it not for fourth aunt marrying into your family, we would not even consider crossing your threshold." Murong's eyes glazed with sweat as she urged, "Jingzhu, aunt did not mean to prevent your visit. We are genuinely pleased to see you." "Jingzhu, enough." Madame Diao feigned restraint. Murong Jingzhu huffed, feeling no remorse for her words. "You uncouth girl. At the very least, I am your elder." The old matriarch's face drained of color from fury. Though enraged, she retained her composure, refraining from more extreme remarks. "Cousin, cease this foolishness. Grandmother, let us return and deliberate." Xie Jinnan interjected occasionally, marveling at the spectacle, which exceeded her expectations. Murong Jingzhu's appearance was an unexpected delight for her. With her chin held high, Murong Jingzhu spoke languidly. "Just because you are older or in a position of authority doesn't grant you wisdom. The Xie family's connection to the Earl's household is a favor bestowed by our ancestors. Instead of expressing gratitude, you dare to drive us away? My mother may be magnanimous, but that does not imply I share her temperament. Look in a mirror and recognize your own status. Do you think you deserve to share a table with my mother?" Xie Chong and Lu Huilan exchanged bewildered glances, feeling as though this brazen girl had cast aspersions upon them. Madame Yu was equally at a loss, urging everyone to take a seat and discuss the matter civilly. In the ensuing chaos, with Madame Diao maintaining her lofty demeanor while Murong Jingzhu relentlessly countered, and Murong caught between two warring factions, Madame Yu frantically attempted to mediate. The younger generation exchanged glances, each unsure of how to proceed. The tension escalated, causing the old matriarch to breathe more rapidly, her breaths becoming labored. You all, the ancestors of the Xie family will never permit such unruliness. You are driving me to my grave." With a cry, she collapsed, her vision fading to black. Mother-in-law. Murong's face turned pale with fright. Mother. Xie Chang finally ceased his pretense of being oblivious. The old matriarch's sudden collapse sent shockwaves through the gathering. Murong Jingzhu's breath caught in her throat. All her biting words swallowed back, replaced by a gaze filled with confusion and dread. Surely this old matriarch wouldn't die from anger. Madame Jiao immediately pulled Murong Jingzhu back a step, distancing herself. Madame Yu's face paled, for if the old matriarch were to perish at the banquet, the reputation of the Earl's household would be irreparably tarnished. Remaining composed, she reacted swiftly. He go ride swiftly to summon the physician. Go now. Murong Jiayong nodded earnestly. I shall do so at once. Madame Jiao glanced at Madame Yu, grasping Murong Jiayong's sleeve, her voice lowered. Eager. Find Dr. Huang, if he is unavailable. Then summon Dr. Zhen. Go. Dr. Huang and Dr. Zhen are both esteemed physicians closely associated with the Earl's household, known for their discretion. As Murong Jiahe braved the rain to depart, both the Jiao and Yu families exchanged troubled glances, aware that regardless of their usual camaraderie, today they must unite to suppress this matter. Xie Jinnan promptly instructed her servants to carry the matriarch back to the Shanhua Hall. Beneath the yellow oil paper umbrella, Xie Jinnan observed the subtle rise and fall of the old lady's chest, a faint, almost imperceptible smile gracing her lips. Chapter 69. The Matriarch Lives. Xie Jinnan sees off guests. Murong Shiji wept inconsolably, lamenting, if my mother-in-law were to suffer any ill effects, how could I face my deceased husband? Today's gathering has been ruined. Not only has my mother-in-law been angered, but I have also neglected my sisters-in-law, and the children have not had a proper meal. Overwhelmed with guilt and regret, she received gentle reassurances from Yushi, who sat beside her. Sister, do not be too hard on yourself. While this is a matter of the Xie family, I believe it will be prudent for you to discuss matters clearly with your mother-in-law. After all, we are family, and it would be unwise to escalate this into a scandal. The current situation puts us all in a difficult position, almost as if it reflects poorly on the Earl's household. In contrast, Diao Shi and her daughter sat distantly, their expressions cold and indifferent. Murong Jingzhu, however, was agitated, unrepentant for her candidness, inwardly cursing the old woman for her cowardice in collapsing instead of engaging in debate, likening it to the behavior of a street bully. Xie Jinnan sighed softly, adding, Dear aunt, you may not be aware, but my mother also faces her own challenges. Every family has its burdens. Our relations with the main branch have been strained. During my father's funeral, my aunt pressured my mother to adopt her son. My mother was infuriated and declared she would rather die than comply. She surveyed the room before continuing, the second branch has no sons, and among the Xie family, only the main branch has 2 male heirs. Naturally, my grandmother supported the main branch and pressured my mother as well. This has caused much discord within the family. And my mother, fearing for my maternal grandparents' peace of mind, has only reported good news to the Earl's household. Recently, my grandmother's attitude shifted unexpectedly. We thought she had come to terms with things, but it seems she was merely biding her time for today's outburst, causing embarrassment for my aunts. I should have foreseen this. I never imagined my grandmother would so disregard decorum, thereby neglecting my aunts and cousins. Truly a grave mistake. As she spoke, tears welled in Xie Jinnan's eyes. Yushi's expression was complex, acknowledging, indeed, under such circumstances, it would be unjust to blame you. Precisely. Jinxian, do not speak of sins deserving of death for merely a meal. There will be many opportunities to dine together in the future, Murong Jiaying consoled. Wrapping an arm around Xie Jinnan, biting her lip to suppress her emotions, nodded gently. The intricate web she had woven entangled too many lives and was perilously close to unraveling. Thus, it was imperative to keep it secret until the right moment arose when the Earl's household would understand their plight. Diao Shi feigned sympathy, commenting, Sister, you have your own difficulties. Yet even so, you should have arranged matters before summoning us. It is quite unreasonable for my sister-in-law and me to face such hostility. We may think twice before visiting you again. Do not be upset, sister-in-law. It has always been harmonious between us, and my mother-in-law has treated me well. However, ever since my husband passed, they have turned against us. Murong Shiji repeatedly apologized, portraying her widowhood as a plight. Diao Shi opened her mouth to speak, but found the conversation growing tiresome. She mused that indeed, The offspring of concubines tended to be weak-willed and ineffective. Had the girl been raised under the stern hand of the matriarch, she would have learned to deal with such insolence with authority. Murong Jingzhu, ever unrestrained in her speech, interjected, "Aunt, how could you have chosen such a family? They are nothing but uncouth ruffians. How dare they pressure you into adopting that crippled son? What kind of wretched creature is that? He is even worse than the filth we toss out at home. To think they would dare to associate with the Earl's household. Disgraceful." Diaoshi shot her a glare, cautioning, "Enough. The matters of your aunt's marriage were decided by your grandfather. Do not speak out of turn. Had I known, I would not have brought you along." Xie Jinnan managed a faint smile, acknowledging her cousin's fiery spirit. "Indeed, only you would dare to voice such sentiments. My mother and I must endure in silence, never daring to speak such words in front of grandmother. What is there to fear? It is truly eye-opening to see how one can endure such indignities in a marriage," Murong Jingzhu retorted, rolling her eyes. Xie Jinnan stood beside Murong Shiji, sighing deeply as the rain outside began to lessen. Finally, Murong Jiahe arrived, breathless, accompanied by Dr. Huang. After an extensive examination, Dr. Huang stroked his beard and reassured the gathered ladies. "Rest easy, ladies. The matriarch's sudden fainting is likely due to a recurring ailment. Fortunately, her condition is not grave. I noticed signs of medication in her system." Dr. Zhen was the one who had been prescribing her medicine, Xie Jinnan replied. Dr. Huang nodded. "Indeed, the illness remains unresolved, and she must continue her treatment. Since Dr. Zhen has been attending to her, it is best to maintain the prescribed regimen. I shall not write a new prescription." At this, both Diaoshi and Yushi felt a weight lift from their hearts. The matriarch could not pass away at this moment. As long as the Earl's household's reputation remained intact, they could allow her to linger as she pleased. Murong Jingzhu scoffed. "Mother, I told you she would be fine. Let us return home. I have no desire to linger any longer." Diaoshi abruptly tugged at her, silencing her. Diaoshi slowly donned a smile, stating, "With Dr. Huang's esteemed reassurance, we can rest easy." How alarming it was for the matriarch to faint amidst our meal. We were quite terrified, but thankfully, there is no lasting harm. The elderly often bear their share of ailments, but there is no danger to their life. "You may rest assured, madam," Dr. Huang added. Diaoshi nodded, then gently remarked, "Sister, it is a relief that the matriarch is well. Please take good care of her. There are pressing matters at home that require our attention. We shall not impose on the matriarch further today. We will gather again soon. Sister, we must take our leave. Take care of yourself and the matriarch. You should also bid farewell." Shaken by the near tragedy of the day and unwilling to linger in the tumult of the Xie family, while she had initially been reluctant to part with Hung Ge, her husband insisted it was for the best, and she had reluctantly agreed. After all, who would willingly part with their child to send him off to another family, especially with the prospect of not seeing him for a long time? Now, Yushi secretly sighed in relief, knowing it was not her failure, but rather the interference from the Xie family that had thwarted her plans, allowing her to report back to her husband without guilt. Murong Shiji, too, made no attempt to retain her guests, acknowledging that her mother-in-law's sudden illness had caused her to neglect her sisters-in-law. She promised to host a banquet in their honor soon, urging, "Jinxian, please see off your second and third aunts." "Yes," Xie Jinxian responded, personally escorting them from the Xie residence. Along the way, Murong Jingzhu cast a sidelong glance at Xie Jinxian, her tone dripping with condescension. "Cousin, I truly cannot fathom how you, an aunt for manage your affairs. Though you may be of lesser birth, you still hail from the Earl's household. How could you allow such lowly individuals to walk all over you? It is utterly disgraceful." Xie Jinxian's demeanor remained calm, replying, "You are quite right, cousin. We must stand tall and refuse to be bullied any longer." Murong Jingzhu had always been haughty, looking down upon those of inferior status. Xie Jinxian, disinterested in engaging in conflict, knew she needed to return quickly. The matter was far from resolved. Murong Jingzhu huffed dismissively, unconcerned. Meanwhile, Murong Jiaying gently patted Xie Jinxian's hand. "Cousin, I shall visit you again soon." Yu's heartfelt counsel was as follows. "Sister, your mother has been frightened today, and the old lady has not yet awakened. When she does, it will surely lead to a tangled situation. For what I gather, she may threaten your life, aiming to cast your mother in a light of disloyalty and unfilial conduct. Do not confront this head-on. After all, the weight of filial piety has historically crushed many. Moreover, I perceive that the two from a main house are not reasonable individuals, so you must handle this delicately. If it becomes untenable, send word to the Earl's residence. Your maternal grandfather and grandmother will not stand idly by." Her words were a sincere analysis, genuinely considering the well-being of Xie Jinnan and her family. Murong Jiahe and Murong Jiaheng echoed her sentiment, urging their cousin to return quickly, as fourth aunt was alone there. Xie Jinnan nodded and softly replied, "Very well. Second aunt and third aunt, please take care as you leave. I can only accompany you to the doorstep. Do be cautious on the way." Chapter 70. I promised to adopt Xie Sheng. After bidding farewell to her guests, Xie Jinnan hurried back to Shanha Hall, where Xie Chong and Lu Huilan were already present. Just as she returned, the old lady was stirring from her slumber. Yunxiang, where are you?" Xie Chang's heart raced. "Mother, I'm here. Your daughter-in-law is here." The old lady trembled, calling for Yunxiang to come forth. Murong stood up and approached, displaying a weary countenance. "As long as Mother-S life is not in danger, it is best to rest and not exert yourself further. I am utterly exhausted." Xie Jinnan stepped closer and softly lamented, "Grandmother, you have sent away second aunt and third aunt. Third aunt was the most spirited. After this, she will never cross the threshold of the Xie family again. How will my mother proceed to adopt a son from the Earl's residence? This commotion may sever ties between the Earl's household and my mother." Xie Chong remained silent, though the flicker of hidden joy in his eyes revealed his satisfaction. Lu Huilan too was pleased, relishing Murong's discomfort. With a sigh, Murong cast a reproachful glance at the old lady, who remained oblivious, clutching Murong's hand tightly. "Yunxiang, you may resent me or hate me, but the Earl's residence will no longer consider adopting a son for you. I stake my life on this. Can you indeed adopt from the main house? If you refuse, I will not utter another word and will end my life here. Do not bother to find a physician. Just see to my funeral." Murong felt a surge of blood rush within her. Tears of agitation streamed down her face as she cried, "Mother-in-law, why must it come to this?" Yet Xie Chong feigned concern, saying, "Mother, do not speak foolishly. How can my sister-in-law bear to watch you die? Sister-in-law, please say something." Xie Jinnan, filled with sorrow, asked grandmother, "Do you intend to cast my mother into a realm of injustice? How could she bear the burden of causing your demise?" The old lady remained silent, holding the covers and attempting to rise. Murong quickly halted her. "Mother-in-law, what are you doing? Why can't we discuss this calmly? Must you force your daughter-in-law in such an extreme manner?" The old lady struggled. I'm going to find longer to report this." Xie Chong, feigning restraint, interjected, "Mother, do not act impulsively. Sister-in-law has said we can resolve this amicably. Let us sit down and discuss it. If you leave, how can I face the world?" Lu Huilan, realizing the gravity of the situation, rushed to pull the old lady back. "Mother-in-law, you cannot die. What will become of this family if you do? Please do not think such thoughts." The old lady collapsed onto the floor. "You may adopt whomever you wish. If I die, it will all be over. A corpse has no concern for the affairs of the living. Let me die." Xie Chong, in a frenzy, urged sister-in-law, "Please speak." Murong, looking at Xie Jinnan in despair, pleaded, "Jinnan, you must persuade your grandmother." She cast a furtive glance at Xie Jinnan. With furrowed brows and tears streaming down her cheeks, Xie Jinnan implored, "Grandmother, you know my mother could never bear to watch you die. I cannot bear to see you hurt any longer. Our family was once so harmonious. My grandparents were kind, surrounded by loving children and grandchildren, and the sisters-in-law lived in peace. How has it come to this? Must we truly let the matter of adoption tear our family apart?" Hearing Xie Jinnan's words, the old lady appeared momentarily dazed. Yes, how wonderful their home had been. She nearly forgot. The family was once filled with warmth. Her second daughter-in-law dutiful and obedient, and her granddaughter always remembering her with treats from the capital. Yet within mere months, it felt like a lifetime ago. She longed for the warmth of the past, but could not let the second branch adopt an outsider without consequence. Seizing the moment of the old lady's distraction, Xie Jinnan continued, "At the time of my father's funeral, had it not been for aunt urging my mother to adopt Xie Yan repeatedly, will my mother have grown so furious? She stubbornly insisted on adopting from the Earl's residence, simply out of pride." Xie Jinnan's words resonated with strength, while Lu Huilan's gaze faltered, guilt creeping in as she realized her role in this turmoil. Yet what was the old lady doing? rather than supporting her mother. She conspired with aunt to pressure her into adopting Xie Yin. Xie Yin, Xie Yin, always Xie Yin. Grandmother, my father's remains are still fresh. He was your son. How can you force your son's orphan to this extent? Ask yourself, do you truly honor your deceased son? Xie Jinnan unleashed pent-up grievances, questioning her grandmother about her conscience, wondering whether she feared her second son's spirit might confront her for swapping the children, for allowing Xie Sheng to suffer while remaining blind to it. Murong sobbed, clutching her chest, anguish written all over her face. The old lady felt as though struck by lightning, her complexion paling as she connected the dots. Longer, she had wronged him, and she had wronged Sheng'er as well. I have always cared for Longer. He is independent and has never caused me worry. The old lady's gaze was filled with despair. Xie Jinnan took a deep breath, calming her tumultuous emotions. Initially, my mother spoke in anger, but witnessing your actions has led her to resolve firmly. It is you who have driven my mother to this brink, yet you blame her for being heartless. How ironic. Xie Jinnan's scornful laughter made the old lady realize her actions had indeed wounded both her daughter-in-law and granddaughter. Grandmother, uncle, when you dream at night, do you ever see my father? I always do, and he tells me. The old lady trembled. What does your father say? Xie Jinnan fixed her gaze upon her. Father says that both grandmother and uncle owe him a life, and he will never forgive you. He waits for you below, and when the time comes, he will settle the score with you. At these words, the old lady's pupils dilated in horror. Oh, a life. What does that mean? Has Longer already learned of this? The thought sent her into a trembling fit, fearing how Longer might confront her. I do not understand your father's meaning. I have asked him repeatedly, yet he only watches me silently. Uncle, do you know what my father means? Xie Chang, bewildered, pondered how his brother could have conveyed such a message to his niece. Was this real or a mere figment of her imagination? The atmosphere in the room felt increasingly ominous, and he glanced at Lu Huilan, whose guilty expression mirrored his own fears. Fueled by his anger, Xie Chang struck Lu Huilan with a harsh slap. Wretched woman, you are the cause of this family's unrest. You are the one who angered my sister-in-law. If it were not for you, our family would still be harmonious. You are the source of discord. I will divorce you. Xie Chang channeled his fear into his rage, striking Lu Huilan as if attempting to prove his worth to his deceased brother, believing that by punishing Lu Huilan, he might absolve himself from guilt. Lu Huilan emitted a wretched cry akin to that of a duck. The old matriarch, having long forgotten the incident of the accident, was in turmoil, her thoughts scattered. Xie Jinnan observed the farce coldly, her eyes glinting with a hint of mockery. Those who harbor guilt are the most fearful of supernatural retribution. With a few carefully chosen words, she claimed the moral high ground and left them in disarray. Did the old matriarch not intend to coerce with threats of death? She was determined to place her in a position of disadvantage, to torment their emotions, and to compel them to plead desperately. While they were still momentarily ensnared in feelings of guilt and fear, it was time to strike while the iron was hot. Enough! Murong shouted. Xie Chang ceased his actions, and the old matriarch turned her gaze toward her. Murong, lost in thought, murmured, Jinxian is right. In the past, the two families were harmonious. I had originally intended to adopt from the main branch and had never considered my nephew from my maternal family. Upon hearing this, Lu Huilan was initially poised to unleash a torrent of abuse, only to find herself stifled, caught in a breathless state of discomfort. Had she not urged her at that time, would she have adopted Xie Yin? The old matriarch suddenly regained her composure and exclaimed, Sheng'er has always been outstanding. You must adopt him. She wept openly, nearly collapsing under the weight of her despair. You must adopt Sheng'er, otherwise I shall never rest in peace. There is no way to explain. With that, she painfully shut her eyes, tears streaming down her face. Longer, I have wronged you, she murmured. Xie Chang fell into silence, struggling internally for a long while before finally conceding, Sister-in-law, please adopt Sheng'er, I beg you. Witnessing this, Xie Jinnan felt the weight lift from her heart. Sheng'er, dear brother, I have finally reclaimed you. Murong met their gazes, as if having made a momentous decision, and slowly spoke, all right, I agree. Chapter 71. Murong weeps with joy. As Murong's words hung in the air, the atmosphere in the room became palpably tense. The old matriarch looked up in disbelief, suspecting she had misheard. What did you say? You have won. I agree to adopt Xie Sheng, Murong reiterated. The old matriarch was overwhelmed with joy, her cries transforming into tears of happiness. Good daughter-in-law, let us turn the page on everything. Our CF family will once again be as harmonious as before. The old matriarch's heart was a whirlwind of emotions, now filled with elation. Xie Chong was ecstatic, his face flushed with excitement, feeling as though he had recovered something precious, as if a great treasure had returned to his embrace. He would never part with it again, be it Xie Sheng or Xie Yin, as long as the family legacy was inherited by the main branch. It was all his. Sister-in-law, rest assured from now on, Sheng Gu'er will be your son. You may raise him as you see fit. If he dares to be unfilial, I shall break his legs. This news struck Lu Huilan like a thunderbolt, her complexion paling as she blurted out, Did you not reject Xie Sheng? Why have you suddenly agreed? What my Yin Gu'er? She questioned Murong. Before Murong could respond, Xie Chong glared fiercely at her. Shut your mouth. This is not your place to speak. He turned back to Murong, his tone softening. Sister-in-law, do not pay this madwoman any mind. If she dares to anger you again, just tell me, and I shall take care of it. Under Xie Chang's almost predatory gaze, Lu Huilan shuddered, too frightened to utter another word. At that moment, her subconscious warned her that if she dared to protest further, Xie Chong might truly do her harm. Despite her myriad of grievances, Lu Huilan could only swallow her indignation. Watching the jubilant old matriarch and Xie Chong, tears of frustration welling up in her eyes, unable to weep, Murong was nearly beside herself with emotion, leaning against Xie Jinnan, her shoulders trembling violently. They had done it. They had succeeded. Murong wished to cry freely, but how would she explain this to her maternal family? In the eyes of the old matriarch and Xie Chong, Murong's tears represented submission and helplessness. How to explain? That was not their concern. It was her maternal family's issue. Xie Jinnan felt her shoulder dampen with her mother's tears as she gently patted her back in comfort. Do not be sad, mother. At least grandmother's life is no longer in danger. Though we did not adopt our cousin, Sheng Gu'er is also exemplary. Surely, Father in heaven will grant his approval. Xie Jinnan sighed softly, as if conceding defeat. Just earlier, when she sent her second aunt home, her words had rung true. After all, we are family. It would be unwise to let matters of adoption lead to our ruin. Surely, the Earl's household would understand. She looked at the old matriarch grandmother. My mother has already agreed to adopt Xie Sheng. You must never again speak of seeking an end. The old matriarch nodded. Very well. Grandmother shall not speak of it anymore. It was all my fault. I knew from the outset that your mother wished for an exceptional adopted son, yet I insisted on foisting Yin Gu'er upon her. It was entirely my folly. It shall not happen again. Indeed, it shall not, Xie Chong echoed fervently. Once their interests were aligned, they swiftly transformed into understanding and compassionate elders. Murong calmed herself and, dabbing her tears with a handkerchief, said, These past months, home has not felt like home. I never wished for it to be this way. Jinxian is correct. We cannot allow our family to be torn apart over this matter. Let's put an end to it. I no longer wish to be embroiled in the troubles of adoption. Very well. I shall write to summon Xie Sheng back home and invite the elders to amend the family registry. Xie Chong said, barely able to contain his excitement. Their eyes met, both sharing a sense of accomplishment. Heaven rewards the diligent. Meanwhile, Lu Huilan was left in a state of disarray, feeling as if fate had dealt her an unfair hand. The sole advantage she had over Murong Yunxiang had vanished. With Xie Sheng returning to the fold, she could no longer compete with Murong Yunxiang. Just as Lu Huilan was at a loss for what to do, she suddenly recalled Xie Luiying. Yes, Sister Ying is clever. She must have a way to prevent this. Sister Ying had previously insisted that Xie Sheng must not return to the second branch. Before Lu Huilan could revel in this thought, she remembered another matter. Sister Ying had broken her leg, and in her preoccupation with dealing with that wretched Lu Yinyang, she had not visited Sister Ying even once. It had been far too long since she had seen her. Murong was oblivious to how she had left the Shanheng Tang or how she had returned to the Rose Courtyard. Sitting on the yellow pearwood chair, she finally felt a profound sense of reality. Murong wept uncontrollably. She had been holding back her emotions, only daring to cry now that she was back in the Rose Courtyard. Jinxian, your brother is finally coming home. Will he finally call me mother? She still found it hard to believe. Xie Jinxian replied with a smile. Yes, your brother will call you mother and will also call me elder sister. He is the one and only legitimate son of the second branch. Murong's eyes, swollen from tears, lit up with joy. How wonderful! How wonderful! Mama Li and Chun Tao. Chun Lu were also moved, wiping their tears. Chun Tao even leaned on Chun Lu's shoulder, becoming a little crying peach. Xie Jinnan retained a semblance of calm. Her joy more subdued, but nonetheless profound. Now, they awaited Xie Sheng's return, for their family of 3 to be reunited. She eagerly anticipated the moment Xie Sheng learned the truth. At that moment, a maid entered with news, "Lady, the winter juju by the second young lady's side has arrived, inquiring if the family banquet has concluded and which son is to be adopted." Mama Li hesitated before waving her hand. "Understood, tell her to wait outside." "Yes." The maid exited to relay the message to the winter jujube. Xie Jinnan scoffed. "She has a broken leg and still concerns herself with the adoption?" "Jinxian, we have already reached an agreement. She is bedridden and cannot stir up any trouble, right? Just let Mama Li deal with her," Murong suggested. Xie Jinnan shook her head. Murong had yet to witness Xie Luiying's ruthless side. Until the family registry was amended, Xie Jinnan did not wish to let down her guard. Her gaze grew colder. "Mama Li, tonight, let Dong Zhao and Dong Li come see me. Aside from these 2, all the servants in the Firefly Pavilion must be replaced. If Xie Luiying inquires about Chunja, simply say he has fallen ill and has been sent away. We must ensure this information is kept under wraps. Xie Luiying cannot learn about the second house's intention to adopt Shenggur just yet. We must keep her in the dark for a while longer. Dong Zhao and Dong Li are pivotal figures. Xie Jinnan has long harbored a doubt that must be addressed through these 2 sisters. There is a secret surrounding Xie Luiying that I must uncover. The time has come. It all depends on whether Dong Zhao and Dong Li wish to preserve their lives." Mama Li's expression turned serious. "As you wish, miss. I will see to it." After a moment's thought, Xie Jinnan added, "Have Mama Li inform Dong Zhao at the entrance that the grandmother intervened, causing the family banquet to end on an unhappy note, and that mother is too ill with anger to discuss the adoption any further." Why mention that mother is gravely ill? Because Xie Jinnan knows that Murong Shi has been exhausting herself with the charade in the Firefly Pavilion, and she wishes for her to have a respite. "Understood," Mama Li replied, turning to dispatch Dong Zhao. Chapter 72. Upon learning of past secrets, Xie Jinnan is shocked. Firefly Pavilion. Is it true? Xie Luiying looked toward Dong Zhao. Dong Zhao nodded vigorously, whispering, "Mama Li said so," and I inquired further. The banquet indeed ended unhappily. I heard they even called a court physician. Both ladies of the Earl's residence left with dark expressions. Xie Luiying reclined languidly. I suspected it would not go smoothly. Indeed, troubles arose. Adoption. What a ridiculous affair. In such an important gathering, they dared to involve grandmother. How foolish. With a sly grin, Dong Zhao flattered. The eldest young lady is far more astute than the others. Yet, the county lady listens to the eldest young lady. If you had been present today, the banquet certainly would not have gone awry. Xie Luiying scoffed. Her eyes filled with mockery. "Oh, how naive. Do you truly believe that those 2 from the Earl's residence can intimidate that old matriarch?" She intended to use the Earl's influence to assert dominance over grandmother and the first house. Who knew that old woman would shamelessly disrupt the gathering? Let us see if Murong Yunxiang dares to return to the Earl's residence. Exactly. No matter how chaotic it becomes, it has nothing to do with you. Just focus on taking care of your health. Their matters are of no concern to you. Dong Zhao agreed. Xie Luiying furrowed her brows tightly. Her legs had been aching and itching terribly these past few days, causing her distress. "Tell mother that my legs hurt. Even after the banquet, no one bothered to check on me." She felt a surge of anger toward Murong Shi. "Miss, I mentioned earlier that the county lady is bedridden from anger and cannot rise," Dong Zhao reiterated. Xie Luiying's brows knitted into a frown, irritation boiling within her. What a trivial matter to fall ill over. Why not just die from it? She expressed her disdain. That night, Dong Zhao and Dong Li stood in the hall below. Dong Li, timid, kept her head bowed, trembling slightly, while Dong Zhao appeared bolder. Stealing a glance at Xie Jinnan seated ahead, she whispered, "Miss, why have you summoned us so late?" Xie Jinnan slowly lifted her eyelids and spoke softly. "Dong Zhao, Dong Li, you are true sisters, originally named Sun Lan and Sun Chao. You have another sister and 2 brothers. But due to financial constraints, you were sold into the Xie family, serving beside Xie Luiying since childhood. Dong Zhao and Dongli exchanged bewildered glances. Why was the eldest young lady saying such things? Miss Xie Jinqian's gaze suddenly turned sharp. You were brought into this household by my mother. Yet you dare to betray your true master? It seems you wish for your lives. Both Dong Zhao and Dongli were taken aback, kneeling and pleading for mercy. Please spare us. Miss, we are loyal servants and have never betrayed the family. Dong Zhao cried out, proclaiming her innocence. Xie Jinqian coldly scoffed, her eyes glinting with menace. You are fully aware that Xie Luiying was swapped by the first house, yet you dare to conceal the truth and shield her. If I do not put you both to death today, what becomes of the family's authority? As personal maids, they could not hide the master's affairs. Dong Zhao and Dongli had long known, but chose loyalty to Xie Luiying. Hearing this, Dong Zhao's face paled, while Dongli nearly fainted, collapsing to the ground. It was over. They were on the brink of death, and the eldest young lady had discovered the truth. Xie Jinqian signaled to Chunlu, who brought several matrons to restrain Dong Zhao and Dongli. Chunlu approached with 2 cups of poison, declaring, failing to recognize who your true master is a crime. Knowing the truth yet choosing to conceal is a second crime. Acting as a false servant to deceive the second house is a third crime. All 3 crimes warrant punishment. Drink this poison. May you two fare well in your next lives, and remember this lesson. Chunliu's voice was chilling as she commanded. Force their mouths open. The 2 sisters cried out in despair, struggling desperately for mercy. No, please spare us, miss. We have our reasons for our actions. As servants, we are not in control of our fates, sobbed Dongli. I am afraid. I do not dare. I realize my mistakes, miss. Please spare our lives. They could not vocalize their pleas, their mouths held tightly shut. The 2 cups of poison hovered ominously. One wrong move, and they would be sent to their deaths. Chunlu held the poison near their lips, insinuating, the mistress will not keep those deemed worthless. Especially you traitorous wretches. With wide eyes, Dong Zhao realized her only chance. Summoning her courage, she bit down on the hand that restrained her chin. Ow! The matron yelped in pain, releasing her grip. Seizing the moment, Dong Zhao cried, I know a secret. Xie Jinqian's pupils constricted. Speak, she urged, for this was the moment she awaited. Indeed, Xie Luiying harbored a secret. In her past life, Xie Luiying not only gained renown in the capital, but also allied herself with the crown prince, marrying into an esteemed family and receiving a noble title at a young age, outshining all the women in the capital. Although Xie Jinqian was also the legitimate daughter of the second house, marrying into the royal family paled in comparison to Xie Luiying's husband, merely a name without substance. It was true that Xie Luiying was cunning and calculating, but how could she have ascended without someone backing her? Moreover, how did she learn that Tang Chongji was not a good match? After their mother died from anger, the Earl's residents not only failed to seek justice for her, but instead aided Yin Gur in quelling the matter, indirectly supporting Xie Luiying. Why was that? Both lives of Xie Jinqian were clouded with confusion. She initially intended to bluff Dong Zhao and Dongli, but unexpectedly struck gold. Could this secret be linked to the mastermind behind it all? Dong Zhao, trembling in fear, looked at Xie Jinqian, her voice quaking. If the young lady guarantees we won't be killed, I will tell you. Xie Jinqian smiled, recognizing that Dong Zhao was clever and resourceful, adept at pleasing others. No wonder Xie Luiying favored her company. Meanwhile, Dongli, though simple and honest, was a loyal servant. You have no standing to bargain with me. If your information proves valuable, it may absolve your sins. If not, you shall face the consequences. Dong Zhao gritted her teeth, willing to take the risk. The second young lady has been corresponding with the old matriarch of the Earl's residence. Xie Jinqian's heart raced, her knuckles whitening as she gripped the table. It is her, the old matriarch of the Wang family. When did she learn the truth of the swap? When did she establish contact with Xie Luiying? Why is she covertly manipulating Xie Luiying to undermine the second house? The more Xie Jinqian pondered, the more terrifying it became. Her expression turned grave. It was fortunate she had summoned Dong Zhao and Dongli today. Otherwise, the old matriarch's hidden machinations could have led to disastrous consequences. She could not fathom how her mother, a mere concubine, had offended her legitimate mother-in-law. Chapter 73. I demand your life. Upon concluding her plea, Dong Zhao fervently bowed twice, beseeching the lady for her life. The correspondence between the second young lady and the Earl's residence had always passed through the hands of servants, and I, a humble maid, am willing to serve the eldest young lady with utmost loyalty. Xie Jinnan cast a dark look at her, her eyes filled with suspicion, declaring, "I cannot trust a traitor." "I am not a traitor," the maid insisted, "but one who has seen the light. Moreover, the contracts binding my sister and me are held by the county lady. Out of fear for our lives, we could only assist the second young lady in concealing her identity." Dong Zhao, emboldened by desperation, gazed at Xie Jinnan, hastily contemplating ways to save herself. Such a monumental event, even if exposed, would not endanger the second young lady's life, but for my sister and me. Our lives are as fragile as grass. The second young lady could extinguish us as easily as crushing ants. Would you, dear eldest lady, risk your life to send word of warning? Xie Jinnan found her words amusing. Do you think you have a justification? Dong Zhao shook her head. No. I merely wish to express that my fate is not my own. Today, should the eldest lady summon us, the second young lady's identity will be revealed, and she would no longer be regarded as the legitimate daughter of the second household, rendering the first household insignificant. A wise bird chooses its tree. Naturally, my sister and I would have a better future serving the eldest lady. I implore you to grant us the opportunity to serve you. With that, she bowed again. I too wish to serve. Dongli echoed. Xie Jinnan, somewhat impressed by Dong Zhao's quick wit, realized that according to her logic, she could not blame her entirely. It was indeed necessary to provide her an opportunity to prove herself. Dong Zhao, only one of you may remain. Xie Jinnan sought to test her limits. If she would forsake her kin for her own survival, such a person would be unworthy of trust. Dongli's eyes widened in terror. Sister, she was swiftly silenced by the matron's hand. Dong Zhao, seeing her sister's sheer fright, felt a surge of urgency. Eldest lady, if you fear I might betray you, why not use Dongli's life to ensure my loyalty? As long as she lives, I shall be devoted to you, even to the point of peril. Xie Jinnan fell silent for a moment, then suddenly smiled. She gestured for the matron to release them, while Chunlu took away the poison wine. Dong Zhao, trembling, lay on the ground, realizing she was drenched in cold sweat. Dongli rushed to embrace her, and the sisters clung to one another tightly. Let be as you say, Xie Jinnan said softly. Perform well, and I shall not treat you unfairly. From now on, Dongli will remain by my side. When the time is ripe, I shall return your contracts and provide you with a substantial sum, ensuring your comfort for the rest of your lives. Should you dare betray me and return to inform Ciel Yoxing, be wary of the fate that awaits your entire family. Xie Jinnan narrowed her eyes, her threat unmistakable. Both Dong Zhao and Dongli were rendered speechless, deeply bowing in gratitude. We thank the eldest lady for sparing our lives. We shall remain utterly loyal. Extravagant words meant little. I have my people within the Firefly Pavilion, Dong Zhao, and I shall keep a close watch on you. The same remains true. Perform well, and you may find wealth and prosperity. Falter, and you shall face the path to the underworld. Xie Jinnan signaled to Chunlu, who presented a bulging purse to them. This 100 taels is a reward for your enlightenment. Serving Our Lady will yield countless benefits in the future. Dong Zhao was taken aback by Xie Jinnan's generosity, increasingly astonished by her cunning. The poisoned wine and silver were evidently prepared in advance, indicating the eldest lady had long planned to employ both kindness and intimidation to recruit them. Realizing this, Dong Zhao nearly gasped in awe at the depth of Xie Jinnan's scheming. Cautiously, she accepted the purse, saying, We thank the eldest lady for this reward, but Dongli knows many secrets. The second young lady may not release her easily. Xie Jinnan remained composed. You need not worry about that. She will consent. In the Earl's residence, within the quiet Buddhist hall, dim candlelight flickered softly, incense wafting through the air, shrouding the space in gloom. On the altar, alongside offerings for various deities, sat a small, intricately crafted tablet inscribed with gilded characters. Position of golden grandson Murong Ruichi. Kneeling on the mat beneath the Buddha statue was an elderly woman with white hair, leisurely rotating the prayer beads in her hands, reciting obscure verses in Sanskrit. Old madam, the matter of the Xie family adopting has not come to fruition. It is said that the old lady created a scene and fainted, necessitating the second household to summon a physician, a matron whispered. Old Madame Wang halted her movements, her expression unimpressed. They resort to such clumsy tactics as feigning fainting. The Xie family truly lacks any dignity. The matron nodded. Indeed, such tactics are beneath contempt. Had it not been for their connection to the Prince of Qing, How could the Xie family have caught your esteemed attention? Pausing, she hesitated before adding, Old madam. What shall we do regarding Cheng? Should I personally take a trip? Your words would surely command her respect. Old Madam Wang slightly nodded, continuing to turn her beads. The matron bowed and withdrew, leaving the old lady to her prayers. In the dead of night, clouds obscured the sun, rendering the moonlight and stars invisible. In the Shanhui Hall, the old lady tossed and turned, unable to find peace in her slumber. At times, she furrowed her brow tightly. At others, her face bore an expression of sorrow, as if trapped in a nightmarish bind from which she could not escape. In her dreams, she encountered the deceased Xie Long. Mother, I have been an unfilial son, forcing you to send a black-haired person to the grave. Had I been alive, our family would not have faced such turmoil. Xie Long gazed at the old lady with remorse, blaming himself for the family's misfortunes. The old lady grasped his hand, her voice trembling with emotion. My son, I have missed you dearly. Do you know how I have endured these days? Just as she poured out her maternal longing, a thick fog enveloped her, obscuring her vision of Xie Long's face. When clarity returned, Xie Long's expression had morphed into a terrifying visage. Why did you switch, my child? Why? For all these years, I have devoted myself to the family, yet you have neglected my son. The old lady hastily defended herself. Longer, you misunderstand. You must understand my predicament. Your elder brother is incapable. He married a village girl who could not bear a son. He feels inferior. You are accomplished and capable. Marrying a noble woman and having a son should be easy. I have not sent Sheng'er away. He remains with your brother, still a member of the Xie family. Xie Long's face twisted further in anguish. You watched as they mistreated Sheng'er. Can you justify this to me? Can you? He repeated the question incessantly. The old lady was terrified, her breath coming in gasps. No, no. Sheng'er has not been mistreated. You have always cared for him. He spends most of his time at the academy, seldom returning. During the festivals, I always give him red envelopes. Longer, please do not act this way. I am afraid. I only wish for harmony within the family. Your elder brother is far inferior to you. He lacks ability, and having a son gives him hope. Suddenly, she remembered something and quickly added, Sheng'er is soon to return to the second household. Once the family tree is amended, he will be your son. I have already made amends, my son. Please do not blame your mother. I had no other choice. Yet Xie Long seemed to hear none of it. His eyes darkened with malice as he raised his hands towards the old lady. I demand your life. The old lady awoke with a start, her eyes wide with terror, her complexion pale as death. When Aunt Xunza rushed to check on her, she found the old lady in a state of panic, mumbling incoherently, her lips repeating some words. Oh, madam, surely you have had a nightmare. Please, drink some water. Aunt Xunza attempted to assist the old lady. The old lady recoiled in fear, her body giving way as she collapsed onto the bed. Aunt Xunza gasped in shock, calling out, someone quickly. The old lady has fainted. Summon the doctor. Chapter 74. Xie Sheng returns home. Murong clan, overjoyed county lady. Eldest young lady, the old lady has fallen ill. Last night, she summoned a doctor, claiming she was overcome with fear and an old ailment has resurfaced. She is unable to rise. While savoring her breakfast, Mama Li shared the recently acquired news with Murong and Xie Jinnan. Xie Jinnan paused mid-sip of her porridge and calmly remarked, Is it that serious? Unable to rise? Murong, appearing unfazed, placed a small pie on his Xie Jinnan's plate and mused, One must refrain from doing shameful deeds. Too many will surely invite retribution. Mama Li suggested, Should the lady of the county and the eldest daughter pay a visit? After all, the lady had promised to adopt Sheng'er. At this juncture, we needn't maintain a fade of Cold War, do we? Xie Jinnan, nibbling on her pie, agreed they ought to go, but should not be the first to do so. Let us wait for someone from Shanhetang to deliver the message, and then we shall feign surprise upon our arrival. We must not grant the old lady too much face. Otherwise, she may feel herself growing too esteemed. Mama Li nodded, very well. At that moment, Chun Tao dashed in, breathless with excitement. It's incredible. Lady of the county, Miss, young Master Sheng has returned. Murong sprang to her feet, bombarding Chun Tao with questions. Returned so swiftly? Wasn't a messenger dispatched just yesterday? Has Sheng'er come here? She peered outside, but could only glimpse Sheng's figure. Young Master Sheng has returned to the main house. Surely, the elder master has matters to discuss with him. He may come to Rose Courtyard shortly. Chun Tao informed her. Murong, overwhelmed with joy, could hardly contain her excitement at the prospect of reuniting with her son. The mere thought of that moment left her speechless. She had so much to say to Shungur, yet now she was at a loss for words. Her mind was a blank canvas, and it felt surreal. Undoubtedly, she was elated, immensely so. Murong paced back and forth, wringing her hands in a flurry of nerves. What should I say? Jinshan, please help me. Shungur, I am your mother. No, Shungur, you are my dear son. Xie Jinnan chuckled softly. Mother, do you wish to recognize your brother so soon? Shouldn't we wait until after the family tree is amended? Murong paused, her face a picture of dismay. Is it too early? Must we truly wait until the family tree is revised? I thought today would be the day of our recognition. Jinshan, can we not? Her expression was pleading. Murong was reluctant to wait another moment. Xie Jinnan smiled brightly, yet firmly rejected her plea. Uncle is even more eager to perform the adoption ceremony than we are. Sheng's return means the family tree can be amended soon. It will only be a matter of days. Mother, please be patient. After all, it was merely a matter of time before they recognized each other. So there was no need to celebrate prematurely. Murong sighed in exasperation. You've made me overly agitated for nothing. There will be ample opportunities for excitement. After all, I shall soon see Shungur, and I must be cheerful. Xie Jinnan consoled her. Mama Li, please instruct the kitchen to prepare more food, cakes and tea. 4 young Master Sheng will be arriving shortly. Understood, Mama Li responded. Without looking back, Murong headed to the kitchen, declaring, I shall prepare it myself. I do not trust your efforts. Xie Jinnan's face lit up with a radiant smile. In Hengwu courtyard, Sheng greeted his father and mother warmly. Father, mother, how have you been lately? Lu Huilan sulked, rolling her eyes in silence. Xie Chong chuckled, his face crinkling with joy. Excellent, my son. I have wonderful news to share with you. His demeanor was unusually cordial, causing Sheng to pause, as he had expected a reprimand for his previous secretive return to the academy. However, his father's expression was one he had not seen in ages, filled with delight. Surely, there could be only one piece of news that would please his father so. What news? Sheng felt a rush of anxiety. Xie Chong patted Sheng's shoulder. Good son, you have made us proud. Your aunt has consented to adopt you. From now on, you shall be the legitimate son of the second house, with a bright future ahead. As my son flourishes, I too shall share in that glory. Is this not splendid news? Sheng stood momentarily in disbelief. Really? Isn't my aunt supposed to adopt from the Earl's residence? What has caused this sudden change of heart? Surely, something must have transpired at home that I am unaware of. Xie Chong laughed heartily. Is there any doubt? To avoid prolonging this matter, let us finalize the adoption ceremony while you are home. It will ease my mind. Sheng's eyelashes fluttered, his fingers clenched subtly, and a look of incredulity began to surface in his eyes. So, it truly is like that? Lu Huilan glared at him, gritting her teeth. Count yourself lucky, you worthless fool. It's only because Yin Guer rejected you that you get this chance. Remember to repay your parents. Do not truly regard that widow as your mother, for I am your true mother. Be clever in the second house. Charm Murong Yunxiang into giving you money. And when you return, be dutiful to your parents. Eventually, seize control of the second house as assets, and then share them with your younger brother. Understood? Xie Chang's eyes sparkle with ambition. My son is no fool. Shungur has always been the most filial. In the future, I shall rely on you entirely. Indeed, Sheng replied softly, though he barely absorbed any of his parents' words. His mind was fixated on the prospect of his aunt adopting him. Xie Chong and Lu Huilan continued to offer him advice on how to navigate dealings with the second house, but Sheng merely nodded, letting their words flow in one ear and out the other. Enough. You should head to Rose Courtyard now. Remember to speak sweetly. Call her mother. Understood? Understood. I take my leave. Sheng turned and exited. In the courtyard of Hengwu, he encountered Xie Yin. Sheng's feelings toward this brother were complex. Their parents had always favored Xie Yin, which fostered a sense of resentment in him. Moreover, Xie Yin's lack of warmth and respect toward him only deepened the rift. As anticipated, Xie Yin regarded him with disdain, mocking, huh? Father and mother no longer want you, huh? Sheng paid him no mind, brushing past Xie Yin, for his thoughts were already soaring beyond the clouds. A voice within urged him that he was on the verge of uncovering a significant truth. He was determined to pierce through that veil of uncertainty. With resolve, Sheng marched purposefully toward Rose Courtyard. Upon reaching the courtyard wall of Rose, he faintly heard the clattering of pots and pans from within. Ouch! This is too hot. Can Sheng Guer possibly consume all these pastries? Eating too many will lead to thirst. Let us not repeat last time's mishap. That seemed to be his aunt's voice. Sheng chuckled softly, his eyes shimmering with delight. As he approached the main entrance, Chun Lu, quick-eyed, spotted him first. Young Master Sheng has arrived. Chapter 75, Recognition. Nephew greets you, aunt. Sheng stepped into the hall, where Murong was already seated, with Xie Jinnan present as well. Cousin. Sheng greeted Xie Jinnan with a smile. Murong cleared her throat, striving to suppress the tumult of emotions within her. Sheng Guer has arrived. Did you hear the news from your father yesterday? Meanwhile, Chun Lu and Chun Tao busily served tea and pastries, the latter still warm from the oven. Sheng's expression turned quizzical. What news? When I visited Hengwu, only mother was present. Didn't your mother mention anything? Murong's brow furrowed. Sheng shook his head. Nothing of great importance. Murong and Xie Jinnan exchanged glances, both perplexed. Xie Jinnan thought it odd. Her uncle should have briefed Sheng thoroughly. Even Lu Huilan ought to have informed him of the adoption plans from the second house. Could it be that Lu Huilan was too upset to share the news with Sheng? Xie Jinnan slightly curled her lips, dismissing the matter as unimportant. Before she could speak, Xie Sheng abruptly stood up, clasped his fists in salute, and said, Actually, I have come today to bid farewell to my aunt. Murong's expression tightened. Farewell? Where are you going? Xie Sheng replied steadily. The esteemed old principal loves to travel the world, and I have been fortunate enough to be chosen to accompany him. I return this time merely to pack my belongings. The journey ahead is long, and I may not return for several years. Therefore, I must take my leave. He explained that the old principal would depart the day after tomorrow, so he could not linger too long and needed to prepare for the journey, fearing he might delay the principal's plans. After speaking, he bowed and turned to leave. The old principal of Baichuan Academy held a considerable reputation, known as Mr. Yunsong. He had a lifelong passion for exploring different countries, learning about their customs and cultures, which he then compiled into books. Mr. Yunsong also loved to lecture, which led to his students being scattered across the globe. Murong's face changed, and she exclaimed, Wait, you cannot go. Sheng Guer, you are unaware? But I intend to adopt you as my son. How can you leave now? She had nearly completed the process of adopting Xie Sheng onto the second house, and the formalities had yet to be conducted. She could not possibly allow him to embark on a journey for several years. Absolutely not. Xie Jinnan momentarily lost her focus. In her previous life, Mr. Yunsong had not chosen Xie Sheng as his companion. Could it be that her and Tang Yuye's rebirth had caused some unexpected changes in the course of events? Xie Sheng turned around, slightly taken aback. Aunt, you wish to adopt me as your son? Murong nodded, her voice trembling with anxiety. Yes, do you not wish for this? Xie Sheng shook his head, replying, Although I do not understand why you suddenly wish to adopt me, I know this is not your true desire. It must be due to pressure from grandmother or my parents. Do not worry. Once I leave, they will no longer be able to coerce you. He bowed again, preparing to take his leave. Impossible. Murong hurried after him, gripping his arm tightly, shocked that Xie Sheng would refuse her offer. Where are you going? You cannot leave. Her urgency nearly brought her to tears. Xie Sheng lowered his gaze, his heart trembling. Why can't I go? Why? If you leave, who will I adopt? Murong was oblivious to her own emotional outburst. I understand you do not wish to adopt me, and I do not want to cause you distress. Xie Sheng quietly clenched his fists. Murong's emotions surged, and she exclaimed, Who said I do not want to adopt you? I have longed for this. How could you bear to leave for years, making me unable to see you? That principal is no better than a trafficker. Tears welled in her eyes, her tone pleading, Sheng Guer, you cannot leave. How can you leave? Xie Sheng's breath caught, his heart racing wildly as the truth loomed closer. Xie Jinnan closed her eyes and sighed gently. You have known all along, haven't you? Xie Sheng remained silent for a long time, his voice trembling slightly. Not for long, but I have just confirmed it now. Hearing this, Xie Jinnan smiled, her expression filled with relief. He had sensed it all along. The principal and the travels were mere fabrications to deceive them, and she had been oblivious to it from the start. His probing indicated he had suspected something. What? Murong was utterly bewildered, unable to comprehend the silent exchange between Xie Jinnan and Xie Sheng. Aunt, the person you intended to adopt has always been me, hasn't he? Or perhaps I could use another term under Murong's gaze. Xie Sheng finally whispered those two words, mother. Murong was stunned for a moment, tears streaming down her face. What did you call me? Did you call me mother? At that moment, she completely forgot Xie Jinshang's warning, throwing herself into Xie Sheng's embrace. Yes, I am your mother. My son. Murong's emotions shattered, having awaited that word mother for far too long. She cried out in anguish, her sobs heart-wrenching enough to draw tears from anyone who heard. Xie Sheng's throat tightened, overwhelmed by tears as he held his biological mother, silently weeping. He had never imagined that his aunt was his real mother. No wonder his parents had never cared for him, favoring Xie Yin instead. Xie Sheng had always thought he was simply unlikable, prompting him to study relentlessly to avoid being scolded as a good-for-nothing. Yet, even if he excelled, his mother always seemed unimpressed. He had often felt sorrow and resentment, crying alone under the covers countless times, unable to understand why parental love was not a given. But now, he felt a sense of liberation, knowing that those two were not his true parents. He no longer needed to yearn for their affection, for his biological mother loved him dearly, as did his elder sister, who had conspired for months to reclaim him. The realization left Xie Sheng in shock, utterly incredulous. Xie Jinshang wept with joy, dabbing her tears with a handkerchief, realizing that no amount of planning had prepared her for the revelation that Sheng Gu would suddenly take such a turn. It was a blend of helplessness and happiness. Chun Tao and Chun Lu, the two young girls, were nearly in tears, and Mama Li also wiped her eyes, each person in the hall resembling a rabbit with reddened eyes. The mother and son embraced and wept for a long time, with Murong soaking Xie Sheng's collar with her tears. She hastily wiped her face and urged him to sit down. Quickly sit. Let your mother have a good talk with you. Chapter 76. A family of three opens their hearts once seated. Murong refused to let go of her son's hand, her tears giving way to laughter, her words spilling out in a rush. Your sister hasn't allowed me to acknowledge you so soon. I didn't expect my son to be so clever, discovering everything. You startled me just now. Realizing the truth, Murong felt a wave of relief. She gazed at Xie Sheng with eyes filled with tender maternal love, a warmth radiating from her gaze. Although she had planned to say many things, joy overtook her, leaving her at a loss for words. I don't know what to say. Xie Jinshang's lips curled into a smile as she asked, when did you start to suspect? Xie Sheng answered earnestly, that day by the lake, I sensed something was off about Xie Luing, but I couldn't pinpoint what. Later, when both my mother and elder sister refrained from showing kindness in her presence, it left me puzzled. He hesitated momentarily, as if the term mother were foreign on his tongue, but this was indeed his mother, his biological mother, and he would soon grow accustomed to it. Murong's heart soared with joy as he called her mother again. After a brief pause, Xie Sheng continued, though she is the second house's legitimate second daughter, I always felt some apprehension around her. Then, when Xie Luing's leg was accidentally broken, I happened to be passing by. The timing of that accident was too coincidental, leading me to ponder further. However, I initially dismissed it as mere fantasy until today when I mentioned the second house wanting to adopt me. That's when I realized my suspicions might be true. In truth, his earlier attempt to sneak back to the academy with Xie Jinshang had also served as a small test, hoping to gauge her private attitude towards him. It was due to that encounter that he found the audacity to deceive his mother and elder sister today, for even if he were to stray from the truth, they would not harbor hatred towards him. It was indeed you. That day, Xie Jinxian sensed a fleeting shadow, but dismissed it as an illusion. She did not conceal the truth. Your intuition is correct. Xie Luing's broken leg was no accident. Had we not arrived in time that day, you would have been pushed into the arms of Aunt Lu, jeopardizing her pregnancy. She is insidious and wicked, intending to frame you with the child she carries. And I shall ensure she pays a price for her malice. Breaking a leg is merely a small concession. A glint of coldness flickered in Xie Jinxian's eyes. Xie Sheng was taken aback, a warm surge filling his heart. His elder sister was avenging him, and the sensation of being protected was indeed extraordinary. It dawned on him that he too could be treated in such a manner. As for Xie Luing, recalling her innocent, smiling face sent a chill down Xie Sheng's spine. He subconsciously recognized that something was amiss, realizing she truly wished him harm. They had grown up together, her affectionate calls of brother ringing in his ears, yet she turned out to be a soft-hearted yet venomous person, since he was the legitimate son of the second branch. Xie Luing must surely belong to the first branch, and she must have known the truth, all along. No wonder Lu Shi cared so deeply for Xie Luiying while harboring disdain for him. It was unclear what underhanded scheme Lu Huilan employed to swap the children. But all those years of humiliation and abuse directed at him were acts of revenge against the second branch. Xie Sheng clenched his fists involuntarily, his heart swelling with resentment. He could have basked in the love of his father and mother in the second branch, living harmoniously with his elder sister, yet he was schemed against, enduring suffering for over a decade. He had not even the chance to call his biological father before the man passed away, and, at his funeral, he could only refer to him as second uncle. Those two did not even bother to inform him of his uncle's death. Had he not caught wind of it and rushed over that night, he might have missed the opportunity to pay his respects. The thought of this caused Xie Sheng unbearable pain, as if countless ants were gnawing at him. Mu Rongshi tightly grasped Xie Sheng's hand, saying, "Indeed, your sister was furious that day, insisting that Xie Luiying must face retribution. Now that she has broken her leg, it cannot obstruct your adoption. Thanks to your sister, otherwise, I would still be in the dark, perhaps having already adopted Xie Yin, and we would never have had this moment of recognition as mother and son. Had Jinxian not revealed the truth, the subsequent developments would have been unimaginable. My son's suffering in the first branch, while I would have adopted Lu Huilan's son to inherit the family business. The mere thought of nearly making such a mistake fills me with hatred. I wish to see Lu Huilan suffer 1,000 deaths. Brother Sheng, I have long awaited the day you would call me mother. It was that vile Lu Shi who swapped the children. Otherwise, my son would not have endured such hardships alone. Now that you have returned, I shall not let that wretched woman go unpunished." She continued. Xie Jinxian spoke calmly. "Mother, rest assured, we shall spare none from the first branch, including Xie Luiying, who has usurped Brother Sheng's life for over a decade. A thief daring to strike at the rightful heir must not be allowed to live in comfort." Xie Jinxian spoke without reservation in front of Xie Sheng, even posing the question, "What do you think, Brother Sheng?" She was eager to discern his current sentiments towards the first branch. Xie Sheng had always been filial and understanding, his temperament gentle. He had complied with Xie Chong and Lu Huilan in all matters since childhood, never contradicting them. Now, upon discovering the truth, would he swiftly shift his perspective to avenge himself, or would he still be swayed by the gratitude of being raised? Uttering foolish words about calling them father and mother for over a decade, Xie Jinxian found it difficult to gauge his thoughts. Xie Sheng's countenance darkened slightly. Fortunate was he that heaven favored him, allowing him and his mother and elder sister to reunite after years of separation. While they had endured mistreatment and schemes aimed at seizing the assets of the second branch, his chest swelled with emotion, his tone fervent. "If I were to say I do not harbor hatred for this, then I would truly be a pitiful wretch unworthy of the sacrifices made by my mother and elder sister." Xie Jinxian's gaze flickered, a smile curving her lips. This was the true essence of a man who understands love and hatred, just as it should be. A person from the second branch could never be a cowardly weakling. Hearing him call her sister made all the efforts of the past days worthwhile. Xie Jinxian beamed at him with a smile of reassurance. Over the years, Xie Chong and Lu Huilan had treated Xie Sheng harshly, and it was only because his father could no longer bear to watch that he sent him to Baichuan Academy. Growing up in such an environment, he naturally had to build a thick shell to protect himself. A powerless child would have faced even more severe abuse had he not learned to comply. Xie Sheng was not a simple-minded person. In truth, he was astute, perceiving everything clearly. With unwavering resolve, Xie Sheng assured his elder sister, "Do not worry, I know what must be done, and you should have informed me sooner. Do not blame your sister. She feared you were too young to keep secrets and thus refrained from saying anything. She only wished to bring you back without taking any risks," Mu Rongshi said gently. Xie Sheng would never dare to blame his elder sister. He would gladly brave fire and water for her, repaying her kindness with his life. Of course, such heartfelt words he would never voice. Content with the knowledge in his heart, Xie Sheng gazed intently at Xie Jinxian, feeling grateful for having such a wonderful sister. She was formidable, and he could not afford to fall short. He silently urged himself to strive harder. Chapter 77. Xie Sheng's performance pleased Xie Jinxian. Mu Rongshi, noticing the pastries on the table, realized they had been engrossed in conversation and had yet to eat. "Quickly try this mung bean roll. I made it fresh this morning. You must taste it." She picked up a piece and offered it to Xie Sheng. her eyes filled with anticipation. "Thank you, mother." Xie Sheng accepted it and took a bite, the sweet aroma bursting forth. It was delicious. Murong was overjoyed and hurriedly offered him tea. "If you enjoy it, I shall make it for you every day. Quickly drink some tea, lest you choke. This is the finest snow Mao foam tea from your maternal great-grandfather's family. Freshly delivered this spring. Do you know of Qiansheng? Our Chao family is quite affluent in that region." Murong's mother, Chao Shi, hailed from the Qiansheng Chao family. Due to the unique soil there, the finest snow Mao foam tea can only be found in the nearby tea mountains, making it scarce and invaluable. Those tea mountains are the Chao family's territory, and the finest snow Mao foam is exclusively offered to the palace, unavailable on the market. Xie Sheng took a sip, indeed savoring the lingering fragrance. He had never tasted such exquisite tea, only heard of it. He nodded, his mouth still full. Having skipped breakfast that morning, he arrived with an empty stomach, ravenous. Murong delighted in watching Xie Sheng eat, unable to take her eyes off him. Xie Jinnan also cherished this scene. Their family of 3 had finally reunited, and now they awaited the day when the truth would be revealed, which would bring even greater satisfaction. On that day, she would ensure to strike the old matriarch and the first branch with a resounding blow, trampling their pride underfoot, ensuring they would never rise again. Xie Jinnan's gaze darkened slightly, almost unable to wait. The warmth among the 3 of them was palpable. At that moment, voices could be faintly heard from outside. Li Mama immediately went to check, discovering it was Aunt Xuanze from Shanatang. Aunt Xuanze appeared worried and anxious. "What brings you here, Aunt Xuanze? Is there something the old matriarch requires?" Upon seeing Li Mama, Aunt Xuanze stepped forward, saying the old matriarch fell ill suddenly last night, and I came to ask you to relay the message. I must inform the county lady. However, Li Mama did not yield, stating, "The county lady has not risen yet. It is inconvenient for her to meet anyone. Please convey your message, and I will inform the county lady immediately upon her rising." Aunt Xuanze's expression showed hesitation. As she replied, "Very well, thank you for your trouble. Please inform the county lady that we must urgently summon Dr. Zhang to take a look. I fear the old matriarch's illness is severe, and the local doctors cannot compare to those from the palace. This is precisely the essence of her visit." "Very well, I shall inform the countess at once." Li Mama agreed, eager to expedite Xuanze's departure. Aunt Xuanze nodded, her keen eyes noticing that Li Mama's eyes were slightly red, as if she had been weeping. "What is the matter with your eyes, Mama? Have you been crying?" Li Mama quickly responded with a calm demeanor. "Oh." The countess wept throughout the night, troubled about how to approach the earl's residence, which has led to a restless night. As servants, we naturally accompany her in her sorrow. The older we grow, the shallower our tears become. "I apologize if I have embarrassed you, Aunt." Aunt Xuanze awkwardly acknowledged this, realizing that it was unwise to prolong the conversation on this topic. "Please relay my message, Mama. The old lady requires assistance, so I shall take my leave now. Take care." Once Aunt Xuanze had departed, Li Mama instructed the servants to close the door. Returning to the hall, Li Mama conveyed Aunt Xuanze's words. Murong frowned gently, expressing her displeasure. "Every time she falls ill, we must summon the imperial physician. Physician Zhen serves the palace. He is not an ordinary doctor, and cannot be summoned at will, particularly not on short notice. Shouldn't we wait for the physician's day off to invite him? We must also inquire if he is available. It seems she has been overly pampered over the years. The doctors in the capital look down upon her, insisting only on the imperial physician's service. She truly believes herself to be the Empress Dowager. In truth, during the incident when Xie Luiying broke her leg, Murong was reluctant to summon physician Zhen. It was Xie Jinnan who insisted that engaging the best physician would demonstrate their care for Xie Luiying. Murong muttered irritably, turning to see Xie Sheng observing her. Her expression somewhat awkward. "Brother Sheng, you see your grandmother." She feared that revealing the truth would only deepen Xie Sheng's distress, as his beloved grandmother was. After all, a conspirator in the wrongdoings. Xie Sheng remained composed. So grandmother has known all along? He could sense that his grandmother treated him quite indifferently. Unlike her demeanor towards Yangur, Xie Jinnan rose, speaking candidly. Not only does grandmother know, but without her assistance, how could Lu Shi, a mere village woman, have the audacity to switch the children so stealthily? If she dared to switch the children, she has shown utter disregard for your circumstances all these years. Ultimately, grandmother is biased towards the eldest uncle. Since she shows no respect for the elderly, why should we honor her? After being teased by Xie Jinnan earlier, Xie Jinnan realized he was not the naive child she had thought. He had matured long ago. At this juncture, there was nothing he could not bear to hear. Xie Jinnan approached Xie Sheng, a mischievous glint in her eyes. Brother Sheng, you are well versed in the classics. But do not preach the Confucian values of filial piety to me. I find them quite unappealing. Xie Jinnan adhered solely to her own beliefs. Concepts such as filial piety is paramount among virtues or no errant parents in the world were merely foolish platitudes to her. If the elders were benevolent, one ought to be filial. If the elders were unkind, it was reasonable to consider one's own interests. If the elders did not care for you, should you not care for yourself even more? Where in this world could one find a mother like the old lady who plotted against her own son? If she truly cared for Xie Long, she would love all associated with him and would never allow her grandson to suffer. It was simply a matter of indifference. She did not care for the second branch. Why should the second branch care for her well-being? Xie Sheng chuckled softly, his voice clear. The younger brother will heed his elder sister's words. Whatever she says is the truth. The child may be young, but he is not foolish. He can perceive who loves him and who does not. Although his grandmother did not treat him as harshly as Xie Chong and Lu Huilan, she also offered no warmth. Her demeanor was cold and indifferent, neither good nor bad. In the past, Xie Sheng certainly respected his grandmother, but now that he knew she was one of the culprits behind the child switching, he realized she did not regard him as her grandson. To put it bluntly, she did not even see him as a person. He was neither a cat nor a dog. How could he be so easily given away? Xie Jinnan patted his head with satisfaction, teasing. I once thought you were merely a bookish and pedantic scholar, but it turns out you are quite teachable. Today, she was pleased with Xie Sheng's performance. Reflecting on her previous worries, she realized she had been overly cautious. Her brother was quite capable, discerning love from disdain, excelling in character and virtue. Xie Sheng smiled shyly, pleased by his elder sister's praise. Murong observed her two children in such harmony, her eyes involuntarily moistening. Hastily, she dabbed them with a handkerchief. What a wonderful thing this was. Why should one weep incessantly? Xie Jinnan commanded, today is not Physician Jin's day off, but we must send someone to inquire, only to return with a report that Physician Jin is unavailable. Henceforth, there is no need to summon the physician for matters concerning the Shanxi Hall. She does not possess such a precious life. Indeed, it was necessary to address grandmother's pretentiousness. A mere headache or slight ailment should not warrant summoning the physician. If she required a physician, let her send someone to invite him and bear the consultation fees herself. In the entire CF family, only Physician Jin accepted Morong's summons. Grandmother likely lacked the face to summon him. Li Mama smiled and nodded in agreement. Xie Jinnan's expression grew serious. Wipe your tears. Wash your face. We need to visit grandmother at Shanxi Hall. Xie Jinnan was quite curious about how grandmother had suddenly fallen ill. Could it be that her words yesterday had frightened her? It seems that saying the truth is indeed powerful. If one has done no wrong, there is no fear of ghosts knocking at the door. Why did she not scare her to death outright? Chapter 78. Murong neglects her ailing mother-in-law. The old lady scolds her for being unfilial. Upon arriving at Shanxi Hall, the strong scent of traditional Chinese medicine assailed their senses, indicating that the old lady was indeed gravely ill. The old lady lay in bed, her complexion pale. Upon seeing Xie Jinnan, she immediately became agitated, stammering, Jinnan, you were right. I also dreamt of your father. He blames me. Xie Jinnan and Murong exchanged glances. Genuinely startled, Xie Jinnan deliberately lowered her voice, feigning seriousness. Is that so? Recently, I have also repeatedly dreamed of father. He simply gazes at me without speaking. I wonder what father and grandmother have been discussing. The old lady hesitated. How could she dare to speak the truth? She stared at the indigo canopy above, murmuring, longer, do not blame your mother, nor resent her. I have only considered the future of the CF family. How can you not understand my struggles? Xie Jinnan scoffed internally. Struggles? What nonsense! Xie Chang's failures are his own doing. Lu Huilan's previous inability to bear children has nothing to do with the second branch. Why should the second branch be responsible for cleaning up after them? If not you, then who else should be blamed? With a raised brow, Xie Jinnan spoke sharply. If father were to blame grandmother, there must be a reason. Did grandmother commit some transgression against father in the past, causing his spirit to harbor resentment? Father has passed on, yet you still reproach him for not understanding you. It is no wonder he would seek you out. Hearing this, the old lady's expression stiffened, her pallor growing more ghastly. She had forgotten to reprimand Xie Jinnan for her lack of decorum. The daughter-in-law assumed that her mother-in-law was too ill to respond. But looking at her, she appeared relatively well. Elderly people occasionally face physical discomfort, but it is nothing severe. Mother, please remember to take your medicine on time. After exchanging some pleasantries, Murong intended to leave. The old lady, bewildered, asked repeatedly, Yunxiang, are you leaving just like that? Will you not help me take my medicine? Are you still resentful towards me? She longed for Murong to return to her former self, to be the dutiful and respectful daughter-in-law who would care for her during her illnesses, indistinguishable from her own daughter. In recent months, Murong had been at odds with her. The exquisite bird's nest and other delicacies had ceased to be sent her way. She had previously enjoyed royal tea leaves and the finest goods, but now she was forced to drink last year's stale tea, which she could not adapt to. It was not merely the lack of gifts. Murong now showed no concern even when she fell ill, and here she was, about to leave after only a few words. Only when one loses do they realize the value of what they had. No one could care for her as attentively as Murong, with Xuanze and numerous servants around. The old lady would surely recover swiftly. Her daughter-in-law was clumsy and lacked medical knowledge, fearing she would delay her recovery. Murong replied dismissively. The elderly matron was displeased. Had not the matter of the adoption already been settled? Why did she still exhibit such an attitude? How could a servant compare to a daughter-in-law? Speaking of which, where was Physician Jun? Why had he not yet arrived? It suddenly dawned on her that she had sent someone to summon him earlier, but he was on duty today and could not come. There were plenty of experienced doctors in the capital. Perhaps the matron could make do with another. The daughter-in-law took her leave. The old lady was truly flustered. Not even calling for the physician was an act of filial piety. You stay right there. You are, after all, a lady of the Count's household and a loyal and honorable duchess bestowed by His Majesty. How can you not understand this basic principle of filial piety? Her reference to the Count's household and the Emperor revealed her utter panic, demonstrating just how insecure she felt. Murmuring in bewilderment, Murong felt it absurd. Was her mother-in-law accusing her of being unfilial? She laughed in frustration. Mother, Physician Jun is indeed on duty. If you don't believe me, you may send someone to inquire. He is a physician, not your personal doctor, and cannot always be at your beck and call. The old lady's complexion fluctuated between red and pale. Even if Physician Jun was occupied and could not attend, there were other matters to address. She had previously attended to the matroness needs, and now to be ignored was infuriating. Murong sighed, feeling both helpless and wronged. She had already agreed to the adoption of Shungu. What more did her mother-in-law want? What kind of daughter-in-law was deemed acceptable in her eyes? The daughter-in-law truly did not understand and sought her mother-in-law's guidance. Resolutely, she decided to adopt a more indifferent approach going forward. Words of concern were sufficient, but actions were not required. The old lady, having hit a wall, felt a surge of frustration that she could neither express nor suppress. With a reluctant tone, she muttered, "Just do as you have in the past." Yet feeling insufficient, she added, "It is only right to honor one's parents." Xie Jinnan spoke languidly. "Grandmother speaks true. Honoring one's parents is indeed fundamental. That is why my father visited you in a dream last night. But where is my uncle? Why is he yet to visit you? And what of my aunt? Why has she not come either? In comparison, my father appears to be the most dutiful, while my mother ranks second." She was adept at weaving sarcasm. Hearing her daughter's words, Murong nearly laughed aloud. This girl was ever so sharp-tongued. Murong gazed at Xie Jinnan, her eyes softening. The old lady was left speechless, unable to express her ire. The second household had finally agreed to the adoption of the elder son. If they changed their minds in a moment of anger, it would be a grave loss. Noticing the old lady's silence, Xie Jinnan raised an eyebrow. "Grandmother, please take care of yourself. I take my leave." Aunt Xuanze, standing by, furrowed her brow, hesitant to interject. As the mother and daughter truly departed, a flicker of confusion and fear passed through the old lady's murky eyes. The latent panic within her began to swell, and a voice within assured her that the second daughter-in-law would indeed cease to show her filial respect. Suddenly alarmed, the old lady called out to their departing figures, "Of all virtues, filial piety comes first. Yunxiang, You will eventually understand my deep concerns. Murong halted momentarily, not turning back as she led Xie Jinnan away from the Shan's hall. It was Xie Jinnan who had not summoned Xie Sheng. It was unnecessary. After Murong and Xie Jinnan left, the old lady was struck by a fit of coughing, feeling utterly dispirited. Aunt Xuanze gently patted her back, concerned. While the Duchess has agreed to the adoption of Shungu, it appears she truly harbors resentment towards you, old lady. What shall we do? She resents me because I assisted Lu in pressuring her to adopt Yingu. She blames me for not helping her at that time. But does she not see her own faults? She insisted on adopting from the Count's household. And how could I not be angered? Moreover, she ultimately did not adopt Yingu and still chose Shungu Yet she refuses to care for me. The old lady sighed, deeply disappointed in Murong. It was rare to see a younger generation show such disrespect towards their elders. In truth, what fault did she bear? Her intentions were always aligned with the interests of the Xie family, considering the greater good. She had repeated this in her mind countless times. Her motives were solely for the benefit of the Xie family. Chapter 79. Who will handle the adoption ceremony? Aunt Xuanze consoled her. I perceive that her disposition has improved significantly compared to before, when she seldom wore a pleasant expression. Did she not agree to your request yesterday? It seems the Duchess is indeed concerned for your health. Furthermore, you compelled her into the adoption of young Master Sheng. So it is natural that she may feel somewhat discontented, even if she acquiesces. The old lady shook her head. I am not blind. I can discern sincerity from pretense. She merely goes through the motions to placate me, which is disheartening. Aunt Xuanze fell silent, unable to find comforting words. The old lady's brows knitted tightly. Her voice icy. My niece no longer shows me respect. I recall how obedient and sweet she used to be, often bringing me pastries. That dutiful granddaughter of mine, alas. I shall never see her again. Aunt Xuanze sighed. Do not grieve, old lady. You have always acted in the family's best interest. Young Miss Jinnan is still young and perhaps does not comprehend. She will come to understand in time. In truth, I believe it is a good thing for young Master Sheng to return to the second household. The eldest household already has young Master Yin. Allowing Sheng to return to where he belongs is beneficial for all. The old lady nodded weakly. Regardless, it prevents the family fortune from falling into the hands of outsiders. Let them resent me if they wish. With Sheng back in the second household, I suppose I have redeemed myself somewhat. If they choose not to show filial respect, what can be done? Though she spoke these words, the old lady's heart remained heavy. She had grown accustomed to a life of comfort, enjoying the finest of delicacies. And now the second household no longer provided for her. This stark contrast left her discontented, unable to voice her needs. As the old lady struggled with her feelings, Xie Chong and Lu Huilan arrived. Mother, why are you unwell again? Xie Chong inquired with concern. The old lady's expression softened considerably. It is merely an old ailment. Having her son express concern warmed her heart. He was far superior to a daughter-in-law. She even forgot how Murong had at least shown some concern, while Xie Chong's single remark conveyed genuine care. As Xie Chong beamed, he said, Mother, Shungu has returned. We should arrange the adoption ceremony soon. The sooner we do it, the more at ease I will feel. How about the day after tomorrow? The old lady, feeling helpless, reproached. It's good that he is back. Have him come to me later so I can give him a few instructions. But Chong, why the haste? The adoption ceremony requires inviting friends and relatives, and we must procure many items for the banquet. How can we possibly prepare everything in just one day? Why make it so complicated? Just invite some relatives and arrange a few tables. It doesn't need to be extravagant. It's not a grand affair. Xie Chong was eager to amend the family register immediately. He regretted not consulting Yunxiang when she visited earlier. The old lady chastised herself for forgetting the important matters. She had long been dissatisfied, and upon seeing Murong's lack of filial piety today, she could hardly contain her displeasure, causing her to overlook the adoption ceremony. Lu Huilan rolled her eyes and murmured, I assent at just a few modifications to the family register. What is the big deal about hosting a banquet? Mother, since it is she who is adopting a son, should she not cover the expenses herself? Let her handle it. She has more than enough money. Xie Chong hesitated for a moment, uncharacteristically agreeing with Lu Huilan. Actually, it would be appropriate for my sister-in-law to manage the arrangements herself. This way, she can decide whether to hold an elaborate ceremony or a modest one, thus avoiding any misunderstandings that could arise from our discussions. Though the younger siblings have consented to adopt Shengge, he has yet to ask her for any financial support, and our resources are quite limited. The crux of the matter lies in recent expenditures by Aunt Lu, which have considerably depleted Xie Chang's finances, necessitating frugality. Lu Huilan's sole hope now is that Xie Sheng can procure funds swiftly for her use. She remains uncertain about that foolish boy's capabilities. The old lady, reflecting on this, decided to let her handle the arrangements as she sees fit, as long as the adoption ceremony is conducted properly. Xuanze, please visit the Rose Courtyard shortly and convey my message that I am unwell and unable to manage the arrangements. Everything is to be entrusted to her. The old lady instructed. Xuanze, the maid, responded affirmatively. Yes, I shall go at once. Xie Chang's gaze flickered as he recalled another matter. Mother, I have secured a new academy for Yin Gur. There is a Bogu Academy in Lian County, adjacent to the capital. Although it may not compare to the academies within the city, they are willing to accept Yin Gur. I have heard that a new headmaster, known for his strictness, has recently taken charge. The old lady nodded in approval. Very well. Yin Gur has been idling at home, resulting in a lack of academic diligence. It is high time he is sent away for proper instruction. It would be ideal if he could excel in the upcoming imperial examination, just like his uncle. Lu Huilan inwardly grumbled. Is that even necessary? Yin Gur will undoubtedly surpass Xie Long in the future. She clutched her handkerchief, feeling a pang of reluctance. Although Lian County is near the capital, it is still a foreign place, and the academy is notoriously strict, allowing only 3 days off each month. Yin Gur is still so young. Is there no academy in the capital willing to accept him? He has never been away from home. Lu Huilan muttered. She forgot that Xie Sheng had left home at the age of 7, attending the much more distant Baichuan Academy. Xie Chang's expression soured. I've already stated this several times. If there were an academy in the capital, why would I seek one so far away? You have spoiled the child to such an extent, yet still dare to speak. If he does not attend the academy, what do you propose he do? Return to your hometown to farm? Lu Huilan's face darkened, and she dared not retort further. The old lady furrowed her brow enough. When shall we depart for the academy? Any day will suffice. It would be best to send him off soon. I hope to have him settled before the adoption ceremony. So let it be in the next couple of days, Xie Chang replied. Lu Huilan's eyes widened in alarm, her voice sharp. So soon? In half a month. It'll be Yin Gur's birthday. Can't we wait until after his birthday? Xie Chang's face darkened again. Why not wait until he is 20? Silence. This is not your concern. Lu Huilan felt stifled. Yin Gur is my son. How can I not have a say? He will turn 10 at the end of the month, a child of 12 in terms of age, and this is his first journey away from home without any preparation. Why can't he celebrate his birthday at home and eat a bowl of longevity noodles first? Xie Chang glared at her. If you dare to meddle in Yin Gur's academic affairs again, I will send him to the countryside to learn farming from his uncle. I don't lack for sons. Lu Huilan was taken aback, falling silent. She nearly forgot about the illegitimate child growing in Lu's womb. She must not allow that child to usurp Yin Gur's position. The old lady, holding her temples, was already suffering from a headache, and their bickering only exacerbated it. Enough of this quarrel. I am unwell. Do you wish to drive me to my grave? Xie Chang cleared his throat and, with a boldness that bordered on audacity, said, Mother, there is one more thing. The tuition at Bogu Academy is quite steep, and with additional expenses, I kindly request an additional 200 taels of silver. The old lady, taken aback by Xie Chang's request for such a sum, struggled to comprehend the finances. Chang'er, did I not already give you 120 taels for Jianhua Academy? You did not attend Jianhua Academy. What became of that money? Moreover, how is it that a county academy charges more than those in the capital? By a full 80 taels? Lu Huilan was equally astonished. Did not the Bogu Academy have a yearly tuition of 60 taels? How did he come to demand 200? Xie Chang's demeanor shifted awkwardly as he explained, because I wish to procure some quality items for Yin Gur, fine brushes, ink, paper, and inkstones do not come cheap. The old lady's face twitched at the mention of 200 taels. That is excessive. In the past, it might have been manageable, but presently, our finances are strained. You know the situation at home. The vast Xie residence has many mouths to feed, and with your brother gone, your sister-in-law no longer contributes to the household. Mother is not affluent. Hearing this, Xie Chang grew somewhat displeased and inquired, Then how much can you give me, mother? The old lady lowered her gaze, deliberating 100 taels. 100 taels? How can that suffice? Mother, Yin Gur is your grandson. It is his first journey away from home. Can you bear to let him go lacking? Xie Chong blurted out. Lu Huilan remained silent, realizing that her husband still harbored affection for Yin Ge and hoped for a larger sum. The old lady felt a pang of bitterness, but, recognizing her son's displeasure, refrained from further protest, fearing to provoke his ire. However, Xuanze could no longer contain herself, murmuring, "Master, the old lady is scarcely able to afford her medicine. 100 taels is already a considerable sacrifice." Xie Chang's expression soured. 150 taels, it cannot be less. The old lady nodded reluctantly, fearful of further aggravating him. Very well, 150 taels. Should you find it insufficient, you may use your own funds first, and when circumstances improve, I shall reimburse you. Xie Chong exhaled a sigh of relief, his tone softening. Thank you, mother. I shall withdraw the funds and prepare Yin Ge's belongings. I take my leave now. Please take care of yourself. Lu Huilan's mind raced, and, as her husband departed, she began to gather Yin Ge's things. The old lady's gaze darkened. Why were both of her daughters-in-law so ungrateful? In the past, when their grandmother was ill, she had devoted herself to her care, not daring to leave her side, yet now. The old lady's lips tightened in displeasure. Xie Chong, irritated, remarked, Mother is in such poor health. How is it that you, as a daughter-in-law, do not serve her? You should be attending to her. With that, he turned and strode away. Lu Huilan stood shocked, her expression darkening. Why should she be tasked with attending to this elderly woman? She had never performed such duties before. Why would she be expected to now? Though she felt resentment, Lu Huilan dared not display in front of the old lady, remaining behind to serve her with a smile that was more painful than tears. The old lady's brow furrowed once more, and as the topic of money resurfaced, she remembered a pressing matter. Following the recent funeral of the second son, Murong had claimed to be too grief-stricken to manage household affairs, temporarily entrusting the responsibilities to her. Little did she know how burdensome the role of steward was, as the household finances became increasingly convoluted. How could there be so many expenses? One does not comprehend the value of household necessities until they are in charge. After months of struggle, the old lady contemplated laying off some of the staff. She wished to rid herself of this burdensome responsibility. Xuanze, when you go to the Rose Courtyard, please take the household keys and the account book with you. Given my current condition, I can no longer manage the household. It must be handed over to her. Yes, I shall retrieve the account book at once, Xuanze replied. Upon hearing the word steward, Lu Huilan's eyes brightened, and she began to plot. Before Murong entered the family, the old lady had managed the household. Shortly after Murong's arrival, the old lady had relinquished those duties to her. Lu Huilan felt a sense of injustice. Why should she, as the eldest daughter-in-law, be governed by her sister-in-law? It was high time she reclaimed her rightful place in managing the household. The mere utterance of the term matriarch carries an air of authority. More importantly, she would thereafter have control over the household finances, spending as she pleased, liberated from the constraints of meager monthly allowances. Xie Chang's paltry salary was not only insufficient, but he had never entrusted her with its management. She had long grown weary of such a stifling existence. If her mother-in-law and sister-in-law were unwilling to assist, then the daughter-in-law would gladly take up the mantle. With urgency, Lu Huilan opened her mouth before Aunt Xuanze could seize the keys and account books. The old matron cast a languid glance her way, her eyes filled with skepticism. You intend to manage the household? Has your maternal family imparted the wisdom of household management to you? I fear that by the second day of entrusting the account books to you, the household will descend into chaos. How difficult could it be? After decades in the Xie household, the daughter-in-law has certainly learned a thing or two. Lu Huilan persisted in her argument. The old matron, disinterested in her protests, waved a hand dismissively at Xuanze. Go on. Aunt Xuanze cast a complex look at Lu Huilan before turning to leave. Lu Huilan felt a wave of frustration, cursing the old woman for her disdain. What was so special about being a lady of the house? Had she mastered the art of management? Was it not merely about overseeing the purse strings? How challenging could that possibly be? Curse that Murong Yunxiang, who seemed to seize every opportunity for herself. In the Rose Courtyard, splendid. The second branch can manage the adoption ceremony themselves. They simply wish to avoid the expenses. I shall cover the costs. This banquet must not be shabby or lackluster. I cannot afford to lose face. Murong readily agreed. Aunt Xuanze smiled awkwardly, complimenting, indeed, Lady of the County. You are personally favored by His Majesty and hail from a prestigious family. The ceremony for adopting a son cannot be too modest. The old matron is merely considering your reputation, fearing that a poorly executed ceremony might invite ridicule. Thus, she has entrusted the entire affair to your capable hands. Xie Jinnan smiled silently, finding her grandmother and uncle rather shameless. They were unwilling to contribute financially to the adoption ceremony, as if the boy they were adopting were not truly their own. In a word, stingy. However, Xie Jinnan and her mother had already agreed to host a grand ceremony for Sheng, ensuring that the entire capital would know that the second branch of the Xie family had adopted a son named Xie Sheng. Their reluctance to participate mattered little. Xie Jinnan would not deign to accept anything they orchestrated, knowing their frugality would only lead to embarrassment. Upon Murong's swift agreement, Aunt Xuanzhe sighed with relief, feeling assured that subsequent matters would proceed smoothly. There is one more thing. Previously, it was you, lady of the county, who managed the household. Due to your recent illness, the old matron took over for a few months. Now that she has fallen ill again and cannot even rise from her bed, the household accounts will need your attention once more. Aunt Xuanzhe hesitated, noticing Murong's lack of response. She glanced up to meet Murong's inscrutable gaze, a sense of foreboding creeping in. Oh dear. Chapter 81. Xie Jinnan's plans, the division of the southern and northern courtyards. Aunt Xuanzhe felt a sense of unease. This key to household management would not be relinquished easily. Murong elegantly lifted her teacup, savoring her tea, seemingly in no hurry to respond. She had only recently heeded Jinnan's counsel to relinquish this thankless task. How could she possibly take it back? The role of matriarch sounded glamorous, but was, in reality, a laborious undertaking. The household's income was meager, while expenditures were substantial, with numerous servants to maintain, including porters, cooks, and a myriad of maids and servants, totaling nearly 100 individuals. Managing this household was no simple feat. The expenses always outweighed the income. If they were to curtail expenditures, the old matron and the main branch would surely complain about the decline in quality. Conversely, if they did not cut back, who would bear the burden of the surplus expenses? Murong was initially reluctant to contribute. After all, no one wished to suffer losses. Making one concession led to endless demands, creating a bottomless pit of expenses. Yet, Xie Long, being foolishly filial, often insisted on maintaining harmony in appearances, proclaiming that he would draw from his own salary of 60 taels a month. After paying his taxes, only 30 taels remained, insufficient for personal expenses. Ultimately, Murong found herself covering the shortfall. This was why Xie Jinnan had inquired about Shengguo earlier. Her father was an inflexible man who took the doctrine of filial piety to its extreme, often using it to lecture Xie Jinnan, which she found deeply distasteful. She did not wish for Shengguo to inherit her father's shortcomings. Xie Jinnan believed that her father's excessive indulgence had fostered her grandmother's and uncle's audacity, leading them to dare undertake such brazen acts as exchanging sons. Their fearlessness stemmed from the knowledge that even if their schemes were uncovered, their father would not dare to take severe action against them. At most, he would shed a few tears and make a fuss before relenting. Thus, the current situation was inextricably tied to Xie Long's foolishly filial and cowardly nature. Murong could not help but feel melancholy. Although her husband was rigid, he was fundamentally upright and led a life of integrity. If he had any flaws, it was indeed this one. Now that Xie Long had passed, there would be no one to indulge those leeches any longer. Not Murong, nor Xie Jinnan. Xie Jinnan spoke softly. Grandmother's illness indeed makes it unwise for her to overexert herself. Under Aunt Xuanzhe's watchful gaze, Xie Jinnan shifted her tone. However, my mother is also lacking in energy. Jie is injured and requires her constant attention. With the additional responsibility of adopting a son and preparing for the ceremony, she is simply overwhelmed and cannot take on the accounts. Murong set down her teacup, acknowledging, Sister Jinnan is correct. Aunt, please take the account books back. She rejected the proposal outright. Aunt Xuanzhe's eyes widened in surprise as she furrowed her brow. Does the lady of the county not wish to manage the household? Murong smiled. Is there not an elder sister? Please take the account books to the main branch. I believe she would be quite willing to take on the management. Aunt Xuanzhe was in a predicament. Lady Lu could not compare to the lady of the county. She was not suited to manage the household. Please do not put me in such a difficult position. Murong continued to enjoy her tea, remaining silent. Aunt Shunza turned to Xie Jinnan, Mississippi. She knew that Xie Jinnan held significant sway in the second branch. Xie Jinnan smiled. You know well that household management is hardly a desirable task. You are indeed complicating matters for my mother. Aunt Shunza began to sweat nervously. Miss, you jest. The lady of the county has managed the household for over a decade. Has it not always been so? Xie Jinnan countered. Is it sufficient merely because it has always been done that way? Aunt Shunza found herself at a loss for words. Suddenly, an idea struck Xie Jinnan. During the months following her father's funeral, her grandmother had been managing the household, while the second branch no longer contributed to the public purse. Many domestic affairs still intertwined with the main branch, particularly the kitchen, which only prepared basic meals. If one desired something more exquisite, additional funds were required. Why not take this opportunity to completely separate all domestic matters, thereby severing ties between the southern and northern courtyards? This would facilitate their efforts to eventually expel them from the mansion. The household servants included those brought over by her grandmother from the Xie ancestral home, those brought by her mother, and new hires, making it a complex task to organize. Having reached a resolution, Xie Jinnan raised her gaze, a smile gracing her lips. I do not wish to make things difficult for you, Aunt. I propose that the second branch manage all affairs independently, while grandmother focuses solely on the affairs of the Shantang and the main branch. This would simplify matters considerably. Aunt Shunza was taken aback. How could a family operate two separate kitchens? This was akin to a division of the household. Miss, that is simply out of the question. Xie Jinnan's demeanor grew stern, her tone brooking no dissent. You shall respond as I dictate. If grandmother insists on burdening my mother with the adoption of Shangur, then the two branches must operate separately. Otherwise, let this adoption matter be put to rest. The grandmother refrained from mentioning the return of the housekeeper's key, and it was indeed the case that Xie Jinnan had almost forgotten about it. They would agree. Even if the grandmother objected, the uncle would surely consent. After all, the second branch was no longer contributing money, making it effectively akin to a complete separation, merely more thorough. Noticing Xie Jinnan's rigid demeanor and fearing it might provoke her ire, Aunt Shunza could say no more. With a furrowed brow, she decided to report back to the old lady before making any further plans. It was truly a case of losing the hen while trying to steal the egg. Not only was the housekeeper's key not returned to the second branch, but a separation had also ensued. She could only imagine how furious the old lady would be upon her return. Aunt Shunza sighed inwardly, thinking that this young lady would eventually drive her own grandmother to the brink of despair. After Shunza departed, Mrs. Murong gently turned her gaze towards Xie Sheng. Dear, I have thought it through. I will prepare the water pavilion for you to reside in. It is warm in winter and cool in summer, with a spacious courtyard. I will also free up a room to serve as a study, placing several cabinets for your books. What do you think? Xie Sheng's eyes sparkled with clarity. He would heed his mother's wishes. All right, mother will certainly make suitable arrangements. Mrs. Murong smiled warmly. Xie Sheng's lips curled slightly. He had always been allowed to roam freely, and now, being cared for with such meticulous attention, he found himself somewhat unaccustomed. Brother Sheng, you should return to King's Huxuan for now. I suspect the uncle or grandmother may come looking for you, Xie Jinnan said. All right, Xie Sheng replied promptly. Mrs. Murong felt a twinge of reluctance, wishing to keep her son a while longer for conversation. But as her daughter had spoken, she too had to acquiesce. Chunlu, please summon Steward Chow and the other managers. I have matters to discuss with them, Xie Jinnan instructed. Since they were to completely sever the ties between the northern and southern courtyards, it was imperative to act swiftly. The sooner, the better. The matter of the adoption ceremony was imminent, and it was essential to get this sorted out first. Chunlu curtsied. Yes, I shall go at once. Excluding the housekeeper, there were a total of 4 managers in the household, responsible for finances, labor, inventory, and divisions between the main hall and inner courtyard, as well as the gatehouse and kitchen, each with distinct duties. Chapter 82. Xie Jinnan's decisive action to divide the household. The juniors greeted the county lady and the eldest daughter. Steward Chow Fingshou was someone Mrs. Murong had brought from her maternal home. Hailing from the Chow family in Qincheng, he had previously managed a shop and was both astute and honest, with an unwavering loyalty that was unquestionable. The old servant greets the county lady and the eldest daughter, he said, and the 4 managers echoed the greeting in unison. The 4 managers bore the surnames Liu, Zhao, Yang, and Zhou, with the first two being affiliated with Mrs. Moreau, while the latter two were from the old Xie residence, having been brought along by the old lady. Particularly, Mama Yang had been working with the old lady for decades and was known for her keen observation. Please rise. Xie Jinnan's tone was calm, yet her commanding presence was undeniable, making the others more cautious. They were all aware of the household dynamics. The second branch was led by the eldest daughter. A faint smile graced Xie Jinnan's lips as she addressed them. You all handle the household affairs with great diligence. My mother and I have taken note of your hard work. I have called you here today to present rewards for your efforts. The manager's expressions brightened at the mention of rewards. Xie Jinnan raised her delicate hand, and Chun Tao brought forth a tray laden with 5 plump pouches, clearly substantial in weight. The tasks she required were urgent and demanding, and it was not sufficient for the master to merely exert influence. Financial incentives were necessary to ensure diligence in their work. I need your assistance with a particular matter. If accomplished well, this will serve as your reward. Upon seeing the bulging pouches, Mama Yang's eyes sparkled with excitement as she eagerly responded, Eldest daughter, whatever you command, I will face any hardship without hesitation. Xie Jinnan replied steadily. The household is to be divided. The accounts will need to be calculated separately. There are numerous matters to clarify for each residence, so I must trouble you to redistribute the household staff and their duties. Those with contracts held by my grandmother will serve the Shanhangtang and the main house, while those contracted to my mother will be managed by the second branch. Please compile a roster, one for the second branch and one for the main house, detailing who previously performed what duties and their new assignments. Write it clearly. She raised her voice slightly. From now on, the northern and southern courtyards will operate independently, each managing their own affairs. The kitchen will also be divided, with purchases and carriages completely separated. Even you managers will oversee the respective courtyards without interference. In summary, aside from the house itself, everything else will be divided. Do you understand what I mean? The managers were taken aback by the sudden announcement of separation. By night, before the hour of the pig, I expect the complete roster of staff from both the northern and southern courtyards presented to me. Once everything is arranged, the silver will fully belong to you all, as a small token of appreciation for your hard work. Chun Tao stepped forward, carrying a tray of silver, and upon seeing the substantial pouches, the manager's expressions reflected varying degrees of shock. Xie Jinnan's tone shifted sharply if this task is not completed or if it is done carelessly, and if any grievances arise from the lower ranks. The consequence will be 20 lashes, starting from the managers down to the laborers. Steward Chow was the quickest to respond, assuring her, Eldest daughter, rest assured that I have always arranged matters as best as I could. However, over time, overlaps in personnel are inevitable. I will return and reorganize the roster, ensuring those problematic individuals are addressed. He contemplated briefly. As for the accounts, I will prepare a new ledger. However, the kitchen presents a unique challenge. It is shared among the households. How shall we separate the kitchen duties? While they were discussing, Xie Jinnan had already devised a clear plan. Today, there was no rush to reassign positions. They would first sort out the staff roster and notify everyone to prepare mentally. This way, when the time came for reassignments, it would not lead to chaos. The eastern kitchen would belong to the second branch, while the western kitchen would be theirs. If the stoves proved insufficient, they could construct additional ones, and all kitchenware would also belong to them, with the second branch making further purchases as needed. Other miscellaneous items could be sorted out later. The priority was to clarify personnel matters before addressing the physical items. Should Steward Chow have any uncertainties afterward, he could come to inquire of her. Steward Chow nodded, indicating he understood how to proceed and would return to organize the roster. Excellent. Xie Jinnan expressed her satisfaction. I trust in your capabilities, Steward Chow. I appreciate your efforts in managing this. Mama Yang and Mama Zhou exchanged glances, unsure if the matters at Shanhangtang were known to the old lady. Eldest daughter, is the old lady aware of this? Mama Xiao inquired directly, while Mama Yang kept her head down in silence. Xie Jinnan's expression remained unchanged. She was aware of the old lady's knowledge. What does Mama Zhou doubt me? If you are uncertain, you may inquire with Shanhangtang. Confronted with Xie Jinnan's gaze, Mama Zhou felt a pang of anxiety and hurriedly lowered her head. I dare not question. Mama Yang swallowed hard, her face adorned with a conciliatory smile. Eldest daughter, please rest assured, us older servants will certainly ensure everything is executed properly. As they exited the rose courtyard, Mama Zhou tugged at Mama Yang's arm, whispering, "How is this any different from separation?" The old lady is unlikely to agree, right? It seems the eldest daughter is acting unilaterally. Mama Yang looked at her as if she were foolish. Can't you see? The old lady's words no longer hold weight. It's the second branch that is in charge now, and the second branch is led by the eldest daughter. Whatever she decides, we shall follow. What benefit is there in opposing her? Zhou Mama's expression was hesitant, yet we have all followed the old lady from the ancestral home, and besides, it's merely to inquire. Young Mama rolled her eyes, lowering her voice further. Even so, the old matriarch is aging and could pass away at any moment. Can't you discern who will be in charge of this household afterward? Dear sister, be a bit sharper. We've labored in the CF family for decades, and the old lady has never even rewarded us with a single silver bean. Now that Go-Dan is about to marry, I am counting on the eldest daughter's generosity to assist in my son's wedding. Seeing Young Mama's reaction, Zhou Mama dared not pursue the matter further. She could not afford to offend the eldest daughter. Well, Young Mama grew impatient, pulling her arm forward. Enough of that. Hurry back and organize the roster. The eldest daughter is urging us, and if we delay any longer, we won't finish in time. In the Rose Courtyard, Murong felt particularly cheerful. I know my mother has been troubled by this for years. From now on, we shall sever ties with them and ensure they cannot take advantage of us in any way, Xie Jinnan asserted. Murong displayed a look of gratitude. Her daughter was truly considering her welfare. Chapter 83. Writing invitations, preparing for the adoption ceremony. Murong had voiced her grievances before, yet her husband always urged her to endure, questioning how much could be spent on food and drink. However, over the years, it accumulated to a significant sum. Though she felt discontent, she could not express it openly. Maintaining family harmony was paramount. Thus, she could only set up a small kitchen in her courtyard, likely the only matriarch in the capital doing so. When we acquired this residence years ago, I wished to keep them out, but your father insisted. Inviting a deity is easy, yet sending them away is difficult. They have resided here for over a decade. Alas, Murong's inner turmoil was indescribable. She wiped away her tears and thought, forget it. Your father is simply foolish. Now that he is gone, what use is he? Moreover, although Xiaolong was foolishly filial, he had only ever cared for her. Even after many years of Murong failing to bear a son, Xiaolong never expressed discontent. The Earl's residents had even suggested he take a concubine, but Xiaolong steadfastly refused, publicly declaring his deep affection for his wife. Whether or not he had a son mattered little. He was content with their 2 daughters. The profound loyalty he demonstrated was the reason Murong could endure. After all, perfection is a rarity in this world. Murong managed to smile. As long as you 2 siblings are with me, I will find contentment. Xie Jinnan returned her smile, secretly wishing to reclaim all of the family assets from the ancestral home and leave not a single coin for her uncle. Although the wealth in her mother's possession could not compare, even the smallest morsel was still sustenance. Allowing them to indulge at her expense, while she did not seize a chance to reclaim what was rightfully hers, was unacceptable. Xie Jinnan's eyes gleamed. Mother, we must hasten the preparations for the adoption ceremony to avoid any prolonged delays. Let us set the date for 10 days hence, as it is an auspicious day suitable for celebrations. Moreover, it has been over 100 days since Father's passing, and we can host a banquet. Murong felt a flicker of excitement, smiling gently. Very well. We must procure a great many items. Such a significant event requires proper decorations, and there is much to be done in the kitchen as well. She hesitated momentarily. It is a pity we cannot use red silk or paper. We must wait a year after a funeral to hang red. Your brother will have to make do with colorful silks for the decorations. Xie Jinnan nodded. The procurement can be entrusted to Steward Chow. We should write the invitations now and send them to each household. Mother, think about who to invite, how to write the invitations, and how to arrange the seating. That is of utmost importance. Indeed, we cannot afford any mistakes. Chun Tao, quickly bring the last gift list. We must also send an invitation to the prince's residence. Lu Huilan, feigning a stomach ailment, seized the opportunity to slip away from the Shawnee Hall. She hurriedly cursed under her breath, making her way to the main house. Initially, she intended to consult Ying Jie on their strategy, but time was short. Yin Ge was about to embark on a long journey, and she needed to assist him with packing. That wretched old woman truly lacked compassion. It was Yin Ji's first trip away, and yet she detained me, insisting on my presence. What a ridiculous demand. Serving him was insufficient. Did she expect me to cater to her whims as well? Ugh! Lu Huilan cursed vehemently. Mama Zhu hurried to catch up, panting, "Madam, lower your voice. Don't let anyone hear." Only then did Lu Huilan quiet down, rushing back to the courtyard. Upon her return, she found Xie Yin playing, but did not see Xie Chong. Has the master come by? Wasn't he supposed to help Yin Gu with his packing after settling the funds? Lu Huilan inquired of the serving maid. The maid shook her head, fearfully retracting. The master hasn't returned. Not back. The young maid shrank back. And no, he hasn't returned. Lu Huilan furrowed her brows, and in that moment of confusion, her face turned red with anger as she realized where Xie Chong had gone. That little courtesan. No wonder he was asking for 200 taels. He was planning to give it to that little hussy. Lu Huilan seethed. Her eyes bulged with fury, resembling a vengeful spirit, making the young maids tremble in fear. Afraid of being caught in the crossfire, Lu Huilan turned and stormed toward Lu Yinyang's courtyard. The door to Lu Yinyang's courtyard stood ajar, allowing Lu Huilan to enter unimpeded. Suete was about to speak when Mama Zhu quickly covered her mouth. Under Lu Huilan's wrath, the other maids dared not utter a word. You've given all the money to the maid. What about Yin Gu? I cannot spend his school funds, came the delicate voice of Lu Yinyang from within. Lu Huilan halted her steps, momentarily reconsidering, and instead of kicking the door open, she leaned in to listen to their conversation. It seemed Xie Chong was quite taken with Lu Yinyang's coquetry. What's there to fear? Spend it freely. If you are happy, my son will thrive. Lu Huilan's mind buzzed as she overheard this, her face flushing with indignation, though she had saved some private funds for Yin Gu. This scoundrel was using Yin Gu's name to extort money for Lu Yinyang. Lu Huilan kicked the door open and charged in. You wretched little courtesan. I shall fight you. Scene becomes chaotic. Interpret as needed. In the Shanhe Hall, wretched. The old matriarch, upon hearing Gu Shuan's account, was so furious she could barely breathe. Gugu hurried to calm her. Please, do not be angry, my lady. The old matriarch's face turned ashen, her anger bordering on humiliation. The second daughter-in-law dared to refuse the steward's keys. What was her meaning? She sweetly claimed that the southern courtyard would manage itself, not wishing to trouble her, but the old matriarch was well aware of the girl's intentions. She sought to draw a line, no longer wanting to involve herself in the affairs of the main house. She wished to distance herself entirely, as if she were not a member of the Xie family anymore. How could she be so miserly? She should have been extinguished at birth. Never had she despised her granddaughter Xie Jinnan so deeply. The old matriarch knew well that the second daughter-in-law had previously supplemented the household while managing it. But now that she had brought a dowry into the family, she was expected to contribute to the household expenses. For over a decade, it had been this way. Now she sought to sever ties, believing that with the second son's death, she could simply walk away from the Xie family. Even if the second son had died, she remained a widow of the Xie family and would be buried in their ancestral cemetery. The old matriarch's eyes glinted with malice. Ever since the demise of her second son, his wife had grown increasingly self-centered, and her niece was no better, causing discord within the household. Aunt Xuanze hesitated before speaking. My lady, I think we should postpone the matter of the housekeeper for now. You have already compelled her to adopt young Master Sheng. If you were to hand her the housekeeper's keys, what if it drives her to desperation? Her words trailed off, and upon her reminder, the matriarch regained some clarity amidst her fury. She was too eager to rid herself of the burdensome housekeeper position, and the fact that Murong refused to accept it only fueled her ire. Enough, the old matriarch steadied herself. Go fetch the eldest couple. The second household appears intent on severing ties. Murong not only rejected the housekeeper's keys, but also sought to draw a clear line. The matriarch was at a loss and felt compelled to heed her son's counsel, eager to hear Xie Chang's thoughts. After a prolonged wait, the couple finally arrived, and upon seeing them, the matriarch's expression twisted in dismay. Xie Chong bore visible scratches across his face, with faint traces of blood seeping from them, and 3 ghastly marks marred his neck. Lu Huilan fared worse. Her cheeks were swollen, and remnants of blood stained her lips. Although her hair had been tidied, it still bore signs of disarray. The two exchanged hostile glances, as if on the brink of a physical altercation, clearly having required considerable effort from Aunt Xuanze to bring them together. With a dry throat, she swallowed hard, yearning for a drink. The matriarch felt faint, exclaiming, "What has happened to you two? What has befallen Chang? Do you wish to drive me to my grave?" Her heart ached with concern. Xie Chang turned his face away. "Mother, there is no need for you to inquire further. Aunt Xuanze has informed me that although we have not formally separated, it might as well be the case since my sister-in-law has not contributed to the family finances in quite some time. If this arrangement can bring her peace of mind, so be it. Let her adopt Shangguer first. After all, the second household's finances will belong to him, so I need not worry about money." Lu Huilan remained silent, her expression dark. They had already agreed on the journey that as long as she did not report to the matriarch, they would receive 100 taels of silver. She remained skeptical until Xie Chang handed her the silver note, which she now clutched tightly. In a fit of rage, she had fiercely attacked Xie Chang, clawing at his face and kicking his legs, wishing to cripple him. The chaos not only subdued Xie Chang, but also terrified Lu Enyang. Despite her disheveled appearance, Lu Huilan held her head high, feeling victorious. It was as if she had triumphed in battle. The old matriarch was astonished. "Is this truly how you feel?" Unlike Xie Chang's indifference, the matriarch was deeply reluctant, her feelings tinged with resentment. Murong's defiance only fueled her determination not to fulfill Murong's desires, particularly in relinquishing the housekeeper's keys. Xie Chang shrugged, noting that they were not truly negotiating. Disagreement held little value. As long as she adopted Shangguer, he was unconcerned. She would no longer contribute to the household, and separating would even save the money. The matriarch's expression darkened further. In the short term, it might ease her burdens, but in the long run, it boded ill. Once this precedent was set, it would be exceedingly difficult to reinstate Murong as housekeeper. The matriarch had hoped for Murong to assume the role. It would alleviate her worries regarding the household's provisions and relieve her of the burden of expensive medicinal expenses. Furrowing her brow, she glanced at her son. Xie Chang, a man accustomed to being hands-off, did not grasp the complexities of managing an internal household. She then looked at Lu Huilan, whose background hardly suited the responsibilities of a housekeeper. Head pounding, the matriarch lamented, "I have been managing the household alone for some time, and finances have grown increasingly strained. I have contemplated dismissing staff, yet Yunxiang refuses to let go. At my age, my health is not what it once was." Xie Chang grew impatient with his mother's complaints. "Mother, since the two courtyards are now separate, what could possibly trouble you in our residence?" For him, even if the sky were to fall, the priority remained ensuring the second household adopted Shangsheng. With no male heirs in the second household, what did wealth matter if it ultimately came into his possession? The old matriarch sighed wearily. "Then let it be as you wish. However, since we are separating, I must retrieve my share of gold promptly." Lu Huilan, ever fixated on gold, interjected. The matriarch glared. "What is your haste? Once the adoption ceremony is complete, I will certainly claim it." She was infuriated upon seeing Lu Huilan's actions had left Xie Chang in such a state. He is a man, someone who values his reputation. How can he face others in this condition? In stark contrast to the chaotic atmosphere of the Shanhua Hall, the ambience in the Rose Courtyard was tranquil and serene. At a spacious writing desk, Xie Jinnan delicately held a purple brush, engrossed in writing invitations, several of which lay drying nearby, awaiting the ink to set. The elegant calligraphy adorned the paper beautifully. As Murong perused the gift list, Chun Tao assisted in grinding ink. "Deputy Minister Zhang of the Ministry of War is a close friend of your father. He lent considerable assistance during your father's funeral." Xie Jinnan lightly dipped the brush into the ink, muttering to herself as she wrote. Respectfully presented to the Zhang couple, we shall hold the adoption ceremony on July 26th. Before she could finish, hurried footsteps approached. Glancing up, she saw Chun Lu rush in, breathless. "Madam, miss, someone from the Earl's residence has arrived. It is the formidable old Granny Chiu, close to the matriarch." Murong was taken aback. "Why is she here?" Xie Jinnan remained composed, setting down her brush. She had anticipated that the matriarch would not relent and would undoubtedly send someone. Old Granny Chiu was no ordinary figure. Murong felt a deep-seated dread toward old Granny Chiu. In her memories, her stepmother was harsh and unforgiving, quick to reprimand for the slightest misstep. As the matriarch would never scold personally, it fell to old Granny Chiu to enforce discipline, resulting in Murong receiving numerous reprimands throughout her upbringing. In old Granny Chiu's presence, Murong felt only trepidation. "Surely, the matriarch has sent her to confront me. What shall I do?" Murong's palms began to sweat. Xie Jinnan removed her outer garment and urged her mother back in her seat. Mother, what is there to fear? You are now a married woman, the mistress of your own household, no longer a mere illegitimate daughter under the matriarch's control. What did she do to you? Xie Jinnan raised an eyebrow, her expression intriguing. She had long wished to confront the matriarch, even feeling a hint of anticipation. By the way, there is something I must discuss with you. I have yet to find the right words. I am unafraid, but your maternal grandmother still resides in the Earl's residence. Murong dared not offend the matriarch, fearing for her own comfort within the household. Xie Jinnan carefully chose her words. Mother, there is something I must tell you. After she spoke, she cautiously observed her mother's reaction. Is what you say true? Murong's voice trembled. Xie Jinnan nodded gently, affirming, indeed, it is absolutely true. Therefore, while you were at the Earl's residence, did you inadvertently offend the matriarch? Why has she chosen to retaliate against you and Shangur? Murong's cheeks twitched slightly, a manifestation of the anger she was suppressing. So it was like this. I had wondered why she was so venomous. It turned out she harbored such deep-seated hatred for me. Clenching her teeth, Murong began to recount a tale from the past. The heir of the Earl's household had produced 5 daughters in succession, and finally, the 6th pregnancy had yielded a long-awaited son, a pair of twins at that. The boys, named Murong Rookie and Murong Rulin, were the pride of the family, eagerly anticipated and only 2 years older than Xie Jinnan. The twins were laden with the family's hopes. But alas, Murong Rookie was frail and passed away at the tender age of 4. He died on the first day of the 10th month, coinciding with the birth of Xie Sheng. The matriarch, an ardent Buddhist, had once consulted a leprous monk who prophesied that Murong Rulin had been cursed to death by another. Consequently, she believed that Xie Sheng's birth had caused the demise of Murong Rookie, leading her to despise Murong, this illegitimate daughter. Originally, her target for vengeance was Xie Luiying, who had usurped her place, but then she stumbled upon the matter of the exchanged children. Thus she observed coldly, for what could be more painful than raising another child while her own suffered? Yet, the matriarch felt this was not sufficient. She schemed to ruin Xie Luiying's son, decimating the second branch of the Xie family and ensuring its extinction. This was her retribution. Chapter 85. Xie Jinnan confronts the old matron. Previous chapter revised. A surge of sorrow and indignation welled within Murong. Upon learning of her nephew's untimely death after giving birth to Sheng, she too had felt profound grief. Each time she visited her maternal home, she sensed the matriarch's icy gaze upon her, realizing that she had been blamed for the death of Qi. Did she not know of the frailty of the twins? Rilin had been born weighing 6 pounds, while Qi was barely over 3 pounds, less than half of his brother's weight. He had been weak from the start, kept alive only through the most precious medicines, and even the physicians had declared him difficult to nurture. Why, then, should blame fall upon my son? Murong's eyes nearly sparked with fury. What of it being the same day? Merely a coincidence. Xie Jinnan poured a cup of tea and offered it to her, gently advising, Mother, what has transpired has already occurred. We must respond with composure. Thankfully, Sheng is returning to the second branch. The soothing timbre of Xie Jinnan's voice coaxed Murong's reason back to the surface as she took a sip from the teacup. Yes, it was fortunate that Sheng would soon be by my side. Xie Jinnan settled next to Murong and prompted, Mother, consider carefully, apart from the matriarch. Has anyone else in the Earl's household altered their demeanor towards you? Perhaps grandfather, or your elder uncle and aunt. This was of great significance. Murong furrowed her brow in contemplation. My elder brother is of the legitimate line and much older. We were never close, over the years. Their demeanor towards me has remained superficially polite, and so has grandfather's. Then it is only the matriarch who has transferred her ire regarding Rookie's death onto you? Murong scoffed. Who in the family is unaware that Qi was sickly from childhood? The doctors had warned that he might not survive. How can this be anyone else's fault? Upon hearing this, Xie Jinnan's expression grew solemn. Since the physicians had spoken, perhaps the matriarch had long prepared for this, but deep down, she could not overcome this mental hurdle and needed someone to bear her wrath. She is simply unwell. Murong was engulfed in anguish. Even if she understood, she could not afford to sever ties with the Earl's household, nor could she show disrespect to the old matron. If she were to fall out with the matriarch, just the matter of disrespecting her legitimate mother would render her life in the capital exceedingly difficult, jeopardizing the futures of her children. The concubine remained under the matriarch's thumb. For now, she could only swallow her pride, for for there was no other option. At that moment, Xie Jinnan caught a glimpse of Chunlu leading someone in and quickly signaled to her mother. Instantly, the two donned new expressions. Greetings to the fourth young lady. It has been a long time since this old servant has seen you. The old matron entered with an air of superiority, her face adorned with a detached smile. Yet her eyes bore an unmistakable hint of accusatory intent. Even her greeting was perfunctory, as if she were the mistress and Murong merely a servant beneath her. Xie Jinnan had no intention of granting her such respect and replied coolly, "You have erred in your address, matron. My mother is the county lady bestowed by His Majesty. Perhaps your advanced years and infrequent outings have left you unaware?" The old matron's eyes turned icy in an instant, but recalling her purpose, she refrained from further elaboration on this trivial matter. "I am indeed forgetful in my old age. It is right to address the fourth young lady as county lady." Upon seeing the county lady, I am reminded of how the fourth young lady once appeared in the household. Time certainly does not spare anyone. She maintained her composure, her words meticulously crafted. The old matron subtly reminded Murong that she had once been a maid under the matriarch's command and would forever remain so, regardless of her marriage. Xie Jinnan's brows twitched slightly. The old matron was indeed formidable. Murong smiled gracefully. "It has indeed been many years. Please take a seat." The old matron strode confidently to a chair on the left and settled down smoothly. "I wonder how the matriarch is faring. I heard she fainted." "No harm done. She simply has a fiery temper," Murong replied. The old matron picked up her teacup, carelessly swirling the leaves, subtly mocking. "The matriarch seems to grow younger with age. Though her body may weaken, her temperament remains that of a child." Her words were a veiled jab at the matriarch's feigned fainting. Murong forced a smile, responding with strained politeness. "My mother has her old ailments." In the presence of the old matron's seemingly innate authority, Murong's presence noticeably dwindled, though she herself was unaware. Yet, Xie Jinnan could perceive it, understanding that her mother had likely endured many scoldings from this old matron in her youth. It was a deep-seated fear, compounded by her numerous concerns. This would not do. The conversation was fraught with tension, and thus, it was essential to assert dominance from the outset. Otherwise, beginning from a position of weakness would render it impossible to regain strength, leaving them at the mercy of others. Once the invitations were dispatched, the matriarch would certainly be informed, and the decision to adopt Xiesheng was a foregone conclusion that could not be swayed. Xie Jinnan's lips curled upward slightly, her voice clear and resonant. "Matron, you jest. Grandmother, in a fit of anger, has been bedbound and cannot even rise to meet you. Otherwise, she would certainly have come in person." Although it was true that the matriarch was feigning illness, this was ultimately an affair of the Xie family. And even if it were a scandal, it was improper to let outsiders gossip. The old matron halted momentarily, her sharp gaze sweeping over Xie Jinnan as she appraised her quickly. "Little sister has grown into a young lady. You speak with much more eloquence than before." "Am I sharp-tongued?" Xie Jinnan replied with a smile. "You flatter me. Matron, you remain just as I remember, graceful and dignified, were it not for your title as matron. Who could mistake you for the matriarch of a noble family? Yet what a matron! Was she not still a servant? And should not servants comport themselves accordingly in the presence of their masters?" Although Xie Jinnan smiled, a flicker of derision passed through her eyes. The old matron's expression soured. This girl was indeed quite shrewd with her words. She slammed the teacup down forcefully, with demeanor imposing. "I have come today under the matriarch's orders." Her exact words were to inquire about which foster son the fourth young lady intends to adopt. Having been so abruptly interrupted, the old matron bypassed the usual pleasantries and confronted the matter directly. Xie Jinnan feigned difficulty. "Matron, you may not be aware, but while this matter is difficult to broach, I must now inform you." "What do you mean, little sister?" The old matron frowned in confusion. Xie Jinnan sighed softly. "Yesterday, grandmother threatened my mother with her life, compelling her to adopt the legitimate son of the first branch. My mother, fearing the stigma of having caused the matriarch's demise, has already acquiesced." Murong lifted her handkerchief to wipe her tears, feeling genuinely remorseful towards her second and third sisters-in-law. It was unfair to have invited them only for the occasion to be disrupted, and now a pleasant meal had been spoiled. Her mother-in-law. Every family has its own burdens to bear, sigh. Murong wore an expression of helplessness, as if she had suffered a great injustice. Hearing this, The old nanny Xie frowned and admonished her. For months, the county lady has mentioned the adoption from the Earl's residence, where everyone has been diligently selecting a foster son for you. Even the matriarch has been deeply concerned. Yet at the last moment, you choose to adopt a male descendant of the Xie family instead. Xie glared at her with cold eyes, her tone growing harsher. County lady, remember when you were a child and I taught you the principle of keeping one's word? How can you forget everything after marriage? In your own home, you allowed your maternal sisters-in-law to face such disdain. Who will dare to visit your Xie family from the Earl's residence in the future? Chapter 86. The old nanny's defeat and Murong's anxiety. The nanny's scolding was indeed justified. It was a matter I had not considered thoroughly. Had I known, I would not have allowed my mother-in-law to take a seat. I had not intended to, but she insisted that a noble guest was visiting, and it would be respectful to invite her. I thought about it and relented, never expecting it would lead to this situation. Sigh. Murong lowered her stance, willing to admit her fault, but the choice of whom to adopt could not be altered. Yet, the old nanny remained unyielding. Is it so easy to force you to choose another foster son? The young lady hails from the Earl's residence. What family management skills have you not learned? How could you be so easily manipulated by a frail old woman? Murong felt utterly humiliated. Nanny, she threatened me with death. I was panicked at the time. Xie shot her a disdainful glance, thinking how this ineffectual daughter of a concubine would bring shame. Are you suggesting that my mother should threaten my grandmother with death? If you are not afraid of bearing such a grave consequence, you may go to Shanhui Hall. Your grandmother lies there. Gazing at the cold expression on Xie's face, Xie Jinnan's countenance darkened slightly, her voice carrying a hint of anger and pressure. You go tell her that the second branch of the Xie family will never adopt the eldest branch's male descendant. It can only be from the Earl's residence. If that is the case, my mother and I will be grateful for your righteous assistance. You. The old nanny was momentarily taken aback, her expression immediately darkening. She certainly could not relay such words to the old lady of the Xie family, for that would be a significant loss of face. The Earl's residence also had its pride, and what if the old lady were to be angered to the point of ill fate? What would become of the Earl's reputation? Since Xie Jinnan had taken the role of the harsh critic, Murong had to emerge as the sympathetic character, weeping. Nanny, do not take offense. Jinnan was frightened by my mother-in-law yesterday. She understands my helplessness. Xie struggled to maintain her composure, as retorting to a younger generation would be undignified. She adopted a superior demeanor and cast a disdainful look at Murong. I have managed affairs at the Earl's residence for many years. Even the young masters give me some respect. The Xie family, being of lesser status, is certainly incomparable to the Earl's residence. There is no decorum. If you, county lady, do not know how to raise your children, you might as well send them to the Earl's residence, where I can assist you in their upbringing. It is better than having them become a laughingstock in the future. To be frank, the matriarch wishes for you to adopt Chang'e, and I have conveyed her message. You must decide for yourself. Xie's sideways glance at Murong was laden with an unspoken threat, and she presumed Murong would not dare to refuse. Although Murong wore a troubled expression, her words were resolute. I hope my mother can understand. If I were to adopt Chang'e, my mother-in-law would likely perish right before my eyes. I truly cannot bring myself to mention Chang'e again. The old nanny was taken aback, astonished that this young concubine dared to disregard the matriarch's words. Have you truly made up your mind not to adopt Chang'e? Do you not know which son of the Xie family's eldest branch is being forced upon you for adoption? Xie pressed further. It is the third son from the eldest branch, Xie Sheng. As she spoke, Murong felt her palms nearly break from the tension, barely holding herself together. Xie gasped, her pupils contracting as she blinked rapidly to regain her composure. What do you mean you have adopted him? Wasn't the eldest branch asking for you to adopt the youngest son? Murong explained. To be honest, the youngest son is inept, and it was precisely because I was unwilling to adopt him that the family had been at a standstill for months. Only then did my mother-in-law change the candidate. Chang'e is barely acceptable. The old nanny's expression was complex. County lady, are you truly prepared to defy the matriarch's wishes? Chang'e, though a son of a concubine, hails from the Earl's residence's third branch and is not someone to be trifled with. Murong's eyes glinted with coldness. What do you mean by someone to be trifled with? He is my own flesh and blood. You know this well. The decision to adopt Chang'e was already set in stone and should not be reversed. However, I met Chang'e yesterday, and he truly is exceptional. What if I were to adopt both? That way, I would satisfy both sides and have a suitable explanation for everyone. What do you think, Nanny? Morong proposed this brilliant idea. Xie nearly rolled her eyes. What kind of nonsensical plan is that? You can either adopt a child from the Xie family or from the Earl's residence. How can you adopt both? This would blatantly inform outsiders that the Earl's residence is vying for this adoption position. The embarrassment of such news would be unimaginable. She frowned slightly, her tone laced with disdain. County lady, you are the one in charge. How can your speech be so disjointed? Good heavens! Morong. Xie had never thought highly of her. Xie Jinnan pondered for a moment, her beautiful eyes sparkling with light. Nanny, is it true that you plan to take me back to the Earl's residence? It has been a long time since I stayed there, and I miss my cousins dearly. She climbed the ladder of opportunity, intentionally provoking Xie. Xie Jinnan knew that the old nanny would never take her back to the Earl's residence. However, she did not anticipate that her casual remark would resonate with Xie. Upon hearing this, Xie's expression grew even darker. You miss your cousins? Which cousin are you referring to? I cannot allow such a troublemaker to return. Since the county lady had made her decision, the old servant felt it was inappropriate to say more. She needed to report back to the matriarch. Having realized that further discussion was futile, Xie decided to take her leave, preparing to return to her residence. The matter of the fourth young lady adopting Xie Sheng had to be swiftly communicated to the matriarch for her decision. She left with a cold face, not even bothering to offer a farewell. Morong personally saw off the old nanny to show her respect, showering her with kind words all the way to the entrance of the Xie family. Once Xie entered the carriage, Morong finally let out a sigh of relief. Back at the rose courtyard, Xie Jinnan was already tying her sleeves, preparing to write invitations. The mother and daughter exchanged glances, both smiling in unison. At last, they had managed to send this formidable figure away. Jinnan, what should we do next? Will the matriarch harm your brother? Morong's heart remained heavy with concern. Xie Jinnan lightly grasped her paintbrush, her demeanor composed. Of course, I must quickly finish these invitations. I also need to visit the Firefly Pavilion tonight to collect the winter pear. She had not forgotten this matter. From yesterday to today, she had been tirelessly busy. Morong felt anxious, but Xie Jinnan did not forget to reassure her. Do not worry, mother. The matriarch will not directly harm Shungar. If she intended to, she would have acted long ago. As a devout Buddhist, would she truly dare to kill her grandson? Is she not afraid of descending into the deepest hell? Whatever challenges arise, I will handle them, so you need not worry. With Xie Jinnan's words, Morong felt somewhat reassured and asked, Can Xie Luiying truly give you the winter pear? It would be fine to marry her off in a few years. Xie Jinnan paused her movements. Mother, do you really think such a matter could be concealed from Xie Luiying for 3 to 5 years? With her intellect, it won't be long before she discerns the truth. At that point, she will surmise that our current endeavors are all aimed at bestowing Xie Sheng, and she will also realize that we have long been aware of her true heritage. She never intended to conceal her identity from Xie Luiying for an extended period, and indeed, she cannot do so for long. Xie Luiying will soon unravel the mystery. Chapter 87. Is cousin Xie Jinnan secretly in love with me? Upon hearing this, Morong's demeanor visibly shifted to one of alarm. What shall we do? That girl is merciless. She harmed Shunga last time. We cannot allow her to remain in our home. Seeing that Xie Jinnan was still unfazed and leisurely composing invitations, Morong grew anxious. Oh, Xie Jinnan, I am nearly beside myself with worry. How can you remain so calm as if nothing were amiss? Having completed another invitation, Xie Jinnan set down her brush and gently blew on the parchment. Mother, you taught me to remain composed even in the face of calamity. Why do you forget this when it concerns yourself? She handed the invitation to Chuntao, who accepted it and placed it aside. Xie Jinnan then elaborated thus. We must hastily bring Dongli here. My intention in acquiring Dongli is not solely to keep Dongzhao under control, but, more importantly, to seize the witness while Xie Luiying remains oblivious. She must understand that I possess this evidence, capable of exposing her origins at any moment. If she wishes to continue as the legitimate daughter of the second house, she must behave herself and refrain from reckless actions. Having learned of the private dealings between Xie Luiying and old Madame Wang, Xie Jinnan resolved to alter her strategy. She aimed to ascertain how old Madame Wang intended to retaliate against the second house of the Xie family. By holding Dongzhao and Dongli in her grasp, Xie Luiying's every move would be within her control. Upon this realization, Murong regained her composure and regarded Xie Jinnan with a complex gaze. Jinnan, your foresight is truly remarkable. Beside them, Chunlu smiled and remarked, Missing would never dare to confront the county lady and the eldest daughter directly. Even if she suspects the truth, she is likely to feign ignorance. The worth of the legitimate daughter of the second house cannot compare to that of the first house. If she wishes to marry as a legitimate daughter, she must curry favor with the county lady. Murong, somewhat exasperated, muttered, Who would want her to ingratiate herself? She is a viper, and who knows when she might strike at Shungu again. Besides, I will not provide her with a dowry. Xie Jinnan's expression shifted slightly, revealing an underlying concern. She spoke merely to placate her mother. Adopting Xie Sheng had become an inevitability, and it was best to neutralize Xie Luiying as soon as possible. However, with the emergence of old Madame Wang, the situation had grown more complicated. At the Earl's residence, old Madame Wang's expression darkened at the mention of adopting Xie Sheng. Her murky eyes glinted with malice as the elderly servant Xiao stood by to respond. Indeed, the fourth girl is weak and ineffectual. She cannot withstand her mother-in-law's trifling tactics of tears and tantrums. Old Madame Wang scoffed, her fingers tracing the prayer beads. A useless thing. What shall we do now, old madam? Xiao inquired. Can we truly compel her? Otherwise, that madwoman will accuse the Earl's residence of oppression, creating a farce. Xiao was taken aback. Are we truly allowing her to adopt Xie Sheng? But Sheng is. Inside the room, the two conversed while outside. A dashing young gentleman clad in luxurious attire entered. Murong Relin, with his long ponytail and jade belt cinched at his waist, possessed bright and clear eyes. With lips red and teeth white, he held a delightful trinket, eager to present it to his grandmother. As a maid was about to speak, Murong Relin quickly hushed her. There is no need for announcements. I shall go myself. He proceeded towards the ancestral hall, where he discerned faint murmurs of conversation. Is it truly permissible for Xie Luiying to act in this manner? If so, the adoption ceremony will be ruined, and I shall have to send a letter shortly. Old Madame Wang was unaware that the fourth girl lacked all decorum, not only in manners but also in self-awareness, as she insisted on accompanying the old servant to the Earl's residence, claiming to miss her cousin. How shameless! It seemed she had taken a fancy to our young Master Lin. Murong Relin, the legitimate grandson of the first house, was 2 years older than Xie Jinnan and the only one in the family of appropriate age for marriage. However, the elders had set their sights too high and had yet to find a suitable match, leaving the entire Earl's residence preoccupied with his marriage prospects. Thus, when Xie Jinnan made her comment, Qiu immediately thought of Murong Relin. The girl must be intending to entangle herself with our young Master Lin. What an unruly girl. Old Madame Wang's expression soured. Lin Gur is the legitimate grandson. He is to inherit the title. How could that lowly girl be worthy? Murong Relin was momentarily stunned, his ears turning crimson. So, his cousin had feelings for him. The image of her radiant and captivating face filled his mind, causing his heart to flutter like spring water, difficult to calm. Yet, upon hearing Qiu's disparaging remarks, he furrowed his brow and opened the door. You speak foolishly. My cousin has always been gentle and poised. How could she be uncultured? Upon seeing him, Qiu's panic was palpable. How had Lin Gur arrived so quietly? How long had he been here, and what had he overheard? Old Madame Wang was startled for a moment, a flicker of ire crossing her eyes as she immediately signaled to Qiu. Someone would face severe consequences today. The maid outside was becoming increasingly careless. Lin Gur had arrived without any notification. Having said that, old Madame Wang's eyes trembled slightly as she regarded Murong Relin with a benevolent smile. When did Lin Gur arrive? Grandmother did not hear your footsteps. My hearing has grown poor with age. I just arrived, grandmother. Do not blame them. It was I who instructed them not to announce my presence, Murong Relin replied. Very well. Grandmother shall heed Lin Gur's wishes. Old Madame Wang cherished this grandson above all, and she was willing to accede to his words. We were just discussing your fourth aunt. She claims she wishes to adopt someone from our family, yet she ultimately chose the nephew from the CF family. Xiu merely commented on her decision. The fourth girl is merely protective of her mother. It is a trivial matter. Her few sentences deftly covered the previous topic. Xiu promptly admitted, Old Madam is correct. The fourth girl is sincerely filial. It was my thoughtless words. Murong Relin paused, a bright smile lighting his face. I see. So the fourth aunt has chosen her adopted son? The adoption ceremony will be arranged soon. I must select a congratulatory gift for my new cousin. Old Madame Wang nodded gently. Indeed, a gift should be chosen. Lin Gur was cherished and doted upon, possessing a pure and earnest nature, as well as a warm demeanor. He was a good child. By the way, Murong Relin began, his lips twitching slightly. Will my cousin really be staying with us for a few days? That is merely a jest, Old Madame Wang replied. Oh. Murong Relin's gaze flickered slightly. Why did he feel a twinge of disappointment? He quickly shifted the topic. By the way, I overheard you discussing your cousin. What letter are you writing to her? Separated by a mere door in distance, Murong Relin could only catch fragmented snippets, unclear and disjointed. Confronted with Murong Relin's inquiry, Chio's heart raced. She struggled to maintain her composure, casting a cautious glance at old Madame Wang before carefully stating, "It is this way. Missing has injured her leg, and old Madame thought it best to write a letter of comfort, so that the child does not become too troubled." Oh, indeed, she ought to be comforted. Grandmother is truly thoughtful, Murong Relin responded. Old Madame Wang maintained a tranquil demeanor. After all, she is my granddaughter. How can I not care? Lingur, what is it you are holding? Murong Relin suddenly recalled that this was the wooden sheep his grandson had spotted while wandering the streets. Remembering that his grandmother was born in the year of the sheep, he had specifically bought it for her. As she gazed at the exquisitely carved wooden sheep in her hands, the elderly matriarch displayed a look of contentment, exclaiming, "Good child. As long as it is given by my grandson, I shall cherish it." She lifted her eyes to glance at old Mama Chio, who merely nodded slightly, while the young maid outside remained blissfully unaware of the calamity that was about to befall her. As evening descended, the mosquitoes began to swarm. The rose garden had already been treated with mosquito-repellent herbs, and the rosewood round table was laden with an array of sumptuous dishes, creating a lavish spread. The family of three was gathered for dinner, celebrating their reunion. Murong Shi served Xie Jinnan a bowl of cordyceps and Yukami stewed Christian carp soup, saying, "Your grandmother means well, aiding the main branch in their schemes against us. No matter what they say, just nod in agreement and do not engage." Xie Jinnan accepted the soup with a slight bow, thanking his mother. Earlier that day, his grandmother had summoned him to the Shanhui Hall, imparting numerous pieces of advice, all revolving around the importance of pleasing his aunt and not forgetting the kindness of his parents, all in the name of bringing glory to the family. There's no need to be overly polite with your own mother. Look at your sister. She is enjoying her meal heartily. You should eat more as well. Murong Shi gently encouraged. Just then, Xie Jinnan, who was indulging in her meal, paused and mumbled, "Mother, I just returned from the Firefly Pavilion after a long day. I'm quite famished." She had made quite an effort to procure some winter pears. Murong Shi's gaze softened as she stroked Xie Jinnan's cheek, smiling, "My dear sister, you have worked hard." The table was overflowing with delicacies, more extravagant than during the New Year celebrations. Among the dishes were several that Murong Shi had prepared herself. Xie Jinnan turned to Xie Jinnan and teased, "Thanks to my brother, Mother does not usually indulge me like this." Xie Jinnan couldn't help but smile. Sister is jesting. Today marked the first time he acknowledged his mother and sister as family. Previously, he had referred to them as aunt and cousin. The sudden shift in titles made him feel a bit awkward, yet his sister's playful banter bridged the distance, helping him adapt more swiftly. He recognized that his sister was intentionally creating this camaraderie. Murong Shi chimed in, "Indeed, I usually serve you the bare minimum, and yet you still appear so well-nourished. If you eat any better, you might become quite plump." "Plump?" Xie Jinnan protested, momentarily embodying the demeanor of a young girl, her spirits evidently high. Her words elicited laughter from everyone, including Chunlu and Chuntao, who shared in the mirth. Murong Shi refrained from teasing her further, remarking, "The physician has advised that both excessive thinness and obesity are detrimental to health. Sheng, you are rather slender, so do eat more. It's an age when one should be growing." Xie Jinnan then grew serious. "By the way, Brother Sheng, with the adoption ceremony approaching, have you thought about inviting any schoolmates? If so, please compile a list to send out invitations, and we'll need to arrange seating as well." "Yes, in 10 days. A short break will commence, and they should all be available. Let us prepare 3 tables, Xie Jinnan replied. Xie Jinnan was taken aback. 3 tables? That would accommodate nearly 30 guests. It seemed he had quite a circle of friends. Xie Jinnan explained, "Since we need to send invitations to all the students in our dormitory, it's only fitting. We've all been away from home for years, and our bonds are amicable. Xie Jinnan glanced at Murong Shi, hesitating. I discussed with Mother earlier that Baichuan Academy is excellent, but it's quite far. Now that you've returned to the second branch, why not consider studying in the academy in the capital instead? Murong Shi nodded in agreement. Indeed, being closer to home would allow you to return daily, and I could see you more often. Upon hearing this, Xie pondered for a moment before respectfully declining. Mother, sister, I understand your concerns, but studying is a path of rigorous discipline. Remaining in the capital would indeed mean daily visits. But I fear I might become too comfortable and lazy, which would be detrimental in the long run. Moreover, I have been accustomed to Baichuan Academy since childhood, where the teachers and fellow students have treated me exceptionally well. Transitioning to a new environment may bring about discomfort. Perhaps sensing Murong Shi's disappointment, Xie Jinnan quickly added, I will certainly return to see you when I have the opportunity. I have already passed the preliminary examination, and if I succeed in next year's final exam, I will be a scholar. If all goes well, I won't be away from the capital for too long. Although Murong Shi felt somewhat disheartened, she recognized the importance of his future and understood that her son had his own considerations. Xie Jinnan, however, did not express any particular feelings on the matter, stating, You shall make your own decisions. The spring examination is a critical test, with an autumn examination preceding it. Even if every exam proceeds smoothly, it will take at least 3 to 4 years. She was confident that Xie Jinnan would excel, as he had in her past life. This time, she would ensure he did not enter the prince's palace. At that moment, faint footsteps could be heard from outside. It was Dongli. Upon entering, she immediately knelt, addressing Lady Miss Young Master Sheng. This was her first encounter with the matriarch since the revelation of Xie Luiying's true identity, and she felt anxious about potential reprimands. You will stay by my side from now on. If you have any uncertainties, ask Chun Tao and Chun Lu. They will guide you, Xie Jinnan instructed. Yes. Dongli produced a note from her sleeve, saying, Miss, a letter has arrived from the Earl's residence. Dong Zhao transcribed it for your review and seeks your guidance. Xie Jinnan took the note and, upon reading its contents, her expression darkened. The matriarch instructed Xie Luiying to ensure that the second branch does not adopt Xie Jinnan, suggesting the creation of a scandal involving him and a maid to tarnish his reputation. What a cunning and despicable old woman. If such disgrace were to unfold during the adoption ceremony with guests present, Xie Jinnan's life would be irrevocably ruined. Anger flared in Xie Jinnan's beautiful eyes as she thought. That old hag is still in her prime. Why doesn't she engage with a young paramour instead? What does it say? Murong Shi asked, wanting to see. Xie Jinnan, equally curious, leaned in. Xie Jinnan evaded his gaze, allowing Murong Shi a glimpse. Upon reading the letter, Murong Shi's eyes nearly bulged with shock, exclaiming, Old hag. Xie Jinnan was taken aback. It was the first time he heard his mother utter such vulgar words, which only intensified his curiosity about the note. Mother, let me see. Murong Shi promptly closed the note and returned it to Xie Jinnan, her expression filled with embarrassment. No, it's nothing. You shouldn't read it. It's not good. As she handed it back, Murong Shi regretted her actions. She had forgotten that Xie Jinnan was still an unmarried girl. Xie Jinnan folded the note and calmly stated, I will show it to Xie Luiying as usual. Murong Shi expressed her concern. This cannot be done. Jinnan, didn't you say that Xie Luiying should only be informed after the adoption ceremony? Rising from her seat, Xie Jinnan brought the note close to the candle flame. Igniting it, the flickering light danced across her face as the note quickly turned to ashes. She had initially intended to conceal the matter from Xie Luiying for a few more days. But upon realizing that Xie Luiying was in correspondence with a matriarch of the Earl's residence, she changed her mind. If she were to withhold this letter from Xie Luiying, it would inevitably come to light later, and in her fright, Xie Luiying might react unpredictably. Thus, Xie Jinnan could not intercept this letter. When Xie Luiying wrote again to the matriarch, she would remain in the shadows, better positioned to maneuver. Moreover, the news of Xie Jinnan's adoption could hardly be concealed for long. It would become known eventually. What could Xie Luiying, a crippled girl confined to bed, do? There was no need to risk greater losses for the sake of minor concerns. Xie Jinnan could no longer keep the truth from Xie Jinnan. She straightened her expression and said, Brother, are you aware that the matriarch of the Earl's residence regards us as enemies? Xie Luiying is her spy embedded within our family. This letter contains slanderous content aimed at tarnishing your reputation. What do you think we should do? Xie Sheng was taken aback. He had no idea that the letter was intended to harm him. Furrowing his brow, he pondered for a long while. Given the matriarch's status, if Xie Luiying were absent, she would undoubtedly devise other schemes. For now, the best course was to maintain the status quo, keeping Xie Luiying in check to ascertain the matriarch's next move. Elder sister, what do you think? Xie Sheng was uncertain if his reasoning was sound. Xie Jinxian nodded slightly, lost in thought. She mused over why the matriarch had not yet met her demise and how she might orchestrate it. Xie Sheng gazed at the flickering embers. Curiosity piqued about the contents of the letter. What malevolent intentions did the matriarch harbor against him? In the luminescent pavilion, the candlelight flickered dimly. The legs of the person on the bed were immobilized with wooden boards, wrapped tightly in bandages. Dong Zhao entered quietly, her expression grave. Miss, something terrible has happened. Look, she presented a note, an official correspondence from the Earl's residence. Xie Luiying took the note, her face paling as she read it. Almost leaping from the bed, she quickly regretted the movement, as it aggravated her injury, causing cold sweat to break out. Miss, please remain calm. Be cautious of your wounds, Dong Zhao urged. Rushing to support her, Xie Luiying gritted her teeth, bewildered. What is this? Mother intends to adopt Xie Sheng? How could I be unaware of this? Dong Zhao shook her head, troubled. This is the latest news. Today, old Madame Qiu made her declaration in front of the county lady. I inquired outside, and it is true. After receiving the letter, I hurried to bring it to you. Miss, what shall we do? Panic filled Xie Luiying's eyes. We absolutely cannot allow Xie Sheng to be adopted. Why would Mother suddenly agree to this? Why didn't Xie Jinxian mention it when she visited earlier? Dong Zhao ventured cautiously. Perhaps the eldest lady wished to allow you to focus on your recovery without burdening you with concerns. Xie Luiying seized Dong Zhao's hand fiercely. In the past few days, many things have transpired at home. You must tell me everything. Dong Zhao hesitated, then recounted the events of the banquet. The old lady ruined the gathering, and both the second and third wives of the Earl left in anger. Madame Mourong and the old lady were both rendered ill with anger and summoned the physician. Later, it was said that Madame Mourong, in front of old Madame Qiu, declared her intention to adopt Xie Sheng. The old lady ruined the banquet? Why was I not informed about such an important matter? Xie Luiying's expression darkened. Dong Zhao quickly knelt, explaining. It was the eldest lady's instruction. She insisted that no matters should disturb your recovery. Xie Luiying's face grew increasingly grim. No, you must invite Mother and my elder sister tomorrow. I cannot idly watch as Xie Sheng returns to the second household. Understood. Dong Zhao secretly sighed in relief, grateful that the second young lady had not detected any abnormalities. She had managed to deceive her so easily. On the bed, Xie Luiying's gaze darkened, enveloped in a prolonged silence. She sensed that something was amiss, yet she could not pinpoint what exactly felt wrong. Xie Sheng had seemed utterly hopeless, so why the sudden decision to adopt him? She recalled various moments. Madame Mourong had initially rejected adopting Xie Yin, leading to discord with the main house, citing her disdain for the uneducated Xie Yin. Under pressure from the old lady, Madame Mourong had even threatened to adopt from the Earl's residence. Throughout this turmoil, Madame Mourong had never mentioned Xie Sheng, nor had Xie Jinxian. It was as though the main house had only Xie Yin as a son, conveniently ignoring Xie Sheng's existence. When Madame Mourong expressed her intention to adopt from the Earl's residence, both father and grandmother had reluctantly considered Xie Sheng only when it became clear that adopting Xie Yin was unfeasible. Yet, Madame Mourong had still refused. Xie Luiying had assumed that Madame Mourong's aversion to the main house meant she would never consider adopting its son, thus allowing her guard to drop. If Madame Mourong was now willing to adopt Xie Sheng, why had she not mentioned it before? Why wait until father and grandmother brought it up, only to delay her acceptance repeatedly before finally acquiescing? And what of Xie Jinxian? She had always harbored a deep-seated disdain for the main house, her words often laced with barbs. Father had pushed Xie Sheng forward, hoping to have him seize the assets of his second household. How could Xie Jinxian possibly agree to this? After Xie Long's death, grandmother no longer held any leverage over the second household. What compelled Xie Jinxian to yield? Was it a matter of life and death? Xie Luiying understood her sister well. Even if grandmother and the main house perished before her, Xie Jinxian would remain unmoved. Madame Mourong listened intently to Xie Jinxian, and it was likely that only with her consent did Madame Mourong relent. What could possibly explain Xie Jinxian's actions? It made no sense. Dong Zhao, sensing her unease, whispered, "Miss, why have you fallen silent?" Xie Luiying clenched the blankets, her pupils dilating as a terrifying thought flashed through her mind. They had intended to adopt Xie Sheng all along. The initial silence on the matter must have been to avoid rejection. In this family, the second household held significant sway, and within it, Madame Murong adhered closely to Xie Jinxian's opinions. If Xie Jinxian had opposed it, Xie Sheng would never have been considered. No one could have changed that. Xie Luiying gasped, trembling all over. As she pieced it together, everything became clear. No wonder they had never mentioned Xie Sheng, but instead spoke of adopting from the Earl's residence. That had merely been a ruse to compel father and grandmother to propose Xie Sheng themselves. Yet, they could not immediately agree. They had to refuse several times to maintain the facade, fearing exposure. No wonder Xie Jinxian had taken Dongli away from her. She intended to use Dongli as leverage against her. And no wonder she had not mentioned the adoption when she visited today. If it weren't for the letter from the Earl's residence, how long would they have concealed this from her? The more Xie Luiying considered it, the more convinced she became that they must have known all along that she was an imposter. If Xie Sheng returned to the second household, what would become of her? Did Xie Jinxian plan to cast her back to the main house? No, such thoughts were delusional. Fear gripped Xie Luiying as she murmured, "Dongzhao, do you think mother and my elder sister have known all along that I'm fraud? Were they planning to adopt Xie Sheng right from the start?" Dongzhao looked up, astonished, stammering, How could this be possible?" Her face turned pale with dread. How could the second young lady even think of such a thing? Xie Luiying's gaze hardened, her voice resolute. They must know. That is why they are so intent on adopting Xie Sheng. The two deceitful women had played their roles in front of her for so long. It was truly chilling. When had they discovered the truth? Dongzhao's eyes darted as she proposed. "Miss, if that is the case, we cannot allow the county lady to adopt young Master Sheng. I shall go find the old lady and the master to reveal the truth. Fortunately, the adoption ceremony has not yet taken place, and they will surely intervene." She made to leave. "Stop. Do you wish to bring about my ruin?" Xie Luiying called out, stifling her voice. Dongzhao returned, kneeling beside the bed, tears streaming down her face. "Why won't you allow me to go? Are you truly willing to watch young Master Sheng return to the second household? If you go, and my suspicions prove true, it will expose the truth for all to see. How shall I ever face the world then?" Xie Luiying struggled to determine whether Xie Jinxian was aware of her knowledge of the truth. Although she had taken Dongli away and concealed the matter from Xie Sheng, that did not confirm anything. Perhaps it was merely Xie Jinxian's extreme caution. As Xie Luiying's mind raced, she considered that Madame Murong and Xie Jinxian continued to treat her with affection, presenting two possibilities. Xie Jinxian, await your reckoning. Firstly, although they are aware of the truth behind the child exchange, they believe themselves to be innocent and uninformed. Having raised her for so many years, they cannot bear to sever the emotional ties. Thus they will keep her in the second household and refrain from revealing the truth. This is why they have secretly plotted to adopt Xie Sheng, intending merely to reclaim him for the second household. Another possibility is their resentment towards her for usurping the position that rightfully belongs to Xie Sheng. Once they reclaim him, they might seize the opportunity to expose the truth and oust her from the second household. Xie Luiying gritted her teeth. She absolutely cannot lose her status as the legitimate daughter of the second household, for that would spell her ruin. If Xie Jinnan were to discover that she has been privy to the truth and has maintained contact with the first household, the consequences would be unimaginable. They may very well know, and Xie Luiying intends to test them over time. Nevertheless, even in the worst-case scenario, she must feign innocence and vulnerability, even going so far as to welcome Xie Sheng's arrival with joy. In the direst circumstances, she might even divulge everything to garner sympathy. Only in this manner can she safeguard her interests and continue her role as the legitimate daughter of the second household. With no leverage in her hands, she can only rely on the second household and the Murong family. Under such circumstances, one must bow their head. Xie Luiying clenched her fists, loathing the feeling of being at the mercy of others. Furthermore, this matter must not be disclosed to her father and grandmother. If they were to find out, they would immediately take a stand against Xie Sheng's return to the second household. Once the leverage is back in their hands, there would be no reason to let it go. Moreover, Xie Jinnan is no fool. The household would certainly descend into chaos. If the scandal of the child exchange were spread, it is likely that Xie Jinnan would ultimately prevail, and Xie Sheng would still return to the second household. By then, everyone would know that Xie Luiying is not the legitimate daughter of the Xie family's second household, but merely the daughter of a lame man and a village woman. Her life would be utterly ruined. Thus, she cannot reveal her suspicions to her father and grandmother. She must permit Xie Shang's return to the second household. She is acutely aware that her parents' dreams are about to shatter, and she knows her grandmother's efforts will come to nothing. Yet, she must remain silent. For one must always prioritize oneself, mustn't they? The prospects of the first household cannot possibly compare to her own future. Father and mother, if you do not come to visit your daughter, then she can only prioritize her own interests in every matter. So, what to do? My lady, perhaps we should seek the old matriarch's assistance? Let us say the county princess is already aware of Master Shang's true identity. She will surely help you. Before Dong Zhao could finish her sentence, Xie Luiying interrupted her. Silence. Xie Luiying's face contorted in anger. You fool. If I lose my value, the first person the old matriarch will silence is me. She must not know. Her value to the old matriarch lies in being a covert connection within the second household. If that connection is exposed, the old matriarch would swiftly destroy the evidence and sever all ties. Dong Zhao, frightened, covered her mouth and began to weep. But my lady, if the county princess and the eldest young lady learn the truth, how would they treat you? Xie Luiying bit her lip, her mind a tumult of thoughts. She must think carefully. Alternatively, there is another method. Simply eliminate the Murong family in Xie Jinnan. That way, she would undoubtedly preserve her status as the legitimate daughter of the second household. This thought ignited a wild frenzy in her mind, nearly causing her to lose her sanity. However, if all the family assets were to fall into the hands of the first household, her grandmother would lose face in the capital. Not to mention her mother. What good marriage prospects could they possibly offer her then? Even with the favor of the Prince of Qing, how much dowry could her father provide? He is short-sighted, firmly believing that a daughter married off is akin to water spilled. He would leave all the family wealth to Yin, his younger brother, and would not be generous toward her. Furthermore, the old matriarch is aware of the truth behind the child exchange. If the Murong mother and daughter were to die, she could no longer benefit from the Earl's residence. And in turn, how would the old matriarch treat her once her value has diminished? Within the span of a few breaths, Xie Luiying contemplated the gains and losses thoroughly. She barely managed to dismiss the thought of killing the Murong family. They cannot die just yet. Even if they must die, it must be after she is